Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 4CA Chapter 144. Crisis. Fei and Hineka's dissatisfaction with their masters was revealed at this moment, and the two launched a fierce attack on Matsumoto Rangaku and Hinamori Momo. Matsumoto Rangaku and Hinamori Momo never expected that Zanpakuto, whom they trusted the most, would now launch a fierce attack on them. The two of them were a little slow to react for a moment. When he finally realized what was happening, Matsumoto Rangaku couldn't help but step back. Hinamori Momo also glanced at Matsumoto Rangaku. Zanpakuto has lost his mind. Hinamori Momo's words fell into my ears. Matsumoto Rangaku naturally knew that Zanpakuto had lost his mind, and at this moment, Zanpakuto's usual dissatisfaction with them was magnified. Zanpakuto also attacked them fiercely. Matsumoto Rangaku and Hinamori Momo didn't know what to say. Later, Matsumoto Rangaku finally found his voice. We can't just sit here and wait for death. We can't just stand here and let them attack us like this. Hinamori Momo naturally understood what Matsumoto Rangaku meant by this. When she was thinking about this, Fei happened to attack this side fiercely again. Hinamori Momo was not paying attention and was immediately knocked far away by Fei's attack. Matsumoto Rangaku saw this scene from the side, and especially noticed that Hinamori Momo's thin and small body was like a kite with a broken string, falling far away under Zanpakuto's fierce attack. She looked at the skinny little Hinamori Momo falling to the ground, and Matsumoto Rangaku couldn't help it at this moment. She rushed forward and attacked Fei. Hineka was not idle at this time. While Matsumoto Rangaku's attention was distracted by Fei, Hineka immediately attacked Matsumoto Rangaku from behind. Hinamori Momo yelled from behind. Be careful. When Matsumoto Rangaku looked back, he found Hineka stretching out his claws towards him. If Hinamori Momo had not reminded him in time, Matsumoto Rangaku believed that his face would have been scratched by Hineka by now. Are you still the Hineka I know? Advertisement? Matsumoto Rangaku looked at Hineka in front of her and almost squeezed out these words from her throat. Hineka just sneered. I am not the Hineka you knew before. I have nothing to do with you. Please keep your mouth shut. After Hineka finished saying this, the cat's tail behind him also moved at this moment. Matsumoto Rangaku just watched Hineka attack her again, her short crimson hair fluttering in the wind. Matsumoto Rangaku seemed to see his own reflection in Hineka, and every Shinigami's Zanpakuto. Zanpakuto's personality is also very similar to that of his master. Matsumoto Rangaku couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Hinamori Momo was looking at Matsumoto Rangaku from the side, not knowing what she was thinking. She was also suddenly stunned for a moment. Hinamori Momo was a little disappointed with her son. She stomped her feet hard beside him and said, "Get out of the way." After Hinamori Momo said this, she immediately reached out and pushed Matsumoto Rangaku. Matsumoto Rangaku was pushed hard by Hinamori Momo from the side, and she only realized it at this time. At this time, Fei and Hineka attacked again, and they knew that they could no longer continue to be indecisive. Matsumoto Rangaku and Hinamori Momo are both very soft-hearted towards them, but they are also soft-hearted towards Zanpakuto, but Zanpakuto will not be soft-hearted towards them. He would not let either of them go. When Matsumoto Rangaku thought of this, she clenched her hands into fists at both sides. Matsumoto Rangaku was even speechless. Hinamori Momo took out a dagger from the side and then rushed towards Fei. Fei snorted coldly, deftly dodging Hinamori Momo's attack. Do you really think you can defeat me? Fei's words fell into her ears. Hinamori Momo didn't know what to say for a moment. She had never expected Fei to say that. So he was unable to react for a while, and when he reacted again, Fei had already attacked him fiercely. Advertisement. Matsumoto Rangaku wants to help Hinamori Momo. But Hineka kept clinging to Matsumoto Rangaku, and he couldn't get away, let alone help Hinamori Momo next to him. Matsumoto Rangaku could only sigh helplessly. There's nothing we can do about this. It seems you can only rely on yourself. Matsumoto Rangaku said this, and Hinamori Momo also said that she had no problem. I understand. It's okay. After Hinamori Momo said this, Matsumoto Rangaku immediately followed Hineka and started fighting. Hinamori Momo also started fighting with Fei. Both of them were caught in the fierce attack of their own Zanpakuto, and now that they had lost their Zanpakuto, they were naturally no match for Tobime and Hineka. Two people are also in crisis. Fei and Hineka unexpectedly discovered that even when the two were in a tough battle with them, Matsumoto Rangaku and Fei were always thinking about them. Matsumoto Rangaku and Hinamori Momo also did not kill them. Unlike them who always tried to kill Matsumoto Rangaku and Hinamori Momo, the two of them could be said to be much more tolerant. When Fei and Hineka noticed this, they couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Can you hold on? Matsumoto Rangaku was still fighting with Hineka. She suddenly turned her head to look at Hinamori Momo, and then asked this question. Hinamori Momo didn't know how to respond. Later on, Hinamori Momo finally found her voice again. I can hold on. Hinamori Momo's words fell into my ears. Matsumoto Rangaku nodded involuntarily. I'm glad you can hold on. If you can't, I'll see if I can help you. Matsumoto Rangaku and Hinamori Momo were very friendly with each other, and they asked each other if they could do it and if they could hold on. Unlike the two people who looked so harmonious, Fei and Hineka were arguing non-stop, and the only thing they did was quarreling. Chapter 145. Conclusion. On the other hand, Hiranmaru, who had lost his memory, was also looking at Hitsugaya in front of him. It took him a long time to react. Are you really my master? Hiranmaru looked at Hitsugaya in front of him, and he couldn't help but ask this question. Hiranmaru didn't believe that Hitsugaya in front of him was his master, otherwise he would not have asked this question. Hitsugaya looked at how Hiranmaru asked in his ear, and for a moment he didn't know how he should answer. When he finally realized what was happening, Hitsugaya replied, if I'm not your master, then who do you think can be your master? Hitsugaya's words fell into my ears. Hiranmaru couldn't help but frown at this moment. He believed that the person who could use him was definitely not a child, so when facing Hitsugaya, Hiranmaru felt that the child in front of him must be lying to him. When he thought of this, Hiranmaru couldn't help but take a step back. You are definitely not my master. When Hiranmaru's words fell into his ears, Hitsugaya simply raised an eyebrow. Why do you think I'm not your master? How can you tell that I'm not your master? Hitsugaya felt a little disappointed. He hadn't thought about Hiranmaru at all, who had lost his memory and even now doubted that he was not his master. When Hitsugaya heard this, Hiranmaru said directly, you look like just a child. You can't be my master. The master I have in mind is definitely not someone like you. Hitsugaya felt as if a sword had stabbed his heart. He never expected that Hiranmaru, who was usually the closest to him, would say this. He was a child? The master in his mind definitely didn't look like him? Hiranmaru's words kept echoing in my ears. It may have taken Hitsugaya a while to come back to his senses, as he had never expected Hiranmaru to say that. Not knowing how much time had passed, Hitsugaya finally opened his eyes and looked at Hiranmaru in front of him. Advertisement. He also found his voice again. So the master in your mind doesn't look like me? Do you also think that I am definitely not your master? When Hitsugaya said this, his tone was filled with deep disappointment. As for the disappointment in his tone, Hitsugaya didn't know whether he was disappointed in Hiranmaru or if he was disappointed in himself. Hiranmaru could sense the mood of the person standing before him suddenly drop. He didn't know how to answer for a moment, and Hiranmaru just stared at Hitsugaya blankly. Even though Hiranmaru has lost his memory now, he knows that his words are too hurtful. But now, once words are spoken, they are like spilled water, which cannot be taken back. Hiranmaru really didn't know what to say. Do you still remember? I've never forgotten the scene of our first meeting. That scene has always been firmly engraved in my mind. I didn't expect that fate would play such a trick on me. You've now lost your memory of us. But don't worry, my encounter with you is still vivid in my mind, and I will make sure you remember everything. After Hitsugaya said this, he suddenly moved closer to Hiranmaru. When Hiranmaru saw Hitsugaya approaching him, he couldn't help but step back. Hiranmaru was clearly afraid of Hitsugaya. Rather than being afraid of Hitsugaya, Hiranmaru was more afraid of the memories between him and Hitsugaya. Hitsugaya kept moving forward, and Hiranmaru kept moving backward. For a moment, the atmosphere was filled with silence. As Hitsugaya walked forward, he could feel Hiranmaru looking at him as if he were a monster, and constantly trying to escape from his hands. The hand that was originally stretched out to pat Hiranmaru's shoulder suddenly retracted at this moment. Hitsugaya's face was hurt. Advertisement. At the same time, Kuretsuchi Miuri, director of the Technology Development Bureau, has been conducting experiments in his laboratory these days. He conducted endless experiments frantically, and it can be said that Kuretsuchi Miuri never stopped for a minute. Finally, through experiments on the pentasil head, Kuretsuchi Miuri finally came to a conclusion. He immediately told his conclusion to his subordinates. The people below looked at Kuretsuchi Miuri's serious expression, but they could also see a hint of joy on his face. At this moment, everyone guessed that the experiment seemed to be successful. What conclusion have you reached, Chief? Kuretsuchi Miuri heard someone in the laboratory ask him this question, and for a moment he didn't know whether he should say it or not. After thinking it over carefully, Kuretsuchi Miuri smiled and said, I have indeed successfully reached a conclusion. Once this conclusion is released, I'm afraid that the mess in Soul Society will be resolved immediately. After Kuretsuchi Miuri said this, the people in the laboratory couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Everyone was weighing on the side, and at this time, Kuretsuchi Miuri continued to speak. It's actually very simple. The physical Zanpakuto isn't as troublesome as you might think. Everyone looked at each other for a moment as they heard Kuretsuchi Miuri say this in their ears, even saying that the materialized Zanpakuto was not as troublesome as they had imagined. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing how to start the conversation. Finally, someone in the crowd couldn't contain their excitement anymore and asked directly, if materializing Zanpakuto isn't as difficult as we imagined, then how simple is it? Kuretsuchi Miuri still had a smile on her face. It's quite simple. The materialized Zanpakuto will only return to its original form after being defeated by its master. Kuretsuchi Miuri's words fell on the ears of the researchers in the laboratory. Everyone couldn't help but gasp for a moment. They never expected that after such a study, they would come to such a conclusion. Everyone had been racking their brains, but no one knew how to solve this problem. What they didn't expect was that it surprised them that the materialized Zanpakuto would only return to its original form after being defeated by its master. Chapter 146. Wheat Muramasa. At the same time, after Matsumoto Rangaku and Hinamori Momo finished their own affairs, they hurried to look for Hitsugaya. While the two were looking for Hitsugaya, they happened to run into Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't expect that this time when he walked towards this side, he would directly run into Matsumoto Rangaku and Hinamori Momo. He was a little unable to react for a while. When they finally reacted, Kurosaki Ichigo asked, Where are you two going in such a hurry? What happened? Matsumoto Rangaku heard Kurosaki Ichigo ask this in her ear, and she answered the truth. Hinamori and I are going to look for Hitsugaya. After Matsumoto Rangaku said this, Hinamori Momo next to him also frowned at this moment. We're a little worried about Hitsugaya. Matsumoto Rangaku also nodded quickly. Hiranmaru seems to have lost his memory. It will be difficult to deal with him then. So we also plan to look for Hitsugaya. I wonder if you have met Hitsugaya? Hinamori Momo continued to ask in her ear. Kurosaki Ichigo immediately replied, Hitsugaya has already succeeded. Kurosaki Ichigo's words fell into the ears of the two people. Matsumoto Rangaku and Hinamori Momo were a little slow to react for a moment, and they didn't quite understand what he meant by this sentence. Kurosaki Ichigo noticed the two men's confused expressions and added, what I meant is that Hitsugaya has now successfully subdued Hiranmaru. When the two of them heard Kurosaki Ichigo say this in their ears, Matsumoto Rangaku and Hinamori Momo felt that the hearts that had been stuck in their throats finally fell back into their stomachs at this moment. The two of them couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Matsumoto Rangaku and Hinamori Momo were relieved, but Kurosaki Ichigo had other things to deal with. He was about to say hello to the two of them and leave. Unexpectedly, Rangaku and Hinamori suddenly exclaimed, what is that? Kurosaki Ichigo heard the two people behind him suddenly exclaimed. When he turned his head back, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He never expected that Muramasa would suddenly appear from the torn space. When Muramasa appeared, not only Matsumoto Rangaku and Hinamori Momo screamed wildly. Advertisement Kurosaki Ichigo was also stunned. They hated Muramasa to the core. After all of this, it's also Soul Society's mess, and Zanpakuto's materialization. All of this is thanks to Muramasa. So now, Muramasa suddenly came out from the torn space. Matsumoto Rangaku and Hinamori Momo were so eager to go up and give him a good beating. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Muramasa, who slowly walked out from the torn space. He had a pair of thick black eyebrows, but at this moment they couldn't help but frown. Kurosaki Ichigo could feel that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell exactly what it was. It wasn't until Muramasa walked out of the torn space that Kurosaki Ichigo finally reacted and understood what was wrong. Muramasa didn't know where to go or what to do just now. Kurosaki Ichigo was surprised to find that Muramasa had become very weak and Ryotsu also looked disordered. Matsumoto Rangaku and Hinamori Momo, who were standing nearby, saw Kurosaki Ichigo standing there in a daze. They couldn't help but say, Ichigo, hurry up and get rid of Muramasa. Kurosaki Ichigo naturally understood that he had to take advantage of his weakness to kill him. When Kurosaki Ichigo thought about these things, he didn't worry about why Muramasa became so weak and why the Ryotsu on his body became so messy. That's how he attacked Muramasa. When Muramasa walked out of the torn space, he noticed that he had just arrived at Kurosaki Ichigo on the other side, and they did not expect him to appear. By the time they realized what was happening, a group of people were rushing to ask Kurosaki Ichigo to attack them. Muramasa just felt tired all over. He couldn't care less about all this at this time. Advertisement Muramasa just fell straight back, completely ignoring Kurosaki Ichigo's attack towards him, and instead looked like he was ready to kill or chop you up at will. Kurosaki Ichigo noticed that Muramasa's face almost had the words, I will kill you or chop you up as you please, written on it. He didn't know what to say for a moment. When he came to his senses, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but take a deep breath. Matsumoto Rangaku and Hinamori Momo, who were standing behind him, suddenly noticed that Kurosaki Ichigo hesitated. Matsumoto Rangaku and Hinamori Momo had no idea why Kurosaki Ichigo hesitated. But they knew in their hearts that if Kurosaki Ichigo did not seize the time to attack Muramasa at this time, then when Kurosaki Ichigo wanted to attack Muramasa, he would probably be completely unable to defeat Muramasa. Muramasa's strength was recovering little by little. When Matsumoto Rangaku and Hinamori Momo noticed this, they couldn't help but shout, hurry up! Kurosaki Ichigo, hurry up! Kurosaki Ichigo was initially hesitant, but now, hearing Matsumoto Rangaku and Hinamori Momo saying this in my ears, and urging me to hurry up, I had to hurry up. He couldn't help but take a deep breath, just as Kurosaki Ichigo made up his mind. He was about to launch a fierce attack on Muramasa, but he didn't expect that Kurosaki Ichigo had not yet had time to summon his Zanpakuto. Suddenly, a breeze blew past. When Kurosaki Ichigo noticed a sudden gust of wind passing by, he forgot to summon Zanpakuto for a moment. He just raised his eyes and noticed that a person suddenly appeared in front of him, and that person was also blocking Muramasa to prevent Kurosaki Ichigo from attacking. Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but be stunned. He never expected that it would be Senbon Sakura who stood between them, and he never expected that Senbon Sakura would appear inexplicably this time. It would have been fine if she didn't stand on their side, but unexpectedly, she suddenly stood on Muramasa's side and also prevented Kurosaki Ichigo from attacking Muramasa. Senbon Sakura has been protecting Muramasa closely. Chapter 147. Resemblance, Open Duel. Lu Jin's words rang in his ears, and every word was heard by Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't know what to say for a moment. He picked his ears and thought he had misheard. After all, he had never thought that he would hear such a sentence from Lu Jin's mouth. When he thought about this in his heart, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but ask, what did you just say? I say, let's duel. Lu Jin just looked at Kurosaki Ichigo quietly, with no expression on his face and a nonchalant tone. The more nonchalant Lu Jin looked, the more Kurosaki Ichigo felt confused. He never expected that Lu Jin would actually draw his sword against him. Kurosaki Ichigo felt a strong sense of doubt in his heart, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. Kurosaki Ichigo remained silent beside him. Lu Jin just raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Don't you want to duel with me? Kurosaki Ichigo didn't know what to say. He just looked at Matsumoto Rangaku and Hinamori Momo behind him. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the two people behind him questioningly. Matsumoto Rangaku and Hinamori Momo were also confused. They never expected that not only did Lu Jin's appearance seem inexplicable, but the words that came out of his mouth were even more inexplicable. Matsumoto Rangaku and Hinamori Momo saw Kurosaki Ichigo looking at them with doubt, and they couldn't help but shake their heads. Kurosaki Ichigo saw Matsumoto Rangaku and Hinamori Momo shaking their heads at him, and he knew that there was nothing wrong with his ears. Then it is. Kurosaki Ichigo just quietly cast a puzzled look at Lu Jin. Why are you suddenly turning your sword against us? Lu Jin listened to Kurosaki Ichigo's question. He didn't rush to answer the question, but continued to repeat the same sentence mechanically. Stop talking nonsense and duel. Kurosaki Ichigo and others were particularly surprised. Advertisement they never expected that Lu Jin, who usually had the best relationship with them, would suddenly draw his sword against them. Even though nothing had happened between them before, no one was having any unpleasant problems. But suddenly, swords were drawn against each other. A group of people looked at each other, and no one understood what was going on. Seeing Kurosaki Ichigo and the others staring at each other, Lu Jin couldn't help but snort coldly. Duel, Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo passed this message back. The captain and others who learned of this situation were puzzled for a moment. No one would have expected that Lu Jin, who usually stood on the same side with them, now, for some unknown reason, started talking to them about a duel. Kurosaki Ichigo felt that Lu Jin in front of him was absolutely crazy. When he thought of this, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but gasp. What's wrong with you today? Or did one of us provoke you? Why are you suddenly talking about dueling or not? Lu Jin did not answer Kurosaki Ichigo, he still looked calm and composed. Lu Jin took a step forward and came to the middle of Zanpakuto, and also looked at Zanpakuto quietly. Senbon Sakura, who was standing nearby, noticed that when Lu Jin walked towards them, Zanpakuto didn't react at all. Senbon Sakura looked towards Lu Jin and said, I believe you have also seen that you are not trusted. Senbon Sakura's words fell into my ears. Lu Jin didn't know what to say. He just stared at Zanpakuto in the middle silently, and when he got to the back, he finally found his voice again. I see. Lu Jin was in a very low mood when he said this. Advertisement Senbon Sakura also turned his head to look at Lu Jin, and finally said, It's very simple, as long as you break the Soda no Shirayuki, you can prove yourself, and Zanpakuto will definitely trust you. Senbon Sakura's words fell into my ears. Lu Jin didn't know what to say for a moment. Kurosaki Ichigo was standing right next to him and saw the whole scene. He never expected that Senbon Sakura would actually bewitch Lu Jin in such a way in his ear. Although he was a little slow to react for a while, when he finally came to his senses, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but shout at Lu Jin. Don't listen to him, don't believe what he says. Kurosaki Ichigo's words fell into my ears. Lu Jin simply raised his eyelids and said, Do you think I need you to remind me? Kurosaki Ichigo never thought that Lu Jin would say this to him, and even asked if he needed him to remind him. He didn't know what to say for a moment. When he finally realized what he was saying, Kurosaki Ichigo finally found his voice. So you dislike me. When Kurosaki Ichigo said this, he felt very hurt inside. He never expected that Lu Jin first pointed a sword at him and now said such words to him. Senbon Sakura didn't bother to pay attention to Kurosaki Ichigo who was standing next to him. Senbon Sakura's gaze fell on Lu Jin, and he also said, As long as you break the Soda no Shirayuki, you can prove yourself. Lu Jin just feels that he is very confused now. He had no idea what he should say or how he should answer. I don't know how long it took, but Lu Jin finally found his voice again. I didn't hesitate, I just followed my self-respect. After Lu Jin took a deep breath, he immediately blurted out these words. Senbon Sakura was standing next to Lu Jin and couldn't help but smile slightly when she heard him say this. Senbon Sakura even gave Kurosaki Ichigo a provocative look, his gaze brimming with challenge. Didn't you expect that? You were just trying to convince Lu Jin, and he turned around and didn't even hesitate? Kurosaki Ichigo almost gritted his teeth when he met Senbon Sakura's gaze towards him. In order to prove himself, Lu Jin was only acting according to his self-esteem, and it can be said that he did not hesitate at AL Chapter 148. Gathering. Rukia opened the door to the 6th Squad Captain's room. The moment she pushed open the door of the captain's office, Rukia searched around the room for a while. She also kept looking for clues. Before Rukia could find what she wanted, she suddenly realized something was wrong. When Rukia realized something was wrong, she couldn't help but turn her head and look behind her. When looking behind her, Rukia finally understood why she felt something was wrong. It turned out that after noticing Lu Jin Ryotsu, she saw a messy team barracks. Looking at the scene in front of her, Rukia couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. It took her a long time to react. It's not clear what's going on at all. Rukia just felt confused and puzzled in her heart. She had no idea what Lu Jin was doing or what was going on in his mind. When she thought about this, Rukia couldn't help but take a few steps forward. She just looked at Lu Jin in front of her with a puzzled look, and it could be said that she didn't react at all. Rukia just felt that there were too many doubts in her heart. These doubts and confusions filled her mind for a while and made her move slowly. I couldn't utter a single word. What on earth was her brother, who had always been alone, thinking? Lu Jin noticed that Rukia and Renji were approaching him. When Lu Jin noticed that the two people were getting closer, his face couldn't help but darken. Don't come near me. Lu Jin's words fell in my ears. Rukia and Renji didn't know what to say, they just looked at Lu Jin with confused expressions. He couldn't utter a word for a long time. Advertisement. Why don't you let us come over? Rukia was the first to react and asked this question. Rukia's words fell into his ears. When Lu Jin raised his head, he noticed Rukia looking towards him, her big eyes flickering at this moment. There was also some doubt in his eyes. Lu Jin didn't know how to start, nor did he know where to begin. When Lu Jin thought about this, he noticed that Rukia and Renji looked anxious because he did not answer them. He really didn't know what to say. Later, Lu Jin finally found his voice. Don't come near me. When Lu Jin said this, his tone was different from his usual understatement. This time his tone was urgent, and his face was full of anxiety. The two people didn't know what to say. Rukia walked towards this side, and she ignored the words Lu Jin said in her ear. It kept moving closer towards this side. As Lu Jin saw Rukia approaching him, his expression grew increasingly gloomy. What are you doing? Get away from me. Lu Jin almost squeezed out these words from his throat. Rukia didn't know how to start for a moment, but later on, she finally found her voice. Why don't you let me get close to you? Rukia's words fell into his ears. Lu Jin just kept taking a step back, he had no idea what to say. Renji also followed up with a question. What on earth are you doing? Why don't you let the two of us interfere with this matter? Rukia also spoke up. If the two of us insist on intervening in this matter, what will you do? Lu Jin just covered his head tightly. Advertisement. He didn't know what to say. He never expected that Rukia and Renji would come over this time and press him step by step. Lu Jin hated the feeling of being forced by others. When he thought about this, his face became more and more ugly. Later on, Lu Jin finally found his voice again. I don't need you to control me. After he said this, Lu Jin originally thought that the two people would wisely leave him. But what he didn't expect was that Rukia and Renji seemed not to understand what he said. It kept moving closer towards this side. Lu Jin didn't know what to say. Especially when he noticed that the two people were about to touch him, Lu Jin suddenly took a step back. Rukia looked hurt. She never expected Lu Jin to suddenly take a step back and didn't want the two of them to touch him. Why do you have to run away? When Rukia said this, there was a hint of hurt in her voice. Lu Jin looked at Rukia with a conflicted expression. He didn't know what he should say, and he didn't know how to start. Lu Jin just kept a straight face and said, I told you not to come near me, so just stay away from me. He felt that he really couldn't bear it any longer. Lu Jin also knew that if he stayed here any longer, the two people would not only not leave him, but would also not listen to him. When he thought about this, Lu Jin's expression became increasingly ugly. I hope you two won't interfere in this matter. This matter is beyond your control. After Lu Jin finished saying this, he didn't want to see the expressions of Rukia and Renji at this time, so he just left in big strides. When Lu Jin was about to leave, he had only just taken a step forward and had not had time to withdraw from the sight of Rukia and Renji. When he looked up, he noticed that the Zanpakutos who had been watching the show nearby didn't know what was going on. All gathered here. When Lu Jin noticed the Zanpakuto gathering towards this side, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Chapter 149. Fighting each other when Renji and Rukia were in crisis, Xing Jun suddenly appeared. This was something no one expected. At this time, Ichigo, Sui Feng and others also arrived in time, and the battle between Shinigami and Zanpakuto started in full swing. Yumachika hurried over, his eyes swept over the many Zanpakutos and finally fell on his own Zanpakuto, a glazed peacock not far away. The glazed peacock noticed that Gong Qin was looking over here, and bared his teeth at him. His appearance can be said to be extremely fierce. Without any hesitation, Yumachika attacked directly. Liu Li's peacock never expected that Yumachika would not show any mercy to her at all and would attack her directly. Since you won't tolerate me at all, then it seems there's no need for me to show mercy to you. The words of the glazed peacock fell into my ears. Yumachika's face was expressionless. He just listened to what Liu Li Color Peacock said in his ear. Then Yumachika said, then let me see it for myself. The two of them fought fiercely for a while. On this side, when Kira just walked here, Feng Si, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately rushed over. Noticed Feng Si rushing towards this side. Kira's brows knitted together at this moment. It seems that you really impressed me. Feng Si was a straightforward person and didn't bother to talk nonsense with Kira. Instead, he attacked directly. On this side, Sui Feng was dealing with the combined attack of Yan Ling Wan and Tian Zheng Ming Wang, and everyone started fighting at this moment. Rurishiki Peacock and Yumachika fought back and forth. Yumachika did not intend to kill Rurishiki Peacock at all, but what he did not expect was that Rurishiki Peacock would kill him. Yumachika was hit by a palm strike from the Lapis Lazuli Peacock. He immediately rolled backwards. Yumachika just stared at the glazed peacock and spat out a mouthful of blood. You actually. Before Yumachika could finish his words, Ruri Iroh Peacock kicked him on the knee. Advertisement, what else would I do to you? When Liu Li's peacock heard these words, Yumachika didn't know what to say for a moment. When he finally realized what was happening, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. So what are you going to do to me? After Yumachika said this, he raised his head and stared quietly at the lapis lazuli peacock in front of him. The glazed peacock was able to catch Yumachika saying this, and a flash of hatred could be seen in his eyes. When Liuli's peacock noticed a flash of hatred in Yumachika's eyes, he didn't know what to say. Madarame Mikaku also faced off against Hazukimaru. Hazukimaru looked at Madarame Mikaku in front of him. There was no emotion on his face. He just looked at Madarame Mikaku indifferently. Madarame Mikaku noticed that Hazukimaru's face had no emotion, and he was just looking at him quietly. Later on, Madarame Mikaku finally found his voice again. Will you come with me? Yijiao's words are a bit nonsensical, but Hazukimaru understood what he meant by these words. When he thought about this in his heart, Hazukimaru also stretched out his hand directly towards Madarame Mikaku. Why not come? Madarame Mikaku heard Hazukimaru say this in his ear, and he immediately understood that Hazukimaru was going to fight with him. When thinking about this, Madarame Mikaku couldn't help but smile. Okay, then fight. After he said this, Hazukimaru rushed directly towards Madarame Mikaku. Madarame Mikaku noticed Hazukimaru rushing towards him, and he couldn't help but raise his hand and touch his smooth head. He was a good fighter. Long before, Madarame Mikaku was looking forward to fighting with his own Hazukimaru. The two of them also had a good fight. It's just that Hazukimaru at that time was in the Zanpakuto state, and Hazukimaru and Madarame Mikaku at that time could be said to be good friends who could not be separated. Of course, the two people love each other, so how could they kill each other? How could they really fight? But things are different now. Advertisement Hazukimaru has materialized, and Madarame Mikaku has actually been waiting for this opportunity. So now, as he looked at Hazukimaru attacking him, Madarame Mikaku had a smile in his eyes. Then I look forward to your performance next. After Banmi Ikaku said this, Hazukimaru couldn't help but be stunned. When Hazukimaru realized what was happening later, he also noticed that he was attacking him. After all, it was his previous master. So when Hazukimaru noticed Madarame Mikaku attacking him, he could probably guess what method of attack he would use. When he thought of this, Hazukimaru could be said to be looking forward to Madarame Mikaku for a moment. Madarame Mikaku's favorite thing is to use seemingly disordered attack methods, which can also confuse the opponent. But he knew it best in his heart. If you use such a seemingly disordered attack method when fighting with others in your daily life, it can indeed be said that you can successfully confuse the other party. But things are different now. When he thought of this, Madarame Mikaku couldn't help but take a deep breath. Later, he finally found his voice. Do you think I will use the old method to attack? Will Ikaku use the old method to attack, or will he develop a new method to attack? Hazukimaru was completely uninterested. He didn't want to watch any so-called process at all. Hazukimaru was waiting now, and he was also waiting for him to give him a new surprise. So when Hazukimaru heard Madarame Mikaku ask this in his ear, there was no emotion on his face. He simply raised his brows lightly. I'm not too interested in these things. You should know that I just want to see how much you have changed since leaving me. After Hazukimaru said this, his eyes fell directly on Banmi Ikaku. Hazukimaru was waiting quietly. I don't know how much time passed before Ikaku finally found his voice. I understand. After he finished speaking, Ikaku couldn't help but add, don't worry, I won't let you down no matter what. Madarame Ikaku also fought Hazukimaru to his heart's content. Chapter 150. Critical situation. When Shiba Tetsuzaemon and Katetsu Izan wanted to rush to support, they did not expect to encounter the terrifying Hikisha Jizo at this time. The two men trapped and killed Dazang. Shiba Tetsuzaemon turned his head and glanced at Katetsu Izan next to him. He didn't know how to start for a moment. Seeing that Shiba Tetsuzaemon seemed to be hesitant to speak, Katetsu Izan couldn't help but speak up. We must find a way to notify Kuretsuchi Mayuri. After he said this, the two wanted to inform Kuretsuchi Mayuri, but what they didn't expect was that before the two had time to pass the message on, someone suddenly jumped in from outside. Shooting range Tetsuzaemon took a closer look. I found out that it was Heineka and Feimei who came. Katetsu Izan looked at Zanpakuto standing in front of him, and they didn't know what to say for a moment. Feimei raised her chin towards them. How is it? Are you surprised? Unexpected? Katetsu Izan did not respond to Feimei's words. Instead, he set his eyes on shooting Tetsuzaemon next to him. Hurry up and notify. Before he could finish his words, Heineka and Feimei attacked directly in this direction. When the two men noticed that they were attacking them, they couldn't help but take a step back for a moment. The two Zanpakuto, Heineka and Feimei, used such cruel methods, and they kept dealing with Shiba Tetsuzaemon and Katetsu Izan, and their methods were extremely cruel. Shiba Tetsuzaemon glanced at Katetsu Izan next to him, who was also dodging their attacks with some difficulty. At this time, Shiba Tetsuzaemon also said, we can't delay any longer like this. Shiba Tetsuzaemon's words fell into his ears. Katetsu Izan naturally knew that they couldn't delay any longer, but the way Heineka and Feimei attacked them was simply too cruel. There is no time to communicate at the moment. The two just kept dodging their attacks. Advertisement Feimei felt very angry. She never expected that she and Heineka would attack Sakia Tetsuzaemon and Katetsu Izan so much, and they still had time to chat. He immediately turned his head and glanced at Heineka. Looks like we too have to teach them a lesson. If we don't teach them a lesson, they'll never know how powerful we are. Feimei's words fell into her ears. Heineka didn't know what to say for a moment. When he finally realized what was going on, he finally found his voice and said, "We really need to teach them a lesson." Shiba Tetsuzaiman and Katetsu Izan just looked at each other. They had no idea what Hineka and Feimei meant by what they were saying. When they finally realized what was happening, they both couldn't help but take a deep breath. "I don't know what color you want to show us." There was a hint of smile on the corners of their mouths, and they were silently waiting for the other person's answer. Feimei just snorted coldly. "You don't know what we too want to show you, then just wait and see." After Feimei said this, Hineka attacked Shiba Tetsuzaiman again. When Shiba Tetsuzaiman saw Hineka attacking him, he was speechless. By the time Katetsu Izan reacted, he immediately took Hineka's attack. Hineka never thought that Katetsu Izan could actually successfully take such a blow from him. He was a little unresponsive for a while, and when he finally reacted, he finally took a deep breath. Hineka and Feimei never thought that Shiba Tetsuzaiman and Katetsu Izan were more powerful than they imagined, and they even managed to avoid the attacks of the two. They were both very angry. The current means may become more and more cruel. It was unknown how long it had been, but Katetsu Izan had been dodging the attacks of the two men, and this battle could be said to have continued endlessly. On this side, Sui Feng was struggling to dodge the double attack of Yan Lingwan and Tian Zheng. He never thought that in just a few days, Yan Lingwan's strength would increase even more than he had imagined. His strength was so terrifying that he couldn't even utter a word. Sui Feng dodged Yan Lingwan's attack with some difficulty. He also looked up at Yan Lingwan and asked, "Why do you keep attacking me like this?" Advertisement Sui Feng's words echoed in my ears. Yan Lingwan just sneered. "Why'd I have to attack you like this? Otherwise, guess what?" Sui Feng never thought that Yan Lingwan would ask him to guess. His face looked a little ugly. Later, Sui Feng finally found his voice again. "I don't want to guess." After he said this, Yan Lingwan's face suddenly darkened, and he immediately attacked Sui Feng. "Since you don't want to guess, then it doesn't matter. I still won't show you mercy anyway." A smile appeared on the corner of Yan Lingwan's mouth. He just looked at Sui Feng in front of him, and finally said these words. Sui Feng didn't know how he should answer. He just looked at Yan Lingwan, who was standing in front of him with a sneer on his face. Sui Feng could also feel that the force of his attack on him was increasing. He also knew that he really couldn't hold on for much longer. When Sui Feng realized this, he couldn't help but take a step back. At that moment, I couldn't even utter a word. Sui Feng just resisted the attack weakly. He didn't know how long it had been, but he felt that he really couldn't resist it anymore. The brain is even more groggy. For a moment, I had no strength left. When Sui Feng felt that he was about to faint, he didn't expect that footsteps suddenly sounded behind him. He could sense that danger was approaching, but Sui Feng didn't have time to turn around to see who was approaching. Someone shouted loudly behind me, "Sui Feng, watch out behind you." When Sui Feng turned around, he noticed Zanpakuto attacking him. The situation was already very critical, and Sui Feng was somewhat powerless to resist Yan Lingwan's attack. What he never expected was that Zanpakuto had now joined the attack. Chapter 151. Powerful Ryotsu. After Madarame Mikaku's Ryotsu disappeared, Yumachika also looked at the glass-colored peacock standing in front of him. He could hardly utter a word. Yumachika just looked at the glazed peacock walking towards him step by step, and he was unable to say a word. It was unknown how much time had passed before the corner of the glass-colored peacock's mouth curled up into a smile. "Didn't you expect it?" The words of the glazed peacock fell into my ears. Yumachika didn't know what to say for a moment. When he finally came to his senses, he finally found his voice and said, "Nothing unexpected." After he said this, Ruhr-colored peacock never expected that even though he had forced the other person into such a desperate situation, Yumachika still looked so calm. He just felt that he was always burning with anger. The glazed peacock kicked Yumachika and said, "Why aren't you talking? Why don't you speak?" The words of the glazed peacock fell into my ears. Yumachika didn't know how to answer for a moment. When he finally realized what was going on, he turned his face away and said, "I don't want to waste my time with you here." After Yumachika said this, his expression became even uglier. Liuli's peacock only felt a surge of anger in his heart. He never expected that Yumachika would be so disrespectful to him. While he was thinking about this, the glazed peacock kicked Yumachika again. Kira, who was standing nearby, saw the entire scene. He never expected that the glazed peacock could be so cruel. Kira, who had finally subdued Feng Si, couldn't bear to watch it anymore. He was about to step forward and kick Liuli's peacock aside, but he didn't notice Shiju standing behind him. Kira almost stretched out her foot to kick the glazed peacock away, but before her foot could be stretched out, it suddenly retracted. Because someone slapped him hard from behind. Kira could feel someone slapping him hard on the back, and he couldn't say a word. Kira could sense danger approaching from behind. He wanted to turn around to see who had suddenly slapped him, but he didn't have time to look back. Advertisement. Suddenly, someone slapped me hard on the back, and the words that were on the tip of my tongue were swallowed back into my stomach. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Kira never expected that someone would slap him from behind. He was a little slow to react for a moment, but when he finally reacted, he immediately turned around and looked at Wabazuki, who was standing behind him. Wabazuki raised his lips to a wicked smile. "Are you surprised? Didn't you expect me to suddenly appear behind you? I wonder how surprised you are? How surprised you are?" Wabazuki's words fell into my ears. Kira was also stunned. He never expected that the damn Wabazuki would rush out at this time. Apart from being unable to react for a moment, Kira's face suddenly became gloomy when he finally realized what was happening. Don't go too far. Kira's words fell into Wabazuki's ears, and the corner of his mouth curled up into a wicked smile. What do you mean by not going too far? After he said this, Wabazuki kicked Kira viciously again. Kira never thought that he would go so far, and even kicked herself again now. He wanted to attack back, but before he could do so, Feng Si, who had been suppressed by him, broke free from his restraints. It even attacked towards him. He noticed that Feng Si was attacking him, and Wabazuki next to him was also attacking him. Kira just had a layer of sweat on his forehead. He couldn't even utter a word, knowing that he couldn't beat two people alone. If it was just Feng Si, Kira felt that he still had a chance of winning. After all, he had subdued Feng Si not long ago. But now with Wabazuki added, Kira couldn't help but hesitate for a moment. He didn't even know how to deal with the two people. On this side, Sui Feng was fighting fiercely with Suzumaki. Yumichika's fighting spirit was rekindled, and he continued to fight with Rurishiki Kojaku. Everyone was fighting hard, and Kira knew that no one could come up to help her. Advertisement after all, it was difficult enough for them to solve their own problems, let alone solve his problems. When he thought of this, Kira couldn't help but take a deep breath. I felt even colder in my heart. He also knew that the only person he could rely on now was himself. As for other people, Kira also knew that he could not rely on anyone else at all. Facing the attack of the Zanpakuto, the Shinigami were in danger. Everyone was very tired, and no one knew how to fight back. Just when everyone is in danger, Kenpachi finally appears. Noticing a powerful Ryotsu coming from that side, everyone couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. By the time everyone realized what was happening, they all looked over there, watching Kenpachi finally appear. For a moment, I couldn't say a word. Yumichika, who had been madly abused by Ruriro Peacock, felt a strong Ryotsu at this time. He was almost moved to tears. I never expected that Kenpachi would finally come. Kenpachi slowly appeared, and such a powerful Ryotsu from him swept towards this side. Such a powerful Ryotsu shocked all the Zanpakuto, and all the Zanpakuto couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. The glazed peacock was also stunned at this moment. Not only was Liu Lishkake stunned, but even Feng Si and Wabazuki were stunned as well. So powerful. Wabazuki listened to Feng Si sighing in his ear, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Powerful. I want to see just how powerful this guy is. After Wabazuki said this, he attacked Kenpachi directly. Feng Si and Liu Lish Peacock, who were standing next to them, were both unable to react for a moment. They wanted to hold Wabazuki back, but it was too late. The attacking Wabazuki was easily broken. Chapter 152, More Powerful Than Imagination. Kenpachi scanned the entire audience and finally his gaze stopped on Lu Jin. Lu Jin saw Kenpachi looking towards him. His eyebrows couldn't help but raise at this moment. What are you looking at me for? What's going on? After Lu Jin finished speaking, Kenpachi simply curled his lips and asked, what's the matter? After Kenpachi said this, a powerful Ryotsu burst out. No one expected Kenpachi to suddenly release Ryotsu. Even though they had made preparations in advance, they still had to wait for the moment when the powerful Ryotsu was released. Everyone was blown away at this moment. Lu Jin's pair of obsidian-like black eyes fell quietly on Kenpachi. There was no emotion in his brows, and his face was nonchalant. Is this the extent of your strength? The moment Kenpachi noticed his powerful Ryotsu exploded, everyone except Lu Jin was blown away. He couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He never expected that except for Lu Jin, everyone else flew into the sky at this moment, but the young man in front of him could be said to be motionless. Kenpachi couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. When he realized what was happening later, Kenpachi took a deep breath and said, you are more powerful than I thought. Kenpachi's words fell into my ears. Lu Jin just raised his eyebrows at him. Of course I am powerful, even more powerful than you can imagine. Kenpachi only praised him this time, but he didn't expect that the young man in front of him almost floated up because of his praise. Kenpachi's expression became increasingly ugly. He was just being modest this time and thought the person on the other side would be equally modest. What I didn't expect was that although I was so humble, the person opposite me was not humble at all. He even followed my words and climbed up directly. He couldn't utter a word at that moment. Advertisement. Later, Kenpachi took a deep breath and said, you are more amazing than I thought, but if you were a little more humble and low-key, I might admire you even more. Sometimes just one word is enough. Lu Jin never expected that after Kenpachi said this in his ear, he said this again, and his words also tried to make him more humble. Lu Jin knew that he was indirectly scolding him for being too high profile. Lu Jin couldn't help but curl up a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. He didn't know how to respond to Kenpachi. It wasn't known how long it took, but Lu Jin finally found his voice again. Why do you care if I'm high profile or low profile? Just mind your own business. While Kenpachi and Lu Jin were talking here, Yumichika, who was seriously injured next to him, suddenly felt that Captain Ryotsu's Yumichika had also regained his spirits. The lapis lazuli peacock here is suppressing Yumichika. He never expected that Yumichika would be pinned down by him and look like he had completely given up. At this time, it will suddenly go berserk. Liulishi Peacock was a little slow to react for a while, but when he finally reacted, he noticed that Yumichika was even more powerful than he had imagined. The moment he broke free from his own vines, he couldn't even utter a word. I don't know how much time had passed, but the glazed peacock's eyes were filled with shock. He just stared at Yumachika in front of him silently, and it could be said that he couldn't say a word. I don't know how long this incident lasted, but the glazed peacock finally took back the words that were on the tip of his tongue. How is it possible? How could you possibly? When Liuli's peacock said this, his tone was full of shock. I never expected Yumachika to be able to break free from the vines. When he thought of this in his heart, the glazed peacock became more and more shocked. I don't know how long it took, but Yumachika sat up from the ground and reached out to step on the dust on his clothes. Gongshin's lips curled up into a smile. Are you surprised? Didn't you expect me to break free from your vines? Advertisement. Yumachika's words fell into his ears. The glazed peacock couldn't even utter a word. He never expected Yumachika to actually break free. Even looking at the scene before him, he still couldn't react. It can be said that he couldn't even utter a word. Yumachika just looked at Ruhr-color peacock with an extremely shocked expression on his face. He didn't say anything from beginning to end. On this side, because Kenpachi suddenly released a powerful Ryotsu, everyone was blown into the sky at this moment. Kurosaki Ichigo, who was blown up to the sky, as well as Kira, Sui Feng and others also joined the battle at this time. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Kira, who was obviously very weak, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. When he finally reacted, Kurosaki Ichigo took a deep breath and said, "Go and rest first. We'll be here. You were just hurt by Wabazuki, you." Before he could finish his words, Kira shook his head at Kurosaki Ichigo. "No, I don't need to rest." After he said this, Kira immediately started fighting with Izukumaru, who was not far away. Ichigo raised his hand and rubbed his eyebrows helplessly. For a moment, he couldn't even say a word. I don't know how long it took, but Kurosaki Ichigo finally found his voice again. "I said it's too dangerous for you to do this." Kurosaki Ichigo's words fell into his ears, and Kira waved his hand nonchalantly. "It's okay, I can handle this on my own." Kira has already said so. Kurosaki Ichigo was now speechless. He could only nod his head and said, "Then you must be careful. I will be watching you from the side." Kira and Izukumaru started fighting. Sui Feng naturally followed suit and fought back immediately. I don't know how much time has passed, but Kurosaki Ichigo is just watching the two people fighting so hard beside him. He knew he shouldn't delay any longer, and Kurosaki Ichigo immediately joined the battle. Everyone fought more fiercely. Chapter 153, The Pregnant Giant Poison. Just as Kenpachi was fighting with Lu Jin as he wished, the golden Pisha Jizzing suddenly rushed in. No one expected him to suddenly burst in, so they were unable to react for a moment. When everyone realized what was happening, they noticed that poisonous gas suddenly filled the entire place. Kurosaki Ichigo, who rushed over at this time, never expected that he would see such a scene when he rushed over in such a hurry. So I was a little slow to react for a while. When he finally realized what was happening, he finally found his voice again. What on earth is? Looking at the poisonous fog in front of him, Kurosaki Ichigo was speechless. He knew that there was danger in such a black fog. If a person stayed in such a black fog for a long time, the poisonous gas might corrode his body. When he thought of this, Kurosaki Ichigo could not remain calm at all for a moment. Senbon Sakura hurriedly caught up at this time. When Senbon Sakura caught up, he also noticed that Kurosaki Ichigo was standing still not far away. He originally thought that he could not catch up with Kurosaki Ichigo, but what he didn't expect was that Senbon Sakura also thought that he would never catch up with Kurosaki Ichigo. But when she arrived, Senbon Sakura was looking at Kurosaki Ichigo, who was standing still in front of her, and her eyes were filled with confusion. Senbon Sakura was puzzled, so he asked directly, "Why are you standing there all of a sudden?" Senbon Sakura's words fell into my ears. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't know what to say for a moment. When he finally reacted, he took a deep breath and said, "There's poisonous fog ahead." When Senbon Sakura looked forward, he indeed found a ball of black air in front of him. Her brows couldn't help but frown at this moment. Senbon Sakura didn't know what to say for a moment. When she finally came to her senses, she finally found her voice. "So you don't know? Do you want to enter this black energy and experience it?" Advertisement. Are you crazy? Kurosaki Ichigo never expected Senbon Sakura to say this in his ear, and he also roared at Senbon Sakura. Senbon Sakura saw Kurosaki Ichigo's angry expression and a faint smile appeared on his face. "Why are you in such a hurry? I haven't even let you in to experience it yet. Why are you so anxious?" When Senbon Sakura said this, he paused for a moment, then continued, "If I kick you in, I don't know how anxious you'll be." Seeing Senbon Sakura's nonchalant look, Kurosaki Ichigo felt a surge of anger in his heart. He couldn't even utter a word at that moment. It was unknown how much time had passed before Kurosaki Ichigo raised his head and glanced at Senbon Sakura. As if he had thought of something, Kurosaki Ichigo said, "Do you really want me to go in and experience it? Instead of letting me go in and experience it, how about you experience it yourself?" Kurosaki Ichigo's words fell into my ears. Senbon Sakura's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. He could probably guess what Kurosaki Ichigo meant by this. Senbon Sakura couldn't help but take a step back. He wanted to say something, but his throat felt like it was filled with cement. At that moment, I couldn't say a word. Kurosaki Ichigo slapped Senbon Sakura directly. Senbon Sakura saw Kurosaki Ichigo stretched out his palm towards him and slapped him. He couldn't help but take a small step back. Senbon Sakura never expected that Kurosaki Ichigo would take the initiative to attack him. Not only was he unable to react for a while, but when he finally realized what was happening, Senbon Sakura immediately attacked Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo was not paying attention for a moment and was accidentally sucked into the black mist. Kurosaki Ichigo was knocked into the poisonous mist. He only felt a black air enveloping him, and Kurosaki Ichigo felt so uncomfortable all over. He never thought that this poisonous fog would be more troublesome and more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. Advertisement Kurosaki Ichigo was trapped in a black fog, and he tried hard to break through it. Suddenly, someone grabbed him from behind. Kurosaki Ichigo could feel someone reaching out to pull at his clothes. He was unable to react for a moment, but when he finally reacted, he couldn't help but turn around and glance at the person behind him. Only then did he realize that the person who pulled his clothes was Rukia. He looked at Rukia, who looked drowsy. Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. "How long have you been in the poisonous fog?" Kurosaki Ichigo glanced at Rukia, who seemed to be drunk, and asked this question. Rukia was drowsy at this time, and her mind felt blank. Of course, she couldn't answer Kurosaki Ichigo's question. She also turned her gaze to Renji next to her. Renji immediately responded, "We have been trapped in this black fog for who knows how long, When Renji said this, she could be said to be completely unable to continue. Renji covered his head and fell directly to the ground. Kurosaki Ichigo hurriedly caught Renji. He never expected that Renji and Rukia would be so deeply poisoned. It seemed that the two had been in this black fog for a long time. His eyelids couldn't help twitching. Kurosaki Ichigo was in no mood to care about all this mess at this time. "I'm not in the mood to care about Senbon Sakura." He just helped Rukia and Renji, who were lying on the ground, up with some difficulty. Kurosaki Ichigo was completely unable to get away for the time being because the two people were poisoned, and it was even more impossible for him to continue to cling to Senbon Sakura. Senbon Sakura saw that after Kurosaki Ichigo was knocked into the black fog by his palm, he could not come out. It was obvious that he was entangled in something. Or perhaps poison gas has invaded the body, but for the moment, Senbon Sakura didn't care which one it was. She just strode towards this side, then pulled Lu Jin and took advantage of the chaos to slip away. Chapter 154. Wrath of Thunder. Lu Jin's departure made Kenpachi, who did not get to fight to his heart's content, extremely furious. But at this moment Lu Jin had already left here with Senbon Sakura, and he couldn't find the man at all. How can a fight be called a fight if it's not enjoyable? Kenpachi turned around and looked at Hajisha Jizo fiercely. "Anything that interrupts my fight will pay the price. No matter who is behind you, as a fanatical warmonger, how can I not be angry when my fight is interrupted?" He showed off his skills and was about to fight when a frightening figure walked out of the fog. "When beating a dog, you have to look at the owner first. Don't you know what the consequences will be if you offend me?" Kuretsuchi Miyuri looked at Kenpachi coldly, her eyes full of disdain. The situation is at a stalemate. At this time, the battle on the other side never stopped. It was almost a complete melee. Lujin Shenchao was not a warrior who would fight to the death, so he did not feel ashamed at all to follow Senbon Sakura. "Let's escape here quickly. This is really scary." He spoke as if he had experienced something terrible, but his expression was so relaxed. It was obvious that although he knew the danger of the battle, he did not panic. "Come on, I don't believe you will leave here now," Senbon Sakura said while looking at the battle scene with a cold expression. The battle was at a stalemate and there was no way to intervene. Compared to the petite Suzumaki, Sui Feng seemed rather large and powerless when facing his enemies. It was obvious that he was at a disadvantage during the battle. Kafeng's desperate attitude during the melee caused Sui Feng to retreat step by step. In a short while, his body was covered with dense B-shaped carvings. Kurosaki Ichigo struggled to get up from the ground. He was poisoned. But fortunately, he is at least still conscious now. Advertisement. He glanced at Rukia and Renji, who were lying unconscious on the ground, and knew that if he continued to leave them in that place, something bad would happen to them. So he used all his strength to bring them to a safe area. After settling them down, they set out to find Lu Jin. On the other hand, Lu Jin Senbon Sakura solved the problem and went to look for Yoruichi after that. After all, they still have a more important person who has not been found. If he falls into danger, everything may develop in an uncontrollable direction, which is something no one wants to see. Captain Yuan Liusai has been missing for too long. If this continues, no one knows what kind of accident he will encounter. Only by rescuing him as soon as possible can people feel at ease. Why don't we look for them separately? Although he had just fought with Kenpachi, Lu Jin did not suffer any injuries. "I know you're strong, but I'm fragile. We can't be separated. I can't find one and lose the other, and keep going in this cycle." Senbon Sakura was very calm. Separating at this time would undoubtedly put him in the hands of the enemy, which was absolutely not to be done. Lu Jin thought about it carefully and realized that this was indeed the case, so he nodded in agreement. They walked towards the direction where they could see clearly. The sky gradually darkened and everything seemed to become more tense. "He has been missing for so long. Could the captain have really met with an accident?" said Kurosaki Ichigo. If their goal was to kill the captain, they wouldn't have taken him abducted. If they had already obtained the information they wanted, they wouldn't have sat there waiting for death. They wouldn't have remained silent. So, what you're thinking is unrealistic. Renji glared at him, then after much hesitation, released a flare into the sky. Although this might expose his location and allow people to find him, it was more important to let Yoruichi see him. The situation is already dangerous anyway. If everyone continues to get separated, then everything we do will be in vain. With such an obvious signal flare, won't others come after us? So we have to find a secluded place to hide first, to prevent others from chopping off your smart head. Advertisement, Renji said as he looked around for a place to hide. Rukia was still unconscious and had to be dragged by the two of them. At this time, Yoruichi had already seen the news, and more importantly, he now knew where Captain Genryusai was trapped. After all, he is the captain, and it is impossible for such a person to have no backup plan, so Captain Yuan Liusai left some relevant information around the place where he was trapped. This will prevent everyone from being completely lost and unable to find a way out. Yoruichi sighed as he looked at the message left by the captain, and then he saw the signal released by Renji flying across the sky. This is even better. If everyone gathers together, there will be no trouble in rescuing the captain. Yoruichi and the people around him began to look for Renji, Kurosaki Ichigo, Rukia and others. The moonlight was bright and the temperature in this place was getting colder and colder, and many people felt a little scared. Fortunately, Kurosaki Ichigo Rukia discovered Yoruichi and his group and arrived at their hiding place before everyone else. After confirming that the person who arrived here was indeed Yoruichi, and not someone pretending to be him, Kurosaki Ichigo and Rukia came out from their hiding place. Finally found you. Yoruichi looked at Kurosaki Ichigo Rukia and frowned. You seem to have had a fierce battle. How was it? What exactly happened? As you can see, we fled in a panic, but fortunately, no one was in danger of their lives. What about you? Have you found the whereabouts of the captain? Kurosaki Ichigo said to Yoruichi. Yoruichi didn't dare to imagine what kind of powerful opponent could make Kurosaki Ichigo and Rukia unable to withstand it. The captain's whereabouts have been found, but rescuing him will probably take some effort. It's good that we have found the specific location. Now everything is urgent. Let's go and rescue the captain. Kurosaki Ichigo grabbed Rukia Sakura's hand and said. Yoruichi looked at them in surprise before following them. I haven't even mentioned which direction the captain is heading in yet. Isn't this the direction you came from? You just lead the way. I really don't understand why they still have the leisure to dawdle here at such a critical moment. Chapter 155. Difficult to understand. Even though he had deceived himself into fleeing in a panic, he could not hide the fact that Kurosaki Ichigo was their leader. Therefore, although Nightingale was dissatisfied, he still followed him and took him to find the place where the captain was trapped. This is an extremely secret cave, where one can even feel gusts of biting cold wind. Therefore, it can be concluded that the situation inside is definitely not as simple as it appears outside. Even Kurosaki Ichigo alone makes Yoruichi feel unreliable. Kenpachi is also nearby. We should call him over if necessary. Kurosaki Ichigo knew that he was so weak now. If he went to rescue the captain, the dangers he encountered might cause him to suffer an accident, so the more protection he had, the better. In order to rescue the captain, even if Kenpachi is used, such a person is not undesirable. He nodded, then released a message bomb to call Kenpachi over. There was still deep resentment hidden between Kenpachi's brows. He didn't have a satisfying fight, which made him feel very uncomfortable. But now facing such an unknown danger, his heart became even more fanatical. Why would you let Lu Jin go? Could he possibly stand up to you? Kurosaki Ichigo's tone made Kenpachi quite dissatisfied. After all, he is a person of status. My pressure had absolutely no effect on him. He was even a figure who could have easily rivaled me, but my struggle with him was interrupted. Just thinking about being interrupted inappropriately while fighting with someone who was equally matched with me made me feel furious. How is it possible? He has only been around for a short time, yet he is already able to compete with you. Kenpachi didn't say it explicitly, and he didn't even know if he could completely kill the man. Someone who looks down on everything like nothing. The focus right now isn't on how to kill Lu Jin or how powerful he is. The most important thing is to rescue the captain. As a loyal follower, Yoruichi could not bear to see his captain in such danger. Rukia and Renji are both seriously injured and poisoned. Since they can't go in with us, let them rest here. There are several people here to take care of them. Kurosaki Ichigo instructed. Advertisement. Are you still going to take these two burdens with you? Stop wasting time and get going. Jashiro and Shunsui would undoubtedly stay here to look after Rukia and Renji. Several people were walking on the rugged mountain road ahead at the cave entrance, and there was a blockage, which made it impossible for them to move forward or backward. If there is no way to go directly in the cave, then why don't we try outside? There must be an entrance here, otherwise the captain would not be trapped here, Kurosaki Ichigo said. There is indeed an entrance outside, but it is extremely difficult to walk there. But there is no other way now. Yoruichi nodded to Kenpachi and Kurosaki Ichigo, then turned around and led the way, taking them to the path outside the cave. At this time, Rukia strongly stated that she could take good care of Renji. Let's go rescue the captain. We're both fine, don't worry. Besides, Chunshui has just been released, and reinforcements will arrive at the signal. That's it, Jashiro and Shunsui will go too, but you have to stay outside so that we can respond in time if anything happens. Jashiro and Shunsui nodded. Several people slowly climbed up the rugged path, and moved forward with difficulty with the help of the faint moonlight and lighting tools. I still find it hard to believe how a man like him could possibly fight you to a draw. Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't understand why Lu Jin could be so powerful. At first I didn't believe it either, but when I fought him, and he remained unfazed by my energy, I knew he was a formidable opponent. Unfortunately, their fight was interrupted before it even started. Thinking of that hateful guy, Kenpachi couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. Don't worry, I won't let him get away with it. He will pay the price sooner or later. Kurosaki Ichigo said this, but Kenpachi disagreed. Although the guy in front of him was also a very talented guy, he had a vague feeling that Lu Jin Jianxian would have a higher achievement than him. Advertisement. It's just that there's no way to say these things directly. Even someone as straightforward as Kenpachi understands the dirty courtesies when interacting with others. It's right here. We need to go down this cave. I haven't seen the road below, which is why I didn't bring you here right away. But what I didn't expect was that the entrance to the cave only looked relatively flat, but in fact it was too small for a person to fit in. Prepare the ropes and take care of the area above, then we'll go down to rescue the captain. Oh, and where are Jashiro and Shunsui? Aren't they coming with us? Kurosaki Ichigo looked outside, but found no sign of Jashiro and Shunsui. Maybe something delayed them, but it shouldn't be anything serious, otherwise they would have called us long ago at such a close distance. Yoruichi's entire mind is now focused on rescuing the captain, so he doesn't really care about other things. What he said made sense, so Kurosaki Ichigo didn't think too much about it. Shunsui and Jashiro really didn't encounter any trouble, they just ran into old acquaintances. To be precise, they cannot be called people, they're just partners who once worked side by side with me. Having materialized into Pisces Ray and Kaden Kyokotsu, their expressions were not very friendly when facing their former partner, or even the guy who could be called their master. Are you ready? I'll go down first to scout the route and see what's going on, and then Master Jien will cover the rear. Kurosaki Ichigo, you are the link between the two of us. If we have any problems, please make the right decision in time. Although he was sure that the captain was still alive, he was not sure what kind of danger was below, and Yoruichi was unwilling to put them in danger. I won't abandon you no matter what. Don't worry. The captain is still conscious, which proves that the situation down there may not be as dangerous as we imagined. Everything will be fine after we rescue the captain. Yoruichi nodded, then turned around and stuck his head into the bottomless cave. As the leashes and reins trembled gently, Kurosaki Ichigo frowned and followed Yoruichi in. But they had no idea what the situation was like inside, and there was no way to get detailed information. Advertisement Chapter 156. A headache. On the other hand, Kenpachi felt a little headache at this moment. The Shinigami's most trusted partner has always been the Zanpakuto in his hand. Only when the two are in harmony with each other can they be successful. Shinigami believes in Zanpakuto, which means believing in themselves. But now, Zanpakuto is the enemy of his master. Standing in Kenpachi's way were Tenkaku and Yanlingwan. As a biological Zanpakuto, Tenkaku's giant dog could only truly feel the pressure when it was an enemy. The oppressive feeling of its massive body is released through Ryotsu, a suffocatingly heavy and indestructible force. Kenpachi is no longer a headache, but a predicament where he must give his all to avoid being in a mess. The most important thing is that there is Yanlingwan. From the old man, Kenpachi learned that Yanlingwan's power had never been fully unlocked, because there was no enemy strong enough for Chojiro Sasaki to unleash his true strength. That's enough. Kenpachi yelled, there should be a limit to joking. Tien Zheng laughed sinisterly, ha ha, Yanlingwan, look at this idiot, he still doesn't understand. What have we been all this time? The voice of the heavenly punishment was devoid of any emotion, like pure mockery. As weapons, how can we possess our own will? We must accompany you Shinigami on missions and slay all enemies. What else do we need? The only care you Shinigami have for us is to sheath your weapons. No one cares whether we are willing to fight or not. Kenpachi frowned. So, you don't want to? The giant dog transformed from the divine punishment held a heavy sword in its hand. I am willing. What I desire most is to fight. Right now, I want to tear you into pieces, piece by piece, like the petals of a sakura flower. How beautiful. The movement of the huge body brought tremors to the ground, and the space under Ryotsu seemed to be confining Kenpachi. With a chopped blow, only gravel flew and dust was scattered. Look, even without you Shinigami, we can still fight. Yanlingwan, who had been silent all the time, spoke up. Kenpachi nimbly dodged the attack of the heavenly punishment and looked at the dark clouds surrounding Yanlingwan, with flashes of lightning in them, which did not seem like a joke at all. Advertisement. If they fought with all their might, the two Zanpakuto Kenpachi would have many solutions. However, as a lifelong companion, Kenpachi, who cherished his sword as his life, knew how much the damage to the Zanpakuto would affect Shinigami. However, facing Zanpakuto's betrayal, how do all the Shinigami feel? No time to think. The attack of the divine punishment was imminent, but Yanlingwan had no intention of stopping. A shameful battle, Kenpachi thought, but it had to be fought. Ichigo, you go first. I will stop them and go to the old man quickly. They are going for the old man, do you understand? Yoruichi said. In front of them were Tamai and Hineka. Kurosaki Ichigo held Zanjetsu. You really don't need help? Help? How? Break them? Yoruichi scoffed. Would a Shinigami break his own sword? Kurosaki Ichigo was silent. Come on, I'll handle this. Then please. Ichigo said. Tobime moved lightly, trying to stop Ichigo, but Yoruichi stepped in front of her. Your opponent is me. Ichigo was very fast, and in just a moment, his figure had disappeared. Hineka did not move, and let Kurosaki Ichigo leave. Yoruichi frowned, feeling that this might not be so simple. Who was behind this? The white and purple kimono wrapped Feime's petite body. With a smile on her innocent face, she looked leisurely at Yoruichi, who stayed behind. Her whole body was wrapped in pink plum petals, flashing with light. Yoruichi muttered to himself, is this going to get serious? I really never thought that this day would come. Croon it, Hineka. Hineka, in her mature form, whispered as the smoke slowly dissipated. You know our abilities very well. If you don't take it seriously, you'll die a miserable death. Yoruichi looked at himself surrounded by smoke and sighed, so, indecision is inevitable after all. However, as long as Ichigo can get to the old man, it will be fine. Now, only that guy's Zanpakuto showed no abnormalities. Perhaps, he is the key to unlocking everything. Advertisement old man, please don't let yourself get into trouble so easily. You've lived this long, don't let yourself get into trouble in the gutter. Chun Shui looked at the amusement park in front of him and felt frustrated. Hey, is it necessary to take this so seriously? Use this ability on me? Chun Shui looked at Fuzu not far away and waved. Fuzu, how about I switch with you, with my own knife? I really don't know what to do. Fuzu was also entangled by Sogyo no Kotori and couldn't get away. I want to switch with you, but do you think these two willful guys will listen now? Forget it, it's just a child's game. I'll play with them for once. After they've had enough fun, everything will be over. Shunsui shook his head, as if accepting his fate, and took a heavy step forward. Well then, Kaden Kyokotsu, here I come. He stepped into the playground, or more accurately, into the Ryotsu of Kaden Kyokotsu. Well, let's start the game now. Whack-a-mole. Kaden Kyokotsu held a hammer in his hand, and Shunsui was wearing a mole's mask and stuffed into a mole hole. The situation is clear at a glance. If you get hit by the Kaden Kyokotsu, the game is over. This joke has gone too far. Chun Shui gritted his teeth, but could only let this willful mischief go on. Even if he's the master of Zanpakuto, he'll die when the game ends. This guy is really merciless, Chun Shui thought bitterly. Fuzu looked at Sogyo no Kotori. Well, now that things have come to this is the only way. As if accepting his fate, Fuzu closed his eyes and said, come on. The two children that Sogyo no Kotori transformed into were wearing blue robes. This fellow also loved to play around. So, he willfully bumped into Fuzu. Fuzu is most aware of the power of his sword. A seemingly gentle blow, what kind of power is contained within it? The most important thing is that you cannot counterattack, because Sogyo no Kotori's ability is to strike back at the enemy's most vulnerable moment with a sword and a shield. The most vulnerable time is the moment you attack. Kurosaki Ichigo no longer cared about many things. His companions were entangled by the materialized Zanpakuto, and the old man was still trapped. If he didn't rush over as soon as possible, who knew what would happen? Zanjetsu was unsheathed, and Kurosaki Ichigo rushed forward, directly clearing away the obstacles in front of him and rushing forward. Until a thin man appeared in front of him, Muramasa. In front of the old man's residence, Muramasa stood there quietly and saw Kurosaki Ichigo. His eyes were shining, as if saying, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Chapter 157. Conspiracy. Yoruichi stepped on the eaves of the roof, but even so, he did not let his guard down at all, with Hineka's smoke still lingering on his sleeves. The next moment, Yoruichi flicked his sleeves to disperse the smoke, but at that moment, a flash of knife light appeared. If Yoruichi had not moved quickly, that knife would have been enough to kill him on the spot. That knife was aimed at the throat, but Yoruichi's body fell into the smoke again. Hateful. Yoruichi couldn't help but feel annoyed. He really didn't want to fight these two Zanpakuto. I just wanted to get away as quickly as possible, run to the old man, and find out what was going on. But it was also obvious that Feimei and Hineka didn't want him to leave like this. As soon as they landed, the flying plum blossoms seemed to have found their target. That pink light is so beautiful, but beauty always carries danger. Yoruichi dodged almost in a panic, and there was a crackling sound where the plum blossoms touched behind him. If they were to sprint at full speed, Feimei's speed would naturally not be able to keep up with Yoruichi. But the key is that Hineka's smoke only allows Yoruichi to see what's in front of him, and it always entangles him, like invisible tentacle, hindering his actions. Hineka's blade is even more strange and invisible, mixed in the smoke, and the sword only appears at the moment of attack. Yoruichi bounced off the plum blossom, and the Ryotsu he released pushed the plum blossom and the smoke a foot away from him. But he could only do so much. Without Zanpakuto's cooperation and with his hands tied, he felt helpless at this moment, waiting to die. When did he get pushed to this point? Yoruichi couldn't help but laugh at himself. However, Yoruichi also discovered something. Feimei and Hineka didn't seem to be using their full strength. On the other side, Kenpachi dispersed all the dark clouds of Yanlingwan, and his body was surrounded by lightning. The waves of numbness from his body were mixed with involuntary tremors. He was really suffering. The next moment, Kenpachi blocked Tianzheng's blade with both hands. Tianzheng's huge body, and the huge blade that was almost as big as Kenpachi's body chopped down straight like that. Fortunately, Kenpachi used his bare hands to catch the blade, otherwise he would have been cut in half by this blow. Advertisement Yan Lingwan couldn't help but sneer, hey, this guy is so skinny, and you can actually catch his blade with your bare hands? Do you think you're worthy of the name Tianzheng? Tianzheng snorted in annoyance and said nothing. But Kenpachi could see clearly that the speed of the knife was as fast as lightning, but when it was about to hit him, the speed of the knife slowed down and most of the power was dissipated. Is the power of divine punishment really just good looking but useless? Impossible. Although Tianzheng is not Kenpachi's Zanpakuto, his abilities and strength do not mean that Kenpachi is ignorant. As if to verify something, Kenpachi's body took the initiative to rush towards Yan Lingwan, and Yan Lingwan summoned dark clouds in desperation. Kenpachi rushed into the dark clouds as if he was seeking death. This time, Tianzheng taunted, "Yan Lingwan, is this how you fight?" Kenpachi emphasized the word, fight. Really? These two guys had no intention of killing him at all, they just wanted to keep him here. But what is the purpose of keeping him here? Kenpachi frowned, as if suddenly remembering something, and looked in the direction of the old man. Ichigo, did you get to the old man? Chunshui and Fuju also realized Zanpakuto's intention. These guys had no intention of killing them at all. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Muramasa. Muramasa, it turns out you're the one behind all this. Muramasa's evil sword. The power of this sword is inherently strange and evil, and it has the terrible ability to affect Zanpakuto. During the battle, it even caused disagreements between Zanpakuto and Shinigami, and even led to a dangerous situation of mutual attacks. Ichigo held the Zangetsu in his hand, a surge of anger rising in his heart. What's your plot? Muramasa was like a weak scholar. Conspiracy. What conspiracy could I have? If Zanpakuto and Shinigami are in tune with each other, what can I do? Muramasa said. Isn't the root of all this you Shinigami yourself? Muramasa looked at Kurosaki Ichigo. When have you ever truly taken the Zanpakuto in your hands seriously? You always acknowledge it as a partner when you want to fight, and despise it as a burden when you don't want to fight anymore. Advertisement. Yes, that's right. Zanpakuto exists only to let you know that you are a Shinigami. Muramasa's voice was vague, sometimes distant and sometimes near. So, the Zanpakuto are dissatisfied. They are beginning to doubt the meaning of their own existence, and even more so, they doubt you as their masters. Zanpakuto placed his trust in the Shinigami without reservation, but what did he get in return? Can you, like us, Zanpakuto, be as resolute in your trust? Enough! Ichigo roared. Is this your plan? To make Zanpakuto rebel, kill his master, and become a demon sword tainted like you? Where is the old man? What did you do to him? Ichigo asked. Muramasa didn't seem to have any intention of fighting. Genryu Sai Shigekuni? I didn't do anything to him. Why would I do anything to him? He's inside now. Do you want to go in? Muramasa stepped aside to let him in. Kurosaki Ichigo frowned. Muramasa as a Zanpakuto was an extremely special existence. Other Zanpakuto are unable to move, let alone materialize, but Muramasa can do it, and can even materialize other Zanpakuto. Having planned so many conspiracies, it is impossible for him to let Ichigo go at this time. Behind all this, Muramasa must be plotting something more important. Muramasa smiled and said, see, even if I gave way, you wouldn't believe me, so, what else is there to say? Come on if you want to fight. I would have come over without you telling me. Kurosaki Ichigo rushed forward. However, Muramasa quickly dodged Ichigo's attack and secretly pushed him. Barrier. Kurosaki Ichigo crashed into the barrier. My purpose? Muramasa thought to himself, what purpose could I have? Kurosaki Ichigo, you possess the powerful Zanpakuto, Zangetsu, which even I cannot affect in the slightest. Therefore, the only one who can break the barrier set by Genryu Sai is you. I did all this just to lure you over here and help me break this damn barrier. Instigate Zanpakuto to rebel, but if Shinigami and Zanpakuto are really close, how can such a method work? Tie up those troublesome guys and only let you, a simple-minded person, in. When you see Yuan Lujai's barrier, you will think that the old man Yuan Luzai is trapped in the barrier, and you will naturally help me finish the next thing. If I could break this barrier, why would I go through so much trouble? Now, Kurosaki Ichigo, go ahead. Use your Zangetsu and break this barrier. Chapter 158. The Real Conspiracy. Muramasa looked at the barrier he had longed for in front of him and suddenly felt relieved. His only thought while living in this world was the hope of resurrection, and now he had finally found a way out, but he was having trouble breaking through the barrier. He knew that there must be a way to resurrect people in this world, but he didn't know what the process was. In the end, he could only try to enter Yuan Lujai's spiritual barrier. You mean he's actually going to revive a Shinigami that's wreaking havoc on the world? Otherwise, the most terrifying thing is that the spiritual tacit understanding between Shanga and Muramasa is very high. If they attack us, it would be extremely difficult to punish such people. At this moment, Muramasa didn't care whether everyone had discovered his conspiracy. He only knew that he was about to achieve his wish and resurrect his master. Enter the knot of Yuan Luzai or the method of resurrection only. After Yuan Liuzai woke up, he looked at everyone with a heavy expression. Indeed, Hibiki is a very powerful Shinigami, but many years ago, for various reasons, he betrayed us and became a rebel. Hibiki's power caused fear among all parties, and in the end everyone paid a very heavy price to seal this invincible Shinigami. After being imprisoned for so many years, I'm afraid he won't be as powerful if he reappears. That's the stupidest idea I've ever heard. As a Shinigami, he's already very powerful, and yet he's been sealed away. His resentment has never been dispelled after all these years, combined with his own Zanpakuto. If such a person appears in the world, I am afraid there will be no way to subdue him. So what should we do now? We can't just sit there and wait for death. After all, Muramasa has already obtained the method to resurrect her master. Then let's strike first, Yoruichi said to everyone. You mean? Advertisement? It's very simple. Since he wants to revive Shanga, he must find the place where Shanga was sealed. Whether it's the soul or the body, he must find the destination before he can be resurrected. It's impossible to revive a person's body and soul out of thin air. Yoruichi's face was solemn. Master Genryusai, do you know where Shangha is currently sealed? He had experienced countless battles, and even before his death, he was a passionate fighter. It's useless to say all this. The key is to know where he is sealed. Yoruichi looked at Genryusai. Genryusai sighed and then said to him. He's not here, but in the real world, in that spiritual place, Karakura town. It turned out to be in this place. Everyone looked at each other, but they didn't understand why Hibiki, who originally belonged to the Shinigami world, would appear in the real world. This matter is too complicated. I'm afraid I don't have the time to solve it for you. It would be better if you find a way to solve our current problem first. Yuan Luze looked at the gods solemnly, then waved his hand. When everyone saw the scene outside, their faces changed color. Since Muramasa wanted to trap the master, and everyone wanted to rescue their master, they would naturally realize that if there was no way to truly trap him, it would be extremely difficult for everyone to solve the master's problem. Therefore, he specially set up many obstacles to prevent everyone from rushing out. After entering Yuan Lujai's barrier, the first thing he did was to obtain his master's thoughts and new methods of resurrection from Yuan Lujai's spiritual world. He then retreated ahead of everyone else, using the flames of Ryujin Jaka that were following him to trap everyone else. Ichigo looked at the flames blazing outside and tore off a piece of cloth and threw it over. Even if there is a protective flame with its own power, it will not be burned to ashes, and it will be extremely difficult to get out. If we continue to besiege him here, we will have no choice but to watch him release the Shangha River and wreak havoc on the world. You know, the consequences will be disastrous. Advertisement Kurosaki Ichigo's face was solemn. No one wanted to be in the current situation, but it was too difficult to solve it. At this moment, the villagers were rushing to the place where Shangha was imprisoned. What he needed to do was to rescue his master as soon as possible. From Yuan Lujai's spiritual world, it is known that if you want to revive Shangha, it is far from as simple as imagined. You need to set up a barrier in other souls. The most important thing is to find the place where Shangha is buried and sealed. All this was too unusual. He knew that he didn't have much time left. Once the medical staff broke free, they would definitely try to stop him the first time. Although he is now a Shinigami, in the final analysis, he is just a Zanpakuto who wants to save his master. Such a long separation has almost driven him crazy, and he can even feel his own strength growing weaker and weaker now, but he can vaguely feel the presence of his master, who can revive Shangha and reunite the two of them. It is the only obsession he has now. Don't rush out blindly. This flame is not like an ordinary flame. Even with your energy protecting you, you won't be able to hold out for long. Genryusai looked at Kurosaki Ichigo, who tried several times to break out of the flames, and gave him an earnest instruction. Time is running out. If we don't rush out, how else can we put out the flames? This is a fire that can't be extinguished by water or soil. That's true, so continuous reinforcement is even more necessary. If there's a way to continuously use strength to build an energy wall, then we should be able to get out. But you know, a person's strength is ultimately limited. After finishing speaking, Yuan Luze closed his eyes, shook his head and sighed. Even I don't have much ability to help you now. It seems that all you can do now is wait quietly for the flame to go out on its own. The flame of Ryujin Jaka, if not blessed by power, will gradually disappear instead of burning continuously, so it is not impossible to wait for it to disappear, but time cannot withstand the wait. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the blazing flames outside and felt for the first time how weak his own power was. What should he do? The outside world is full of unpredictable situations. If he wants to be released by Muramasa, there is no doubt that this Shinigami, who has accumulated so much resentment for so many years, will release all his resentment and go on a killing spree aimlessly, reaping lives. Even Orihime's friends were not immune, and that was something Kurosaki Ichigo could not accept. Chapter 159. The past. With the help of Hitsugaya and Hiranmaru, Ichigo escapes and returns to the real world alone. At this time, Muramasa had already found the place where his master had sealed the place. Orihime Ishida and others got the news and rushed over to join the battle. Rukia also arrived in time. Seeing this, Muramasa's face changed and he began to release hollows to delay time. Then facing the seal, Muramasa began to chant a spell. The sounds coming from Muramasa's mouth seemed to come from the chanting and recitation of ancient times. A mist gradually spread around the people fighting. It was as if a saturation that had been sealed for 1,000 years was slowly being opened, and the seal was finally broken in this ritualistic chant. Muramasa didn't even know how to describe his feelings. After hundreds of years, crossing the torrent of time, and overcoming so many obstacles, he was able to see the master he had been thinking about again. At this moment, the chaotic outside world could not interfere with everything he did, nor could it disturb him. He stared intently at the scene in front of him, eagerly hoping that the master he thought about day and night would appear in front of him. As he expected, it appeared in his sight accompanied by a grand and thick cloud of smoke. Everything that happened is still vivid in my mind, as if it happened just yesterday. At that time, Hibiki was a high-spirited samurai. He married into the Kuchiki family because he was deeply in love with Kuchiki Jinling's daughter. But even if he was married into the family, a man as majestic and handsome as him could not be looked down upon. He held a high status in the Kuchiki family. This is closely related to his ability. After all, Kuchiki Jinling made great contributions together with him in suppressing the Soul Society rebellion. Victory after victory was the result of the perfect combination of Muramasa and Hibiki. Shangyi's reputation grew, and Muramasa felt that he had realized his own value and became more and more high-spirited. It was a supreme honor for him to have such a master, and Shangha also exerted a higher power because he had such a true partner. As the saying goes, a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Advertisement Shangyi's high-spirited look naturally caused dissatisfaction among others. As Shangha's partner, Kuchiki Yinling's daughter repeatedly reminded him not to become arrogant and rebellious because of his success. Shangha loved Kuchiki Yinling's daughter, so he agreed to her verbally. However, in fact, all of this was done by Kuchiki Yinling's father. He asked his daughter to remind him out of concern for the film and television. An old man always has a longer-term vision and does not want to compare with such an arrogant young man. But Shangha was dismissive of Yinling's idea in his heart. He believed that he owned Shunsheng and had great power. He was invincible on the battlefield and should not be timid. Since he possesses powerful energy, if he keeps bowing down to others, he will feel weak. This is what Shangha thought. Although he agreed to Yinling verbally, Shangha was still very arrogant on the battlefield or when interacting with others. He believed that an invincible warrior like him should be respected by others. As for the rumors and verbal attacks against him, he didn't take them seriously at all. After all, he was a mediocre person if he didn't attract envy. But it was obvious that the simple-minded Shangha underestimated this group of jealous people and their crazy jealous minds. Compared to Shangha, who only wanted to win the battle and gain supreme glory as a warrior, there were too many intrigues in the complicated family, and everyone had his own calculations. Shangha possesses extraordinary abilities and ideas, but he does not submit to anyone. This makes him an unconfirmed and uncontrollable force, and makes everyone secretly fear him in their hearts. Shangha possesses great power, is unruly, and has a very bad temper. At this time, everyone is very afraid of him, but this fear is only due to his power. Finally, Kuchiki Yinling, who has been paying attention to her son-in-law, comes forward to persuade him to change his attitude. I know you possess great power, and the village can provide a lot of help to your already powerful strength. Kuchiki Yinling sighed and then said. But you should know that everything is not that simple. What you are facing now is not just a simple samurai or soul-severing blade. You are in an environment and a family. The attitude of the people here towards you is crucial. They are all afraid of my abilities, and besides, none of them can compete with me. So even if they are dissatisfied with me, what impact can it have on me? Advertisement Muramasa was already overwhelmed by victory at this time, so he didn't think what Yinling said was correct at all. The more powerful a person is, the more they should have a heart that respects those who are more powerful. So you shouldn't be rebellious just because you are too powerful. More importantly, you should build good relationships with those around you. Kuchiki Jinling is a successful family head and Shangha also respects his father-in-law very much. However, he does not agree with his father-in-law's words. He admits it verbally, but still goes his own way. Kuchiki Yinling saw all of this and knew that if he continued with this practice, it would only lead to tragedy. However, the man in front of him was obviously no longer the Shangha who obeyed his orders. Shangha continued to do his own thing, still holding Muramasa tightly in his hand. Stubbornly implementing one's own ideas, a strong person does not need the understanding of others. A strong person needs a certain sense of loneliness in order to maintain a state of constant victory. He became increasingly alienated from people and more incomprehensible. He did not care about people's attitude towards him, but his rebelliousness attracted the attention of other factions. If such an uncontrollable character could be used for one's own benefit, that would be great. However, if he were captured by a hostile faction, wouldn't it be a formidable enemy? Such a fearless character with extraordinary abilities was truly terrifying. All forces have extended olive branches to Shangha, but Shangha does not accept it, and he belongs to the Kuchiki family. Although it is led by Kuchiki Jinren, the superstructure is not decided by Kuchiki Jinren alone. Shangyi's arrogant state was like that of an uncontrollable rebel. Finally, when he interrupted the decision-makers' meetings many times and even began to hinder their decisions, the people in the superstructure took action against him. Everything seemed to confirm Kuchiki Yinling's fable, and everyone attacked Shangha. It was as if he was not the teammate they once fought side by side with. It was as if all the great contributions made by Shangha had turned into nothing. He was imprisoned. Chapter 160. Rebellion. This was an unparalleled humiliation for a proud and unruly person like Shangha. He did not think about the inhuman treatment he had suffered. After all, no matter what, Yinling would never let others hurt him. During the time that Shangha was imprisoned, Yinling was still circling around, trying to turn the situation around so that he could see the light of day again, but at this moment Shangha was completely out of control. He fought for the glory of the dead souls, but now he is imprisoned by the same Shinigami. What kind of humiliation is this for him? The trembling in the body he held tightly seemed to speak of the humiliation of Zanpakuto being unable to fight. Muramasa will always remember that night. Shangha was half leaning against the cold wall of the prison cell, the upper half of his face hidden in the light, and he looked depressed and listless. If I am imprisoned for the rest of my life, not only I, but even you, my old friend, will not be able to bear it. Shangyi's big hand stroked Muramasa's blade. Look at how hard we've fought for Soul Society. Even your gorgeous body has been burned with scars. The wounds on my body are countless. Now as a Shinigami, I can't fight as a Shinigami. I may even be deprived of the right to fight and become a prisoner. He spoke slowly. Even an old friend like you, who possesses supreme power, could very well be imprisoned by my side, unable to fight again. How could I tolerate you suffering such an injustice? Shangha was such a rebellious samurai. How could he tolerate himself being in such a predicament? How could he tolerate his Zanpakuto suffering such humiliation and even the possibility of losing his Zanpakuto forever? Muramasa sensed Hibiki's desire to fight. He also responded to the fighting will and desire of his master. Advertisement Shangha asked the guard to come and frame his colleague, saying that he wanted to talk to him about something. In order to prevent Shangha from doing anything extreme, Yinling told the guard that no matter what his request was, as long as it was not too excessive, he could be satisfied. The guards found the colleagues who framed Shangha. When that person saw Shangha, he was no longer timid. Instead, he looked at the imprisoned Shangha with pride and mocked the prisoner with cold words. If I were you, I would never tolerate such an insult, but so what, you can only accept the sanctions now. Why are you doing this to me? I don't remember ever offending you. Because your light is too bright, it makes a Shinigami invisible to others. How can a Shinigami possess such brightness? You are too powerful. This in itself is a mistake. How ridiculous it is that there are such despicable people on the so-called side of justice, and they can openly say such things. Hibiki tilted his head. How can a Shinigami become a god if he doesn't die? The colleague's originally smug face suddenly lost its smile and revealed an expression of fear. When he turned around and wanted to escape, he was killed by Shangha with a single knife. That's true. Just like you said, if a person is very powerful but cannot control their power, they will eventually become a loser. But I must prove to you who are trying to control me that I will never lose control. My power will always belong to me, the village, and I can always kill our enemies without any scruples. Yinling, who was trying to mediate, could never have imagined that just when he thought he had made great progress, Shangha had completely broken free from his restraints and committed countless murders. Just when Yinling was feeling complacent about the great progress she had made, news came that Shangha had started a massacre. Yinling never expected this to happen. When he rushed to the scene and saw Shangha covered in blood, he felt extremely disappointed. Shangha, have you forgotten? Don't you remember what I said to you? Yinling was extremely disappointed. Advertisement, I remember everything you taught me. What I remember most is that the glory of a Shinigami must be obtained through continuous fighting. At this moment, Shangha looked decadent and disappointed. I've been fighting for this, but what have I gained? Those villains stand in front of me, throwing dirty water on me. Any one of them can humiliate me and humiliate me. Isn't this a different kind of insult to me? Shanghi's clothes were stained with blood. I once saved them from the brink of death, but they only knew how to envy the glory I fought so hard for, even going so far as to frame their own savior. Isn't this stupid? Isn't this the result of others' indulgence? After Shangha finished speaking, he looked at Muramasa and said, I can tolerate this group of people humiliating me, but I cannot tolerate them wanting to defile my fighting companions. He raised his head and faced the extremely disappointed Yinling in front of him with a clear conscience. I hope you can understand my feelings. I have always had praise and respect for you, but this group of people are no longer worthy of being my teammates in battle. After saying that, he broke out of the encirclement. At this time, Shangha had fallen into a state of confusion, and no one was his match. Yinling knew that if she let him out, it would only cause a bigger disaster. Having escaped captivity and the Kuchiki family's repeated sieges, Hibiki begins his own revenge. He dealt with all the Shinigami who had spoken rudely to him and had taken advantage of his imprisonment to take advantage of his misfortune. Different from the way he treated the enemies on the battlefield, in his eyes, the enemies were at least worthy of respect. It was a fair battle. The group of colleagues around him who were scheming for petty gains and losses did not deserve to die peacefully. This group of Shinigami suffered all kinds of inhuman torture before their death. Although they paid the price for their evil, this price was too great. Shangha, who was already overwhelmed by anger and hatred, saw a group of refugees wandering the streets, who felt fear, terror and disgust towards him. A strange and perverted sense of revenge came over me. He once fought desperately for these cowardly guys, but when he was in danger, they were unable to give him any help, and even insulted and blamed him. Why do these ants survive? Chapter 161, Family Honor. Muramasa looked at the Kuchiki River ahead, his eyes filled with anxiety. Why do you have to dwell on the past? Why can't you move on from those memories? Now that it's in the past, let it go. When Muramasa said this, Zanpakuto also continued to vibrate. Kuchiki Shangha raised a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Do you think it's useful for you to tell me all this? Or do you think I will listen to you no matter how much you persuade me? Muramasa suddenly fell silent. He also knew that no matter how much he persuaded Kuchiki Shangha to forget those memories and not to indulge in the past, the most important thing now was to live in the present, but Kuchiki Shangha would not listen. Muramasa was still trying his best to dissuade Kuchiki Hibiki, but gradually, Muramasa could no longer respond to his call, and he knew that Kuchiki Hibiki really didn't want to listen. At the same time, Lu Jin heard about the matter between Kuchiki Shangha and Muramasa from his grandfather Yinling. As he listened to his grandfather talking in his ear, Lu Jin's face became darker and darker. I have an obligation to kill Kuchiki Shangha. Lu Jin's eyes flashed with hatred. Only in this way can we maintain the honor of our family. After he said this, Kuchiki Yinling beside him couldn't help but sigh for a moment. Kuchiki Yinling looked at Lu Jin with such a resolute look, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. When she finally realized what was happening, Kuchiki Yinling also tried to find her voice again. Do you really think so? Kuchiki Yinling's words fell into my ears. Lu Jin nodded. I do think so. After he said this, Kuchiki Yinling knew that no matter what she said, Lu Jin had already made up his mind. I have nothing to say on my part. When he was thinking about this, Kuchiki Yinling said again, then you can go to the library and take a look. After he said this, Kuchiki Yinling put his hands behind his back and turned away. Lu Jin looked at Kuchiki Yinling, who turned and left. His eyes also fell on his gray hair. Finally, according to the instructions Kuchiki Yinling had just given him, Lu Jin hurriedly walked towards the library. Advertisement. He came to the library. Lu Jin also tried his best to find records related to the Kuchiki Shangha River. But after searching for a long time, Lu Jin was surprised to find that he had not found any relevant records. His face was full of anger. Before Lu Jin came to the library this time, he could probably guess that he would not be able to find anything, but now when he started searching, he really found nothing. Even if you have prepared yourself mentally in advance. But now when facing the reality, Lu Jin found that he was left with nothing but sadness in his heart. When he was falling into despair, he suddenly heard a series of footsteps behind him. When Lu Jin turned around, he found that Kuchiki Yinling appeared behind him at some point. Have you found any relevant records in the library? Kuchiki Yinling said this in his ears, and Lu Jin couldn't say a word. Later, Lu Jin finally found his voice again. I didn't find any relevant records. After he said this, Kuchiki Yinling was silent for a long time. It was unknown how long it took before Kuchiki Yinling regained his voice. If it's not in the library, then I'm afraid. Before Kuchiki Yinling could finish his words, Lu Jin immediately shook his head and interrupted him. I don't believe it. It must be in the library, and I will definitely find it. When Kuchiki Yinling saw Lu Jin say this, his face was very serious, and Lu Jin was even a little embarrassed because of what he said. But you haven't found any relevant records. How can this matter be made public? When Kuchiki Yinling said this, his eyes were quietly fixed on Lu Jin's face. He could feel that Lu Jin was very angry at this time, but no matter how angry he was, the matter was like this. Kuchiki Yinling couldn't help coughing as he thought about this. So what are you thinking? You didn't find any relevant records? Even if you verbally revealed this matter, do you believe anyone would listen to you? Advertisement. I have to say that what Kuchiki Yinling said is very realistic. Lu Jin didn't even know how much time had passed, and he could almost say nothing. I felt as if cement was poured into my throat. When Lu Jin thought about this, he couldn't help but lower his head and stare at his toes. I think I can understand. When Kuchiki Yinling saw Lu Jin say this, he was in a very low mood and couldn't say a word. Later, Kuchiki Yinling regained her voice and said, now that you understand, how do you plan to resolve this matter? His voice fell word by word in my ears. Lu Jin felt increasingly conflicted and uneasy. He really didn't know how to respond to Kuchiki Yinling, and he had no idea where to start. When Lu Jin thought about this, he was silent for a long time. Kuchiki Yinling saw Lu Jin being so silent in front of her. He raised his hand and touched his gray beard. Kuchiki Yinling also looked at Lu Jin with a serious expression. Lu Jin was staring at him with such a serious expression that he was speechless. Lu Jin really didn't know what he should do, and he really didn't know where to start. Now that we have searched the library, we still haven't found any relevant records. Lu Jin just felt very annoyed. He also knew that since no records had been found, this matter could not be made public. Kuchiki Yinling asked this right next to his ear, and Lu Jin remained silent. Chapter 162. Broken Blade. Lu Jin suddenly left. Although he did not find those records in the library, he did find the place where Kuchiki Shangha was sealed before. This was also a ray of light in the darkness. In order to find the sealed place of Kuchiki Shangha, Lu Jin didn't care at all about being misunderstood by anyone around him this time. After all, people around him had misunderstood him a lot long before. So this time, whether he was misunderstood or not, Lu Jin could be said to not care at all. When Lu Jin came to the sealed place of Kuchiki Shangha, he also noticed a mysterious man in strange clothes not far away. He had been there, as if waiting for Lu Jin. Lu Jin walked towards this side with big strides. The mysterious man suddenly turned around, and as he turned around, Lu Jin immediately bumped into a pair of emerald green pupils, which revealed a heart-shaking chill. He couldn't help but shiver for a moment, but soon, Lu Jin walked towards this side. How long have you been waiting for me here? Lu Jin's lips curled up into a faint smile. He looked at Kuchiki Shangha in front of him and asked this question without thinking. Kuchiki Shangha just listened to Lu Jin's questions in his ear. There was no expression on his face, but a hint of meaning flashed across his pair of emerald green pupils. I've been waiting for you here for a long time. After Kuchiki Yinling said this, he immediately attacked Lu Jin. Lu Jin knew that today, and in this place, the battle between him and Kuchiki Shangha had begun. He looked at Kuchiki Shangha who was attacking him. Lu Jin did not take the initiative to attack, but instead took a defensive posture. He also wanted to see how strong Kuchiki Shangha was. But there was no attack from Kuchiki Hibiki. Lu Jin was also looking at Kuchiki Shangha who had just attacked him, but was suddenly stopped by someone. Lu Jin never expected that there was another person in this place besides two people. His narrow and long phoenix eyes narrowed slightly at this moment. Lu Jin also found that the person was not someone else, but Muramasa, whom he had not seen for a long time. Advertisement. What is the relationship between Muramasa and Kuchiki Hibiki? Lu Jin hadn't been clear about it before, but now he had figured it out. He also knew that the village was Zanpakuto of Kuchiki Shangha, but he hadn't expected him to appear here. What are you doing out here? Kuchiki looked at Muramasa who was blocking his way, and there was a hint of anger in his tone. Why can't I come over? I want to fight alongside you. Muramasa looked at Kuchiki Hibiki with a serious expression, and when he said this, he spoke every word in a very serious manner. Kuchiki's lips curled up in a mocking arc. You said you wanted to fight alongside me? Are you serious? His words were somewhat nonsensical, but Muramasa didn't hesitate at all. He replied without hesitation. I do want to fight alongside you. Muramasa had barely finished speaking. He also noticed that Kuchiki Hibiki suddenly summoned Zanpakuto at this time, and then broke the blade. The atmosphere became quiet for a while. Lu Jin was a little slow to react. He also looked at Kuchiki Shangha, who broke the blade without hesitation. His eyes were almost as big as copper bells. Lu Jin didn't react for a long time. It was unknown how much time had passed, but Lu Jin also noticed that Kuchiki Shangha had broken the blade of Zanpakuto. Then it attacked towards him. Lu Jin never expected that Kuchiki Shangha would fight so hard this time, and even without Zanpakuto, he was so bold to attack him. Lu Jin hurriedly freed Yan Ling. The handsome Kuchiki Hibiki, who was wearing a hairpin, had a sinister look on his face at this moment, and he attacked directly towards this side. Lu Jin couldn't help but shook his head. Advertisement. He suddenly felt that he couldn't quite understand Kuchiki Shangha, and Lu Jin didn't understand what he was going to do. After all, Kuchiki Hibiki now refuses to accept help, and he is completely unwilling to let Muramasa fight alongside him. Without the assistance of Zanpakuto, Kuchiki Hibiki, the Shinigami, is naturally no match for him. Lu Jin looked at Kuchiki Shangha, who was defeated by his Zanpakuto, and couldn't help but shake his head. Why are you doing this? Lu Jin's words fell into my ears. Kuchiki raised his hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His green eyes were filled with hatred at this moment. What did I do? What does it have to do with you? Lu Jin knew that no matter what he said, Kuchiki Shangha would completely ignore him. He sneered. He is just a defeated general. After Lu Jin finished saying this, he immediately wanted to give Kuchiki Shangha one final blow. Lu Jin will never forget that incident. He also knows that if he wants to maintain the honor of his family, he must personally kill Kuchiki Shangha today and take his head. Only in this way can he successfully maintain the honor of his family. When he was thinking about this, Lu Jin's eyes fell on Kuchiki Shangha, who was defeated by his Zanpakuto. He also wanted to give Kuchiki Shangha a final blow. Unexpectedly, before Lu Jin could swing Zanpakuto, Muramasa suddenly rushed over here in a hurry. He even blocked the attack for him. Lu Jin was a little surprised. He never expected that Muramasa next to him would suddenly rush over at this time. It was also for the so-called former master Kuchiki Hibiki, who blocked such an attack. You, how? Lu Jin looked at Muramasa, who was suddenly in despair and went berserk. He couldn't even utter a word now. A tremendous power burst out from Muramasa. Lu Jin was also shaken back a few steps by the tremendous power that erupted from him. Lu Jin covered his chest. He could feel the powerful force that had erupted from Muramasa's rampage just now, which could even hurt him. This matter is becoming more and more difficult. Chapter 163, Heavy Sorrow. Muramasa gave up everything for Kuchiki Hibiki. This was not only something Lu Jin had not expected, even the half-dead Kuchiki Shangha next to him looked at Muramasa, who suddenly went berserk with a look of astonishment. Kuchiki Shangha never thought that he had treated Muramasa like that before, but now Muramasa was doing it for him and helping him to block such an attack. Muramasa has only been able to hold on until now by relying on his spiritual strength. After blocking such an attack just now, Muramasa almost lost his soul. But what no one expected was that even though he knew the consequences would be like this, Muramasa still did it without hesitation. Muramasa, who was unable to communicate with Kuchiki Hibiki's mind, also knew that at this time he could only rely on devouring hollows to maintain his physical body. But the reason why he did this and took such a great risk was all to save Shangha. Lu Jin's eyes fell on Muramasa. It took him a long time to react, and Lu Jin couldn't even utter a word now. The main reason was that he never expected Muramasa to do this. Later, Lu Jin finally found his voice and yelled at Muramasa. You know what, you'll die like this. Lu Jin's words fell into my ears. Muramasa ignored Lu Jin. Instead, he continued to absorb a power that he could not control. Even if it was the uncontrollable power that he had swallowed, Muramasa didn't care what he would become at that time. He just wanted to materialize. Kuchiki Shangha also didn't react for a long time. The main reason was that he never expected that Muramasa would actually go to such a length for himself. Kuchiki Hibiki really didn't know what to say. He covered his heart with his hands, and Kuchiki Shangha's eyes were full of disbelief, and he didn't react for a long time. It was unknown how much time had passed before Kuchiki Shangha finally found his voice again. Go and stop him. Kuchiki Shangha's words fell into my ears. Advertisement. Only then did Lu Jin turn his head to look at Kuchiki Yinling, and a sneer escaped from his throat. You want me to take care of Muramasa now? When Kuchiki Shangha looked at Lu Jin and said this, a complex emotion flashed across his eyes. Kuchiki Shangha didn't know what to say, nor did he know how to answer Lu Jin's question. From beginning to end, Kuchiki Hibiki kept his head down silently. Lu Jin could see that Kuchiki Hibiki had been defeated by his Zanpakuto before, so he could also tell that he would not live long. So now looking at Kuchiki Hibiki's miserable appearance, coupled with Muramasa's complete outburst, all of this is actually all because of Kuchiki Hibiki. When Lu Jin thought about this, he raised his eyebrows. You are already a dying man. Do you think you can still care about so many things? Or do you think you can still control Muramasa? If you regret it now, why did you break the blade before? Lu Jin's words fell in my ears. Kuchiki Shangha could not hold on any longer. He felt as if the string in his head had broken at this moment. Kuchiki Shangha even spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Jin also watched Kuchiki Shangha slowly fall down. Muramasa was so obsessed with Kuchiki Hibiki that he encountered such a cruel situation. Lu Jin just stood there quietly looking at Muramasa, and he couldn't say a word for a long time. Even Kuchiki Hibiki, who was standing next to him, was a little slow to react at this moment, and both of them stared at Muramasa blankly. I couldn't utter a word for a long time. After the rampage, Muramasa looked completely hollow. As for what hollow actually means, it naturally means that one can elevate one's Ryotsu and spiritual power to a new level. Lu Jin was also stunned. He never expected that at this most critical moment, Muramasa really did not let him down and successfully went berserk and completely hollowed out. Inoue Orihime also suddenly came over at this time. Advertisement. Lu Jin didn't expect Inoue Orihime to come over at this time. He couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Why are you here? Inoue Orihime didn't speak. Her eyes fell quietly on Muramasa. Inoue Orihime asked, what did you sense from him? Inoue Orihime's words fell into his ears, and Lu Jin was a little slow to react for a moment. He didn't even understand what he meant by this sentence. When Lu Jin finally realized what was happening, he found his voice again. I don't know. When he said this, Lu Jin couldn't help but lower his head for a moment and couldn't say a word for a long time. Inoue Orihime was just standing next to Lu Jin, watching him quietly. Especially when she heard Lu Jin say that he didn't know, she couldn't help but shook her head for a moment. You really don't see anything in him? Lu Jin really didn't see anything from Muramasa, so when he heard Inoue Orihime ask this in his ear, Lu Jin was left with nothing but confusion. Thinking about this, Lu Jin lowered his head. So what is the reason for you coming here this time? Inoue Orihime just glanced at Kuchiki Hibiki silently, then turned his head and looked towards Muramasa. She also said, I heard the noise over here, so I came over to take a look this time. After Inoue Orihime finished saying this, she also looked at Muramasa, who was completely hollow in front of her. I couldn't utter a word for a long time. Later, Inoue Orihime finally found his voice again. You can't feel anything from him, but I can sense some strange emotions from him. Lu Jin turned his head in surprise and glanced at Inoue Orihime. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Inoue Orihime's mouth. Although she was smiling, there was no smile in her eyes. When Lu Jin noticed this scene, he couldn't help but lower his head for a moment. It was unknown how much time had passed before Inoue Orihime continued speaking word by word. I can sense the heavy sadness from Muramasa. Chapter 164. Shinigami's Aid. On this side, the runaway Muramasa formed a huge sphere, and Kurosaki Ichigo was unfortunately trapped in it. A black cavity opened up in the sky above the sphere. Lu Jin couldn't help but look up at the sky. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Lu Jin never expected that the black cavity would crack at this time. He was a little slow to react for a while, and when he finally reacted, he saw Manos Grande continuously pouring out of the black cavity. Lu Jin also looked at the sea of people that day. I never thought that at this most critical moment, everyone would have arrived. He just stared at the sky with a dazed expression. Looking at the black crowd approaching, Lu Jin finally discovered that the people coming to support them were actually the Shinigami of Soul Society. Notice that they also hold Zanpakuto in their hands. Lu Jin knew that Zanpakuto had regained his sanity at this time. But what they never expected was that when they were in the greatest danger and at the most critical moment, those Shinigami would actually come to support them. For a moment, I couldn't help but be stunned. The Shinigami who heard the news from Soul Society also rushed over in a hurry, and at this time they brought their Zanpakuto who had regained his sanity to come to support. Lu Jin looked at the Shinigami who ignored him completely. Instead, they helped resist the runaway Muramasa without saying a word, and no one even looked at him from beginning to end. Lu Jin was really stunned. It was hard for him to imagine that this group of people would come to help him. After all, it was good enough that these people didn't make sarcastic remarks or cause trouble. But now, the group of people I thought they would come to support me at this time. Lu Jin really didn't know what to say. He felt as if cement was poured into his throat and couldn't utter a word. Shinigami from Soul Society came to support. Advertisement. While they continued to fight against the rampaging Muramasa, some of them even turned around to look at Lu Jin on the ground. Everyone noticed that Lu Jin looked so dazed, and a hint of sarcasm appeared on the corners of their mouths. We still have to rely on you at critical moments. If we hadn't come this time, Lu Jin and his people would have surely lost the village. Abarai Renji listened to these people talking to each other, and they kept saying all kinds of sarcastic remarks, as if Lu Jin had asked them to come and help this time. Abarai Renji just felt a little annoyed inside. Of course he believed in Lu Jin. Abarai Renji also felt that Lu Jin must have betrayed the Soul Society this time because of something and was forced to do so. But what he didn't expect was that he was the only one who believed in Lu Jin, and the others could be said to have completely disbelieved in Lu Jin. When he thought of this, Abarai Renji's thick black eyebrows couldn't help but twist at this moment. What nonsense are you talking about here? Abarai Renji's words reached the ears of the group of Shinigami. The Shinigami were originally talking about it, but when they heard Abarai Renji scolding them in their ears, they finally realized what was happening. Shinigami is also like this. You look at me and I look at you. Everyone was speechless for a moment. However, they were still a little angry towards Lu Jin and Senbon Sakura in their hearts. After all, no one had ever thought that Lu Jin and Senbon Sakura would actually betray Soul Society one day. They were also very dissatisfied with the two people. However, what they did not expect was that they were so dissatisfied with Lu Jin and Senbon Sakura, but Abarai Renji on the side could be said to have always believed in Lu Jin from beginning to end. The group of Shinigami didn't know what to say for a moment. After all, they have their own brains, and it is impossible for them to make Renji change his mind about Lu Jin. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. When Renji said this, the group of Shinigami couldn't help but sigh. Advertisement, he just felt that he was getting angrier and angrier. When Renji thought about this, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Don't you believe the captain? Renji's words reached the ears of the Shinigami. The group of Shinigami suddenly fell silent. They really did not trust Lu Jin at all, and they particularly hated Lu Jin and Senbon Sakura. After all, the things they had done before had already spread throughout Soul Society. So now, these Shinigami are actually somewhat reluctant to come to support Lu Jin this time. But they also knew that if they did not come to support this time, then when the Muramasa was in complete chaos, they would have to make this trip even if they did not come to support. Otherwise, it would threaten their lives, so they might as well take advantage of this opportunity and come over directly. After all, they were somewhat reluctant, but what they didn't expect was that although everyone thought so in their hearts, Renji next to them didn't think so, and he also spoke up to dissuade them, and also spoke up for Lu Jin. Of course, the group of Shinigami were quite angry for a while. The main reason was that I never expected Renji to speak up for Lu Jin this time. They didn't know what to say for a moment. The group of Shinigami also wanted to speak up and scold Renji, but they couldn't help but swallow the words that came to their lips. Those Shinigami knew in their hearts that even if they confronted Renji now, it would not do them any good. After all, if he spoke up to Renji, he would just vent out all the complaints hidden in his heart. But the current trouble still cannot be solved. The Muramasa who had already rioted could not be dealt with. When everyone was thinking this in their hearts, they looked at each other for a while and couldn't say a word for a long time. Renji saw that after he said this, the group of people did not say anything to him, but instead looked like they had nothing to say. Renji didn't know what to say, and he silently transferred his anger to Muramasa. The group of Shinigami finally realized that the most important thing at the moment was not whether to believe it or not, nor whether to doubt it or not, but to resist Muramasa. Chapter 165. Into a bitter battle as everyone worked together to eliminate Manos Grande, the black cavity was expanding due to the influence of the sphere Ryotsu. Manos Grande continues to emerge. The trapped Kurosaki Ichigo came to Muramasa's habitat as a large number of hollows continued to emerge. He looked around for a while. Kurosaki Ichigo was also a little confused at this time. He didn't know where this place was, but when he realized it later, Kurosaki Ichigo finally understood. It turns out that this is the spirit world of the deceased Kuchiki Hibiki. What Kurosaki Ichigo never expected was that this time he would be transported to the spirit world of the dead Kuchiki Hibiki. In this spiritual world that was about to collapse, Kurosaki Ichigo felt that his heart was about to jump out of his chest. Even if he moved his toes slightly, Kurosaki Ichigo could guess why he was sent here. When he thought of this, Kurosaki Ichigo could not remain calm at all for a moment. He took a deep breath. Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly raised his head at this time, and then noticed Muramasa slowly falling from the sky. Noticing Muramasa slowly falling to the ground, Kurosaki Ichigo sneered. Have you really come this far? Kurosaki Ichigo's words fell into my ears. Muramasa's face was expressionless. He just looked at Kurosaki Ichigo quietly. Later, Muramasa finally found his voice and said, I have indeed sat down to this point. Why does it have to go this far? Kurosaki Ichigo felt that he couldn't figure it out at all, and he also felt that he didn't understand it at all. When Kurosaki Ichigo thought about this, he became increasingly restless. Muramasa just raised his head and looked at Kurosaki Ichigo quietly. He could notice that Kurosaki Ichigo was a little unstable. Advertisement Muramasa's face was expressionless. He spoke calmly, I sent you to this spiritual world after much deliberation. I have decided to fight you to the end here. His words fell into my ears. Are you really going to fight me here to the end? Kurosaki Ichigo raised his eyes and stared at Muramasa closely. What Muramasa didn't expect was that Kurosaki Ichigo had asked such a question before and now asked such a question again. There was no expression on his face, and later on, Muramasa finally found his voice again. I do intend to fight you here to the end. After Muramasa finished speaking, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but shook his head. I don't want to fight you to the end. After he said this, Kurosaki Ichigo also wanted to leave this spiritual world that was about to collapse. But just as he was about to turn around and leave, Muramasa suddenly reached out and grabbed Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo could feel Muramasa's hands touching his wrists. They were icy cold, without a trace of warmth at all. His body suddenly stiffened. Later, Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Muramasa coldly and said, let go. After Kurosaki Ichigo said this, he originally thought that Muramasa, who was holding his wrist, would recognize the situation and let go of his hand. But what he didn't expect was that no matter what he said, Muramasa would completely ignore him. When he thought of this, a hint of evil flashed in Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes. Don't refuse a toast and drink a forfeit. Muramasa sneered. What do you mean by refusing to accept my toast? Then I'd like to see what surprises you can give me. After Muramasa said this, he directly attacked Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo was startled by his sudden attack. When he finally reacted, Kurosaki Ichigo kept backing away. He didn't want to have a real duel with Muramasa. After all, his spiritual world was about to collapse. If the two people do not leave this place as soon as possible before their spiritual world collapses, then neither Kurosaki Ichigo nor Muramasa will gain any benefits. When Kurosaki Ichigo thought about this, his eyes became even colder. Advertisement. He originally thought that he understood this truth, but he didn't expect that all this was just his own wishful thinking. Muramasa didn't understand this at all. Or maybe he knew, but now that Muramasa had completely collapsed, he didn't care whether his spiritual world would collapse or not. Maybe he even hopes that this spiritual world will collapse. When Kurosaki Ichigo thought about this, he suddenly felt that Muramasa was even more powerful than he had imagined. For a moment, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. How can you be so powerful, even more powerful than I imagined? What's the deal with your strength? Kurosaki Ichigo just stared at Muramasa in front of him, and he couldn't say a word now. I never expected that Muramasa's abilities were even more outstanding than I imagined, even now. When he was thinking about these things, Kurosaki Ichigo directly asked about the doubts in his heart. A sneer appeared on Muramasa's lips. If not, guess what? Guess why I'm better than you. If you guess, I'll tell you. How about that? Muramasa's words fell into his ears. Kurosaki Ichigo's expression became increasingly serious. Even if he didn't need to guess, he didn't completely need Muramasa to tell him. Kurosaki Ichigo knew that Muramasa's strength had greatly increased not only because he was completely hollow, but the more important reason was because Muramasa didn't know what was going on recently and inexplicably possessed the ability of Kuchiki Hibiki. So now Muramasa has Kuchiki Hibiki's ability to disrupt the five senses. No wonder he thinks he is so powerful. When Kurosaki Ichigo thought about this, he became more and more restless. After reacting, Kurosaki Ichigo took a deep breath and said, "You are indeed very powerful, but don't worry, no matter how powerful you are, I have the ability to defeat you." Muramasa sneered. "Then I'd like to see how strong you are." Not only can he bind, but he also has Hibiki's ability to disrupt the five senses, which puts Kurosaki Ichigo in a diffic. Chapter 166. Uninvited Guests. Kurosaki Ichigo knew that he was no match for Muramasa. But you have to know that Kurosaki Ichigo has never thought of himself as a person who likes to pretend. So what Kurosaki Ichigo said just now was certainly not an exaggeration, nor was he deliberately bragging. Kurosaki Ichigo felt that he did have that ability. When he thought of this, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but take a deep breath. Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly raised the Zanjetsu. The moment he swung the Zanjetsu towards Muramasa, he gathered all the Ryotsu in his body on the Zanjetsu, and then released a powerful high-density Ryotsu towards Muramasa. Crescent Moon Sky Strike. Before Muramasa could react, he noticed a white light in front of him. He could also feel the overwhelming and high-density Ryotsu sweeping towards him. Muramasa wanted to turn away, but I don't know what's going on. Muramasa found that when he wanted to dodge, his feet seemed to be caught by something. He couldn't even turn around to avoid it. Muramasa felt a chill in his heart. Later on, a powerful force swept towards him, and Muramasa felt as if he was completely chilled. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Muramasa with his eyes wide open, and his eyes were full of unwillingness. By the last moment, Muramasa finally understood what true mutual understanding was. So this is it. Whether it is Shinigami or Zanpakuto, the two are indispensable. Shinigami and Zanpakuto are also partners, and it can be said that one cannot be without the other. But I only realized it now. Muramasa also realized that everything was over. Advertisement Kuchiki Shonga has disappeared now, and Muramasa knows that he will disappear with him. He thinks that he can finally find his master, and a smile appears on the corner of Muramasa's mouth. Kurosaki Ichigo just watched Muramasa, who was standing in front of him just a moment ago, disappearing bit by bit. After Muramasa disappeared, it started raining heavily. Kurosaki Ichigo let the rain wash over him. He raised his eyelids, which were almost unable to be lifted up due to the beating of the rain. Kurosaki Ichigo also hurriedly left this spiritual world that was about to collapse. When Kurosaki Ichigo came out of the spirit world, he noticed that the group of Shinigami were all looking at him. It was obvious that they were silently waiting for good news from him. A smile appeared on Kurosaki Ichigo's lips. He didn't know what to say for a moment. When he finally realized what was happening, Kurosaki Ichigo finally found his voice. Muramasa has successfully disappeared. As he finished speaking, Kurosaki Ichigo discovered that the Zanpakuto of the Shinigami standing in front of him suddenly emitted a weak light at this moment. When he noticed this, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but smile slightly. The Zanpakuto each returned to their master. Lu Jin was also looking at Renji, who was standing in front of him. Lu Jin saw that Renji looked like he was about to cry. He couldn't help but glance at Renji with disdain for a moment. But soon, Lu Jin also thought of the group of Shinigami who had complained about him before, but you have to know that at that time, only Renji was willing to stand up and defend him. When he thought about this, Lu Jin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Thank you for always believing in me." Lu Jin's words fell in my ears. Renji also looked up at Lu Jin, and he felt his eyes slightly moist. Renji didn't know what to say. He just felt a little choked up, but then he thought about how he was a grown man crying in front of so many people. Renji felt too embarrassed. He immediately held back the tears that were about to burst out. "I'm treating everyone tonight. Come to my house and I'll prepare a feast for everyone." When Lu Jin noticed that Renji looked like he was about to cry, but he forced himself to hold it back, he patted Renji's shoulder, feeling a little amused. Advertisement. When Renji heard Lu Jin offer to treat them to a meal, his eyes widened for a moment. Captain, are you really going to treat us to a meal? Renji's words fell into my ears. Lu Jin couldn't help but nod for a moment. If I don't treat you to a meal, then what do you think I should treat you to? Lu Jin could feel that the team members were extremely tired after such a battle. He also knew that Renji and the others had worked hard. So this time he planned to reward Renji well. When Lu Jin thought about this, he led a group of people to his home. The atmosphere was lively for a while. There was a smile on everyone's lips. They had never expected it to be so lively, and they had never expected the captain to actually invite them to a banquet. They were so happy in their hearts. Lu Jin ordered some food. Renji couldn't help but joked, Captain is really generous this time. He ordered so many meals. It seems like he really wants to treat us well this time. Lu Jin listened to Renji's jokes in his ear, and for a moment he could be said to be more and more amused and helpless. Later on, Lu Jin finally found his voice again. So I wasn't generous before? Lu Jin's words fell into my ears. Renji then realized that he had said the wrong thing. He couldn't help but reach out and slap his mouth a few times. The captain was very generous before, it was me who was not good at speaking. When Lu Jin saw Renji say this, he also touched the tip of his nose embarrassedly. The atmosphere was friendly and everyone had a smile on their lips. There was a smile in his eyes. Lu Jin originally thought that the atmosphere would remain harmonious, but what surprised him was that the door of the house was suddenly pushed open from the outside. When Lu Jin looked outside, he found two uninvited guests breaking in. Chapter 167. Materialization again. Rukia, who happened to be passing by, hurried over and only then realized that she was not wearing Zanpakuto. She looked down at her empty waist. Rukia also touched her chin thoughtfully for a while. When she was thinking about how to solve this matter, she didn't expect Soda no Shirayuki and Senbon Sakura to suddenly appear. Looking at the Soda no Shirayuki and Senbon Sakura who suddenly appeared, Rukia couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. After the two of them successfully resolved the crisis, Senbon Sakura finally turned his gaze to Rukia and breathed a sigh of relief. It's a good thing we too arrived in time. Where are you going? Soda no Shirayuki looked at Rukia, who looked anxious, and asked this question. Rukia never expected that everything in Soul Society had returned to normal, but now, for some reason, Soda no Shirayuki and Senbon Sakura appeared in front of her. She was a little confused for a moment, and when she finally came to her senses, Rukia had found her voice again. Why did you suddenly materialize again? After she said this, there was no more sound. Soda no Shirayuki and Senbon Sakura were silent for a long time. Soda no Shirayuki also didn't know what was going on. Rukia knew that no matter how much she asked, she probably wouldn't be able to get anything out of them. But now that Zanpakuto has materialized again, this news can no longer be buried. When she thought about this, Rukia couldn't keep calm for a moment. Rukia made a special trip to Kuretsuchi Mayuri. She told Kuretsuchi Mayuri what she had seen. When Kuretsuchi Mayuri heard that Zanpakuto had materialized again, he was not as surprised as he had imagined. Kuretsuchi Mayuri, on the other hand, had a calm expression. Rukia looked at Kuretsuchi Mayuri, who looked calm, but she felt that she couldn't calm down at all. She had never expected that when she told Kuretsuchi Mayuri the news, he would be so calm. Rukia took a deep breath and asked. Advertisement, why did these Zanpakuto suddenly materialize? What exactly is going on? Rukia's voice echoed in her ears, and Kuretsuchi Mayuri continued. As for why these Zanpakuto suddenly materialize, I already knew it long ago. I didn't have the chance to tell you, and yet you discovered it and came to me specifically. After Kuretsuchi Mayuri finished saying this, his eyes fell on Rukia's puzzled face. He just continued. The sword beasts that attacked the Kuchiki family mansion were formed from Zanpakuto that lost their masters and went out of control. When Kuretsuchi Mayuri spoke the latter part, his face suddenly became serious. Rukia, who was standing next to them, felt that she couldn't understand anything. She didn't know what to say. When she finally came to her senses, Rukia found her voice again. I don't quite understand what you mean by that. What do you mean by losing control? When she said this, her brows were furrowed so tightly that they looked like they could have pinched a fly to death. Rukia said that she really didn't understand, and she had no idea what Kuretsuchi Mayuri meant, so she asked directly. Kuretsuchi Mayuri smiled faintly. You really don't understand? Rukia just reached out and scratched her head. She felt like she could understand, but also like she couldn't. When she thought about this, Rukia could only sigh heavily. Kuretsuchi Mayuri could probably understand why Rukia didn't understand. As he thought about this, he couldn't help but add, those sword beasts were formed by the Zanpakuto who lost their masters, and now the Zanpakuto have materialized again because of this. Kuretsuchi Mayuri has already said this. Rukia finally nodded. Then I think I understand. When Kuretsuchi Mayuri saw Rukia saying that she probably understood, the expression on his face became more serious. In fact, when Rukia came to see me this time, she even talked to me about this topic on purpose. Kuretsuchi Mayuri said she was really scared. He had learned about this news a long time ago, and at that time he might have thought it was no big deal, but now he can no longer remain calm. Advertisement. When Kuretsuchi Mayuri thought about this, he turned his gaze back to Rukia. Who did you meet along the way? Rukia didn't expect him to ask her this question, and for a moment she was a little confused. When she finally came to her senses, Rukia finally found her voice. I met Soda no Shirayuki and Senbon Sakura on the road. Soda no Shirayuki was even materialized. She paused when she said this. I'm afraid that now, not only Soda no Shirayuki is the only Zanpakuto in Soul Society that has materialized, but also the other Zanpakuto. After Rukia said this, she couldn't help but raise her hand and rub her eyebrows. This matter was more difficult and troublesome than they had imagined. I never thought that Soul Society could return to normal, but now Soul Society has not returned to normal, but instead has caused such a wave. Kuretsuchi Mayuri also raised her hand and touched her chin. His face was also serious. I'm afraid no one expected this news. After Kuretsuchi Mayuri finished speaking, Rukia couldn't help but quickly ask, so how do we solve this problem now? Rukia's words fell into his ears. Kuretsuchi Mayuri continued, I'm afraid this matter is difficult to resolve. The reason why Rukia came to find Kuretsuchi Mayuri this time was that she placed all her hopes on her, but she didn't expect that Kuretsuchi Mayuri now told her that this matter was difficult to solve. She raised her hand and rubbed her eyebrows. Later, Rukia found her voice again. This matter is difficult to resolve. Then, when she got to the end, Rukia felt that she couldn't continue. Kuretsuchi Mayuri saw Rukia's conflicted expression and didn't know what to say for a moment. I'm afraid neither of them thought that this matter would be so tricky, nor did they expect that it would be so troublesome for both of them. I'm afraid that Soul Society, which had finally regained its peace, is now in turmoil again because of this incident. Chapter 168, the whole story. Although Muramasa was successfully defeated, the Zanpakuto, which was the embodiment of his power, will go berserk and form a sword beast after losing its master. Some sword beasts even accidentally entered the human world. Kurosaki Ichigo felt the strange Ryotsu. Of course, he didn't know about the sword beasts. Kurosaki Ichigo originally thought that there was some trouble in the real world. This time he originally wanted to investigate what was going on, but he didn't expect that halfway through his journey, he would suddenly run into Hitsugaya. What a coincidence, Kurosaki Ichigo. Hitsugaya waved to Kurosaki Ichigo, and Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Hitsugaya walking towards him. His thick black eyebrows couldn't help but frown at this moment. Kurosaki Ichigo wanted to investigate what was going on now, but he never expected that he hadn't had time to investigate yet. Hitsugaya suddenly came towards him. He didn't know what to say for a moment. When he finally came to his senses, Kurosaki Ichigo found his voice again. What's the matter? After Kurosaki Ichigo finished speaking, he couldn't help but add, I have a mission this time, I plan to investigate. Before he could finish his sentence, Hitsugaya gave him an expression that said, I understand, I understand. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't expect Hitsugaya to have such an expression. Besides being stunned for a moment, he also reacted belatedly. Kurosaki Ichigo finally found his voice and said, why do you look like this? I know what you're investigating. Hitsugaya said mysteriously, do you sense that there are strange Ryotsu in this world? Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but take a step back. He never expected that Hitsugaya actually knew about it, and even asked him if he felt any strange Ryotsu. When Kurosaki Ichigo thought about this in his heart, he couldn't help but nodded for a moment. Do you know where this strange Ryotsu comes from? Kurosaki Ichigo continued to ask. When he asked this question, his brows couldn't help but frown again. Come with me and I'll tell you. Advertisement. There was a faint curve at the corner of Hitsugaya's mouth. Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but hesitate for a moment. He didn't know whether he should go with him. When Kurosaki Ichigo thought about this, he didn't know whether to go forward or not. Hitsugaya noticed that Kurosaki Ichigo was hesitant, and he certainly knew what Kurosaki Ichigo was worried about in his heart. He couldn't help but urge Kurosaki Ichigo. He finally took a deep breath and said, okay, I'll go with you. After Kurosaki Ichigo said this, Hitsugaya immediately took Kurosaki Ichigo into the Urahara store. Hitsugaya took some snacks and pushed them to Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo saw that Hitsugaya actually had the leisure to push some snacks towards him. He couldn't help but twitch his eyes for a moment. Later, Kurosaki Ichigo found his voice and said, let's not do this. After he finished speaking, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but add, don't eat yet, hurry up and tell me what you know. Kurosaki Ichigo felt that he was really anxious. If Hitsugaya hadn't told him that he knew, Kurosaki Ichigo would have planned to investigate this time, so he followed Hitsugaya here specifically. But I didn't expect that when I came over, Hitsugaya was not in a hurry and even had the leisure to eat snacks. When Kurosaki Ichigo thought about this, he couldn't help but raise his hand to wipe the non-existent sweat from his forehead. I couldn't utter a word at that moment. Seeing Kurosaki Ichigo's hesitant look, Hitsugaya smiled and said, don't worry, I'll tell you what's going on right away. After he finished speaking, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but add, actually, the matter is this. I wonder if you have heard of the sword beast? Hitsugaya's words echoed in my ears. Advertisement. Kurosaki Ichigo was a little confused for a moment, and he didn't quite understand what he meant by the sword beast. But when he reacted later, Kurosaki Ichigo immediately thought that even though Muramasa was defeated and disappeared, there were still those. Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes grew increasingly serious. I know what's going on. So what you're saying is, those strange Ryotsu in the real world today? So all of this originates from the sword beast? He had never thought about it in this regard before, but now when he thought about it, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't keep calm for a moment. He even asked this question. The expressions of the people present became gradually solemn. Hitsugaya listened to Kurosaki Ichigo's question and nodded quickly. You are right, your guess is indeed correct. Kurosaki Ichigo felt that this matter was not simple. When he was thinking about this, Kurosaki Ichigo also remembered that Zanpakuto had recently materialized again, so he asked this question directly. Hitsugaya naturally also heard the news of Zanpakuto's materialization, so when he heard Kurosaki Ichigo ask this in his ear, Hitsugaya told Kurosaki Ichigo everything he knew. Kurosaki Ichigo just listened to Hitsugaya talking in his ear. He didn't know how long it had been before Kurosaki Ichigo finally found his voice again. Then I think I can understand. Kurosaki Ichigo originally thought that this time he and Hitsugaya would enter the Urahara store together, especially when he noticed that Hitsugaya looked unhurried. He originally thought that he would not get any news. What he didn't expect was that he actually received this news. When he thought about this, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but take a deep breath. I don't know how long it took, but Kurosaki Ichigo finally found his voice. It seems that this matter is more difficult than we imagined. We don't even know how much more difficult it is. Hitsugaya also nodded hurriedly. However, although he learned such bad news this time, at least he and Hitsugaya came to Urahara store, and Kurosaki Ichigo didn't have to make such a trip. It was here that I learned the whole story. Chapter 169. Missed Opportunity. Hinata, Rangaku and Orihime have been trying hard to find the sword beast that escaped earlier. Although they found the sword beast that had escaped earlier, he had already completely merged with the hollow and became very difficult to deal with. Matsumoto Rangaku looked at the rampaging sword beast in front of her, and she also turned her head to glance at Hinata beside her. Be careful later, the sword beast is on a rampage, no one knows what he will do next. Before Matsumoto Rangaku could finish his words, the sword beast suddenly attacked them. Fortunately, they dodged in time, otherwise they would have been badly injured by the sword beast's sweep. Inoue Orihime, who was standing next to them, pulled Matsumoto Rangaku aside and just stared at the sword beast quietly. Inoue Orihime also found that she couldn't figure it out. Could it be that the sword beast is looking for his master? When Inoue Orihime heard these words, Matsumoto Rangaku didn't know how to respond for a moment. To be more precise, the sword beasts are indeed looking for their master everywhere, and no one knows what their tragic fate will make them do. Hinata, who was standing next to him, looked at the crazy sword beast and couldn't help but sigh softly for a moment. The sword beast is pitiful after all. Hinata's words fell into the ears of the two people. Inoue Orihime and Matsumoto Rangaku looked at each other almost at the same time, and neither of them said a word. So should we chase her or not? Inoue Orihime thought of a very important question. Matsumoto Rangaku was also in confusion. She didn't know whether to pursue her or not. When Matsumoto Rangaku fell into confusion, Hinata beside him took a deep breath and said, "Why don't you chase after him? Are you really going to watch the sword beast?" Before he could finish his words, several people looked at the knife beast that was originally in front of them and suddenly rushed out. Everyone was speechless. Before, they might have been stuck in a decision and didn't know whether to chase the knife beast or not, but now the knife beast has already run away. Even if they choose to chase the knife beast now, they will probably not be able to catch it. When a group of people think about these things, they look at each other and no one can say a word. I don't know how much time passed, but Inoue Orihime also sighed deeply. Advertisement after all, there was a great opportunity right in front of them, but now they have lost it. Of course, the group of people felt extremely guilty. In order to hunt down the sword beast, Renji brought Zabumaru to the human world. Renji turned his head and glanced at Zabumaru beside him. He couldn't help but ask, "Do you have confidence?" Zabumaru didn't expect Renji to ask him such a question. He was a little unresponsive for a moment, but when he finally reacted, Zabumaru finally found his voice. "Of course I have confidence." After he said this, Renji was completely speechless. Renji's face was filled with solemnity. "Since you said you were confident, then I look forward to your performance next." After Renji said this, Zabumaru also assured him, "Don't worry, it will be fine." The two of them went together to catch the knife beast. Renji noticed that Daomon was very cunning, and since Daomon was now in a rampage, its strength could be said to be much stronger than theirs. If Daomon was not so powerful, Inoue Orihime and Matsumoto Rangaku would have captured Daomon long ago. How could they still be needed? When Renji thought about this, he didn't know what to say for a moment. Although Zabumaru was confident, Renji felt that he had no confidence at all. When he thought of this, Renji couldn't help but take a deep breath. When he realized it later, Zabumaru could see that Renji really had no confidence at all. Zabumaru couldn't help but comfort his master. "Even if you don't have confidence, I do." When the two of them were catching the knife beast, Renji happened to meet the snake man, and they went to catch the knife beast together. Renji also noticed that the snake man didn't know what was going on, maybe because he had just arrived in the human world, or maybe because it was the first time for the snake man to come to the human world. He felt particularly curious about everything in the world. The snake man was looking here and there, and touching here and there. Renji said he had nothing to say. Advertisement, he really didn't know what to say. After an unknown amount of time, Renji finally found his voice again. "What are we doing here this time?" When the snake man heard Renji ask this in his ear, he was a little slow to react, mainly because he didn't know what Renji meant by this sentence. When the snake man finally realized what was happening, he found his voice again. "We came here this time." When the snake man said the latter part, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. "Mainly because I don't know what to say." Renji was standing next to the snake man, looking at him in a daze. He didn't know what to say for a moment. When he finally realized what was happening, Renji couldn't help but shake his head. He always felt that the snake man was more. Renji knew that he couldn't say anything. After all, he and the snake man were not in a superior subordinate relationship. When he thought of this in his heart, Renji couldn't help but shook his head for a moment. I couldn't utter a word for a long time. Renji couldn't help but frown. In the end, he could only take a deep breath, and Renji suppressed the anger in his heart. No matter how you look at it or how you play, I know I can't control you, but can we catch the sword beast first, and then you can have a good look at it and play with it. Renji has tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart, but he never expected that the snake man would ignore him. He finally sighed helplessly. Renji didn't say a word now. He just followed Zabumaru and the other two to capture the sword beast. The snake man noticed two people going to capture the knife beast, so he came over to help. Renji and Zabumaru blocked the way of the sword beast. Renji was planning to ask the snake man to help catch the sword beast, but he didn't expect that the snake man was suddenly attracted by the colorful things next to him. It was also because the snake man missed the opportunity to capture the knife beast. Chapter 170. Snake Man. Everyone's face turned dark in an instant. Even the ape girl next to her didn't know what to say for a moment. She never thought that the snake man was usually very steady, but now that he entered the real world, she didn't know what was going on with him. He is always attracted by these colorful things. It's okay to attract their attention. After all, everyone likes new, fun and interesting things. The ape girl also said that she can understand him. But now at the most critical moment, everyone can be said to have been trying hard to catch the knife beast. Just when they were about to catch the sword beast, the snake man suddenly did this unexpectedly. Now, everyone has spent so much energy and is finally about to catch the sword beast because of the snake man, and all this is all because the snake man wasted the opportunity. Just play, it's your fault. The ape girl glared at the snake man fiercely, especially noticing that the snake man looked at a loss at this time, and there was a hint of confusion in his eyes. The ape girl felt more and more angry. She glared at the snake man fiercely again. This time, the ape girl also scolded him and left alone. The snake man just stood here alone. He didn't know what he had done wrong, he didn't know why everyone scolded him, and he didn't know why everyone looked at him with complicated eyes and then left one after another. The snake man raised his hand and scratched his brow. He was completely at a loss and didn't know what to say. I don't know how much time had passed, but suddenly I heard footsteps behind me. When the snake man turned his head, there was some surprise in his eyes. He originally thought that everyone had come back to find him, but he didn't expect that the person who appeared behind him was the sword beast. Just as the snake man was about to attack, the sword beast suddenly said, "Don't you want to live a free life by yourself?" Daoshu's words fell into his ears. The snake man was a little slow to react for a moment, and he didn't understand what the sword beast meant by this sentence. Advertisement. When the snake man finally realized what was happening, he found his voice again. Your words. I believe you have seen that everyone hates you so much, and everyone is also so fed up with you. Why do you have to hang yourself on a tree? As Daoshu's words fell into his ears one after another, the snake man suddenly fell silent. Daoshu noticed that the snake man had been successfully bewitched by him, so he retreated. When the snake man raised his head, he also noticed that the sword beast that was originally standing in front of him had left at some point. He raised his hand and scratched the back of his head. The snake man was now unable to utter a word. But soon, the snake man carefully recalled what the sword beast had said in his ear. The more he thought about it, the more it made sense. Finally, the snake man nodded and said, since everyone hates me so much, and since no one wants to see me, then I might as well live a free and easy life on my own. After the snake man thought of this, he took a deep breath and prepared to live a free and independent life from now on. The snake man was playing around alone, and after a while, he suddenly felt hungry. He touched his stomach and could feel the pain in his stomach. He walked forward to see if there was anything delicious. What I didn't expect was that I suddenly met Sha Li and Yuzu at this time. The two men did not expect to see the snake man here, especially noticing that the snake man was alone. Why are you alone? Why isn't the ape girl with you? Where are you going? Yuzu could sense that the snake man was in a bad mood, so she couldn't help but ask this question. The snake man curled his lips in a somewhat aggrieved manner. No one wants to pay attention to me. I want to live alone in the future. The snake man's words fell into their ears. Sha Li and Yuzu didn't know what to say for a moment. Later, they finally found their voices. But it's not okay for you to say that. The snake man knew what the two were going to say. When he thought about this, he glanced at the two of them and said, I don't need you two to control me. Advertisement. Sha Li and Yuzu didn't know what to say for a moment, mainly because they didn't expect the snake man to have such a bad temper. They didn't have time to say anything. The snake man suddenly roared this. When the two of them thought about these things, they couldn't help but look at each other for a while, and it can be said that they didn't say a word for a long time. The two were about to say something, but they didn't expect that the snake man who was standing in front of them suddenly disappeared. Sha Li and Yuzu had no choice but to give up. Kurosaki Ichigo, who had been investigating recent events, finally successfully completed the investigation. When he returned home, Kurosaki Ichigo saw the snake man sleeping soundly and looked at the snake man who suddenly appeared in his home. Kurosaki Ichigo's thick black eyebrows couldn't help but frown at this moment. Why are you in my house? Kurosaki Ichigo reached out and pushed the snake man. When the snake man opened his eyes in a daze, he heard Kurosaki Ichigo whisper these words in his ear. He rubbed his sleepy eyes. When the snake man raised his head, he looked at Kurosaki Ichigo who appeared in front of him. He didn't know what to say for a moment. When he finally realized what was happening, the snake man couldn't help but take a deep breath. I'm so sleepy. Kurosaki Ichigo scratched his head. He had heard about the snake man from Renji, and knew that the snake man must have been angry with them. When Kurosaki Ichigo thought about this, he didn't know what to say for a moment. Where have you been these past few days? Kurosaki Ichigo just looked at the snake man and asked this question. The snake man didn't know how to answer. When he finally realized what was happening, he found his voice again. I haven't been anywhere in the past few days. You know, they have been worried about you. Kurosaki Ichigo was about to dissuade the snake man, but before he could finish the words, the snake man who was lying on his bed at home. At this time, the snake man ignored his advice and ran out in a hurry. Chapter 171. Theft. The days of calmness did not last long, and soon something new happened. But this is definitely not a good thing. A serious theft occurred in Gode 13. First, Captain Kiraku woke up one morning and roared, "Who the hell stole the wine I just bought yesterday? Don't let me find him. If I find him, I will definitely beat his head off." Then, amid the Gode captain's constant complaints, another victim spoke up. The person in charge of the kitchen food in the 4th squad exclaimed that some of the firewood, rice, oil and salt in the kitchen had been lost, and it was a considerable amount. Theft is a shameful matter, but it rarely happens and the items lost are usually nothing of value. However, these lost things are all necessary, daily necessities, and are needed by everyone, so some people are particularly nervous. Losing things is not a big deal. The key is that no one is aware of it, and this is the most terrifying thing. It would be fine if we just lost something, but if someone secretly poisoned the food, then the situation would not be so simple. Although it sounds a bit alarmist, some things should still be considered in advance. Everyone was very concerned about this matter. Although the lost items were not valuable, these necessities of life were not considered important to them. They were not something that could be thrown away at will. Hanataru's initial apology was met with disdain. After all, daily necessities are not very expensive. As for theft, I'd actually rather believe people just used the items or bought them for less and didn't notice. He sat under the eaves, waving his little hands, looking relaxed and at ease, as if he had no worries. Why don't everyone just keep a good account of what they buy? Who would steal a little bit of food, oil, salt, and wine? Captain Kiraku looked at him angrily and said, "My wine is not ordinary wine. I queued up in Sakura Flower Alley to buy it. I haven't even been able to bear to drink Sakura flower wine yet. This is his precious lifeblood. He can do without food or anything else, but how can he not drink?" The captain of the band was completely distraught after losing his wine. Although he could continue to buy more wine, how could it be comparable to what he bought at the beginning? Hanataro shook his little head proudly, not taking it seriously at all. However, retribution in this life always comes late. Advertisement. Not long after he complained about everyone, a burglary occurred in his house. Hanataru's family raises some chickens and ducklings, as well as some grown-up chickens and ducks that are kept for laying eggs or killed for meat during festivals. But now his 4 precious little hens were gone. In the empty chicken coop, only the chicken feathers scattered on the ground were left as the hens struggled hard to fight the enemy. It's strange. I didn't hear any random noises last night, nor did I hear the chickens struggling or screaming. Why were the chickens stolen so quietly? If the crime was committed by an acquaintance, chickens are not creatures that recognize people and will scream no matter who walks into the chicken coop. Hanataro rushed to Yongyan and burst into tears. This is so cruel. Why did you steal my chickens? My chickens have just started laying eggs, and I haven't eaten their eggs yet. He looked so pitiful. I had completely forgotten how confident he looked when he mocked Captain Kiraku yesterday. Everyone's face was solemn at this time. Although they felt that Hanataro deserved his miserable appearance, they couldn't help but worry. What they would do if they lost valuable items in the future. We can't let the situation continue like this. Yongyan's face was solemn. I think so too. We should at least show some attitude to tell those thieves that we are not easy to bully and we can't let them keep stealing our things, Hanataro said. Naneo, who was sitting next to Yoon, smiled silently and then said, "That's not what you said yesterday. Don't talk about those embarrassing things anymore. The most important thing for us now is to unite as one and face the outside world together. We must catch the person behind this." Hanataro wiped away her tears and said to everyone. Just then, another member of Gode 13 let out a scream. When everyone thought something big had happened, they rushed over in a panic, only to find that the tea in his house was also lost. The team member's private money hidden under the teakin in his home was also turned out, but the money was not taken away. Advertisement. What's the logic behind this? The things he stole were all for daily use, like drinking tea, cooking, and firewood. But he didn't steal any money. What kind of thief is he? Akaku stroked his chin and looked towards Hazukimaru. But this time he did leave quite a few traces. Take a look. It turned out that this family didn't clean their house often and the floor was covered with dust. There were some blurry footprints on the road, but it was vaguely recognizable that they did not belong to this family. Why don't we just follow this corner and explore? I think there might be some unexpected gains. Akaku said. That's it, the buggy squad is now established. We must catch this thief and get my hens back. Hanataro said with a fist clenched and vowed, and then he burst into tears again. Several people followed the footprints and found some clues. But I don't know whether this person was too careless or left clues for them intentionally. The footprints were scattered all over the place, looking as if they were drunk. Could it be that some drunkard from Gode 13 did something so stupid after getting drunk? Several people speculated secretly. Before the suspect was caught, they had no idea what kind of person he was and didn't understand what kind of person would do such a thing. Look, the footprints here disappear here. They're from the underground sewer. The door at the entrance also seems loose. Someone has been in there. Should we take a look and see what's going on here? Hanataro, who had discovered a clue, excitedly told everyone. After hearing his voice, everyone followed him and found that there were indeed signs of unauthorized activity here. That's it. This guy must have stolen something and hid here and enjoyed our chicken, wine, and tea. Hanataro said angrily. In that case, let's go down and take a look, said Yizhao. Chapter 172. Reunion. Although he only committed theft, it is already morally damaging, so everyone must be careful. This kind of person may also be a desperado. Naneo warned everyone as they approached the sewer. Don't worry, I'm not afraid even if I face a powerful enemy, let alone a petty thief who doesn't dare to show his face. Hanataro thought that he could not take a step back even for his chicken. Everyone walked along the cobblestone road in the underground sewer. This place is dark and doesn't look like a place suitable for human habitation, but this group of people actually saw human footprints nearby. How can I describe my feelings at this moment? Are there really people who don't want to live in the sun, preferring to live like rats, ants, or insects in underground sewers? Everyone, be careful. I think the atmosphere here is not very good. I'm afraid there are some unknown dangers waiting for us. What's there to be afraid of? We are the most powerful Shinigami. We should know that all difficulties are no problem for us. Let's charge for our hen. Hanataro spoke eloquently. Naneo rolled her eyes and said, Stop talking like that. That's just your personal hen. It has nothing to do with us. That's right, none of us lost anything. You were the only one who lost it, so don't think about it anymore. A few people hit him and continued to move forward, adding a bit of life to this cold and damp place and sewer, but soon they couldn't laugh anymore. Be careful, I saw some traces of a trap ahead. It's really scary. Someone actually set a trap here. He was walking in the front corner, turned around and spoke to everyone with a serious expression. This person is really vicious. He stole our things and even wanted to pretend to be irresponsible. I really don't know what kind of person can do such a thing. Shishu said angrily. Akaku pointed out the place where he found the trap and said, Speaking of which, this trap is too old-fashioned. It doesn't look like something that people like us can do. I really don't understand what's going on. Advertisement, maybe some loser is hiding down here, afraid of being discovered. He's too embarrassed to see people, so he's like this. Never mind. Let's take a good look. Who is hiding here? Just as everyone destroyed the mechanism and the trap continued to move forward, bursts of roaring sounds of wild beasts came from the depths of the underground sewer. The roars of the wild beasts made everyone feel a little daunted. Just from the sound of its cry, I feel that it is not a little guy. What should I do? My chicken must have no chance of survival. Even now when the situation is critical, Hanataro is still thinking about his chicken. Don't worry, once we get rid of that beast, we'll probably be able to get your chicken bones. As Shishu finished speaking, a huge figure rushed out. It turned out to be an extremely large sword beast. Everyone worked together to deal with the scabbard and continued to move forward. Unexpectedly, Hanataro was pleasantly surprised to find Hisagomaru. Hisagomaru, why are you hiding here? Oh my god, did you steal my CK? Hisagomaru frowned. You abandoned me, and you're trying to accuse me of stealing? How shameless. Hanataro was completely bewildered when he heard Huan say this. What nonsense are you talking about? Why would I abandon you? I've been looking for you for a long time since you left me, but there's no trace of you. Do you know how worried I am about this, my old friend? Hisagomaru shook his head. None of this matters anymore. I just hope I can live a peaceful and simple life here by myself, so I hope you won't bother me. There must be some misunderstanding here, and everyone saw this. Naneo then asked, Speaking of which, I saw a giant sword beast up ahead. Are there any other sword beasts, or Zanpakuto, here besides you? Hisagomaru nodded. It's no longer useful. We all gather here to live our own lives. We all hope to live a normal life like you. They have lost everything now and just hope to have a peaceful life. Advertisement, Muramasa and Kazushiba are hiding here, Hisagomaru said. Having lost their master and been abandoned by their master, the Zanpakuto will not easily change their master, so even if they are the betrayed party, they will silently endure endless loneliness. Don't let your imagination run wild. I've never thought of abandoning you. Please come back to me soon. Without you, I feel like everything has become bleak. Hanataru's love words were spoken without hesitation. Hisagomaru shuddered. Don't say that, please. Never mind. I'll take you to find everyone. They're all gathered together. I'm on lookout duty here today. Is Feng Si living with you too? Shishu asked. He won't side with us. You know, compared to us, she's even more vicious and brutal. Once she locks onto a target, no matter who it is, she'll pursue them to the death. Such a warmonger, such a fanatic, even if everyone dares to accept him, he himself feels that he needs to remain aloof at all times in order to reflect his value as a warmonger. Everyone came to the place where the Zanpakuto gathered. There were some Zanpakuto who had lost their owners and Muramasa. You finally found your way here. We don't really have any other ideas. We just hope to live a normal life. How can such a life be called normal? I can't even face the sunlight. If you don't mind, please follow us back. Shishu told everyone seriously that he didn't want everyone to face the dilemma of being displaced anymore. By the way, where did Feng die? Asked Yizhao. He's deeper in the sewers, far away from us. He's really a very unsociable guy. Everyone's impression of Feng Si is that this man is too aloof and arrogant. He has never been close to anyone, and even a strong opponent like Muramasa cannot gain his favor. But he has an extraordinary respect for Muramasa. Chapter 173. Fate Without Fate. The reason why Fu Shiki also lives in this place is simply because he betrayed his master and, in his anthropomorphic form, launched various attacks on Hisagi. Although this kind of attack from behind is common for Shinigami, they are unable to fight head-on and always like to attack from behind, which is also despised by others. Hisagi had no intention of fighting against this Zanpakuto who had betrayed him. This was not because he was afraid of this traitor, but because he was extremely ashamed of what he had done. Kazushiro betrayed Hisagi because he believed that Hisagi was a formidable opponent who could fight him. However, Hisagi believes that the most important thing is not to fight against his rebellious Zanpakuto, but to continue searching for the lost items. Fu Shi is a guy who will never give up until he achieves his goal, so even if Hisagi has to hide from him, he still persists in searching for him. However, everything is shattered by an unexpected circumstance. In a sense, Feng Si is a position that is neither good nor evil. He doesn't care who is on the evil side, nor does he care who is on the righteous side. He just wants an endless battle. Feng died while searching for Hisagi. He stumbled upon a battle, but he wasn't one to meddle in other people's affairs. But unfortunately, the sword beast in front of him was obviously seeking his own death. You, a Shinigami's lackey, are standing before me yet you dare not fight me. Is it because you have lost the support of your master? The arrogant sword beast only knew how to fight non-stop and was hostile to his former so-called teammates. He clearly sensed the presence of Hisagi and Feng Si, a master. Then he looked at the blood-stained swaddling clothes lying on the ground. Or to save this child. Advertisement Feng Si didn't care about the child, but he would not allow anything else to challenge his authority, so he naturally fought with the ignorant sword beast in front of him, and the result can be imagined. Even if the connection with the third party is lost, the powerful seal is far from this kind of thing, and it cannot be countered by the sword beast that cannot control itself. Abandoning all those fancy and hypocritical moves, Feng Si ended the battle with the sword beast at the fastest speed. The splattered blood and broken body seemed like nothing more than a pile of garbage in his eyes. His eyes swept over the baby who was not crying in the cradle. This ordinary human cub looks so weak. If it were left in the wild, it might be taken away and eaten by other swordsmen or wild beasts. It would be better to end his life directly than to let him live in such pain. Feng Si thought so, and then raised his hand, wanting to help the poor child and end this short life, but what he didn't expect was that the baby looked at him and smiled. As a Zanpakuto, even though he is now able to materialize, he is still unable to fully understand human emotions. Even if someone showed kindness to him, he could only judge that they just didn't want to fight with him. However, the baby in front of him made him feel calm with his kindness. This is a strange feeling that lingers in his mind and cannot be dispelled for a long time. It makes the madman feel even more unfamiliar and curious, and he even doesn't know what to do. The big palm that was supposed to fall did not land on the baby, nor did it kill him or separate his body. The child looked at his actions, opened his mouth wide, and giggled again, looking so happy, as if he didn't know that he had just escaped a failed disaster. Forget it, I won't come to kill you, so just let you die here. This child is going to die anyway, so just leave him alone and let him fend for himself. Advertisement Feng Si took a calm look at the child, turned around and wanted to leave, but after he took only a few steps, the child behind him started crying. The sound was so loud that even when he was fighting with the sword beast just now, he did not hear the child crying. Even when he was about to hurt the child, he still did not hear the child crying. What did he mean? Did he want me to carry him along as a burden? This was unbelievable. Feng Si frowned and continued to move forward, but for some reason, the crying of a child coming from behind him gripped his heartstrings tightly. No, it was just a Zanpakuto, how could it have a heart? The child's crying became louder and louder, but he felt more and more powerless to suppress it in his heart. He couldn't bear it, as it was rare that such a thing would arise in his heart. Unable to bear such emotions, he turned around and ran towards the child, picked up the swaddling clothes with one hand, and the child's crying stopped abruptly. The chubby baby in the cradle stared at him with a pair of big grape-like eyes, but there was a tear in them. Wasn't this funny little kid pretending to cry to gain his sympathy? He seemed very smart. Feng Si's sharp fingers scratched his delicate skin. The child seemed to feel some pain, but did not resist. Instead, he stretched out his hands, as if asking him to hug him. Feng Si lifted the swaddling clothes high up, intending to throw the child to the ground and kill him, but the child giggled. It was as if he didn't know that Feng Si wanted to kill him, as if the two of them were just playing an ordinary game. The swaddling clothes were covered in dirt and blood. The child looked like he hadn't eaten in a long time. Never mind, even if he died, he should die of gluttony. No matter if it was a human or a Zanpakuto, once a bond was formed, it could not be easily severed or sealed. He had not yet realized what kind of huge changes in his life this baby had brought to him. After materializing, his only belief was that he could kill Hisagi, or at least defeat this thing that always claimed to be his master. This has become his belief and obsession, and it supports him to continue stumbling along. But now he is actually carrying a child on a journey to find the one who can walk. What does this look like? Feng Si always wanted to throw the child down, but for some reason, when he saw the child's sweet smile, he inexplicably pulled his hand back. He thought that he couldn't let the child die. Thus, the child was lucky enough to follow Feng Si, but who could say that following such an unpredictable Zanpakuto was lucky? Chapter 174. High School Girl Incident. Have you heard? Another high school girl was attacked in Karakura town. Kurosaki Ichigo heard it from people around him when he was at school. Has there been another incident of groping or molestation? Girls should always travel in groups. When it came to the high school girl being attacked, Kurosaki Ichigo thought it was just a minor sexual harassment and that he couldn't handle it. It would be great if it were just that simple, but the problem is that girls were attacked and knocked unconscious. Some were even seriously injured and can't go to school now. 2 girls in my class have been suspended due to injuries. The male classmate in front of Kurosaki Ichigo said. Is it that serious? He was actually injured, and this isn't the first or second time it's happened. I really don't understand why this would happen. What's even more terrifying is that there were bear-shaped pendants left at the crime scene. They say it's the work of the bear demon. Ichigo, who had never heard of Kurosaki Ichigo, was lost in thought when a group of girls' voices came from the door. Did you see that? The new transfer student, Kyoko Ueda, seems like a really nice girl. She's pretty and polite when she speaks to people. She's not rebellious at all just because she's pretty. The topic shifted to the new transfer student. Kurosaki Ichigo knew that there was such a person in the class before, but it didn't attract his attention. He had seen many beautiful people. But to his surprise, this seemingly outstanding Shanza walked up to Orihime. He took out a lunchbox from his school bag and handed it to her. I asked my family to make an extra lunchbox for you today. Just consider it a gift from a friend. They said he was polite, but Kurosaki Ichigo didn't think so. The girl in front of him seemed to have a strange aura, and Kurosaki Ichigo clearly sensed the aura of Zanpakuto from her. No, to be exact, it is the aura of a sword beast. Advertisement, and if you think about it carefully, judging from the time of the attack mentioned by the group of people just now, it seems that the time when those girls were attacked was also related to this girl. Thank you very much. I had Shanza's lunchbox yesterday. It was really delicious. This is my return gift. Orihime's sweet smile made everyone intoxicated, but Kurosaki Ichigo naturally walked to his side, feeling that there seemed to be potential danger for Shoko facing Orihime. Ichigo. Orihime was a little curious when Ichigo suddenly stopped in front of him, and his eyes widened. You are here today. I also prepared a gift for you yesterday, but you were not here. I had something to do yesterday, so I didn't go to see you. Let's go together after school tonight. Kurosaki Ichigo finished speaking, his eyes fixed on Kyoko, before he looked at him with a considering look and returned to his seat. But it was obvious that Hada Kyoko did not take Kurosaki Ichigo seriously, and her eyes were always following Orihime. Were you and Hada Kyoko's relationship good from the beginning? Asked Kurosaki Ichigo. When he first transferred to the school, he sat next to me. He didn't seem friendly at all, but for some reason he gradually became very nice to me. I like him very much. Although he doesn't talk much, he is a reliable friend. Orihime laughed. I smell something unusual about him. He's most likely related to some sword beast, or even an incompetent Shinigami. That's impossible. How could she be related to Shinigami? Orihime asked. He was clearly skeptical of this statement. It's nothing serious. I'm worried that he keeps looking for opportunities to be friends with you, but he actually has some intentions towards you. Advertisement. The two walked side by side, but Orihime did not agree with Kurosaki Ichigo's idea, because in his opinion, Shoko was really a kind and good friend. Orihime is always like this. Because he is very kind, he imagines others to be kind as well. He doesn't know other people's past, so how can he know that others actually have different intentions when they approach him? Kyoko Hada was once a very outstanding person, but an accident that happened to her one day caused her personality to change drastically. A large part of the reason for this was that her special ability brought her an irresistible harm. If it only hurt him personally, he wouldn't say anything more. The problem is that this ability hurt his friends and caused them to distance themselves from him and no longer be close to him. Whenever Shanza thought about what he had experienced in the past, he felt so painful that he almost wanted to cry. The alienation and fear of his friends seemed like a heart-wrenching past to him. Later he transferred to a new school and found out that there was a sword beast in the school. When the time was over, he was controlled by the sword beast. She was just a Shinigami with no guidance and no connections. It was easy for Daoshu to control someone like her. She lay in ambush in the middle of the night, lying on a small path, and attacked the high school girl who was walking alone. Although she did not kill anyone, she caused them to suffer great fear and harm. This did not bring any happiness to her, but it allowed the sword beast that controlled her to feel the fear of others and gain satisfaction. Everything changed a little when she met Orihime. She suddenly found that she, who had thought she was an outsider, had found someone like her in this school. What was more important was that the girl in front of her had a bright smile and a kind heart. Her smile to her without any selfish motives made her fall for him almost instantly. She had been lonely for too long and really needed a friend. Orihime has an inexplicable power that can heal people and cure their own diseases. She can even feel that the control over her is not as strong as before, but she still can't help but follow the control of the sword beast to hurt others. Hibiki hid in the dark room with tears and sweat on her forehead. Daosho controlled her and wanted him to go out and hurt people, but she was afraid that if Orihime knew all this, she might lose her only friend in the world. Even if you don't want to go out and work for me, you should think about this. That kid today seems to have noticed the unusualness of your identity. Your friends value him so much. If you continue to be alienated by that kid, you might really lose your friends. The Sword Beast Bewitched. Chapter 175, He is Special. While chasing the Sword Beast, Hineka actually met the handsome Zanpakuto Narunosuke. Looking at Narunosuke in front of her, Hineka's eyes were filled with pink bubbles, and she rushed over directly. When Narunosuke saw Hineka rushing towards him, he suddenly dodged backwards, and Hineka missed him in an instant. Hineka looked at Narunosuke with some annoyance, and she didn't understand why Narunosuke suddenly dodged. When she thought about this, Hineka's face turned unhappy. Why are you hiding? Hineka's words fell in his ears. Narunosuke just looked at Hineka coldly and said, why shouldn't I get away? After Narunosuke finished saying this, he suddenly covered his chest and his face turned pale. Hineka looked at Narunosuke, whose face was as pale as a piece of paper. She was also shocked for a moment, mainly because she didn't expect Narunosuke to suddenly cover his chest like this, and he looked very uncomfortable. When she thought about this, Hineka looked at Narunosuke with a worried look on her face. Are you okay? After she said this, Hineka looked him up and down, especially noticing that Narunosuke's face was becoming increasingly ugly. You don't need to care about me. I have nothing to do with you, and you don't need to worry about my affairs. After Narunosuke finished saying this, he walked straight forward. Looking at him stumbling all the way, Hineka felt like she was almost worried to death. She rushed forward in a hurry, and Hineka also grabbed Narunosuke. But you are seriously injured. If I don't take care of you, do you want to die? Narunosuke looked at Hineka in front of him, especially catching a hint of worry in her eyes. He didn't know what to say for a moment. When Narunosuke finally realized what was happening, he found his voice and said, that's not something you need to worry about. Advertisement. After Narunosuke said this, he continued to walk forward. Hineka never thought that Narunosuke was more stubborn than she had imagined. She pouted her pink lips and said, how could you do this? I care about you out of good intentions, if you don't appreciate it. Before Hineka could finish her words, Narunosuke raised his eyelids and looked at her coldly. Then let me ask you a question, have I made you care about me? After he said this, Narunosuke walked straight ahead. Hineka felt that she was being a little presumptuous. She also felt that the question Narunosuke had just asked in her ear was very reasonable. In the end, he didn't let her care about him, so whether he accepted it or not, it was his own choice, and she couldn't influence his choice. When Hineka thought of these things, she must have been a little sad for a moment, but no matter how sad she was, Hineka still chased after Narunosuke without hesitation. She had just caught up with Narunosuke when he suddenly fell down. Narunosuke was seriously injured before, and he kept walking forward. The further he walked, the more his wounds tore apart due to walking. Now he is directly unconscious. Hineka reached out and touched his smooth forehead, only to find that his body temperature was terrifyingly high. Hineka was shocked, and she never thought that Narunosuke's condition was much worse than she had imagined. When she thought of this, Hineka immediately helped the unconscious Narunosuke up. Hineka has been taking good care of Narunosuke these days. Even though he always ignored her, Hineka could be said to be willing to take care of him without hesitation. Hineka knew that she was a little wishful thinking now, but even if it was such wishful thinking, as long as she could get in touch with him, as long as she could always take care of him, and as long as she was always by his side. Hineka felt that there was nothing wrong with all of this. When she thought about this, a slight smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Advertisement. Matsumoto Rangaku noticed that something was wrong with her Zanpakuto Hineka these days. She naturally also noticed that Hineka brought Zanpakuto Narunosuke back. Her delicate brows suddenly frowned. Why did you bring Narunosuke back? Don't you know that a Zanpakuto without its master will one day lose control and turn into a sword beast? Matsumoto Rangaku whispered this to Hineka. Her face remained expressionless, but a faint smile played at the corner of her mouth. Of course I understand. Matsumoto Rangaku felt a little annoyed. She couldn't understand what Hineka meant by this. If she understood, why did she keep making the same mistake again and again? Why did she bring the person back? As Matsumoto Rangaku thought about this, she felt like she was losing her composure. Later, she regained her composure and said, but if you knew, you should have cut your losses in time instead of making the same mistake over and over again. Matsumoto Rangaku's words fell in her ears, and Hineka didn't know what she should say for a moment, nor did she know how she should answer. After Matsumoto Rangaku said this, she also noticed that Hineka did not listen to everything she said in her ear, but ignored her words instead. She raised her hand and rubbed her eyebrows. Matsumoto Rangaku didn't know what to say, and she didn't know how to persuade Hineka. Whether Matsumoto Rangaku persuaded her or not, Hineka already had the answer in her heart. Once Hineka has determined the answer, no matter what others say to him or how they persuade him, he can be said to have chosen it. Matsumoto Rangaku was almost talking until her lips were worn out, and Hineka had no reaction at all. She felt really exhausted. She also knew that Hineka had decided on Narunosuke this time. Hineka noticed Matsumoto Rangaku looking at her with a look of hesitation, and she immediately said, I think he is different from others. But you were just being sentimental. When Matsumoto Rangaku said this, her light gray pupils just fell quietly on Hineka. Hineka suddenly smiled. He is special. Matsumoto Rangaku was completely speechless, and Hineka even wishfully believed that Narunosuke was special. No matter how Matsumoto Rangaku tried to persuade her, she could not get out of her fantasy. Chapter 176. Tragedy has occurred. Hineka always thought that with her careful care, Narunosuke would definitely be moved by her, and then not only would he not be so indifferent to her, he might even not become a sword beast. She was so moved by herself that Hineka thought that the scene she didn't want to see would not appear. However, contrary to her wishes, Narunosuke's attacks occurred frequently. In the past few days, the members of the team also discovered that the supplies stored in the dormitory were stolen, with only 1 or 2 items missing. However, everyone did not think it mattered. Maybe it was placed somewhere, or someone took it away. But later on, the supplies in the team became less and less. No one knew who stole those things, and the supplies were much less. If from the beginning everyone thought that someone might have taken it and not returned it, or that someone wanted to take some, then it wouldn't matter if they took some. But now so much supplies have been lost. No matter how thick-skinned everyone is, no matter how little they care. This matter cannot be delayed any longer. The team's supplies have been stolen all the time. We wouldn't do such a thing, so it means there must be an outsider sneaking in. Matsumoto Rangaku listened to the team leader speak in her ear, her pair of pink thin lips pressed into a straight line. A strange feeling also came over me. Matsumoto Rangaku didn't know why he always felt that this matter seemed to be related to Hineka, but then he thought that his idea was too funny. Why is the theft of supplies within the team related to his own Zanpakuto Hineka? When Matsumoto Rangaku thought about this, she couldn't help but shook her head for a moment. She naturally didn't believe that Zanpakuto, whom she lived with day and night, would do such a thing, but she felt more and more that something was wrong. It is very likely that the supplies were really stolen by Hineka. Otherwise, no one in their team would steal supplies, which means advertisement. The theft of supplies finally made Matsumoto Rangaku finally notice Hineka's actions. Although she didn't think Hineka had done this, she had been feeling that Hineka was a little strange these past few days, but after all, it was because Hineka was her own Zanpakuto. Matsumoto Rangaku didn't even think about her. I also thought that it was impossible for Narunosuke to transform into a sword beast, so I didn't take it to heart. But when Matsumoto Rangaku finally realized everything and attributed all these confusing things to Hineka, she realized that she was wrong. Because Matsumoto Rangaku trusts Hineka very much and believes that nothing will happen to her. But what she didn't expect was that as the matter became more and more strange, when Matsumoto Rangaku started to guess that it was her, it was already too late. Matsumoto Rangaku hurried over there, and when he saw the scene clearly, he suddenly covered his rosy lips. She never thought that by the time she arrived here, the tragedy had already happened. During the mission of hunting down the sword beast, Zabumaru was constantly compared with Senbon Sakura, and he felt a little angry. How am I inferior to Senbon Sakura? When Zabumaru said this, he felt furious. He didn't want to be compared with others by this group of people, and he didn't want to be compared with others by this group of people. When he thought of this, Zabumaru couldn't help but take a deep breath. At the moment, I didn't even know what to say. The others were originally praising Senbon Sakura at this time, but suddenly they noticed that Zabumaru next to them was in a bad mood, and for a moment they looked at each other. No one could understand why Zabumaru had such an unhappy expression and said such a sentence. When they thought about this, they all looked at each other for a while, and no one understood why Zabumaru had such an unhappy expression. Zabumaru was indeed quite unhappy. Advertisement. Not only do they compare themselves with others, but those people even belittle themselves to elevate Senbon Sakura. Whenever he thought about these things, and whenever he thought about how that group of people were trying to put him down, Zabumaru wished he could just leave. Don't you like being compared to others? Senbon Sakura suddenly raised his head and looked at Zabumaru. Later, he found his voice and said this. Senbon Sakura's words fell into my ears. Zabumaru never expected Senbon Sakura to suddenly ask him this. He didn't know how to answer. Zabumaru lowered his head and stared at his toes. I don't know how long it took, but he finally found his voice again. I really don't like being compared to you, and I don't want to be compared to you. Zabumaru took a deep breath and spoke out all the thoughts in his heart. His words fell into my ears. Everyone present was stunned for a moment, and they didn't know what to say. I never thought that when they were making comparisons here, the people involved would be so sad. When a group of people thought about these things, they all felt a little guilty. There was only guilt left, and they didn't know what to say. Senbon Sakura didn't expect that others would compare him with Zabumaru. It turns out this is what it feels like to be praised and criticized at the same time. Zabumaru was really unhappy. Although the group of people felt a little guilty, it did not affect their continued praise of Senbon Sakura. Senbon Sakura had no expression on his face. He just let the group of people keep praising him, but he didn't look as proud as Zabumaru had imagined. Senbon Sakura, on the other hand, lightly lifted his eyelids, and there was a hint of emotion in his eyes that he could not see. Zabumaru didn't know what to say. Although he knew that Senbon Sakura did not intentionally let that group of people compare with him, nor did he intentionally want those people to put him down. After all, their mouths were on their bodies, and no matter what they said, Senbon Sakura could be said to be helpless. Even though he understood all this in his heart, Zabumaru was still a little unhappy. Chapter 177. Big explosion. However, Zabumaru did not show it and just left quietly. Lu Jin was now experiencing a severe headache. These Zanpakuto scattered throughout the mortal world had lost their master's control and were practically on the verge of going berserk. Their power was dangerous to mortals. Shinigami also came out in full force, trying to deal with the sword beast in the shortest time possible to minimize the impact on the present world. There must be a clear boundary between the other world and the present world. Once this rule is broken, it is equivalent to opening a gap. Many Shinigami originally disdain the real world, but forget that their existence is precisely because of the real world. Once such a gap is opened, many Shinigami will feel that the real world is unnecessary. There are even people who want to merge the two worlds. These are all from the perspective of conspiracy theories, but no one starts from Zanpakuto itself. From Muramasa's attitude, Liu Jin has discovered that there is no equality in the relationship between Zanpakuto and Shinigami, and even the emotions are not equal. Therefore, Liu Jin was a bit lazy about this operation. If the Shinigami did not cherish their Zanpakuto and just used it as a handy weapon, then when the Zanpakuto had its own consciousness and could control everything of its own, why would they still be attached to the Shinigami? On the other side, Zabumaru and Senbon Sakura also encountered trouble. During this period, Zabumaru can be said to be extremely worried. He has experienced dangerous missions, some even more dangerous than this incident, and he has even experienced several near-death experiences. But only this time, he felt tired. As he looked into the reasons, he gradually understood that they had never fought alone in the past. Even if they set out alone, at least they still had their own Zanpakuto. And now, everything has changed. Zanpakuto was now what they called a sword beast, no longer their partner, and the feeling was extremely complicated. Can you even do this? Senbon Sakura urged impatiently. Why am I so unlucky that I have to be in a group with you? Zabumaru felt a headache. Could you please stop being so arrogant? Even a knife has so many problems. Senbon Sakura sneered. I don't know who is holding us back, leaving us stranded in this shabby place. Advertisement Zabumaru was somewhat helpless. This time his mission was to send the broken Zanpakuto back to the Technology Development Bureau for repair. At the same time, he also hoped that the Technology Development Bureau could give a reasonable explanation for this incident. Muramasa has disappeared, so why haven't these transformed Zanpakuto returned to their original form? Moreover, each one is more terrifying than the previous one. If the previous Zanpakuto still had some rationality, then the Zanpakuto that have taken shape now can almost be said to be crazy. If we can't figure out these situations, do we have to cut off all the Zanpakuto one by one? Zabumaru, who was carrying out this mission, was naturally aware of its importance, but who could have expected that the out-of-control sword beast would target him for some unknown reason. As soon as they set out, they were besieged. There were too many unexpected situations, and Zabumaru really didn't want to be entangled, so he could only fight with Senbon Sakura while retreating. Who knew that he happened to retreat to the protective facilities of the Technology Development Bureau, hoping to use the barrier here to counterattack the sword beast? Who knew that the violent power of the knife beast would mess up the place? As a result, the knife beast could not get in and they could not get out. Senbon Sakura was almost going berserk. She had intended to end the battle quickly from the beginning, but Zabumaru always used the excuse of putting the overall situation first, and finally she was forced into this dead end. She was a famous Zanpakuto in the Shinigami world, but she was forced into this state by a group of nameless sword beasts. How could she still have the nerve to continue living? In Senbon Sakura's heart, he probably thought that everything was done on purpose by Zabumaru. Fortunately, his fellow traveler Hitoshi Jizo was not trapped here. Zabumaru said, "Don't worry, Hitoshi Jizo is very powerful and will definitely be able to break the barrier." However, in fact, Zabumaru knew very well that if we only consider the power of Zanpakuto, Zangetsu in the hands of Kurosaki Ichigo is the nemesis of the barrier, and almost no barrier can block Zangetsu's attack. Although Hitoshi Dazang is very powerful, he is probably helpless against this barrier unless he can find its weak point. In fact, Zabumaru had already found that location, but, as luck would have it, the barrier completely blocked even the sound. Pisha Dazang was outside fighting with the sword beast and constantly attacking the barrier. It was conceivable that such attacks had no effect at all. In fact, because of those meaningless attacks, the barrier absorbed enough power, and Zabumaru who was trapped in it clearly felt the pressure. The barrier has changed. Advertisement no, it's the shelter that's changed, because it's been under constant attack. The system here has already started to activate the mutual destruction option. If you get out too quickly, this place will probably explode. The more he helped Jizo, the more trouble he made. The more frequent his attacks became, the more he pushed Zabumaru and the others towards death. Senbon Sakura, what are you doing? At this moment, Zabumaru discovered that Senbon Sakura was abnormal. Can't you see that? I want Bankai? Senbon Sakura's cold voice sounded. Countless petals slowly floated up from her body, spinning around Senbon Sakura non-stop. Then, Senbon Sakura shouted angrily, "Scatter, Senbon Sakura." The beautiful petals instantly blossomed into icy blades, and countless heavy attacks attacked the barrier at the same time. However, despite the large number of attacks, the barrier was surprisingly unbreakable, and such intensive attacks actually had little effect. Zabumaru said hurriedly, "Senbon Sakura, don't make such a pointless attack. Your Ryatsu alone is not enough to destroy this barrier. Besides, once your Ryatsu is exhausted, you will turn back into Zanpakuto. Byakuya Kuchiki is not here, I can't use you." Zabumaru added at the end. "Then why don't you come and help?" Senbon Sakura snorted coldly, "Sitting there and waiting to die isn't my style. I don't want to die here with a wretch like you." Zabumaru was helpless. It was difficult to communicate with these Zanpakuto. They were most devoted to their masters and would obey them blindly. Of course, they also likely harbored the most hatred for their masters. With the idea of not wanting Senbon Sakura to disappear, Zabumaru could only transfer his Ryatsu to Senbon Sakura, helping her to activate her ultimate move and break the barrier with one blow. However, once the power of Senbon Sakura is released, the violent force will probably hurt Zabumaru himself first. The white wings spread out, and the countless blades condensed into one point. Finally, with Senbon Sakura's low moan, they slashed down angrily. Open it for me. Final scene, White Emperor Sword. The Technology Development Bureau is destroyed. Chapter 178. Prank. Captain, why are you still drinking here? Nanao was almost going crazy. As a Shinigami, the mission is naturally very important in his heart. In order to complete the mission, he is willing to sacrifice his life. This is the Bushido. To achieve the goal, at any cost, Kyoraku Shunsui was not so obsessed, or perhaps it was because this incident was too special that he needed to calm down and think about it. As Liu Jin puts it, if a Shinigami can cherish his Zanpakuto and regard him as a partner to whom he can entrust his life and death, then how can the Zanpakuto not return the true and sincere feelings and fight alongside the Shinigami? All along, Shinigami and Zanpakuto had been fighting separately. No, when Zanpakuto was unconscious, to be more precise, Shinigami had been holding Zanpakuto hostage and fighting against his will again and again. It was Zanpakuto who protected the Shinigami, but not many Shinigami felt grateful to Zanpakuto. Muramasa is just the beginning. He took off the hypocritical masks of all Shinigami, which caused the Zanpakuto to go on a collective rampage. He thought that by solving Muramasa's problem, everything would return to the starting point. But now it seems that they were naive. These Zanpakuto can finally express their thoughts. If they don't vent their resentment now, will they be able to wait until the next time? Even though the consequence of such nonsense might be a strong resistance from the Shinigami, which would result in a broken sword at the earliest, the battle-hardened Zanpakuto, a weapon used to harvest lives, how could he be afraid of death? Such a heroic break may be a happy ending. Nanao, I feel a little unwell. I don't have the strength to lift my body. I can't even hold the Zanpakuto firmly, Kyoraku Shunsui said. At the same time, he drank a glass of sake in one gulp and sighed with satisfaction and regret. So, there are times when I can't lift a knife either. Nanao was stunned. Captain, what are you talking about? This mission is so important, how can you say such discouraging words? Kyoraku Shunsui snorted heavily, which mission was not important? Nanao nodded and said repeatedly, precisely because every mission is so important, we can't give up easily. Kyoraku Shunsui said, well then, Nanao, I'll leave it to you this time. Advertisement, team leader. Kyoraku Shunsui drank his wine to himself. I don't have much free time like this. I rarely get sick, so I need to take this opportunity to rest up. Nanao glanced at Kyoraku Shunsui, realizing his stubbornness, and stood up. In that case, Captain, please rest assured that I will complete this mission perfectly. Kyoraku Shunsui responded with a, who else could I trust more than you? Defeat the sword beast. It would be impossible for Kyoraku Shunsui to deal with his former partner so cleanly and efficiently. Old man, you are really something. You are still as decisive as ever in doing things. You are obviously not such a stubborn person, but why do you always make people feel that you are unreasonable and unkind when making a decision? Kaden Kyokotsu, let's go, Nanao said. The short sword from Kaden Kyokotsu followed with self-pity. Really? Women are the most troublesome. Especially a woman who has suffered a loss in front of a man. I don't know how much trouble she can have. Nanao's brows were almost furrowed with anger after hearing such complaints about a knife, but even so, she decided to cooperate with Kaden Kyokotsu. After that, Nanao really started to go crazy. Hey brother, how are you? Why do you look a bit shabby after turning into a sword beast? Kaden Kyokotsu said, well, the women over there are watching closely, so we just make do with it, fight a little, and get by. Thus, a strange battle scene was formed. I'm going to hit you from above. While giving a friendly reminder, the attack movements are extremely delayed. It's as if 460 suddenly appeared on the internet. How could Kaden Kyokotsu's ability be so weak? Once Kaden Kyokotsu Bankai was used, these minions would probably not be able to withstand even one of her attacks, but this guy was passive and only managed to stop one opponent. The rest was all left to Nanao to deal with. Nanao didn't want to be too extreme in dealing with these sword beasts, so she could only exhaust their Ryotsu and transform them back to their original appearance. But this will turn it into a protracted war and a war of attrition. Advertisement too inefficient and tiring. After just one day, Nanao couldn't stand it anymore. And on the second day, the battle made Nanao even more crazy. Kaden Kyokotsu was passive in the battle, which was bad enough. What Nanao couldn't stand was that every time the battle was about to end, Kaden Kyokotsu would start to make trouble. Can you please stop making trouble? Nanao said, almost gritting her teeth. If it weren't for the fact that she was Kyoraku Shunsui's Zanpakuto, she would most likely break this guy alive. Partnering with her these past few days can be considered the most tiring time. She never thought that a knife could have so much thought. Kaden Kyokotsu shrugged. It doesn't matter. If you think I'm in the way, you can just turn me back into my Zanpakuto form. If you don't, then I'll be off work now and go drink. Kaden Kyokotsu said this and walked away on his own. Why are you drinking Zanpakuto? Besides, you look so small that you can't even get into the bar, Nanao said. But Kaden Kyokotsu had no intention of paying any attention to Nanao, and his steps did not pause at all. Then, as if he suddenly got the idea, Kaden Kyokotsu began to output with all his strength. Nanao never thought that this would be the beginning of her nightmare. This seemingly harmless little loli actually made such vicious moves, and she didn't care about the existence of her teammates at all. Many times, even Nanao suspected that her ultimate goal was not those sword beasts at all. The initial target of those attacks was her. Kaden Kyokotsu's battles are often slow and tedious. Even though she can defeat the enemy with one move, she prefers to play like a cat catching a mouse. torturing her opponent until he is exhausted and has no power to resist before launching the final attack. And before that, no one can interrupt her process. Therefore, even though Kaden Kyokotsu was strong, even though Nanao was strong, at the end of a day of fighting, they hadn't solved much and were instead exhausted. One day, Nanao couldn't stand it anymore, she went crazy. I know what you're thinking, don't you just want to be with the captain? I'm telling you, it's impossible. No matter what means you use to stop me, expecting me to take you to Ganjo, it's impossible. If I'm not having a good time, you won't be able to have a good time either. Shishu was already hysterical. Chapter 179. Change back. Nanao told Matsumoto Rangaku about this. Lu Jin was present at the time. Lu Jin only cared about one thing, how is Zabumaru? Yes, Zabumaru's mission was to send the broken Zanpakuto to the Technology Development Bureau, where they would conduct a thorough study on the sword beasts. Otherwise, fighting the sword beasts in this way would be too inefficient. In particular, one needs to be on guard against Zanpakuto from time to time, fearing that he might suddenly lose control and turn into a sword beast. Lu Jin looked at Kaden Kyokotsu. There are many problems with Kaden Kyokotsu. Nanao, you are not her master, and Shunsui is also slacking off. Naturally, she is unwilling to fight. But what worries Lu Jin the most is whether Kaden Kyokotsu has gone berserk and turned into a sword beast. Nanao is famous for her meticulousness, and Lu Jin found the answer from Nanao's eyes. I'm afraid Matsumoto Rangaku already knows the answer. Nanao answered Lu Jin's previous question. Things aren't going well with Zabumaru. Senbon Sakura went berserk at Bankai and destroyed the Technology Development Bureau. If the master of the sword of Senbon Sakura was around at the time, even if it was Bankai of Senbon Sakura, that situation would never have happened. Only when the master of Zanpakuto and Zanpakuto work together can they unleash their true power and not lose control. If either side loses control, it will lead to a violent ending. Senbon Sakura's Bankai failed to control his strength, and with only Zabumaru present, he destroyed the Technology Development Bureau. On the other hand, without Kyoraku Shunsui's comfort, Kaden Kyokotsu would transform into a sword beast from time to time and oppose Nanao. No wonder the captain said this kind of battle is meaningless. Nanao couldn't help but smile bitterly. She finally understood why Kyoraku Shunsui used illness as an excuse to avoid drinking. In a war between Shinigami and Zanpakuto, no matter which side won, they would lose. Nanao. Matsumoto Rangaku's expression turned serious. What are you thinking about? Matsumoto Rangaku's tone was very stern. Do you know that what you just thought was very dangerous? She sat upright, as if she was angry for the first time, and in fact, it was the first time Nanao saw Matsumoto Rangaku treat her like this. Because such a battle is meaningless, you don't want to continue fighting? As Shinigami, we exist in another world, but we are protecting this world. Do you know what this means? Advertisement? If we can't do our utmost to complete every mission and bring every incident to a perfect conclusion, then what will happen to the ordinary people in this world? They will see things that don't exist in their own world. They will see everything that is unbelievable. Most importantly, they are in danger at all times and may lose their lives at any time. We never fight for ourselves. Hearing this, Nanao smiled. You've been hanging around Lu Jin for so long, how come you've become as boastful as him? Nanao teased. But you're right. I'm a Shinigami, and my job is to put an end to every incident. Carry out the mission without regrets, then, you should calm this child down. Lu Jin patted Kaden Kyokotsu's head. Leave the rest to me. Matsumoto Rangaku tried hard to get closer to Kaden Kyokotsu's heart, but if a person wants to close his own world, it will be difficult for others to get close to him. Similarly, if a sword only recognizes one master, it will definitely not listen to others. In fact, every time it would draw out the negative emotions of Kaden Kyokotsu, and there were several times when he almost lost control and a sword beast almost appeared. On the other hand, there is one thing that is particularly worth noting. The news that the sword beast that was fighting with Kazushini actually transformed back into the form of Zanpakuto in the middle of the battle gave all the Shinigami who were in a gloomy state of mind a reason to cheer up. Even Kyoraku Shunsui's eyes began to light up. This means that there is still hope. Nanao even told this to Kaden Kyokotsu. So, those guys will return to their original form? Kaden Kyokotsu said. So, can I return to my original form too? Hearing this, Nanao's heart was touched, because she found out that Kaden Kyokotsu didn't like her current state either. Perhaps, at the beginning, she was indeed curious about her current form. She could move freely. Like Shinigami, they finally had thoughts and could think about their own things. However, everything comes at a price. Advertisement. It was Muramasa who woke them up. Muramasa's abilities are so evil that many times the Shinigami are left helpless. This evil power awakened them, but after Muramasa disappeared, they did not return to their original condition, and even became worse, which made them realize that everything became out of control. Sometimes, even they can't control themselves, and what actions did the Shinigami take at this time? As long as the Zanpakuto is broken, the sword beast will naturally die. With the Ryotsu exhausted, the Zanpakuto naturally became almost a piece of scrap metal. So, this is why Kaden Kyokotsu has been thwarting Nanao this whole time. As Zanpakuto, how could she bear to see those guys end up like this? Nanao said, don't worry, it may be too early to say this now, but we will definitely find a solution. We can change you back to your original appearance. But before that, we can't let them do anything wrong. Otherwise, if they are targeted by others and that old man takes action, there will be no room for maneuver. Kaden Kyokotsu remained silent. Okay, I'll help you. Meanwhile, Zabumaru from the Technology Development Bureau looked at Senbon Sakura and said, Senbon Sakura, do you hear me? Don't be so rough, and don't worry, everything will return to normal. It turned out that Zabumaru also had some other anxieties in his heart. The anxiety is that there are always some Zanpakuto who are unwilling to change back. What should we do then? It's just that finding the sword beast might allow him to transform back into Zanpakuto, but what if Zanpakuto doesn't want to transform back? What should he do then? We must always find the most critical point and the cause of all the changes in order to get a satisfactory answer to this incident. Otherwise, Shinigami and Zanpakuto may never be able to rely on each other as before. Let's go, Senbon Sakura, Hikari Jizo, and have some fun with those naughty kids, Zabumaru said with a wicked smile. A smile flashed across Senbon Sakura's cold face, and Hikari Jizo followed Zabumaru out. Advertisement Chapter 180. Joining forces. Why did the sword beast appear? This is a question many people have. Lu Jin is the key person who understands all causes and effects. However, many times, understanding the whole story does not mean you can change it. This is not a destined ending, but rather, it can be said to be a helpless feeling of powerlessness. Zanpakuto and Shinigami are closely related. Without Zanpakuto, Shinigami is no longer Shinigami. Without Shinigami, Zanpakuto can no longer radiate its due edge. Muramasa can give Zanpakuto his own consciousness, but Muramasa does not have the ability to turn Zanpakuto into a sword beast. The key reason why Zanpakuto has such a change is because of themselves. Shinigami is more than just the word master. For a Zanpakuto, the master it pursues is everything. Therefore, Zanpakuto, who had lost his master and Muramasa's deliberate hints, could no longer control his wild thoughts, and thus, the sword beast was derived. Why? It's an obsession to find its master. Lu Jin knew all of this, of course. But knowing it was useless, it all happened anyway. He could only ensure that the white whale in his possession would not suffer such a tragic fate. Having lost its master and gone berserk, the sword beast searches for its master's presence in the real world. This obsession alone keeps it in its sword beast form. However, the berserk has already become a reality. They are like a pile of dynamite, and just a spark can cause a disaster. This was something the old man would not allow, so, considering the overall situation, the tasks he assigned were extremely inhumane. So, in the final analysis, if Shinigami cannot understand his attachment to Zanpakuto from beginning to end, it will be impossible for him to end this incident perfectly. In addition, Kurosaki Ichigo sent a not very pleasant message. An extremely strange Zanpakuto appeared, fog and wind. Finally appeared. Lu Jin sighed, everything was finally over, he had been waiting for the appearance of this knife. White whale, that guy showed up. Advertisement: the sword beast is rampaging in the world, and its appearance frequency has become more frequent in the past few days. This naturally attracted the attention of the Shinigami. Coupled with the information from Kurosaki Ichigo, all the Shinigami have always believed that the source of all the weirdness lies in this Zanpakuto, Kirikaze. Kirikaze's ability is extremely strange, it can no longer be described as special. However, Zanpakuto's abilities are different, and although this ability is strange, it is not a pervert. The ability to create mist and render attacks ineffective is a fairly standard ability, however, this mist is extraordinary. The mist created by the fog wind can enter Zanpakuto and take away all of Zanpakuto's Ryotsu. If Zanpakuto is in the hands of a Shinigami, even if Ryotsu is taken away, the Shinigami only needs to transport Ryotsu back. But at this time, many Zanpakuto are stranded and become sword beasts, which is different. As Kirikaze seizes the Ryotsu of those Zanpakuto, he will become stronger and stronger, and there will be no way to stop him in the end. Fortunately, Kurosaki Ichigo encountered Kirikaze. If it were other Shinigami who won by their abilities, it would probably not be so easy to escape. However, the stubborn Kurosaki Ichigo actually thought of retreating, most likely because he was forced to do so by his companions. As expected, after receiving Kirikaze's information, the first task is to find the owner of Kirikaze's Zanpakuto. Using the owner to subdue Zanpakuto is naturally the best and simplest way. However, Lu Jin knew that everything could not be that simple. Because Kirikaze's master was an extremely mediocre Shinigami, and Kirikaze was unwilling to be controlled by such a Shinigami, so when Muramasa materialized him, he had already separated from the original owner. Maybe he just left the Shinigami, or maybe he killed the Shinigami. So, this method is impossible to work. Lu Jin also set off, he wanted to meet Wu Feng. You're here too. Kenpachi saw Lu Jin and greeted him. Your white whale should be able to deal with that guy. As soon as he heard this, Lu Jin knew that Kenpachi had suffered a loss at the hands of Wu Feng. That guy's abilities are a bit tricky. Kenpachi touched his nose, I can't fight him with my bare hands. But if Zanpakuto is used, Ryotsu will be used by him instead, and eventually become the opponent's strength, turning around and attacking himself. Especially, the Shinigami's ability is most likely to rely on Zanpakuto. Advertisement: just based on this one aspect, Kirikaze's ability is not outstanding, but it just happens to hit the weak points of all Shinigami. In fact, if the strength is sufficient, for example, if the old man takes action, even if the Kirikaze ability can absorb Ryotsu, it will be of no use. Ultimately, it's because these Shinigami are too weak. Kenpachi naturally understood Lu Jin's look and touched his nose, feeling a little embarrassed. At this moment, Nanao and Kaden Kyokotsu also retreated. Looking at their miserable appearance, one knew the outcome. Kaden Kyokotsu snorted, "Don't be so complacent. At least I got that guy away. If you're capable, take care of him next time you catch him. Don't be so sarcastic here." Naneo felt a little helpless, yet somewhat doting as she touched the little lowly Kaden Kyokotsu's head. Lu Jin understood very well that this battle was because Kirikaze had seized the Ryotsu of Kaden Kyokotsu, and Kiraku Shunsui, the owner, was not there. At this moment, the Kaden Kyokotsu that maintained its materialization was actually very fragile, and could even turn into a useless Zanpakuto at any time. If Naneo had not driven away Kirikaze in time, it is very likely that the Kaden Kyokotsu would have been broken. Next, the Shinigami held a small meeting. Regarding the strategy formulated by Kirikaze's Zanpakuto, it is certain that Kirikaze's ability is a fatal restraint for Shinigami, but fortunately, this ability is not a pervert and can still be targeted or even cracked. However, Lu Jin's white whale tells a different story. Those Zanpakuto who transformed into sword beasts have decided to join forces to deal with Kirikaze without telling the Shinigami, because Kirikaze's ability is too restraining to the Shinigami. Lu Jin sighed. Restraining Shinigami is essentially restraining you at this time. Without Ryotsu, how do you maintain your physical form? Turned into an ordinary Zanpakuto, without a Shinigami you could only lie there quietly, unable to pose any threat to Kirikaze at all. These guys, really, actually decided to solve it secretly without telling Shinigami. What's the difference between this and sending the whole team to be wiped out? You have to rush over to give your Ryotsu to Kirikaze, and then when the Shinigami arrives, you will be facing Kirikaze who has absorbed countless Zanpakuto Ryotsu. That's really tricky. However, Lu Jin still feels fortunate, because everything is still going according to the plot. Chapter 181. Having dinner together after the Zanpakuto incident, everyone was in a panic. Even though everything seemed calm on the surface, there were actually more things waiting for them. Lu Jin noticed that everyone looked extremely panicked. In fact, it was not just them who looked extremely panicked. Lu Jin also felt a little worried inside. He also always felt that this matter was not over yet. He also always felt that there was some danger lurking. When he thought about these things, Lu Jin could not remain calm for a while. Because I was so uneasy inside. In addition, he had no idea what to do, so Lu Jin could only summon his Zanpakuto. He deliberately summoned his Zanpakuto, and the Zanpakuto with a white glow appeared in his eyes. Lu Jin's eyes also flashed with complex emotions. For a moment, he didn't know how to start, and he had no idea what he should ask. When Lu Jin finally realized what was happening, he took a deep breath and said, "I had a feeling something was going to happen next, and I felt a little uneasy." As these words fell into his ears, the white glowing Zanpakuto suddenly shook a few times. There will indeed be more storms to come. Lu Jin never thought that after he said this, his Zanpakuto would respond to him and even tell him that there would be more storms to come. He didn't know what to say for a moment. When he finally came to his senses, Lu Jin found his voice again. Will there be more storms? What kind of storms will they be? Lu Jin couldn't help but take a deep breath and then asked below. After he asked this question, Zanpakuto did not respond. After an unknown amount of time, Zanpakuto revealed some information to Lu Jin. As Lu Jin listened to Zanpakuto speaking in his ear, his expression became increasingly uglier. Although he knew that there would be more dangers ahead, he didn't know what he should say for a moment, and he had no idea what the danger was. Advertisement. When Lu Jin thought about this, he suddenly felt more and more uneasy, and he didn't know what to say. I don't know how long it was, but suddenly I heard footsteps outside. When I heard the footsteps outside, Lu Jin was a little unresponsive for a moment. When he reacted later, there was a knock on the door. Lu Jin didn't react for a long time. He didn't know how long it had been. The knock on the door outside became more and more urgent. He had no idea what to say for a moment. When he finally realized what was going on, Lu Jin couldn't help but take a deep breath. Who's outside? What's going on? It's us. We have something to talk to you about. A familiar voice sounded from the door, and Lu Jin reacted immediately. Suddenly, he looked up and through the transparent glass window, Lu Jin could see that it was already very late. As night fell, Lu Jin realized that he was so engrossed in his thoughts that he had forgotten to turn on the lights. The room was pitch black. Lu Jin turned on the light and immediately opened the door. The moment he opened the door, several very familiar faces came into view. Looking at the captain and vice captain, with whom he had a good relationship, appearing in front of him at this moment, Lu Jin really didn't know what he should say for a moment. When he finally realized what was happening, he also tried to find his voice again. What on earth is going on? When Lu Jin's words fell into their ears, the group of people looked at each other. They probably didn't expect Lu Jin to speak to them in such a tone. For a moment, he couldn't help but curl the corners of his lips. Can we find you if there is nothing wrong? Lu Jin lowered his head and smiled. No matter if you have something to do or not, you can come to me. After he finished speaking, the group couldn't help but burst into laughter. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Jin finally regained his voice. So, what exactly is the reason you asked me to come here this time? Those people don't like to beat around the bush, and they prefer to get straight to the point whether they are speaking or doing things. Advertisement. So now, hearing Lu Jin ask this in their ears, they couldn't help but shake their heads for a moment. The reason I came to you specifically this time is because there is something I want to tell you. Lu Jin couldn't help but raise his eyebrows for a moment. He didn't expect that this group of people came to him because they had something to tell him. Although he guessed that this group of people came to him because they had something to tell him, those were just his guesses. Listening to this group of people talking in his ear, Lu Jin couldn't help but nodded for a moment. You guys can talk as much as you want. The reason we came here this time is to invite you out for dinner. Would you be willing to do us the honor? Lu Jin didn't expect that this group of people would invite him to dinner. He kept looking down at the time and found that it was indeed time for dinner. When he thought about this, Lu Jin couldn't help but shook his head. If you want to eat, then you can go by yourselves. Those people didn't know what to say. They never expected that this time they kindly invited Lu Jin to dinner, but Lu Jin directly rejected them. For a moment, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. We're just inviting you out for dinner. It won't take up much of your time. So, do you want to eat with us? Lu Jin is currently troubled by the Zanpakuto incident, and he certainly doesn't want to have dinner with these people. When he thought of this, Lu Jin couldn't help but shook his head. You guys go eat it yourself. Lu Jin had already said this, and they finally couldn't help but take a step forward. We're all good friends. What's wrong with good friends getting together for a meal? Why do you have to refuse? They had already said so much, so Lu Jin certainly couldn't refuse. In the end, he could only nod and say, okay, let's go together. Chapter 182. Hesitation. A group of people came here in a hurry. After they arrived, they sat down casually in a private room. Soon, the dishes came up one after another. Lu Jin noticed that the captains and vice-captains all had a faint smile on their faces, and for a moment he didn't know whether he should say it or not. Noticing that Lu Jin seemed to be hesitant to speak, he didn't know what to say. After an unknown amount of time, the group finally regained their voices. What's going on? Why do you look so sad from the beginning? Lu Jin listened to the captain and vice-captains talking in his ears, and asked himself why he had such a sad expression from the very beginning. He didn't know what to say. Lu Jin had no idea how he should answer. When he finally realized what was going on, he became increasingly confused and hesitant. He didn't know whether he should say it or not. When he finally realized what was happening, Lu Jin finally found his voice again. Maybe after I talk about this topic, you might be unhappy or something like that. When Lu Jin said this, a bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. That group of people didn't quite understand what Lu Jin meant by this sentence. When they finally realized what was going on, they looked at each other for a while. Everyone smiled faintly, and then began to comfort Lu Jin. What's the big deal? They said this here. Lu Jin had never expected that this group of people would actually come to comfort him at this time. Lu Jin knew that if he took the initiative to bring up that topic, the atmosphere would definitely not be as lively as it is now. Advertisement. But if I don't seize the time to speak up now, I won't give myself another chance. When he thought about this, Lu Jin could only answer, then I'll tell you. Do you still remember the incident when Zanpakuto materialized? After hearing this, the captains and vice-captains fell silent for a moment. No one had expected Lu Jin to suddenly bring up the topic, the Zanpakuto materialization, and they looked at each other for a moment. Then, when they finally realized what was happening, the group finally found their voices. Of course we remember. When he said this, Lu Jin unexpectedly heard a hint of crying in their voices. For a moment he didn't know what to say. When he came to his senses later, Lu Jin finally found his voice again. This matter. When he spoke the last part, Lu Jin had no idea what to say for a moment. The group of people ignored him completely at this time. They just silently summoned their Zanpakuto. After everyone summoned their own Zanpakuto, they just looked at their Zanpakuto quietly and couldn't help but recall the good old days before. Those people said that Zanpakuto's materialization was a disaster, but they did not think so. After all, Zanpakuto had been with them day and night. Zanpakuto was not just a weapon, but their good partner. When they thought of these things in their hearts, they didn't know what to say for a moment. When they reacted later, they couldn't help but sigh deeply, and they didn't know what to say at all. Lu Jin noticed that the group of people beside him sighed deeply, and he sighed along with them. Those people had a kind of nostalgia for Zanpakuto. Whenever they thought about the fact that Zanpakuto had materialized before, he would be like their good partner and always be by their side. A smile appeared on everyone's lips. They didn't know what to say for a moment, but they felt a warmth flowing through their hearts. Lu Jin noticed everyone's nostalgic expressions and knew what they were thinking. Just as he was about to say something, he didn't expect that his Zanpakuto suddenly emitted a white light. The light was so dazzling that everyone couldn't help but be stunned at this moment. Advertisement. They had never expected that Zanpakuto would emit white light at this time. Lu Jin noticed the abnormality of his Zanpakuto and wanted to take his Zanpakuto back. He felt even more uneasy inside, but before he could take back the Zanpakuto, Lu Jin finally discovered that something was wrong. His thick black eyebrows suddenly frowned at this moment, and Lu Jin didn't know what to say for a moment. It was unknown how long it had been, but as the blinding white light from Zanpakuto dissipated, Lu Jin finally realized something was wrong. He discovered that his Zanpakuto had actually materialized. The group of people nearby were also unable to react for a moment. They couldn't help but cover their mouths, and there was a hint of surprise and shock in their eyes. Lu Jin never expected that his Zanpakuto could suddenly materialize at this moment. Except for a moment when they didn't react. When they finally reacted, the captains and vice-captains couldn't help but cast their eyes towards Lu Jin. Lu Jin noticed that the group of people were looking at him, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. When the others reacted, Lu Jin's materialized Zanpakuto slowly spoke. Do you want your Zanpakuto to materialize as well? These words fell on everyone's ears. The captains and vice-captains were unable to react for a moment, mainly because they had never expected Zanpakuto to suddenly say such a thing. When they finally reacted, the group of people couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. There was hope in everyone's eyes. Lu Jin Zanpakuto also spoke slowly, it's not impossible. If you want your Zanpakuto to materialize as well, you just need to wait for the right opportunity. Chapter 183. Breaking the threshold. After hearing what Lu Jin Zanpakuto said, the captains and vice-captains were all excited at this time. They summoned their own Zanpakuto one after another, and the captains also had conversations with their own Zanpakuto. At this time, the threshold of the Technology Development Bureau was almost broken down by those people. The news about Lu Jin Zanpakuto's sudden materialization and his Zanpakuto spread throughout Soul Society at that moment. At this time, those who learned the news rushed to the Technology Development Bureau. They also want to know how to materialize their own Zanpakuto. Everyone wants their own Zanpakuto to be materialized so that they can get along with each other like friends. The staff at the Technology Development Bureau had a splitting headache for a while. No one had expected that these people would almost break down the threshold of the Technology Development Bureau. When the staff member thought about this, he couldn't help but shook his head for a moment. I didn't know what to say at the moment. You guys want to materialize your Zanpakuto? Sorry, we at the Technology Development Bureau don't care about that, so please figure it out on your own. The staff member looked at the person in front of him, and he couldn't help but raise his eyelids slightly, and even said this. The man didn't know what to say for a moment, and he didn't expect the staff to speak to him like that. When the other person reacted, the man finally found his voice again. But aren't you the Technology Development Bureau? If we have any problems here, of course we have to come to your Technology Development Bureau. The staff member of the Technology Development Bureau felt a splitting headache and he had no idea what to say. After an unknown amount of time, the Development Bureau staff member finally regained his voice. But I don't want to talk to you about this here. I can only tell you that we have no other options. After he said this, the man could only leave in shame. The staff thought they had made their words clear and understandable enough, and also thought that no one would ask them this boring question again. Advertisement. But looking at the long queue behind, especially after that person left, the next person should repeat that person's question. He even asked him how to materialize Zanpakuto. The staff member raised his hand and rubbed his brow. We really don't know how Zanpakuto is supposed to materialize. After he said this, the staff member said that he really had nothing to say. He hurried to the office of the Technology Development Bureau. When the staff pushed open the door, he noticed that their captain, Kuretsuchi Miyuri, raised his hand and rubbed his eyebrows. He looked extremely painful. When the staff member noticed that Kuretsuchi Miyuri looked so painful, he didn't know how to start the conversation for a moment, and he didn't know whether he should say anything or not. Kuretsuchi Miyuri listened to the footsteps falling beside her ears. When he turned his head, he noticed the staff walking towards him. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. What brings you here this time? Could it be about Zanpakuto's materialization? Before the staff could say anything, they didn't expect that Kuretsuchi Miyuri next to them was like a worm in their stomach. He even asked this question. He didn't know what to say for a moment, and he had no idea how to respond. When the staff reacted later, they also paid attention to finding their own voices. There are too many people here. They also want to know how to materialize their Zanpakuto, but we've already explained everything to them. Kuretsuchi Miyuri just listened to the staff's voice falling in his ears, and he could also hear a strong sense of fatigue in the staff's words. Advertisement. He didn't know what to say. Kuretsuchi Miyuri felt really upset. When he thought about this, he was furious for a while. Even though the office has good sound insulation, the noise outside is so loud that it can be deafening for a moment. Kuretsuchi Miyuri looked up at the staff and couldn't help but say, I want you to do something for me. The staff member didn't quite understand what Kuretsuchi Miyuri meant by this. When he finally realized what was going on, he finally found his voice and said, just tell me what to do. Kuretsuchi Miyuri continued, go call those captains over and tell them I want them here for something. Kuretsuchi Miyuri's words fell into my ears. The staff member immediately nodded to show that he understood, and he immediately invited the captains over. Looking at the captains who appeared before her, Kuretsuchi Miyuri couldn't help but raise a brow. Do you know why I called you here this time? Kuretsuchi Miyuri's words fell into their ears. The captains looked at each other for a moment, completely confused as to what he meant. When they finally realized what he meant, they couldn't help but ask, I don't know. Kuretsuchi Miyuri watched the captains hesitating and felt a surge of anger rising within him. Don't you really know? The captains raised their hands and touched their noses. They just felt confused inside. They also had no idea why Captain Kuretsuchi Miyuri called them over this time, and what it was about. The more these captains hesitated, the more annoyed Kuretsuchi Miyuri felt. Finally, he couldn't help but take a deep breath and said, since you don't know why I called you here this time, why don't you listen to the shouting outside? The captains couldn't help but fall silent for a moment. They never thought that the reason why Kuretsuchi Miyuri called them over this time was because of this matter. Chapter 184. Captain's summoning. Because of this incident, the entire facade of the Technology Development Bureau can be said to have been blown to pieces by one of the captains. The blame was put on Lu Jin. After all, this matter requires a scapegoat, and if Lu Jin hadn't said that, this matter would not have turned out like this. The captain also called Lu Jin over directly. When Lu Jin heard others say that the captain asked him to come over, he could probably guess why the captain called him over this time. When thinking about this, Lu Jin couldn't help but take a deep breath. He didn't know what to say at all. In his heart, he only felt helplessness. When Lu Jin pushed the door open, he also noticed that the captain was looking at him with an angry look on his face. Noticing the captain's furious face, Lu Jin didn't know what to say for a moment. When he finally realized what was happening, Lu Jin finally found his voice. I don't know why they called me this time. Before he could finish his words, the captain sneered, why did I call you over this time? Don't you have any idea? Lu Jin could probably guess why the captain asked him to come over. When he thought about this, Lu Jin couldn't help but take a deep breath. Just say whatever you want to say. Lu Jin particularly disliked others hesitating in front of him, so when he noticed the captain was so furious, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Advertisement. The captain had never thought that he would call Lu Jin over to question him this time. He originally thought that his attitude would be more humble, so he could just say a few words to him at that time. This matter could be said to have passed directly, but what surprised him was that Lu Jin did not have a trace of humility on his face. Instead, he started to question why he called him over this time. When the captain thought about this, he couldn't help but sneer at the corner of his mouth. You really don't know why you were called here this time? The captain's words fell into his ears, and Lu Jin didn't know how to respond for a moment. The words that were on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back into his stomach at this moment. He certainly understood why the captain had called him over this time. As Lu Jin pondered this, he finally replied, so you don't believe it? Of course, the captain didn't believe it. When he thought about this, his eyes fell on Lu Jin and scanned him back and forth. Later, the captain found his voice and said, of course I don't believe you. Things have come to this point, and the captain has also said that he does not believe him, so of course there are no other problems on Lu Jin's side. When he thought about this, Lu Jin couldn't help but take a deep breath. Whether you believe me or not, there's no need to talk about this. Lu Jin knew that no matter what he said or how he explained, the captain just didn't believe him. In the end, Lu Jin had no choice but to take out his own Zanpakuto. I know that no matter what I say, I also know that no matter how I explain, you won't believe me. The captain listened to Lu Jin's words and finally took out his own Zanpakuto. The words that were on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back into his stomach at this moment. The captain even suspected that there was something wrong with his eyes. When he thought about this in his heart, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. So you didn't release that news on purpose? You didn't intentionally make everyone so panicked? But it was really? Advertisement. As the captain spoke, his voice became softer and softer, as if it was about to be blown away by the wind. When Lu Jin heard the captain say this, his voice became increasingly trembling. He didn't know what to say at the moment. When he finally came to his senses, he finally regained his voice and said, indeed. The captain couldn't say a word. He really didn't know what he should say. The captain also had no idea what he should do. He just looked at Lu Jin with a dazed expression. Lu Jin noticed the captain standing there in a daze, and he couldn't help but sigh. I've already taken out my Zanpakuto, so I don't know if you believe me now or not. His words fell into my ears. The captain could only nod in the end. Of course I trust you and me, and I know you didn't spread the news intentionally. After he finished speaking, the captain suddenly realized something and took out his Ryujin Jaka. Lu Jin noticed that the captain suddenly took out his Zanpakuto. He looked at the captain thoughtfully for a moment, and he probably understood why the captain had such a thoughtful expression after seeing him take out the Zanpakuto. So that's why, Lu Jin thought to himself. The captain had no expression on his face. After some time had passed, the captain regained his voice and asked, so what you said is true? Lu Jin didn't expect that the captain had asked him this question before, and now he asked him this question again. He didn't know how to answer. When he finally realized what was going on, Lu Jin nodded, everything I said is true. His words fell on his ears, and the captain was completely speechless. Lu Jin certainly wouldn't lie, and he felt there was no need to lie to the captain, so his words were naturally true. If what you said is true. The captain took out his Ryujin Jaka, and his face had a thoughtful expression. At this moment, the whole person gradually fell into deep thought. Chapter 185. Seal. Now the captain is a little confused about what is going on. Some things cannot be figured out by him alone. Just at this moment, everyone around had left, so the captain seized the opportunity. Are you there? I have something to ask you, the captain whispered to Ryujin Jaka. These things are really too strange for the captain, but Ryujin Jaka should know about them. It didn't take long for Ryujin Jaka to respond to the captain. Now that no one else could hear their conversation, the captain felt that this was a good opportunity. However, Ryujin Jaka hadn't yet transformed into a physical form, so the captain said, you don't have to transform directly into a physical form like you are doing now. I have something to ask you, and no one will be around. Perhaps this matter is only Ryujin Jaka who can solve it now. Otherwise, the captain really doesn't know who to ask about this matter, so he should still ask Ryujin Jaka. So the captain found a place where there was no one around and made Ryujin Jaka become a physical entity. Ryujin Jaka is different from other Zanpakuto. Although the captain doesn't know how the other things are made, he knows that Ryujin Jaka can be transformed into a physical form. It wasn't long before Ryujin Jaka appeared. What's wrong? Did something happen that you suddenly called me here? Ryujin Jaka was very curious. Although Ryujin Jaka is also a Zanpakuto, it is different from other Zanpakuto. The current Ryujin Jaka can still transform into a physical body. Although the captain didn't understand what was going on, this was the question he wanted to ask most. I have a question for you. If you know the answer, please tell me. The captain stared at him closely. Ryujin Jaka nodded and said, okay, go ahead and ask. If you have any questions, I will definitely answer them if I know the answer. Advertisement. Ryujin Jaka always answers questions from the captain general and tells him anything he knows. I want to ask you why you are different from other Zanpakuto. I have discovered before that other Zanpakuto cannot transform into physical form, but you can. The captain had never noticed this before, but it was not until now that he realized that it might not be so easy for those other things to turn into entities, or that only Ryujin Jaka himself could turn into entities, and the others could not. Why did you suddenly think of asking me this question? Ryujin Jaka asked with some surprise. The captain said, just tell me first. I want to know something. Maybe only you can answer me. No one else can. The only person who knows about this matter now may be Ryujin Jaka. The others probably know nothing about it, so the captain has no intention of asking others. Do you know what is going on? If you do, please tell me. This matter is very important to me, said the captain. The captain had never paid attention to it before, but it was not until now that he realized that this matter was indeed important to him, so no matter what, the captain had to find a way to guess the truth of this matter. Ryujin Jaka looked thoughtfully at the captain and said, well, you've asked the right person about this matter. Besides me, I guess few people know about this. Seeing Ryujin Jaka's confident look, the captain knew that he had found the right person this time. So what's going on? I just discovered this recently. You're also a Zanpakuto, and so are the others, but I don't think I've ever seen them transform into any other forms. Ryujin Jaka thought for a moment and said, that's because they're sealed now. Captain Kamisama was a little surprised by this answer. Although he had guessed that there might be a soul in every Zanpakuto, he didn't know why these souls couldn't speak. It seems that the reason now is that these souls have been sealed. But what exactly is it? Why did it seal the soul inside Zanpakuto? And why aren't you sealed? Asked the captain. Advertisement. I don't know what happened today, but the captain feels that there are some very important issues and we must find solutions to them. I don't know about that, but my seal has been lifted now, so I can become a physical entity and talk to you. Otherwise, if my seal is still there, I won't be able to find you, Zanpakuto said to the captain. To be honest, when the captain heard Zanpakuto talking to him like this, he felt a little relieved that Zanpakuto was okay. But the captain still wanted to know what the reason was. The captain thought carefully about what Zanpakuto said, and then suddenly said, I see. So what you mean is that if these things want to transform into their own forms, they must be unsealed, right? In other words, if the seal is lifted, these Zanpakuto will naturally be able to transform into physical form. That's true, but I didn't think that ordinary people could break the seal. After all, there are still variables in these things. There are many changes, and I can't explain them clearly in a short time. The captain nodded thoughtfully. He had already thought about these questions before asking Ryujin Jaka. What the captain thought at that time was basically the same as what Ryujin Jaka said. Now with the certification of Ryujin Jaka, the captain feels even more that his original idea was correct. However, if these Zanpakuto can transform into forms, then what should they do? Then do you know how these things are supposed to transform into human form? I've never seen this before, so I hope you can explain it to me. Don't make things difficult for me. I don't know about this, and it's definitely not possible just by you and me. If we want to make them transform into human form, we definitely need their masters, Ryujin Jaka said. So that's how it is. It seems that if Ryujin Jaka was sealed before, it should have been the captain who lifted the seal of Ryujin Jaka. I understand, thank you, said the captain. This doubt had been in the captain's mind for a long time, and now it was finally answered. Ryujin Jaka nodded. Okay, if you have anything else next time, you can ask me. I will tell you everything I know. Chapter 186. Reaction. After saying this, Ryujin Jaka transformed back into his previous form, while the captain stood there alone, lost in thought. To be honest, the captain had not thought of this before. He had not thought that every Zanpakuto had his own soul, but it was just sealed now. If all these souls were released, it might be the same as Ryujin Jaka. However, the captain didn't know whether he should tell others about this. After thinking about it, the captain decided not to meddle in other people's business, but he was not the only one who discovered this problem. Although no one showed it, they had already thought a lot while they were in the room. It seemed like everyone had figured out the routine, except they just hadn't figured out how to unseal their own Zanpakuto yet. Everyone has their own plans in mind. They all want their Zanpakuto to become a physical entity. After all, it will be much more convenient to do things in the future. Can you hear me? If you can hear me, please give me a response, okay? Someone said. This voice was indeed spoken by Hibiki Kotoshiro. Hibiki Kotoshiro had already figured out the rules here, so he also wanted to quickly change his Zanpakuto into a form. There was no movement from Zanpakuto in the room for a long time, and Hibin Kotoshiro became even more anxious. Please respond to me slowly. I know there is a soul living inside you. If there is a way, I want to rescue you. Hibin Kotashiro's voice was very low, as if he was afraid of being discovered by others. After all, this matter was still a secret. It is a secret in everyone's heart, but this Zanpakuto still didn't move at all, and Hibin Kotoshiro was getting a little anxious. After all, they had seen a physical Zanpakuto before. And now, Hibin Kotoshiro can basically confirm that there is also a soul living in his Zanpakuto, but for some unknown reason, it has not moved. Hibin Kotoshiro had almost finished saying all he wanted to say, but there was still no movement from Zanpakuto, which made Hibin Kotoshiro a little anxious. Advertisement. Why is this happening? Can't you really hear me? Hibin Kotoshiro said in a low voice. At this moment, the Zanpakuto seemed to move. Although it was just a slight shake twice, it could be considered a response to Hibin Kotoshiro. This also means that there really is a soul inside Hibiki Kotoshiro's Zanpakuto. As long as Hibiki Kotoshiro finds a way, he can definitely make it become a physical entity. Great, I knew it would be like this, said Heben Kotoshiro. Ever since Hisashi Kotoshiro received the response from Zanpakuto, he has been very happy. After all, this means that their Zanpakuto is one step closer to becoming a physical entity. However, people who don't know about this, such as Heben Kotoshiro, will experience changes when eating this thing, but these changes will depend on the thing itself. Not everyone's answer will be responsive. On the other hand, Matsumoto Rangaku was also very anxious. After all, it was still very rare to get the Zanpakuto, and everyone hoped that their Zanpakuto could give them a response. They didn't show it in front of outsiders, but when they returned to their rooms, they were secretly testing their Zanpakuto. If this Zanpakuto of mine could give a response, it would mean that this matter was a done deal. But Matsumoto Rangaku stayed in the room for a long time and still didn't see any response from Zanpakuto. Matsumoto Rangaku was a little discouraged and didn't know why. Is there really something that has not been resolved? After all, this matter was still a little too strange for them. They had no idea what the pattern was and why some Zanpakuto could move. But some of the broken knives did not move at all, as if they could not feel the soul in their bodies at all. This is really strange. Why did this happen? Matsumoto Rangaku was a little sad. Advertisement. They were all very concerned about their Zanpakuto and wanted to know why their Zanpakuto had no reaction at all, but after such a long time, they still had no clues. What's going on? Why doesn't my Zanpakuto have any clues? It wasn't like this before. Matsumoto Rangaku was a little helpless. Now Matsumoto Rangaku has some understanding of the sounds around him, and naturally knows that other people's Zanpakuto will respond. However, he doesn't know why Matsumoto Rangaku's Zanpakuto has been silent for such a long time. All of them hoped that their Zanpakuto could quickly possess a soul, but they did not know how to do so. And there are quite a few people who know about this matter. The main thing is that those who know about it no longer have the energy to focus on other things. After all, some of them have already seen Zanpakuto with a soul, and now they are naturally very envious, and hope that they can be like that when they are in Zanpakuto. But so much time has passed and there is still no solution. Is there really no soul living inside you? Do you still have a chance to become a physical body? Matsumoto Rangaku looked at his Zanpakuto helplessly. Although no one showed it during the day, they couldn't help but feel a little disappointed when they saw that their Zanpakuto was completely silent at night. But there is really no way now. Even if they are anxious, it is useless. If they want these things to respond, they must still need other methods. I will definitely find a way to help you cultivate into a physical form, Matsumoto Rangaku said seriously. Matsumoto Rangaku was already outside when he was at Heben Kofuyushiro's place just now, so he was eager to try it out when he came back, but he didn't expect that he was in Zanpakuto and there was no movement at all. When he first learned about this thing, Matsumoto Rangaku was still a little panicked, wondering if there was really something wrong with this thing of his. Otherwise, why didn't Zanpakuto make any movement after he had already said so? No matter what, I must let you have your own entity. Matsumoto Rangaku repeated this sentence again, as if she was talking to herself, to tell him the importance of this matter. But Zanpakuto still didn't react at all. Chapter 187, Attack. Now almost all the Shinigami are paying attention to this matter, and basically no one cares about the battle anymore. For a time, almost all the Shinigami seem to be in charge of Zanpakuto. At this moment, everyone suddenly heard a loud noise in a room and a strong cry for help, and everyone hurried to the place where the sound came from. Almost everyone stopped in the same room. What is going on? Why is there a cry for help in the house? Someone asked anxiously. There was a lot of noise in the room now, as if there was some fierce battle going on, but no one knew what was going on, and no one dared to go in for a while. I don't know. Why don't we go in and take a look? It would be bad if something really happened, said another person. Now there seemed to be only one person's voice calling for help in the house, and they basically couldn't feel that there were any other people inside. Let's go in and take a look. If something really happens, none of us can bear the consequences, said the man. They had not expected that attacks often occurred in this place, and they did not know who had broken in. When he opened the door, they were all a little scared. They didn't expect that it was a Zanpakuto attacking a team member in the room. Moreover, this Zanpakuto belonged to this team member, which made Chongren a little confused and he couldn't react at first. The Zanpakuto's attack was very fierce. The opponent looked panicked, as if he was avoiding something, but was hit several times by the Zanpakuto. Hurry up and save me. If I continue to be attacked by this thing, I'm afraid I won't survive. The team member saw someone finally coming in from the door and quickly asked for help. Advertisement. Now the people at the door rushed forward and stopped Zanpakuto and rescued the team member. Although the team member was not in any danger of life, he was seriously injured. Moreover, this incident was heard by everyone present. They did not expect that their own Zanpakuto would do such a thing. How could this happen? Everyone sighed. Don't say so much. Just hand this thing over to the captain quickly. Otherwise, who knows what might happen, someone said. Now they have finally managed to subdue this Zanpakuto. For some reason, this Zanpakuto's attack is so swift, as if it was attacked by them. So these people worked together to send Zanpakuto to the captain's location. After hearing what everyone said, the captain was a little bit unbelievable. Is this true? You think this Zanpakuto would actually attack the team members? The captain asked with a frown. If that's really the case, then it's not good. This incident has never happened from the beginning to the end, and the captain doesn't know why it often happens here suddenly. Moreover, if Zanpakuto really attacks people, then the nature of the whole thing is different. If this Zanpakuto can attack people, it means that other Zanpakuto can also do so. Now the captain has no idea how to effectively stop these things. It's true. We saw it with our own eyes. That player is still seriously injured and is waiting for treatment, said those people on the field. Although everyone is unwilling to believe this, but this is the case. Once they find out about it, they have to believe it. Captain, what is going on? Is there really a Zanpakuto that can attack its own master? Someone asked. The captain didn't know how to explain this situation to his subordinates, but if this matter were really made public, he was afraid that morale would be weakened. Don't say too much for now. I will have someone investigate this matter. Don't worry, once the investigation is thorough, I will give you a satisfactory result, the captain said. Advertisement. In fact, even the captain himself was very suspicious about what was going on and why this happened. But even if the captain has doubts now, it is useless. They must first come up with a good solution to deal with the current problems. After sending all these people away, the captain called Lu Jin over. Have you heard about the incident with Zanpakuto before? Now the knife has been sent to me, said the captain. This matter spread among them at an extremely fast speed, so Lu Jin naturally knew the cause and effect of this matter. I already know about this, but is it really true? I still can't believe it. Why would this thing actually attack people? Lu Jin frowned. This incident has never been heard of before and is unprecedented. If this incident really happened, it must mean that there are other secrets behind it that have not been discovered. I also want to know what is going on with this matter, so I want you to help me investigate it, said the captain. The captain had seen Lu Jin's abilities before, so he was naturally willing to hand this task over directly to Lu Jin in the 12th Division. Now the captain must give an explanation to his subordinates, but there is no good way to do it right now, so Lu Jin must investigate this matter thoroughly, and then the captain will explain to his subordinates. However, this matter is really too bizarre. All the team members have been working hard on Zanpakuto, but they did not expect such a thing to happen suddenly. If there are other Zanpakuto that also attack the owner, then the situation may be impossible to prevent. So now the captain can only put all his hopes on Lu Jin, hoping that Lu Jin can help him investigate this matter thoroughly. Then he can give an explanation to the people below and also know the cause and process of this matter. This matter is really too complicated. I'm afraid they can't handle other tasks, so I'll leave this matter to you in the 12th Division, said the captain. It is estimated that Lu Jin will be able to investigate this matter clearly in a short time. After all, the captain's strength is there. Chapter 188. Protection. On the other hand, the Technology Development Bureau had no idea what to do, and was left with no other options. In the end, Kuretsuchi Miyuri had no choice but to turn to Lu Jin. Looking at Kuretsuchi Miyuri who appeared in front of him, Lu Jin could roughly guess what was going on just by moving his toes slightly. Can you help us? Kuretsuchi Miyuri's voice fell in her ear, with a hint of anxiety in her tone. Lu Jin's face was expressionless, and he raised his eyelids calmly. I'm sorry, I can't help you. Then these words fell into Kuretsuchi Miyuri's ears, and Kuretsuchi Miyuri was furious. She had never thought that this time she had put aside her face to ask Lu Jin for help. But what surprised him was that even though he had been so humble, Lu Jin didn't even pay any attention to him. It was impossible for him not to be angry. When she thought of this, Kuretsuchi Miyuri couldn't help but take a deep breath. Are you going to help or not? Hearing the hint of anger in his tone, Lu Jin raised his head and glanced at Kuretsuchi Miyuri in front of him. He also said word by word. I hope you can remember that helping you is a favor, but not helping you is also my duty. After saying this, Lu Jin originally thought that Kuretsuchi Miyuri standing in front of him would leave obediently. What surprised him was that Kuretsuchi Miyuri suddenly walked to the side. When Lu Jin noticed Kuretsuchi Miyuri walking to the side, he originally thought that he was going to turn around and leave, but Kuretsuchi Miyuri actually injured Ni Yinming who was next to him. What on earth do you want to do? Lu Jin's narrow and long phoenix eyes narrowed, and a hint of danger flashed in them. He never expected that Kuretsuchi Miyuri would not listen to him and leave, but instead injured Ni Yinming next to him. Ni Yinming probably didn't expect Kuretsuchi Miyuri to walk towards him, and even slapped him when he was not paying attention, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Advertisement. Ni Yinming's eyes were full of disbelief. She probably had never expected that Kuretsuchi Miyuri would suddenly attack her. Why on earth is this? Ni Yinming raised her hand to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. She murmured this question, but received no answer. Kuretsuchi Miyuri's eyes fell on Lu Jin, especially after noticing that she had injured Ni Yinming. Lu Jin looked extremely nervous. He curled the corners of his lips in satisfaction. I wonder if you agree or not. After Kuretsuchi Miyuri finished speaking, he couldn't help but add, if you don't agree, then don't blame me for being rude to Ni Yinming. He raised his hand and grabbed Ni Yinming's neck. His movements were so fast that Lu Jin didn't have time to step forward to stop him. Seeing that he had already grabbed Ni Yinming's neck, Ni Yinming's face was in pain. What exactly do you want to do? These few short words seemed to be squeezed out from his throat. Lu Jin almost used up all his life's strength. Then he looked at Kuretsuchi Miyuri in front of him and said these words. Lu Jin's words fell into her ears, and Kuretsuchi Miyuri just raised her eyebrows. Or else, guess what? Guess what I'm going to do? With his hands clenched into fists on both sides, Lu Jin never thought that Kuretsuchi Miyuri was even more excessive than he had imagined. Now he didn't hold Ni Yinming tightly, and it was obvious that he wanted to use Ni Yinming to threaten him. It must be said that he was indeed successful. Kuretsuchi Miyuri saw Lu Jin's pink face suddenly hesitate, and he knew that this time his bet was right. When he thought about this, Kuretsuchi Miyuri couldn't help but raise a faint arc at the corner of his mouth. So I bet right? Lu Jin never expected that Kuretsuchi Miyuri would ask questions even though he already knew the answer. When he thought about this, a nameless anger suddenly surged from the bottom of his heart, and he didn't know what to say. Advertisement Lu Jin also wanted to kill Kuretsuchi Miyuri in front of him with one knife, otherwise, he would not have the chance to threaten him. When thinking about this in his heart, Lu Jin did not know what to say for a moment. Kuretsuchi Miyuri noticed that Lu Jin's expression became more and more hesitant, and the curve of his mouth became bigger and bigger. Ha ha ha. After laughing heartily, Kuretsuchi Miyuri immediately grabbed Ni Yinmeng's neck and lifted her up. Ni Yinmeng was directly pinched into the air by her. Her face was as pale as a piece of paper. Kuretsuchi Miyuri said viciously, "If you don't agree to help me, you may never see Ni Yinmeng again." After he said this, the strength of Kuretsuchi Miyuri's hands became more and more severe. Lu Jin was unable to utter a word. The main reason was that he had never expected that Kuretsuchi Miyuri would be much more excessive than he had imagined. When he thought about this, Lu Jin couldn't help but take a deep breath. "What do you want to do?" Lu Jin's words fell into his ears, and Kuretsuchi Miyuri also noticed that Ni Yinmeng's breathing was getting weaker and weaker, and finally he put Ni Yinmeng down. He also looked over here, and Kuretsuchi Miyuri said word by word, "It's very simple. As long as you can help me promise, then when the time comes, I will release Ni Yinmeng." Lu Jin suddenly raised his head and glanced at Ni Yinmeng, and noticed that Ni Yinmeng shook his head towards him. He could not care about anything else at this time. Lu Jin only knew that he had to protect Ni Yinmeng, and as long as Ni Yinmeng was safe, there was nothing he could do, and Lu Jin could say that there was no problem at all. He took a deep breath and said, "I promise you." In order to keep Ni Yinmeng safe and to protect Ni Yinmeng, Lu Jin naturally agreed to help Kuretsuchi Miyuri. After he said this, Lu Jin suddenly closed his eyes at this moment, and he summoned Zanpakuto. Both Kuretsuchi Miyuri and Ni Yinmeng widened their eyes at the same time. Kuretsuchi Miyuri didn't understand why Lu Jin suddenly summoned Zanpakuto, and looked at Lu Jin with some caution. However, when he handed the Zanpakuto to her, Kuretsuchi Miyuri understood it instantly. She didn't expect that he would voluntarily offer his Zanpakuto. Chapter 189. Deserted by friends and family because of this incident, Zanpakuto expressed his disappointment to Lu Jin. "You're just going to hand me over to someone else like this?" Zanpakuto's words fell into his ears, and the two of them were in perfect sync. Lu Jin could also feel that Zanpakuto was extremely angry at this moment. As for why Zanpakuto was so angry, Lu Jin could be said to understand it best. When he thought about this, Lu Jin had no idea how to respond to Zanpakuto's anger for a moment. He wanted to explain something, but he unexpectedly found that he had no idea where to start. Lu Jin just looked at his Zanpakuto and noticed that his Zanpakuto was red at this moment. The words that were on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back into his stomach. Lu Jin was also speechless. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Jin finally found his voice again. "Actually, I am." When he got to the latter part, Lu Jin found that he seemed to be unable to continue, mainly because he didn't know how to say it. Zanpakuto listened to Lu Jin's explanation in his ear and suddenly couldn't continue. A sneer appeared on the corner of Zanpakuto's mouth. "What do you have to explain? To be more precise, what do you want to explain?" Lu Jin listened to Zanpakuto ask this question in his ear, and he also heard a hint of anger in Zanpakuto's question. It was obvious that Zanpakuto thought he was quibbling. But Lu Jin couldn't say for sure whether he was trying to argue anymore. When he thought about this, he couldn't help but take a deep breath, knowing that he couldn't continue to hesitate like this. Instead, he had to hurry up and explain things clearly. After all, Zanpakuto was his most trusted partner. Now that Zanpakuto was questioning him so much, he knew that the original trusting relationship was probably completely destroyed. "Don't explain. I'm breaking up with you right now." Lu Jin heard Zanpakuto say this in his mind, and then the Zanpakuto that was originally in his hand suddenly vibrated violently at this moment. Advertisement he had no idea what to say. He had never thought that at this moment when he was already helpless, even Zanpakuto didn't understand him. When he thought of this, Lu Jin suddenly raised his hands to cover his face. In that moment, Lu Jin lost Zanpakuto's trust. Ni Yinmeng was looking at Lu Jin with a puzzled look on her face. She didn't know what to say. She also looked at Lu Jin, who was originally planning to hand over Zanpakuto and was willing to save herself. But no one knew what happened afterwards, and no one knew what had happened to Lu Jin. When Ni Yinmeng thought about these things, she suddenly felt her brain go blank, and for a moment she didn't know what to say. Ni Yinmeng just looked at Lu Jin, and later on, she finally found her voice again. "So you are unwilling to hand over Zanpakuto? Between Zanpakuto and me? So Zanpakuto is more important?" Ni Yinmeng's words fell in his ears. Lu Jin could not react for a long time, mainly because he did not expect Ni Yinmeng to ask such a question in his ear. He was stunned for a moment, but when he finally came to his senses, Lu Jin regained his voice and said, "What on earth are you talking about?" When Lu Jin said this, he only felt a wave of confusion in his heart. He had no idea what Ni Yinmeng meant by this. Ni Yinmeng looked at Lu Jin, who just raised his head and looked at him. His eyes were full of confusion. He never expected that at this most important moment, Lu Jin would look at him in this way. When Ni Yinmeng thought about this, she found that she seemed completely unable to accept it, and finally she just left like that. Lu Jin noticed that not only did Zanpakuto cut off ties with him, but even Ni Yinming, for some unknown reason, completely ignored him and left as well. Advertisement. He was suddenly stunned, and Lu Jin felt like he was completely dumbfounded. He had no idea what was going on. Lu Jin also said that he didn't understand Zanpakuto and Ni Yinming at all, and never expected this to happen. Not only did Zanpakuto misunderstand him, but even Ni Yinming, the person next to him and the one he trusted and supported the most, also had a misunderstanding with him. When he thought about this, Lu Jin couldn't help but curl up a self-deprecating smile at the corner of his mouth. He didn't know what he should say. Lu Jin has been extremely depressed these past few days. He never expected that everyone would turn against him. Even Zanpakuto, who always showed up in time when he was in trouble, broke off all ties with him for some reason. When he thought about this, Lu Jin felt that he was really ridiculous at that moment. He suddenly shook his head and walked out alone. He stumbled all the way, and Matsumoto Rangaku also noticed at this time that Lu Jin suddenly walked towards this side. Noticing him stumbling all the way, Matsumoto Rangaku's delicate brows couldn't help but frown at this moment. Not understanding what was going on at all, she walked towards him. Matsumoto Rangaku wanted to say hello, but he didn't expect that he had just extended his hand and didn't have time to say a word. Lu Jin suddenly passed by her, and she didn't know what to say for a moment. Matsumoto Rangaku just felt a little complicated in her heart. She didn't know how long it was. Matsumoto Rangaku suddenly reached out and grabbed Lu Jin. What on earth is going on? Matsumoto Rangaku's words fell into his ears. Lu Jin never expected that at the moment when he was abandoned by everyone, Matsumoto Rangaku would suddenly grab him and even ask him what was going on. It was impossible for him not to be moved. Lu Jin told Matsumoto Rangaku everything, and Matsumoto Rangaku stayed by Lu Jin's side the whole time. Chapter 190. Heading to the present world. Do you blame those people? Matsumoto Rangaku's words fell into his ears. Lu Jin was a little slow to react for a moment, mainly because he never expected Matsumoto Rangaku to say that. He looked at Matsumoto Rangaku with a dazed expression, and Lu Jin couldn't say a word for a long time. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Jin finally found his voice again. I don't blame those people, and I don't blame anyone. After all, they all had their reasons. After saying this, Lu Jin couldn't help but smile bitterly at this moment. Maybe it's just mutual understanding. Lu Jin's serious look came into view. For some reason, Matsumoto Rangaku suddenly felt that the serious Lu Jin seemed even better than he had imagined. I really appreciate you staying with me all this time. I really don't know how to thank you enough. Lu Jin's words suddenly brought Matsumoto Rangaku back to her senses. A glimmer of light flickered in her large eyes. Are you truly grateful for my company? Lu Jin hadn't expected Matsumoto Rangaku to suddenly ask him such a question, or even to express his gratitude. Although he was a little confused, Matsumoto Rangaku had asked him this question right in his ear, and he was really grateful. When he thought about this in his heart, Lu Jin blurted out, I really do thank you. After he said this, Matsumoto Rangaku couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Since you said you appreciate my company, why don't we be together for the rest of our lives? Advertisement. Lu Jin couldn't help but be stunned. His thick black eyebrows wrinkled at this moment. Perhaps he had never expected that Matsumoto Rangaku would suddenly say such a thing to him, and he was a little unable to react for a moment. When Lu Jin finally realized what was happening, he regained his voice and said, Are you kidding me? When he said this, Lu Jin felt really confused. He didn't understand what Matsumoto Rangaku meant by this sentence. What does lifetime, a life, a pair, mean? Apart from being unable to react for a moment, Lu Jin finally reacted at this moment when he looked at Matsumoto Rangaku with some anticipation. He directly refused, I'm sorry. After Lu Jin said this, Matsumoto Rangaku suddenly froze in place. Maybe she didn't expect that she would be rejected. Matsumoto Rangaku thinks of herself as a sexy beauty, and probably the goddess in everyone's mind. However, what he didn't expect was that when he made such a request, Matsumoto Rangaku originally thought that Lu Jin would agree to it directly, but he didn't expect that he would be so hesitant without any hesitation, and even directly rejected him in the end. She felt completely stunned at this moment, and Matsumoto Rangaku was also speechless. In the end, he could only watch Lu Jin silently and left. If Lu Jin had agreed directly this time, Matsumoto Rangaku would probably feel that he was not the Lu Jin in his mind, so refusing him could be said to be in line with his character. He was really scared. Lu Jin had never expected that Matsumoto Rangaku would actually say that to him. He was frightened away and stumbled forward alone. Lu Jin was holding an empty shell of Zanpakuto, or to be more precise, a knife now. After all, Zanpakuto had severed ties with him long ago, so Zanpakuto was just an empty shell. When he thought about this, Lu Jin couldn't help but raise a self-deprecating smile at the corner of his mouth, and he didn't know what he should say. Now, apart from sighing, Lu Jin just sighed beside him. Advertisement. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Jin sighed deeply. Even if I'm holding this empty shell of a knife, I must choose to go to the real world. When he thought of this, Lu Jin's hands on both sides suddenly clenched into fists, even though he knew that Ni Yinming was very disappointed in him and there was a misunderstanding between them. But Lu Jin didn't blame anyone, including Ni Yinming. Lu Jin felt that there was no need to blame Ni Yinming. After all, there is a misunderstanding between the two of them now, and Ni Yinming also misunderstood herself because of the misunderstanding. As long as she explains it clearly at that time, there will be no problem. When he thought about these things in his heart, Lu Jin finally chose to go to the present world without hesitation. he went directly to the present world. After arriving in the present world, Lu Jin has been frantically searching for Ni Yinmeng's whereabouts in the past few days. Although I know that I may not be able to find Ni Yinmeng, if I don't try, how can I be sure that I will not be able to find her whereabouts? When he thought about this, Lu Jin finally came here without hesitation. After arriving here, he made some inquiries and finally, his efforts paid off. Lu Jin finally found out the whereabouts of the person. He hurriedly found out the whereabouts of Ni Yinmeng, and Lu Jin immediately went to rescue Ni Yinmeng, but there were too many guards, and Lu Jin was completely unable to rescue her. In order not to expose his tracks and not to alert the enemy, Lu Jin is trying hard to see if he can make a plan so that he can do it without alerting anyone. In the end, Ni Yinmeng was rescued directly, but it was too difficult. When Lu Jin thought about this, he could not calm down at all. He racked his brains for a long time, and he didn't know how long it took. Lu Jin also came up with a more appropriate solution. Following the plan he had drawn up, Lu Jin rushed to rescue Ni Yinmeng. Although he ultimately failed to rescue her, he was able to ensure her safety, which was a blessing in disguise. 5ca Chapter 191. Dangers everywhere. He was thinking this in his heart and was about to leave when he was suddenly pulled back by Ni Yinmeng behind him. Ni Yinmeng was blushing and looking at Lu Jin in front of him shyly. Can I go with you? Ni Yinmeng lowered her head after she finished speaking, not daring to look Lu Jin in the eye. Seeing this, he hesitated for a moment. Before he could speak, Ni Yinmeng blocked his mouth with a finger and said with a smile, "If you don't say it, I'll take it as your consent." After saying that, he skipped forward. Looking at Ni Yinmeng's back, Lu Jin suddenly found it quite interesting and smiled unconsciously. Since he wanted to follow, he could follow. He thought to himself that to go to the real world, one has to pass through several apertures. In a short while, they reached the first aperture, passed through the aperture, and saw a green field directly. This place is so beautiful, it seems like this is my first time here. Ni Yinmeng walked forward as he spoke. Although he had been to the current world before, he had never been to this place. Looking around, he saw a small white house moving faintly in the distance. Could it be that he was dazzled? What are you looking at? It seems like the house is moving. As Ni Yinmeng spoke, he turned to look at Lu Jin. Lu Jin laughed when he heard what he said. Fool, of course you haven't seen that we have to pass through 3 apertures to reach the real world, and the world where the first aperture is located is not the real world, but one of the gates leading to it. As he spoke, he walked towards the southwest. Follow closely, this place is not as easy to find as the original world. If you lose me, even I will find it difficult to find you. After hearing this, Ni Yinmeng hurried to keep up. There was green grass all around, with a few colorful flowers occasionally in the green grass, and butterflies flying over them. It looked particularly advanced, but they were all the same, as if they had been copied. Advertisement: if I really got lost in a place like this, I really wouldn't be able to find myself again. Ni Yinmeng thought as she looked at Lu Jin's back. He looked so handsome, but it was a pity that he didn't truly belong to her. How great it would be if he could agree to my previous request and be willing to be with me for the rest of my life. The two of them walked like this for about 10 minutes, each with their own thoughts. At this time, Lu Ting was still thinking about what happened before, while Ni Yinmeng was looking at Lu Jin's back and his hair blowing in the wind. At this time, she had already imagined the wonderful days of being together with Lu Jin. Although it was just a fantasy, the more she thought about it, the more intoxicated she felt. Therefore, Lu Jin called her many times but she didn't hear him. Seeing this, Lu Jin could only raise his voice. "I say, what are you thinking about? You are so lost in thought." Suddenly, these words brought Ni Yinmeng back to reality. What did you just say?" Ni Yinmeng looked at Lu Jingxian with a confused look on his face and asked. "What did you say?" He sighed helplessly, then walked over and said, "Look, we have reached the second aperture." "So fast?" Ni Yinmeng looked frightened. "Well, I called you several times just now, but I don't know what you were thinking about so intently." After Lu Jin finished speaking, he directly crossed the second aperture circle. Seeing this, Ni Yinmeng hurriedly followed him and also crossed the second aperture circle. Her face was flushed at this moment. Facing his question just now, she couldn't say that she was just fantasizing about their future. Through the second aperture, the new world was not the same as the world seen through the first aperture just now, or it could be said to be completely opposite. At this time, the sky was red and the ground was black. There were a few yellow flowers blooming on the ground. Maybe the flowers looked extremely strange and even had teeth. Ni Yinmeng didn't notice it at all and stepped directly on the flower. The next second, he felt a sharp pain as if something had bitten him, and he couldn't lift his entire foot. Although Lu Jin was walking in front, he was always looking around to see what was happening around him. When he heard the voice of Ni Yinmeng behind him, he hurriedly turned back. At this time, Ni Yinmeng's foot had been bitten tightly by the flower with teeth. Advertisement: at this moment, Ni Yinmeng actually bent down and tried to pick the flower off with her hands, muttering, "What the hell is this? Flowers actually have teeth. This is the first time I've seen this." Just when Ni Yinmeng was about to pull the flower up by the roots, Lu Jin hurriedly stopped him. "Stop, you can't touch this flower." After saying that, he ran over and grabbed Ni Yinmeng's hand tightly. "Why?" Ni Yinmeng asked in confusion. At this moment, another flower with teeth suddenly emerged from the root of the flower that was about 10 centimeters away from her, and bit towards Ni Yinmeng's hand. Ni Yinmeng was so scared when she saw this. Fortunately, Lu Jin pulled her in time. Ni Yinmeng was startled by the suddenness and fell backwards. At this moment, Lu Jin reacted quickly and hugged Ni Yinmeng's waist with a backhand. The contact made the scene look very beautiful, and the flower with teeth began to attack Lu Jin. In a flash, Lu Jin stepped on the flower, and his teeth were slammed into the soil, and he did not forget to twist it a few times. The flower seemed to be able to feel the pain and screamed. In an instant, both the flower and the flower that was biting Ni Yinmeng's foot burrowed into the soil and disappeared without a trace. At this time, Ni Yinmeng was completely dumbfounded. Oh my god, this flower not only bites people, but also has feelings. What surprised him most was that it could burrow into the soil and then stick its head out by itself. Are you okay? Lu Jin asked with great concern. I'm fine, are you okay? At this time, Ni Yinmeng stared at Lu Jin blankly, and hummed for a long time before asking this question. Of course I'm fine. The world we're in now is not as good as it was before. You must be careful and cautious. Don't wander around. Follow closely, okay? Ni Yinmeng nodded foolishly, then held on to the corner of Lu Jin's clothes tightly, not afraid that he would be lost again. This time he didn't dare to run around. The two of them walked in silence all the way until they saw the third aperture. Ni Yinmeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Huh. We're finally here. I was so worried something might go wrong along the way. I was terrified at that moment. Chapter 192. Heart to heart. After hearing what Ni Yinmeng said, Lu Jin couldn't help laughing. He didn't expect that this guy was so cute. He had been holding him tightly all the way. Oh, I've been wanting to ask you, but I was so nervous along the way, and I saw you were so serious and kept moving forward, so I didn't dare to disturb you. Ni Yinmeng scratched his head and continued, that. Just say whatever you want to ask. There's no need to be so hesitant, Lu Jin said with a smile. Yeah, okay. That's right, that flower with teeth, do you know what it is? Why are you asking this? It's all in the past, he said with a puzzled look. Nothing, just a little curious. It seems like you know this world very well, as if this isn't your first time here. After hearing what Ni Yinmeng said, Lu Jin was stunned for a moment and his expression froze instantly. Indeed, what Ni Yinmeng said was right. This was not his first time in this world. He had a chance to come here once before, and was also bitten by the same kind of flower with teeth. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so cautious and on guard after seeing those long teeth. Ni Yin dreamed that Lu Jin was slow to answer her question, and she suddenly felt that she might have asked the wrong question, and was about to change the subject to talk about something else. But they didn't know what else to say, so the two of them froze there for a moment, and the air suddenly became unusually quiet. After a long while, Lu Jin came back to his senses. It's nothing, actually. I did have a chance to come here once before. This flower is extremely poisonous. If you get bitten, the toxin will spread throughout your body at the fastest speed. Ni Yinmeng's expression suddenly became unnatural. What did you say? The poison will. Seeing his surprised expression, Lu Jin knew what the girl was thinking and smiled. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Luckily the flower bit your shoes and not you, otherwise you wouldn't be standing here chatting with me right now. Ni Yinmeng thought it made sense, and so the two of them passed through the third circle of light. Now Ni Yinmeng had finally learned it, no matter what he saw around him. Advertisement. He just did one thing, holding on to Lu Jin's clothes tightly and following him all the way, afraid that he would get lost. More than half an hour passed before the two of them finally arrived in the real world. But it was almost the last 50 minutes, and Ni Yinmeng obviously didn't have any strength to walk anymore. Lu Jin glanced at the time and it was indeed late. I see you're exhausted. Why don't you wait here for a while I find a place for us to rest? After saying that, he stood up and prepared to leave. At this time, Ni Yinmeng, who was sitting on the curb, suddenly became anxious. What? I don't want to go with you. Ni Yinmeng was afraid that Lu Jin would abandon her and never come back. Although he knew that Lu Jin would never do that, he was still worried. Don't worry, I will definitely come back. Since I promised, I will definitely do it, he explained. But no matter what, Ni Yinmeng kept shaking her head and refused to let go. In the end, Lu Jin had no choice but to take Ni Yinmeng to find a place to live. After a lot of effort, they finally found a place to stay. He entered the room and lay there like a deflated balloon. Ni Yinmeng walked over and leaned over to look at the man in front of her. She felt mixed emotions, distressed but unable to express them. At this moment, Lu Jin suddenly opened her eyes and met Ni Yinmeng's two big, sparkling eyes. For a second, she was actually moved. She sat up, then patted the empty seat next to her, motioning Ni Yinmeng to sit over. Ni Yinmeng didn't understand and looked at Lu Jin in confusion. He smiled, stretched out his hand and pulled Ni Yinmeng to sit next to him. You must be exhausted too, take a rest. The two of them sat quietly like this for about 5 minutes, and Ni Yinmeng was embarrassed and didn't know what to talk about. Lu Jin actually spoke first. You know, I'm really tired. All this endless fighting lately has left me physically and mentally exhausted. That's great now, you can take a break. After saying that, he stood up and prepared to walk out, thinking that Lu Jin could rest better if he was not around, but just as he stood up, he had not taken the first step. Lu Jin grabbed her wrist directly. Advertisement. I don't mean to ask you to go out, do you understand? He said. What is that? Ni Yinmeng was completely stunned, staring blankly at the man lying there. At this moment, Lu Jin's collarbone was slightly exposed, and there were a few drops of crystal sweat hanging on his neck, which looked very interesting. She swallowed her saliva unconsciously and couldn't help but start to daydream. At this moment, Lu Jin's sudden words brought Ni Yinmeng back to reality. I want to take a good rest, but not alone. Do you understand what I mean? He continued to ask. Ni Yinming shook his head. I don't understand. Seeing that Ni Yinming didn't understand what he meant, Lu Jin sighed and smiled. If I tell you that I am willing to agree to your previous request, will you still be with me? You also. Ying Meng was stunned after hearing what Lu Jin said. He agreed with me. Could it be that it was because of what I said to him before that I wanted to be with him? I am willing to be with you, to accompany you for the rest of our lives in this world. Are you still willing to be with me? The air was still for a moment. Ni Yinming couldn't believe that the man in front of her actually agreed with her. To be honest, when she passed through those 3 light circles just now, she comforted herself all the way. She finally comforted herself, but Lu Jin actually agreed with her. She must be dreaming. You are serious about what you said. You can't go back on your word, Ni Yinming said. At this moment, she didn't know why, her heart, which should have been pounding, was suddenly eerily calm. Perhaps it was because Lu Jin's sudden agreement made her suddenly feel a little at a loss. Lu Jin smiled, then sat up seriously, his eyes piercing as he looked at Ni Yinming. He said seriously, of course I won't regret it. As long as you agree, I will never regret it. These words instantly gave Ni Yinming a reassurance, and her heart became extremely bright. Let's just stay in this world like we are now, and live together for the rest of our lives without any disputes. I know this is what you want, and it's what I want now, too. Ni Yinming was instantly moved after hearing Lu Jin's words. Chapter 193. Jingling Court sends people. Okay, I promise. The tears in her eyes were refusing to fall, and her vision was completely blurred. Ni Yinming just looked at the man in front of her, feeling extremely satisfied in her heart. I'll go out and get you something to eat, Ni Yinming said, then got up and went out. She knew that Lu Jin must be starving at this time, so the two of them spent the night in peace. Lu Jin thought that they could spend their lives in peace and quiet like this, but the next day, everything was not as good as he had imagined. Boom boom boom, boom. Early in the morning, people were awakened by random noises. Lu Jin was still asleep at this time and had no idea whether he was in a dream or not. What's going on so early in the morning? He rubbed his sleepy eyes and got up to check. As soon as he got up, he saw Ni Yinming standing at the door. Who? Lu Jin walked over as he spoke. Ni Yinming shook her head. I don't know. I just woke up. That is, the knocking sound from outside continued, like kicking or hitting with hands. Anyway, the sound was not polite. I'll take a look. You stand back. After saying that, Lu Jin walked forward a few steps and opened the door directly. In an instant, several men in black took Lu Jin in, and it turned out that Jing Lingding came out from behind those men in black. Why are you here? Lu Jin got angry. The first thing that came to mind was that Jingling Court had sent someone to follow him. If that wasn't the case, how could they have found him in just one night? Run away, and leave me alone. Lu Jin turned around and spoke to Ni Yinming behind him. At this moment, the men in black behind him rushed towards Lu Jin. Not willing to be outdone, he knocked those men in black down in no time. He thought that the situation was completely settled, but he didn't expect that there were not only a few people coming, but many more were already waiting outside. In an instant, more than a dozen men in black rushed in and surrounded Lu Jin and Ni Yinming, leaving no one alive. This was a good thing. Lu Jin originally wanted to create a gap for Ni Yinming to escape, but the two of them were now completely doomed. The people from Jingling Court put their hands up and laughed as if they were watching a good show. Lu Jin was about to call them advertisement. As a result, the people from Jingling Court didn't give Lu Jin any face at all and turned around and left. Before leaving, they also gave some instructions to the leader of the group of men in black. It was unknown what they said, but the voice was too soft and Lu Jin didn't hear a word. Lu Jin struggled for a few more minutes, but was ultimately outnumbered. Despite how powerful he was, there were simply too many people on the other side, and he and Ni Yinming alone were no match for them. Therefore, the two were taken directly onto the road and captured. Along the way, Lu Jin tried various ways to escape, but was captured again. The group of men in black were not vegetarians, and this was not the first time they had done this kind of business, so how could they not keep a close eye on them? The leader of the group of men in black just glanced at Lu Jin, walked over and said with a smile, I advise you not to waste your time, kid. Our order is to take you back. How can we let you escape halfway? If we do that, will we still have our jobs? After hearing this, Lu Jin felt helpless. I definitely won't run anymore. I don't have the energy anymore. After saying that, he glanced at Ni Yinming next to him, and then said to the man in black, go get some water. She hasn't had a sip of water in such a long journey. What, don't drink the water, you want to drink water? The man asked in confusion. Not me. Lu Jin pointed directly at Ni Yinming, who was not far away. Go get her some. It doesn't matter to me, a grown man. The man in black was stunned when he heard Lu Jin's words. After a long while, he actually burst into laughter. I say, what are you laughing at? Just tell me whether you want to do it or not. Do you know how to be gentle with women? Lu Jin said angrily. Be kind to women. Big brother, please understand clearly what kind of news and what kind of jade you are talking about. The man in black said this with a smile, looking at Ni Yinming again and again, as if he was watching a joke. What do you mean by that? He was completely furious, and looked at the man in black with a murderous look in his eyes. Seeing this, the man in black stopped joking and patted Lu Jin's shoulder with a big hand. He said in a comforting tone, brother, it seems that there are some things you don't know yet. But it's okay. I can tell you, but you have to hold on. Just tell me what's going on. I'm a grown man, so what can't I do? Advertisement, okay, since you're so straightforward, I'll tell you. The man paused for a moment, then continued, actually, that woman isn't real at all. She's a fake. What you do? How can it be fake? Can people be fake? Lu Jin was completely dumbfounded at this moment, and had no idea what the man was talking about. Seeing that Lu Jin couldn't react for a long time, the man in black walked directly to Ni Yinming and lifted up the back of Ni Yinmeng's hair. Seeing this, Lu Jin directly called his assistant, thinking that the man was going to do something bad to Ni Yinming. Don't worry, I don't have any improper thoughts about your robot girlfriend. I have no interest in this kind of robot. After the man finished speaking, Ni Yinmeng's hair was lifted up, and it was seen that there was a small gap with a light on the hairline on the back of Ni Yinmeng's head. The man saw it and pointed his finger at the flashing place. See this flashing red light? I bet you didn't notice it before. It's probably because the robot's hair is too thick, so it blocks the light. After the man finished speaking, he saw Lu Jin's face full of surprise, his eyes wide open. He couldn't believe that the Ni Yinmeng in front of him was actually a fake. How is this possible? Yesterday, Ni Yinmeng told me affectionately that she wanted to be with me for the rest of my life, and I agreed last night. He had planned everything, and the two of them would just stay peacefully in this world without any conflicts. But now I tell myself that Ni Yinmeng is not a real person, but a robot. What is going on? How is this possible? As Lu Jin spoke, he rushed to the man, grabbed his collar and began to question him. Explain it to me clearly. Explain it to me clearly now, do you hear me? At this time, he was already panting and out of breath. Chapter 194. How to deal with it. Seeing this, the man could only spread his hands helplessly. Okay, since you ask, I have no choice but to answer you. It doesn't matter, actually. I won't lose anything even if I tell you. The robot's mission has already been accomplished. Then tell me quickly, tell me. Lu Jin continued to question. The man sighed helplessly. Actually, I don't know much, only a fraction of it. This robot was made in the image of Neonmu, just to get closer to you, and the person who created this robot is Kuretsuchi Mayuri. Kuretsuchi Mayuri, it's him. Lu Jin frowned instantly when he heard the name. Yes, that's him. So you said you asked me to pour him some water. Do you think a robot would drink water? Don't joke with me. You said I could have resisted laughing just now. After hearing what the man said, Lu Jin suddenly remembered that they had dinner together last night. How could they have had dinner together last night if a robot wouldn't even drink water? But we just had dinner together last night. How do you explain this? Lu Jin asked. The man in black chuckled a few times after hearing this, then walked behind Ni Yinming and lifted her hair again. Look, why are the lights in his house red? That's because the safety factor is already very low. It's probably because of what he ate last night. Robots can't eat. If they do, it will definitely cause the internal systems to malfunction. Although I don't know why she ate even though she knew she couldn't. This thing is just a robot, not a living person. After hearing this, Lu Jin froze in his tracks. He couldn't help but look at Ni Yinmeng again and again, wishing he could find a reason on Ni Yinmeng's face to reject the black man. But no, Ni Yinmeng just stood there with a stupid and dull look in her eyes, not knowing what she was thinking. She seemed to understand their conversation, but also seemed not to understand it. It was more like she didn't dare to turn her head and see Lu Jin's disappointed eyes. No one dares to imagine that a robot can really have human emotions. If it were true, it would only be considered a system failure. Advertisement. So, they just look the same. The man in black smiled and said, yes, they just look the same. Although Lu Jin couldn't believe that all this was true, he had no choice but to believe it in the end. In this way, the two of them were caught and locked up. So, everyone began to discuss how to deal with Lu Jin. I think we should just go easy on him. After all, the matter can be big or small, and we shouldn't hurt the harmony among our own people, don't you think? Just then a bald man spoke up for Lu Jin. What do you think? I think you are also responsible for Lu Jin's mistake. Otherwise, how can you speak for him? He is a man who made a mistake, and a big one. If you don't punish him severely, how can you take care of the people after you in the future? A woman in a pink dress blew 2 smoke rings while holding a cigarette. He glanced at the bald man with disdain, sneered, and continued, so, I think there should be severe punishment. Moreover, the punishment shouldn't be just on Lu Jin alone. Maybe there are accomplices, and maybe his accomplice is you. The bald man was furious when he heard what the woman said. Why did she drag him into this for no reason? I say, be more reliable and don't frame me for no reason. I'm not reliable, so let everyone talk about it. How should this matter be resolved? The woman glanced at the bald man and left on her own. The woman pretended not to hear the bald man shouting behind her. At this moment, a man walked up to the bald man and patted him on the shoulder. Forget it, this woman is the boss's person, so let's not bother with her. If you really want to help Lu Jin, you can only discuss it with the boss. The bald man sighed and thought it was true, then stopped talking. On the other side, the people above were still discussing how to deal with Lu Jin's matter. After waiting for more than half an hour, the order finally came down, and the result surprised everyone. That is to sentence Lu Jin to death. Advertisement. What? Are you mistaken? No matter how serious the crime is, the death penalty shouldn't be imposed. This doesn't make sense. The bald man was very anxious at this time, and he was not the only one who was anxious. After the news came out, the captain, the deputy captain and a group of people rushed over in a short time just to exonerate Lu Jin. At least don't sentence him to death, which is the most severe punishment. At this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open, and the captain and deputy captain all rushed over. When they saw the bald man, they hurriedly asked, "Is the order from above true or false? Is capital punishment really true?" The bald man sighed helplessly after hearing this, then nodded and said, "Yes, there's nothing we can do about it. This is the order from above, and the time for the execution has already been set." "The time has been set, are you really that impatient?" The deputy captain angrily kicked the table next to him over. The captain next to him patted the deputy captain lightly and said, "Everyone is very anxious. In this kind of situation, you should control your temper. Don't be so irritable all the time. It won't solve the problem." After hearing this, the deputy captain could only lament, "If all else fails, we should go to the higher-ups for justice. We can't really let Lu Jin lose his life." Just like that, the captain, the deputy captain, and the bald man and his group began to discuss what to do. In the end, there was only one solution discussed, which was to find out whether the comments from the higher-ups were right or wrong and reduce Lu Jin's sentence. However, when several people from above arrived at the door, there was no one there. They were probably hiding because of Lu Jin's matter. "What should we do now? They're hiding and no one can see them," the deputy captain said helplessly. The bald man thought for a moment and said, "Why don't we just go find the captain directly?" After discussing it for a while, several people felt that it was feasible. The captain was closest to them and was probably the most likely to listen to their opinions. So everyone went to look for the captain again, but to everyone's surprise, the captain was indeed at home, but he avoided them. He also spread the word that no one should interfere in Lu Jin's affairs. After hearing this, the people standing at the door were completely stunned. Could it be that Lu Jin was really going to be taken away to be executed before this matter would be over? Chapter 195. Find a way to escape. Ni Yinming, who was imprisoned this time, had already been tortured beyond recognition. She half opened her eyelids and noticed an identical robot walking towards her. Looking at the robot in front of him that looked exactly like him, Ni Yinming's face showed no panic or surprise. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. She just looked at the robot walking towards her, and the robot slowly said, "If you don't obey, you may be replaced at any time." The robot's words fell into his ears. Ni Yinming found that she couldn't understand what the robot meant. She took a deep breath. "What do you mean?" A cold, robotic voice echoed in his ears. "You're nothing more than a robot. Even if you die next time, it doesn't matter. There will be other robots to replace you. So if you don't obey, I can completely replace you." Ni Yinming looked at the other self in front of her, and said to herself coldly that she could replace herself at any time. There was a flash of panic in his eyes. Of course, Ni Yinming knew that there would be robots that could replace her at any time. She was not an important person. To put it bluntly, she was just an insignificant robot. When thinking about this, Ni Yinming sneered. "How can you be sure that I will obey?" Asking this question seemed to drain all her strength, and her voice became hoarse and raspy. "Another me is walking towards me." She lifted Ni Yinming's chin and narrowed her eyes slightly. "So the path you choose is your own. If you're obedient, no one will replace you. But if you're not, it's only a matter of time before you're replaced." Advertisement. Her body couldn't help but tremble. After hearing what the person in front of her said, Ni Yinming suddenly pinched her chin hard. Because of such a strong force, Ni Yinming almost felt that his jaw was going to break. She gritted her teeth and said, "What do you mean? What do you want to do?" Ni Yinming's words fell into my ears. The robot in front of him looked at Ni Yinming coldly. "What do you mean by what do I want to do?" As if it had heard the funniest joke in the world, the robot couldn't help but ask back this question. After asking this question, Ni Yinming didn't react at all. Finally swallowing the words on the tip of his tongue, the robot grabbed Ni Yinming and said, "What on earth are you thinking about? Don't you know that I don't know me?" The woman's words sounded like a demon crawling out of hell, whispering in her ear in such a seductive voice. Ni Yinming was speechless. She just took a deep breath and said, "I don't want to hear you talk nonsense." After saying this, Ni Yinming immediately turned his head to the other side and avoided looking at the robot that looked exactly like him. After the woman finished saying that, she listened to Ni Yinming saying this in her ear, and even said that she didn't want to listen to her talk about these nonsense. A sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth. "Do you think you don't want to listen to all this nonsense I'm talking about? Don't I know what's going on in your mind? What are you thinking about in your heart?" Ni Yinming didn't even know what he was thinking, let alone the robot in front of him who looked exactly like him, who could also guess what he was thinking. He's probably just trying to repeat himself. As she thought about this, Ni Yinming snorted coldly. "I know, I don't need you to remind me." After saying this, Ni Yinming originally thought that the woman standing in front of him would leave immediately, but he did not expect that the woman would just stand in front of him like this, and she didn't even have the slightest intention of leaving. Advertisement. Although Ni Yinming is a robot, he looks no different from an ordinary person. It also means that she has her own temper. When thinking about this in his heart, Ni Yinming couldn't help but take a deep breath. She raised her head and looked at the woman in front of her, and said word by word, "While you remind me, I hope you don't forget who you are. Don't forget, don't say I'm a robot, and don't say I can be replaced at any time. Even you. It will be replaced at any time." These words are about to disappear in the wind. After Ni Yinming finished saying this, he noticed that the robot that was originally standing in front of him had left without him noticing when. A cold smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. If I don't obey, will I be replaced? When thinking about these things in her heart, Ni Yinming felt more and more ironic. Long before, Ni Yinming had already had her own thoughts. She also knew that she had fallen in love with Lu Jin, and being replaced was completely impossible. Ni Yinming would never allow this kind of thing to happen, but if he did not allow it to happen, then he would have to listen to those people. Ni Yinming knew very well what those people would ask him to do. Thinking of this, the mocking arc at the corner of her mouth became even bigger. Do you think you can threaten me with this? Do you think I will really fall for it? After saying this, Ni Yinming did not continue speaking. She forced herself to endure the pain and then stood up. Ni Yinming also looked around. What was most clear to her now was that she knew she absolutely could not just sit there and wait for death. If he just sits there and waits for death, Ni Yinming knows very well what the consequences will be. When thinking about this in her heart, Ni Yinming suddenly sighed deeply. She stood up directly. Ni Yinming also found herself trapped in such an airtight little room. The room was very dark and I couldn't see my hand in front of me. I couldn't just sit there and wait for death. I also knew that if I stayed here any longer, I would not be able to gain any benefits. Maybe I will be threatened by those people. Now they have sent a female robot that looks very similar to herself. Ni Yinming knows that they are trying to intimidate her, so she must find a way to escape from here. Chapter 196. Stopped halfway. Everyone has forgotten Ni Yinming, but Matsumoto Rangaku has never forgotten Ni Yinming. She noticed that no one around her cared about Ni Yinming, and no one was willing to save Ni Yinming. After all, everyone can hardly save themselves, let alone save someone who has no relationship with them. When thinking about this in his heart, Matsumoto Rangaku finally faced the danger without fear and chose to save Ni Yinming. Matsumoto Rangaku went through many difficulties and finally arrived at the small dark room. She knew where a great force came from, and she kicked the door open. Ni Yinming was thinking about how to escape inside, and she never thought that her door was suddenly kicked open from the outside. She knew this was a good opportunity for her. Ni Yinming also knew that he had to seize this good opportunity. When the door was kicked open, Ni Yinming originally planned to escape. However, when he took a step forward, he looked at Matsumoto Rangaku in front of him, and Ni Yinming did not react for a long time. The main reason was that she didn't expect that someone would save her this time, and the person who saved her was Matsumoto Rangaku. She was very moved for a moment. Why are you here to save me? When Ni Yinming said this, she also raised her head and looked at Matsumoto Rangaku in front of her, with a hint of nervousness in her tone. Matsumoto Rangaku heard Ni Yinming asking this in his ear, and also asked why he came to save her. She didn't know how to answer for a moment. When she came to her senses, Matsumoto Rangaku knew that this was not a good time to chat. If she didn't hurry up and escape, it would be troublesome for both of them to escape. Matsumoto Rangaku also knew that he had come in such a large group to rescue Ni Yinming, and he was afraid that the people over there had already noticed it and were probably on their way. When he thought of this in his heart, Matsumoto Rangaku couldn't help but take a deep breath. Let's not talk about this mess for now. Our most important task right now is to leave here as soon as possible. Matsumoto Rangaku's words fell in her ears, and Ni Yinming reacted at this time. She immediately understood what Matsumoto Rangaku meant by these words. The two men hurriedly escaped from the Technology Development Bureau. After escaping, Matsumoto Rangaku glanced at Ni Yinming next to him. Her dark brown eyes narrowed. Would you like to come with me to rescue Lu Jin? Advertisement. Hearing these familiar words from her mouth, tears welled up in Ni Yinming's eyes. He had only mentioned Lu Jin's name, and now Matsumoto Rangaku was looking at Ni Yinming crying so hard in front of him, which made him feel a little amused. I just asked if you were willing to go together to save Lu Jin? These words fell into Ni Yinming's ears. Without even a moment's hesitation, Ni Yinming immediately nodded and agreed. Of course I am willing. After getting an answer that satisfied him, Matsumoto Rangaku nodded. She also suddenly thought of a very important question. Since you are willing to go with me to rescue Lu Jin, then you should be prepared in advance. I don't want to bring a burden with me to rescue Lu Jin. After Ni Yinming finished speaking to Matsumoto Rangaku, she immediately reached out to wipe her tears, which were as big as beans and kept falling. The two of them were on their way to rescue Lu Jin, but they didn't expect to be stopped halfway. Looking at Hitsugaya Dashiro in front of him, Matsumoto Rangaku's delicate brows suddenly frowned. What are you doing here? Matsumoto Rangaku's words fell into his ears, and Hitsugaya Dashiro looked at the two people in front of him calmly. I know where you two want to go. Looking up at Hitsugaya Dashiro, Ni Yinming also took a deep breath. So you're going to stop both of us? After Ni Yinming said this, she could be said to have attacked Hitsugaya Dashiro directly. But before he could attack, Matsumoto Rangaku grabbed Ni Yinming and she shook her head. Don't get excited, he's doing this for our own good. Hitsugaya Dashiro didn't defend himself, he simply said, do you two know how dangerous this trip is? Advertisement. Even if he didn't need to remind them, the two of them knew it very clearly in their hearts. However, even in such a dangerous situation, Matsumoto Rangaku and Ni Yinming had already made an agreement long ago. So this time Lu Jin must be rescued. When Matsumoto Rangaku thought of this, he wanted to say something, but the words on the tip of his tongue were not spoken yet. Hitsugaya Dashiro interrupted her with a serious expression. I know how terrifying this battle is. You two absolutely cannot take any risks. After he said this, Hitsugaya Dashiro also looked at the two of them. You two absolutely can't do it. You can't save Lu Jin with your strength alone, so you need to calm down. As these words fell into his ears, Matsumoto Rangaku raised his head and looked quietly at Hitsugaya Dashiro in front of him. She naturally knew his inner worries, and she also knew that Hitsugaya Dashiro was afraid that they would take too many risks and that something bad would happen to them on the way. That's why we stopped them. But you have to know that when the two of them said they wanted to rescue Lu Jin before they left, they had already made up their minds. So when Matsumoto Rangaku heard Hitsugaya Dashiro say this in his ear, there was no expression on his face. Her tone was also extremely cold. So what do you want to do? So you want to stop the two of us? After saying this, Ni Yinming next to him also echoed. Do you really want to stop the two of us from going? Hitsugaya Dashiro's gaze fell on the two of them, and he also heard the two people questioning him in his ear. Naturally, he wanted to stop Matsumoto Rangaku and Ni Yinming, as he didn't want them to take risks. With this in mind, Hitsugaya Dashiro spoke bluntly. No matter what, regardless of whether you two misunderstood me or not, I cannot watch you two take risks. Chapter 197. Being blocked along the way, but you have to understand that since the two of us have chosen to embark on the journey of salvation, it means that we have both already prepared ourselves mentally. After Matsumoto Rangaku finished speaking, Ni Yinming beside him followed up, so I hope you won't stand in our way. Even if you do, it'll be useless. Listening to the two people talking to each other in my ears. Hitsugaya Dashiro also knew that no matter what he said, no matter how hard he tried to stop the two men, it would be of no use. When thinking about this in his heart, Hitsugaya Dashiro finally lowered his head and suddenly stared at his toes. Although I know that no matter what I say, the two people in front of me will not listen to me at all. But he couldn't just watch Matsumoto Rangaku and Ni Yinming take risks. When he thought about this, Hitsugaya Dashiro could only speak. Since you two don't want to listen to me, then I have no choice but to go with you. Hitsugaya Dashiro's words echoed in my ears. Neither Matsumoto Rangaku nor Ni Yinming reacted. They probably didn't expect him to say that, nor did they expect Hitsugaya Dashiro to suddenly join them. Everyone here couldn't help but shake their heads. It was fine if Matsumoto Rangaku and Ni Yinming were willing to take risks, but they couldn't involve people who had no reason. The two of them naturally understood that their trip to rescue Lu Jin this time was extremely dangerous, so Hitsugaya Dashiro absolutely could not go with them. When thinking about this in his heart, Matsumoto Rangaku finally opened his mouth to say something, but the words on the tip of his tongue did not come out in time. Hitsugaya Dashiro didn't even look at the two of them. He took the lead and walked forward. What are we going to do? Ni Yinming asked with some concern. Advertisement Matsumoto Rangaku heard Ni Yinming ask this in her ear, and she didn't know how to answer for a moment. Since he was willing to join in, Matsumoto Rangaku also knew that Hitsugaya Dashiro was willing to go with them. I nodded immediately. Since he is willing, then let him join our team. The three of them overcame all obstacles along the way. Matsumoto Rangaku and Ni Yinming were extremely unconfident at first. They didn't know whether they could successfully find Lu Jin and rescue him. But now, with the addition of Hitsugaya Dashiro, the few of them can finally feel relieved. After they felt relieved, they finally followed Hitsugaya Dashiro and hurried forward. Originally, they thought that with his joining, Matsumoto Rangaku and Ni Yinming could successfully rescue Lu Jin. However, they did not expect that there would be too many people blocking their way along the way. Ni Yinming lowered his head. Can we really get out this time? Can we really? When she said the latter part, Ni Yinming found that she could not lose weight at all. Hearing Ni Yinming asking this question in her ear, Matsumoto Rangaku also noticed that there was a strong sense of disappointment in her tone. He didn't know what to say at the moment, but when he came to his senses later, Matsumoto Rangaku found his voice again. You have to believe in yourself, and you have to believe in us. We will definitely be able to successfully break out. We will definitely be able to successfully find Lu Jin and rescue him. After saying this, Matsumoto Rangaku suddenly reached out and patted Ni Yinming on the shoulder. Originally, I still felt a little uneasy in my heart, and Ni Yinming also felt very uncomfortable in her heart. But now, because of Matsumoto Rangaku's words of comfort in her ear, Ni Yinming instantly felt much better. She took a deep breath. I understand. Hitsugaya Dashiro, who was playing forward in front, suddenly walked back towards the two of them. Advertisement his tone was also mixed with a complex emotion. I'm afraid this matter is difficult to resolve. After hearing this, Matsumoto Rangaku said that he didn't quite understand what he meant. When he was confused, Matsumoto Rangaku asked directly, what do you mean by difficult to solve? Hitsugaya Dashiro noticed that when Matsumoto Rangaku said this, she and Ni Yinming both looked over here at the same time, and there was some nervousness in their eyes. He didn't know how to answer for a moment. When he finally realized what was happening, Hitsugaya Dashiro also found his voice again. There are too many people ahead of us. And you've noticed that, right? We've come all this way. Have you noticed that there are too many enemies? There are too many people blocking our way? After Hitsugaya Dashiro said this, his Adam's apple rolled a few times, and he looked at Matsumoto Rangaku and Ni Yinming nervously, waiting for their answers. But after asking this question, Matsumoto Rangaku and Ni Yinming did not react at all. Hitsugaya Dashiro took a step back. Why are you two? When he spoke the latter part, Hitsugaya Dashiro found that he was completely speechless. After hearing this, Matsumoto Rangaku and Ni Yinming felt a little nervous. They naturally understood what Hitsugaya Dashiro meant by this sentence, but because they were too nervous, they were completely unwilling to admit it. When thinking about this in their hearts, Matsumoto Rangaku turned his head and glanced at Ni Yinming next to him. Just at this moment, Ni Yin Meng looked over here, and the two of them looked at each other for a while. Later, Matsumoto Rangaku also found his voice again. Of course I understand what you mean. I've also noticed that almost every captain has become. Matsumoto Rangaku said this to Hitsugaya Toshiro, and a complex expression flashed across her face as she spoke. Almost every captain has become our enemy. As these words were spoken, Hitsugaya Toshiro and Ni Yin Meng suddenly fell silent, and the atmosphere became increasingly weird. Chapter 198. Separate actions. Just when Ni Yin Meng was about to say something, Hitsugaya Dong Shilong suddenly winked at Ni Yin Meng. Matsumoto Rangaku next to him saw this and nodded. The three of them understood, and saw that the enemies next to them had all taken action and were approaching them little by little. I advise you to think carefully and not risk your life. Is it worth it or not? Said the captain. Hitsugaya Toshiro laughed out loud when he heard this. I understand that this is your order and we cannot disobey it, but you cannot make us do anything against our will. Upon hearing this, the captain sneered, his face filled with disdain. Anything against your will? You're all trapped by us now, with no escape. If you could submit to us now, perhaps we could ask the higher-ups to give you a way out, so you don't get implicated by that guy. As the captain spoke confidently, he glanced at the team members next to him, and the team members next to him echoed him. Captain, you're right. We're all doing this for your own good, so you might as well think about it now. Don't get into a fight and ruin the peace. You won't have a chance to regret it then. Matsumoto Rangaku was speechless after hearing their unanimous words. I'm telling you, are you done yet? If you want to fight, just fight. Why are you talking so much nonsense? After saying that, he rushed forward. He knew that time waits for no one. Lu Jin was still imprisoned there. Maybe the higher-ups would be in a bad mood someday and deal with Lu Jin in advance. The captain didn't hold the position for nothing. In a flash, he turned around and blocked Matsumoto Rangaku in front of him. I didn't expect you to be so good at it, little girl. The captain was about to say a few more words, but before he could finish, Ni Yinming rushed over from behind, stepped on the shoulder of a team member and jumped directly behind the captain. The team members were stunned for a moment. Before they could react, there was suddenly a person in front of them. They were scared. In a flash, Ni Yinming kicked down two team members with a flying kick. Just as the captain was about to react to Ni Yinming behind him, he was distracted. Hitsugaya took advantage of the opportunity when he was distracted and launched a sneak attack to win the game. The captain was knocked to the ground. Advertisement. Several team members behind rushed over to help, but it was too late. In this way, Hitsugaya Toshiro escaped with Ni Yinmeng and Matsumoto Rangaku in front of everyone. Captain, are you okay? Several team members hurried over to see the captain's situation. The squadron leader was so angry at this time that he slapped those team members on the head. What on earth are you doing here? I told you to arrest people, not to worry about my injuries. Those little tricks can't do anything to me. Why are you worrying about it? After the captain finished speaking, the team members still hadn't realized what he meant until the captain scolded them. What else are you doing here? The person has run away. Why don't you go chase him? After these words were spoken, the team members suddenly reacted. Yes, we'll go after him now. You'll be angry if we find you. After saying that, several people hurried to chase Hitsugaya and Toshiro, but it was too late. When they ran out, they had disappeared. They divided themselves into several small teams. You guys go over there, we'll go over here. There's a bunch of other people moving forward, so let's split up. After that, the team was divided into 3 teams and began to act. On the other side, Hitsugaya and his men found the place where Lu Jin was being held in a short while. Although it was a prison before, it was not where Lu Jin was imprisoned. The prison here was very large, so after walking around for several times, I heard 2 servants on the side of the road chatting about Lu Jin. Only then did they realize they had found the wrong place. You know very well that I don't know, but the one who went through the Qing dynasty seems to have been punished by the higher-ups. A sharp-mouthed servant muttered in a low voice. Another servant nearby lowered his voice when he heard this. Is this true? He was sent away? Really, I wouldn't lie to you. I heard about it yesterday. It seems he was caught because he didn't handle the previous matter properly. They said he was going to be executed. Capital punishment, did you hear that correctly? Advertisement, how could I have heard it wrong? I just heard it when my master was talking to his men. The 2 servants were chatting unscrupulously in the deserted alley, unaware that Heben Toshiro and Ni Yinming were hiding not far behind them. After hearing the 2-hour conversation, Hitsugaya Dongshilong jumped out, grabbed one of the servants and asked commandingly, do you know where he is being held? The captured servant was stunned for a moment, obviously not knowing where Hitsugaya Toshiro came from. We don't know this. Please let me go, sirs. We're just chatting. Yes, just pretend we didn't say anything and let us go. The 2 servants were terrified, but Banya Toshiro is not stupid. This is originally a prison territory. Only the people guarding the prison and those above them usually hang out here. The rest are prisoners. There are very few people like them who want to escape from prison. These 2 people said that they had no idea where Lu Jin was being held, which might be true, but they would definitely find a way to find him. Hitsugaya didn't hesitate at all. He drew out his sword and put it on the necks of the 2 men, which scared them silly. Master, spare my life. Yes, everything can be discussed. It can be discussed. Since it's easy to discuss, then you should know what to do, Hitsugaya Toshiro asked. The two servants looked at each other, saw the doctor, and then took Hitsugaya and others to find the place where Lu Jin was imprisoned. When he arrived at the place, Du Yingxian never thought that he had injured several jailers who were holding him and had escaped. Just when they were surrounded by a group of people, Heben Toshiro and Ni Yin Meng arrived. "Oh my god, this kid is really good. It seems that we can't trap him even if we don't come to the cell," Hitsugaya Dong Shilong teased as he hurried forward. Ni Yinming laughed when he heard it. The big stone in my heart finally fell to the ground. Chapter 199. Continuous battles. To be honest, Ni Yinming was worried all the way whether something would happen to Lu Jin, whether he would be executed prematurely or tortured by his superiors. But what I didn't expect was that today's emperor is really a tough guy. It is really difficult for ordinary people to control him. He can actually escape from prison, which is quite amazing. At this moment, only Matsumoto Rangaku discovered that the person fighting Lu Jin was actually Zaraki Kenpachi. "Look, if I'm not mistaken, that person is Zaraki Kenpachi," Matsumoto Rangaku said. This sentence immediately attracted the attention of Hitsugaya Toshiro and Ni Yinming. They looked in that direction and were stunned. This Kenpachi was actually a tough guy, and he had a lot of past with Lu Jin. They could be regarded as like-minded friends. Who would have thought that they would obey orders from above and arrest Lu Jin? At this moment, Lu Jin saw Hitsugaya and his men coming to rescue him, and he quickly said hello. "What are you still doing there? Come over and help." Although Lu Jin has successfully escaped from prison, he has not escaped completely after all. The people who besieged him are not only Zaraki Kenpachi, but also a dozen or so men led by Zaraki Kenpachi, all of whom were carefully selected and trained from above. At this time, Lu Jin was obviously overwhelmed. To be honest, if he hadn't seen Hitsugaya and others coming to rescue him, he might have really thought of backing out. After all, no matter how powerful you are outnumbered and can be exhausted to death. If you have to overdraw the physical strength of more than 10 or even dozens of people by yourself, no normal person can stand it. Hitsugaya Dongshilong laughed when he heard Lu Jinxiangzhao's call. "Come on, I see you're having a great time fighting alone. Do you really need our help?" Lu Jin knew that Hitsugaya Toshiro was joking with him, so he rolled his eyes at him. "I'm saying, could you please be a little harsher? If you don't come and help me, I'm really going to go in again." After hearing this, Hitsugaya Toshiro nodded directly. "I'll be right there." But unexpectedly, just after he finished speaking and before he could move, Ni Yinming rushed over, probably because she was afraid that Lu Jin might encounter some accident. Ni Yinming flew in front of Lu Jin, and at the critical moment, he used one arm to block the attack from Zaraki Kenpachi. Everyone present was immediately surprised. Wasn't this just using himself as a human shield to protect Lu Jin Dan Anwei? Advertisement. This is too much love. Lu Jin was stunned when he saw this. "What are you doing? I asked you to help, not to be a human shield." Ni Yinming smiled. "You know, although I am just a robot in your eyes, you are really in my heart. Perhaps you won't believe how a robot could have human emotions, but what I say is true. You can choose not to believe it, but you can also choose." Before Ni Yinming could finish his words, Zaraki Kenpachi rushed forward with a sword. Hitsugaya said it was too late and kicked the sword away with one foot. Matsumoto Rangaku stepped forward to help, and several people knocked Zaraki Kenpachi to the ground. This time he escaped a disaster, but the words that Ni Yinming had not finished saying just now still lingered in Lu Jin's mind and could not be shaken off. Whatever words she had left unsaid kept echoing in her mind. When Zaraki Kenpachi's men next to him saw that Zaraki Kenpachi had fallen, they immediately lost their courage and dared not move forward. In this way, Hitsugaya Dongshilong and Matsumoto Rangaku took the lead, and Ni Yinming followed behind with Lu Jinxianzhao. The few of them were very imposing and walked out of the prison gate in a short while. But the road to the outside is still long. At this time, Ni Yinming was walking closely beside Lu Jin, her heart beating fast. She had a lot of things to say to Lu Jin, but she couldn't say them out loud. It seemed as if the words he wanted to say were stuck in his throat. And just at this moment, everyone thought that everything was fine and they could escape completely. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared at the corner. It turned out to be Kyoraku Shunsui. Lu Jin frowned immediately upon seeing this. He just curled his lips and showed an impatient expression. "What the hell? One wave leaves and another comes, and after we deal with one, another comes. Is this ever going to end?" Advertisement. Lu Jin finished speaking, then continued to stride forward, ignoring Kyoraku Shunsui. Seeing Lu Jin's indifferent look, Hitsugaya Toshiro next to him followed behind him, thinking that Kyoraku Shunsui was followed by a large group of people. When I walked over, I found that Kyoraku Shunsui was standing there alone waiting for Lu Jin. "You were waiting for me specifically. Interesting. Do you think you can beat a group of us by yourself? You didn't even bring any helpers," Lu Jin said with a smile. Kyoraku Shunsui didn't say anything, but stood there blankly with a blank expression. "I don't mean what you said, but I came to you just to deal with it." "Deal with it? What do you mean by that?" After hearing this, Lu Jin was a little confused. It seemed that this person was here to help him, but it also seemed that he was not. If he was here to help him, why was he blocking him? Kyoraku Shunsui just stood there motionless, turned around, and faced them with his back. "I'm here to find your way out, so you can handle it however you want. Just leave me some space." Kyoraku Shunsui finished speaking, then closed his eyes as if waiting for Lu Jin's special attack. When Hitsugaya saw this, he immediately understood what Kyoraku Shunsui meant. He wants us to give him a few blows so that he can report back, In fact, it's just for the sake of reporting back, not to block our way. Lu Jin frowned after hearing what Hitsugaya said. To be honest, he didn't expect Kyoraku Shunsui to be willing to help him in this way. In that case, then choose a place for yourselves, be gentle and don't hit the vital parts. Hitsugaya nodded. Leave it to me. Just like that, after a few seconds, Kyoraku Shunsui suffered multiple serious injuries to his shoulders and back, but none of them were fatal. Lu Jin and Hitsugaya Dashiro also successfully escaped again. Looking at Lu Jin walking away, Kyoraku Shunsui had an indescribable feeling in his eyes. That's all I can do to help you. Good luck. Chapter 200. Overestimating one's abilities. On the other side, Kuretsuchi Miyuri's ears moved, and she slowly opened her eyes, watching Lu Jin continue to walk towards her. Kuretsuchi Miyuri noticed that Lu Jin looked like a fighting machine, his eyes were red, and he was also walking towards this side step by step. There was immense hatred in his eyes. Kuretsuchi Miyuri believed that if looks could kill, he would have died countless times already. When he thought of this, a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Is it going to come to this? Kuretsuchi Miyuri's words fell into his ears. Lu Jin just raised Zanpakuto and pointed it directly at Kuretsuchi Miyuri. Aren't you the ones who pushed me to this point? When he said this, Lu Jin stared at Kuretsuchi Miyuri in front of him with his dark eyes, which were also mixed with a hint of obscurity. For some reason, when she met his pair of dark eyes, especially when she caught the emotion in his eyes, Kuretsuchi Miyuri suddenly felt her legs go weak and she stumbled back. Kuretsuchi Miyuri finally felt scared at this time. Just now, Lu Jin relied solely on his own strength to overcome all difficulties and finally came to him. Kuretsuchi Miyuri knew that with his own abilities, he was completely unable to deal with Lu Jin, and he was no match for him. Lu Jin naturally understood this point very well. Now he noticed the panic that flashed across Kuretsuchi Miyuri's eyes, and a mocking arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. So you're scared after all? Such a sentence fell into his ears, instantly angering Kuretsuchi Miyuri, and he took a deep breath. Do you think I'm afraid of you? It was as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world, and Kuretsuchi Miyuri couldn't help but burst into laughter. As she was laughing, tears suddenly flowed out. Noticing that Kuretsuchi Miyuri was out of control, Lu Jin suddenly raised one eyebrow. He said with a sullen face, I don't want to tell you this, and I don't want to tell you this mess. He originally thought that after he said these words, Kuretsuchi Miyuri would retreat immediately, but to his surprise, Kuretsuchi Miyuri kept standing in front of him and it seemed that she would not retreat. The other people around looked at Kuretsuchi Miyuri nervously. They all felt that Kuretsuchi Miyuri was crazy. Come back quickly. Advertisement, you can't possibly beat him. Come back quickly while there's still time. Kuretsuchi Miyuri listened to the group of people around her talking to her like this, and even told her to hurry back. There was no expression on his face, and Kuretsuchi Miyuri just looked at Lu Jin in front of him calmly. Later, Kuretsuchi Miyuri found his voice again. I've been waiting for you for a long time. To be more precise, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Kuretsuchi Miyuri's words fell into my ears. Lu Jin didn't know what to say. When he finally realized what was going on, he finally found his voice. What do you mean? Come on, no more nonsense. After saying this, Kuretsuchi Miyuri immediately attacked Lu Jin. Noticing that he was attacking her, she was unable to utter a word. Maybe he didn't expect that Kuretsuchi Miyuri, who looked so afraid of him just now, didn't know what was going on now. They even take the initiative to attack themselves. After swallowing with some difficulty, Lu Jin finally found his voice again. I advise you to hurry up and leave, otherwise I won't be able to control myself and might just finish you off. There was a ruthlessness flash in his eyes, and Lu Jin looked at Kuretsuchi Miyuri in front of him and issued his final warning. Kuretsuchi Miyuri listened to Lu Jin's words and took a deep breath. If I were afraid, do you think I would still stand in front of you? 2. With a mocking smile on his lips, Lu Jin immediately attacked Kuretsuchi Miyuri. The two people were fighting with each other, and the others were watching from the side. For a moment, they didn't know whether to go up to help or leave quickly. But no matter whether they go up to help or not, they all know that in the end it will be of no use at all. Lu Jin's eyes were already bloodshot. Advertisement. When a group of people thought about this, their faces became increasingly uglier. The captain standing nearby took in the entire scene. He couldn't help but turn his head to glance at the people standing around him and said solemnly, why don't you hurry up and act? The captain's words fell into my ears. When the group of people reacted, they immediately attacked this side. When a group of people attacked this side, Lu Jin raised half of his eyebrows. His face was expressionless. After sizing up the group, Lu Jin regained his voice and said, don't force me to attack you. Such a sentence fell into my ears. Those who originally wanted to attack Lu Jin suddenly stopped. He also knew that no matter whether they attacked or not, in the end not only would they be of no help at all, but they would also be put in danger. In the end, I could only take a step back. Kuretsuchi Miyuri noticed that those people originally wanted to attack, but after being threatened by Lu Jin, they swallowed the words that were on the tip of their tongues. There was no expression on his face, and Lu Jin also noticed that those people all retreated outside. For a moment, it was just me and Kuretsuchi Miyuri. Only then did he nod in satisfaction, and Lu Jin also said, next is the battle between the two of us. After saying this, Lu Jin immediately raised Zanpakuto. Kuretsuchi Miyuri noticed that the tip of Zanpakuto's blade, which was shining coldly, fell on her nose and stayed there for a while. There was also despair in his eyes. After Lu Jin finished dealing with Kuretsuchi Miyuri, he picked up Zanpakuto. Lu Jin wiped Zanpakuto casually with his sleeve, and then glanced at Kuretsuchi Miyuri lying on the ground. A mocking smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and Lu Jin's tone was emotionless. You don't know your own limitations. After saying this, everyone else looked over here, their eyes full of disbelief. They didn't expect Lu Jin to do this. Advertisement Chapter 201. Not on the same path. Noticing those people looking in his direction, and especially sensing the surprise in their eyes, Lu Jin raised a brow. Have you had enough of watching the fun? If you've had enough of watching the fun. The ending note suddenly stretched out, and he said to the audience, it's your turn next. His eyebrows raised and his face showed interest. Everyone looked at Lu Jin standing in front of them, and everyone's face looked ashen. So you're scared? After Lu Jin finished saying this, he also noticed that the group of people ignored him completely. They just felt that they were trapped in despair, so when they heard Lu Jin say this in their ears, they could be said to have no reaction. There was nothing but panic on his face. He couldn't help but shook his head for a moment. Lu Jin originally thought that these people were very powerful, but he didn't expect that when he walked over, he noticed that these people were deeply in despair. Now Lu Jin has become bloodthirsty. They knew that they were no match for Lu Jin, otherwise they would have gone up to help when Lu Jin and Kuretsuchi Miyuri started attacking. It's impossible for me to be so hesitant. Lu Jin suddenly felt bored. Looking at the pale faces of these people, he couldn't help but shake his head for a moment. Forget it. After saying this, the group of people wanted to say something, but before they could finish the words, the captain walked towards them. Maybe it was because he had witnessed that scene with his own eyes. Even though so much time had passed, the captain still felt that he had not come to his senses. When he thought about this, the captain took a deep breath and asked, is it necessary? Such a sentence fell into my ears. Lu Jin suddenly raised his eyes and looked at the captain in front of him who said this. A mocking smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. What do you mean by necessary? Advertisement. It was as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. After Lu Jin finished saying this, he kept his eyes on the captain. So you think it's unnecessary? After saying this, Lu Jin didn't even wait for the captain to reply. He also rushed forward in one step. The captain had never expected that Lu Jin would suddenly attack him. He took 2 steps back, his face filled with anger. What on earth do you want to do? Is it really necessary to do things so drastically? Is it really necessary to go to this extent? Why did you become like this? Hearing the captain shouting in his ear, he also began to question why he became like this. His face was distorted for a moment. Lu Jin suddenly felt that no one could understand him, and he also knew that he was not the same kind of person as them. Otherwise, the captain would not have asked him this question. He even heard the words, there is no need, from him. When he thought about this, Lu Jin felt completely disappointed with these people. When he was thinking about this, Lu Jin's eyes fell on the captain. I used to think you and I were not the same kind of people, but then I realized I was wrong. But now, after hearing you say this and questioning me, I know I was right. After saying this, Lu Jin's face darkened again. The captain didn't understand what Lu Jin meant by this. What did he mean by, they're not on the same path? If Lu Jin wasn't one of them, then who was he really on the same page with? As he pondered this, the captain became increasingly confused. Lu Jin has already defeated so many people, and the captain can't bear to see him make the same mistake again and again. When thinking about this in his heart, the captain finally took a deep breath. No matter what, no matter if we're on the same page or not, I can't bear to see you make the same mistake over and over again, and I absolutely can't just ignore you. After saying this, the captain's face was filled with sadness. Noticing the sadness on the captain's face, Lu Jin didn't know what to say for a moment. Advertisement. He didn't expect the captain to say that, nor did he expect that a grown man would suddenly become grieving in front of him. I don't care at all about what others think of me. Do you think I will fall for your trick? Lu Jin sneered. He lowered his head to look at his clothes stained with bloodline, and reached out to pat the dust off his body without caring. When these words reached the captain's ears, he also heard Lu Jin's soft words, even asking if he would be fooled by him. At this moment, a pair of thick black eyebrows frowned, and the captain also said that he didn't understand what Lu Jin meant by this sentence. By the time the captain finally reacted, he had regained his voice. So what have you decided to do with me? The captain's words fell in his ears. Lu Jin listened to the captain's words in his ear, and his voice was also hoarse. Lu Jin raised his Zanpakuto. Now he didn't want to waste time talking to the captain and the other two. Instead of talking nonsense here, it would be better to hurry up and solve this matter. When thinking about this, Lu Jin finally took a deep breath. Let's not talk too much, let's fight. After saying this, Lu Jin also attacked directly from this side. The captain could also notice that when he said this, Lu Jin's face was tired, and even his tone contained a hint of fatigue. He didn't really know what to say, but when he finally reacted, the captain asked, "Can you really beat me?" Such a sentence fell into my ears. The actions of his men suddenly stopped, and Lu Jin looked at the captain in front of him, wondering if it was an illusion or something else. He always felt that when the captain said this, there was a hint of meaning in his tone, and he immediately raised the corner of his lips. Then why don't you guess? Guess whether I can beat you. Chapter 202. Lost to the captain. After saying this, Lu Jin didn't even look at the captain. He immediately raised his Zanpakuto and attacked the captain. The others nearby gasped. They never expected that the two would start fighting. They originally thought that if the captain stepped in, Lu Jin would definitely stop making trouble for the captain's sake. But what was unexpected was that the two of them suddenly started fighting. For a moment, everyone looked at each other, unable to utter a word. They just stared at Lu Jin with a blank expression. Lu Jin noticed that those people had stunned expressions, and he immediately realized what was going on. While waiting, Lu Jin turned around and glanced at the captain. They probably think you can't beat me, so do you really want to continue fighting? The captain did not answer this question. His eyes fell on Lu Jin, and when he noticed Lu Jin said this, a feeling of fatigue suddenly came over him. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. But what if I don't do it to you? Do I have to wait for you to do it to others? His eyes fell on those who were defeated by Lu Jin, and the captain finally paused on Kuretsuchi Mayuri. He didn't want to continue talking nonsense like this. He also knew that no matter what he said or what he did, Lu Jin would not listen. When he thought about this in his heart, the captain finally just went for it. As the two men fought, Lu Jin also noticed that the captain did not summon Zanpakuto, nor did he actively attack him. Instead, he was silently defending against his attacks. Why don't you do anything to me? Lu Jin originally planned to raise Zanpakuto, but then noticed that the captain had not summoned Zanpakuto at all, and he had not attacked him yet. Advertisement instead, it has always been based on defense. Suddenly, he felt that he could not understand the captain. Lu Jin also did not understand what the captain meant. When he said this, the movements of Lu Jin's men suddenly stopped. The captain did not answer Lu Jin's question. His eyes fell on the Zanpakuto in his hand, and there was a hint of madness in his eyes. Why don't you continue the attack? When Lu Jin heard the captain's words, his face suddenly darkened. I asked you why you didn't summon Zanpakuto. These words seemed to be squeezed out from the throat and reached the captain's ears. At this moment, the others also looked over here. Maybe they didn't expect Lu Jin to get angry so suddenly, and everyone couldn't help but tremble for a moment. I couldn't utter a word. After Lu Jin asked this question, he noticed that the captain did not answer his question at all. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. So what are you thinking? Is it because you look down on me that you don't summon Zanpakuto? When saying this, Lu Jin's eyes were always on the squadron leader. It's not because I look down on you that I didn't summon Zanpakuto, but because I don't think it's necessary. When the captain said this, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. You've won all the way, and you fought all the way. I don't believe there's anyone who's like a fighting machine, insensitive to pain and fatigue. Such a sentence reached my ears. Advertisement. Lu Jin's hands on both sides suddenly clenched into fists at this moment. Yes, he was not a fighting machine after all. He had been fighting all the way, one after another, and it was endless. Lu Jin was already exhausted physically and mentally, not to mention that the person standing in front of him was the captain. Lu Jin knew that he could not beat the captain. Not to mention that the captain saw through him and knew that he was now physically and mentally exhausted. Even lifting the Zanpakuto took away half of his strength. His hands couldn't help but tremble, and Lu Jin's face became more and more gloomy, with strange emotions rolling in his eyes. The captain next to him took in the whole scene and also noticed that as soon as he finished speaking, Lu Jin suddenly went crazy. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and the captain continued with his cold voice. Since you know you can't win, then why do you still want to fight? When he looked up and met the captain's eyes, Lu Jin's expression suddenly returned to normal. He also nodded. Even though I know I can't win, I will still continue to fight. After saying this, Lu Jin looked at the captain with a defensive look on his face. The captain had never expected that Lu Jin was even more powerful than he had imagined. When he thought of this, the corners of his mouth curled up. You are more powerful than I thought. Okay, then I will fight you. After saying this, the captain immediately summoned Zanpakuto to attack. The two fought each other, and the sound of Zanpakuto colliding with Zanpakuto exploded in his ears. The captain only used 10% of his strength, but Lu Jin was already beaten to a pulp. Looking at Lu Jin, who was pinned to the ground by him, the captain stood up calmly. He took back his Zanpakuto, and the captain just stood there with his hands behind his back. You lose. A few light words came into his ears, and Lu Jin stood up from the ground. He didn't expect that he had won all the previous battles, but when it came to the captain's side, he could be said to have lost completely. In fact, when Lu Jin was fighting with the captain, he could probably guess that he would lose, but he gritted his teeth and persevered at that time. Lu Jin also felt that he might not lose. Maybe if he tried hard, he might be able to beat the captain. That was just a fluke in his heart. When Lu Jin thought about this, his eyes gradually became complicated. He stood up from the ground. Lu Jin didn't care about the wounds on his body at all, and he didn't feel any pain. As long as he thought that he couldn't pass the captain's test, he would not be able to save Ni Yinming. When thinking of this, Lu Jin also felt his heart aching at this moment. Chapter 203. Don't give up suddenly. Lu Jin covered his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. The captain probably didn't expect Lu Jin to suddenly spit out such a mouthful of blood. Of course he knew that Lu Jin was exhausted this time, and he also knew that she was no match for him, so he went easy on her. The captain also knew when to stop, but he didn't expect that he would stop when to stop. He had tried very hard to control his strength, but in the end Lu Jin was still hurt by himself. A pair of brows furrowed, and the captain pulled Lu Jin beside him. His expression suddenly became serious. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. There was no expression on Lu Jin's face. The captain didn't know what to say. When he came to his senses, he finally found his voice. Why are you doing this? After hearing these words, Lu Jin turned his head and glanced at the captain indifferently. I noticed that when the captain said this, his face still had a look of earnest advice. He hated it most when people sounded like they were giving him advice, so when he heard the captain say this in his ear, Lu Jin suddenly broke free. He walked forward, but before he could take a few steps, the captain suddenly reached out and grabbed Lu Jin. Where do you want to go? These words fell into the captain's ears, and his tone was filled with anxiety. You actually asked me where I want to go? Lu Jin turned his head and glanced at the captain. There was a flash of sarcasm in his eyes. He never expected the captain to say that. He hadn't expected him to ask where he wanted to go. Where exactly did he want to go? Didn't the captain himself, know? As he thought about this, the sneer on Lu Jin's face grew thicker. I know where you want to go, but if you want to get there, you have to get past me. After the captain said this, he immediately summoned his own Zanpakuto. He had Zanpakuto in his hand, and the captain directly stopped Lu Jin. Lu Jin looked at Zanpakuto, who was blocking his way, a faint smile still hanging on the corner of his mouth. You don't really think you can stop me, do you? Advertisement, didn't I stop you just now? Zanpakuto suddenly retracted his gaze, replaced by the captain's serious face. Again? I can't beat the captain at all. Lu Jin is probably the one who knows this best. So now, hearing the captain ask this in my ear, I even asked myself whether I want to do it again. There was still a smile on the corner of his mouth, and Lu Jin knew that he really couldn't leave this time. After all, whenever he wanted to leave, the captain would stop him. He knew clearly in his heart that he could only leave if he got rid of the captain. But now the problem is, he couldn't beat the captain at all, and he was still tired. Lu Jin knew that in his current condition, he could not beat the captain at all. When he thought of this, Lu Jin's face suddenly became gloomy. When the captain next to him noticed that Lu Jin's face suddenly darkened, he realized that Lu Jin was probably aware of this. So you probably don't want to leave now, right? When thinking about this in his heart, the captain finally said, do you still want to leave? Lu Jin's face remained expressionless as the captain's words fell into his ears. What on earth do you want to say? Don't you understand what I'm trying to say? After he said this, he noticed that Lu Jin didn't pay any attention to him, let alone respond to the question he asked. He just lowered his head and wiped the Zanpakuto. The captain knew that no matter what he said, if Lu Jin said he would ignore him, he would definitely ignore him. After thinking about this, the captain felt more and more troubled. Advertisement, but no matter how much of a headache it was, the captain knew that he had to speak out at this time. If you don't seize the time to speak now, you don't know when you will be able to speak again. When thinking about this, the captain said, I advise you to hurry up and give up. If you don't hurry up and give up now, then by the time you want to give up, it will be too late. When the captain said this, his eyes fell on the group of people behind him. Lu Jin listened to him speak like this in his ear, especially catching the profound meaning in his tone. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Do you really think I will give up? The captain didn't understand what Lu Jin meant by this sentence. After he realized it, he found his voice again. What do you mean you'll really give up? As these words fell into his ears, Lu Jin said word by word. No matter what you say, no matter how you persuade me, I will never give up so easily. After saying this, Lu Jin also struggled to stand up from the ground. Noticing that Lu Jin, who was clearly seriously injured, was holding Zanpakuto in his hand, he also stood up from the ground with the help of Zanpakuto. The captain found that he did not understand why Lu Jin did this. He also found that he did not understand why Lu Jin suddenly stood up from the ground. When he thought about this, the captain found that he couldn't find his voice for a long time. After Lu Jin stood up from the ground, he immediately raised his Zanpakuto and handed it to the captain. What do you mean? Are you really unwilling to listen to my advice? When the captain said this, he felt like he was about to collapse. I never expected that I would be so earnest in my advice, nor did I expect that Lu Jin and I had been talking in his ear for so long. But what he didn't expect was that Lu Jin didn't listen to what he said at all, and even now he was looking at him with indifference. His eyes were also filled with coldness. Advertisement chapter 204. I hope you will go all out. Are you really unwilling to listen to my advice? Why must you do this? Can't you just give up? He felt that he really didn't understand Lu Jin. He could just give up, so why did he have to insist on doing so? The captain felt like he was completely stupid. Listening to the captain chattering in his ear, Lu Jin felt a little annoyed. He raised his head and looked at the captain coldly, and there was no emotion in Lu Jin's tone. I don't want to tell you all this nonsense. I only have one question now. Will you let me go? After saying this, Lu Jin noticed that the captain standing in front of him was looking at him with indifference. It could be said that the captain did not answer the question he raised at all. Not answering means disagreeing. When thinking about this, Lu Jin curled the corners of his lips and suddenly felt a little ironic. He smiled faintly. Whether you agree or not, I will defeat you next time. As long as I defeat you, no one will be able to stop me. When the group of people nearby heard Lu Jin say this, not only did they not feel that he was exaggerating, but they couldn't help but shudder. After hearing what he said, everyone understood clearly in their hearts that Lu Jin was indeed qualified and they could not beat Lu Jin, no matter how hard they tried. When a group of people thought about these things, they only felt a sense of desolation in their hearts. They placed all their hopes in their hearts on the captain, and they hoped that the captain would win this battle, even if he couldn't win. The captain noticed that many people were looking at him, and especially noticed that the looks they gave him were somewhat complicated. With just one glance, the captain understood why these people were looking at him that way. As he was thinking about this, the captain suddenly turned his head and looked at Lu Jin in front of him. So you really want to fight me? Advertisement. Lu Jin thought the captain's words were nonsense. Raising one eyebrow, Lu Jin said, "Could you please stop talking nonsense?" He did not answer his question, but this sentence also meant that he wanted to fight with him. Thinking of this, the captain knew that no matter how much he tried to dissuade Lu Jin, he would not listen to him. So no matter what I said, I was actually just talking nonsense, and Lu Jin just ignored it. If this was really the case, the captain suddenly felt that he was being ridiculous. I have been talking nonsense from beginning to end. No matter what I say, even if I talk my mouth off, those who choose not to listen to me will never listen. He summoned his own Zanpakuto. Lu Jin noticed that the captain summoned Zanpakuto, and knew that the captain must have been thinking about something and was a little desperate. Otherwise, it would be impossible to summon Zanpakuto so easily. When thinking about this in his heart, Lu Jin finally raised his eyelids suddenly. Then let's have a good fight. After these words were spoken, the captain took a look at the Zanpakuto in his hand. Even though he understood those principles, for some reason, the captain found that even though he understood them, he couldn't make up his mind in the end. When thinking about this, the captain could only take a deep breath and said, "I understand." When he said this, Lu Jin didn't know if it was the wrong season or something, but he always felt like there were tears in the captain's eyes. When Lu Jin noticed this, his thick black eyebrows suddenly wrinkled up. He raised his hands and rubbed his eyes. Lu Jin was speechless. He didn't expect the captain to burst into tears all of a sudden. Could it be because of him? When he thought about what happened next, Lu Jin could only suppress the thought that popped up in his heart. Advertisement. After taking a deep breath, Lu Jin looked directly into the captain's eyes. "This time, I hope you will give it your all." After saying this, the captain opened his mouth to say something, but Lu Jin suddenly attacked at this moment. His moves were very fierce, and the captain was gradually unable to withstand it. If the two of them really fought, Lu Jin felt that he might not be the captain's opponent. But the captain might not be able to defeat him. It was just because he was too tired before, but after resting for a while, Lu Jin felt much better. So this time he attacked directly. When he attacked directly, Lu Jin also noticed that the captain ignored him. Even though I had already said that in his ear, and I also told the captain to use all his strength this time, I didn't expect that he still held back from me. A self-deprecating arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Lu Jin never thought that the captain was still soft-hearted and unwilling to take action against him. When he thought of this, Lu Jin did not continue to hesitate. Instead, he used all his strength, even though he used all his strength, and the captain did not use all his strength to deal with him. In the end, the two ended up in a draw. When the two men were fighting before, Lu Jin could be said to have lost to the captain, and was in the most embarrassing situation. Lu Jin didn't hold out for long either, but now he not only managed to hold out under the captain's hands, but the two of them also ended up in a draw, and he punched the wall next to him hard. Lu Jin never thought that the two of them would end up in a draw. This time the captain obviously did not use his full strength, while Lu Jin used all his strength instead. Lu Jin had originally thought that he would take advantage of this good opportunity, and he even thought that he could defeat the captain, so that he could leave directly to save Ni Yinming. But what I didn't expect was, Chapter 205, isn't it ironic? He had a calm look on his face. Lu Jin had never thought that the captain was even more powerful than he imagined. Even without using his full strength, he could beat him? So you knew it from the beginning. The captain noticed that Lu Jin, who was standing next to him with a frustrated look on his face, suddenly looked up at him and even asked this question. He didn't know what to say for a moment. By the time the captain finally reacted, he had regained his voice. "What do you mean by that?" After Lu Jin asked this question, he noticed that the captain was pretending not to understand. "I just felt an inexplicable anger in my heart." Lu Jin didn't know what to say. After all, even though the captain gave him a chance this time, he still didn't have time to seize it. In the final analysis, all this is just my own fault for being useless. As he thought about this, Lu Jin lowered his head and didn't even look at the captain next to him. The captain noticed Lu Jin's complicated expression and he didn't know what to say. When the captain finally realized what was happening, he found his voice again. "I'm extremely disappointed in you." When he said the last two words, the captain emphasized them. Lu Jin didn't know how to respond. Of course he knew why the captain didn't want to kill him. It was because he still had some concerns about him. When he thought about this, Lu Jin couldn't calm down for a while. "So you gave it to me on purpose?" Although I guessed that the captain was probably doing this to please me, I didn't expect that he was really doing this to please me. Advertisement. Such a sentence fell into my ears. When the captain noticed Lu Jin said this, his face showed disbelief. He shouldn't have believed that he had given it to him on purpose. When thinking about this, the captain couldn't help but say, "It is indeed for yours." If he was a little bit unbelievable at the beginning, then now when he heard the captain say this, Lu Jin couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. The main reason was that he never thought that the captain would really let him do that. Thinking about how he had just tried to kill him, Lu Jin felt a pang of guilt in his heart. Even though the captain gave me this opportunity, I still ended up in a tie in the end. When Lu Jin thought about this, he suddenly felt a little ironic. He turned his head to look at the captain, and when he heard it later, Lu Jin also found his voice again. I think I can understand. What do you understand? So are you willing to give up? If you are willing to give up, then I. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Jin interrupted the captain. Whether you fought with all your strength or not, it's all your business. You don't need to tell me about it. Lu Jin raised his eyelids lightly, looked at the captain standing in front of him, and finally said this. The captain instantly understood what he meant by this sentence. Suddenly it felt a bit ironic. When he thought of this, a sneer appeared on the captain's lips. Yes, you are right. Whether I have tried my best or not, it is all my business. I should not use the fact that I did not try my best to hold you hostage. Hearing the captain say this in his ear, Lu Jin felt more and more ironic. But that's exactly what happened. Even though the captain didn't try his best, he still failed in the end. When thinking about this, Lu Jin couldn't help but shook his head for a moment. Even though you didn't try your best, I still failed in the end. Advertisement. When he said this, Lu Jin couldn't help but sneer at the corner of his mouth. The captain noticed that Lu Jin was sneering in front of him. Of course, he could notice the change in his mood, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. After reacting, the captain regained his voice and said, so what are you going to do? Are you going to compete with me again? After saying this, the captain couldn't help but emphasize again. Even if you fight me again and again, you will never be able to beat me in the end. The two were talking here, and the others were watching from the side. Everyone's eyes moved between Lu Jin and the captain, and everyone sighed at the same time. As for the exact relationship between the captain and Lu Jin, the group of people watching nearby could be said to know it best. But no one expected that one day, the captain and Lu Jin would become enemies. When everyone thought of this, they couldn't help but sigh for a moment. Noticing the group of people sighing nearby, Lu Jin took a deep breath and said, so, what exactly do you want to say? Should we continue fighting or not? When he looked at Lu Jin and said this, a hint of impatience flashed across his face. The captain didn't know what to say. It was indeed like the size of those people around him. The captain had not expected that a child he had raised would now become his enemy. Don't you find it ironic? The captain suddenly remembered that when Lu Jin dealt with that group of people, he used all the moves he taught him, and even when he dealt with himself, Lu Jin used the same moves he taught him. How can I not feel ironic for a moment? Lu Jin listened to the captain speaking in his ear. When he asked this question, there was a hint of meaning in his tone. There was no expression on his face. Lu Jin didn't care about these messy things at all. I just want to hurry up and rescue Ni Yinming. When thinking about this, Lu Jin raised his eyelids and glanced at the captain standing in front of him indifferently, with no emotion in his tone. I don't want to hear you talk nonsense here. I just want to ask you one question. Are you going to fight with me or not? Chapter 206, A Lesson. After saying this, Lu Jin was waiting for the captain's answer. Unexpectedly, the captain suddenly put the Zanpakuto in his hand on the ground, and the other people around him were unable to react at this time. No one expected that the captain would suddenly put down the Zanpakuto in his hand. They knew exactly what this meant. Captain, what are you doing? Why did you suddenly put Zanpakuto down? Captain, what do you mean? The captain listened to the group of people talking to each other and noticed that when they asked this question, their tone was anxious and their faces showed anxiety. It wasn't just those people who couldn't help but be stunned. Even Lu Jin noticed that the captain suddenly put down the Zanpakuto in his hand, and Lu Jin was a little slow to react. For a moment, I couldn't figure out why the captain suddenly let Zanpakuto go. When thinking about these things in his heart, Lu Jin suddenly turned to look at the captain. He looked the captain up and down with a scrutinizing look in his eyes. Finally, Lu Jin took a deep breath. He also asked, what do you mean? These words fell into his ears. When the captain heard Lu Jin ask this question, he also raised his head and glanced at Lu Jin, his face also without any emotion. I just want to let you go. Lu Jin said he didn't understand what the captain meant by this. What do you mean you want to let me go? Others also didn't react. They completely didn't understand why the captain not only let Zanpakuto go, but even said he wanted to let Lu Jin go as well. When everyone thought about these things, they could not remain calm for a moment. What should we do? What if the captain really lets him go? Then all our efforts at that time, wouldn't it be because the captain let him go? Advertisement. Lu Jin noticed that there was a person in the corner who was speaking very urgently, so he suddenly picked up the captain's Zanpakuto and threw it over there. The man was originally whispering with the person next to him, and he was worried inside. But before he could express his worries, a Zanpakuto suddenly flew towards him. That person was also a little unresponsive. Looking at Zanpakuto stopped in front of his feet, he knew that if he had taken a step forward, and if he had not controlled the strength well, his leg might have been directly disabled. He was so frightened that he fainted. The captain's thick black eyebrows suddenly frowned, probably because he didn't expect Lu Jin to suddenly pick up his Zanpakuto. It was also thrown to the side. When he finally reacted, the captain took a deep breath and asked, what are you doing? The captain's words fell into my ears. Lu Jin's lips curled up slightly. What do you mean by, what am I doing? I just wasn't happy with someone and wanted to teach them a lesson. When he said this, there was no expression on Lu Jin's face, and there was no emotion in his tone either. It was like saying how nice the weather was today, without realizing that he had almost ruined a person. Lu Jin was able to control his strength, and he knew that he definitely could not hurt that person. But whenever he heard those people whispering behind his back and heard clearly what they said, Lu Jin felt a surge of anger in his heart. When he thought of this, Lu Jin couldn't help but take a deep breath. I'll get the Zanpakuto back for you. After saying this, Lu Jin immediately walked over there. As he walked towards the crowd, Lu Jin noticed that many people were looking at him. There was also caution in his eyes. Advertisement. Lu Jin completely ignored the gazes from the people over there. He just walked towards this side step by step, his eyes falling on those people. A faint smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. If I hear you talking nonsense in my ear again, don't blame me for being rude to you. After saying this, Lu Jin didn't care about the expressions of the group of people at all. He snorted coldly and then picked up the Zanpakuto from the ground. Pass it to the captain under Zanpakuto. The captain noticed that Lu Jin handed the Zanpakuto towards him, and for a moment he didn't know whether to take it or not. He hesitated suddenly. Lu Jin noticed that he had handed the Zanpakuto to the captain, but the captain ignored him completely and turned his head away. A pair of thick black brows suddenly frowned. He took the Zanpakuto back with good intentions and handed it to the captain, but he didn't expect that the captain would ignore him and even refuse to take the Zanpakuto back. He didn't know what to say. Lu Jin simply put Zanpakuto on the ground. Whether the captain wanted it or not, he had already placed Zanpakuto on the ground. When Lu Jin was thinking this in his heart, he finally turned around and left. Noticing that Lu Jin suddenly turned around and left, the captain called him down. What do you want to do? The captain's words fell into Lu Jin's ears, and he didn't quite understand what the captain meant. But when Lu Jin finally realized what was happening, he turned his head and glanced at the captain. Didn't you say you were willing to let me go? He listened to what Lu Jin said in his ear, and the captain didn't know how to respond. When he came to his senses, the captain found his voice again. I did intend to let you go, but before you left, you seem to have forgotten one thing. Could it be that you really planned to leave like this? Looking at the captain who had just said he would let him go, but now for some reason he called him down again and even asked him again. Lu Jin suddenly felt that he didn't understand what the captain meant. When he reacted later, he took a deep breath. Chapter 207. Are you really willing to leave? I do intend to leave. After saying this, Lu Jin belatedly realized something, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Are you unwilling to let me go? Or are you not keeping your word before? As these words were spoken, the other onlookers all looked towards the captain. They knew exactly what the captain had said just now. When everyone first heard that the captain was going to let the person go, they were a little uneasy, but then they noticed that Lu Jin almost injured the person. I couldn't stay calm at all during this time. They immediately started to shout, let him go, just let him go. Lu Jin listened to the group of people talking to each other, some of them even asked the captain to let him go. He suddenly raised one side of his brow, and when he realized what was happening, Lu Jin regained his voice. Did you hear that? These words were said to the captain. The captain still felt a little uneasy, and he felt a little uneasy in his heart. After an unknown amount of time, the captain finally found his voice and said, I understand. After he said this, the captain wanted to say something else, but in the end he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Lu Jin didn't know what to say. He looked at the captain's conflicted expression. As for what the captain was struggling with, Lu Jin could be said to know it best. When he thought about this, a sneer suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. What on earth are you thinking? Lu Jin's words fell in my ears. What on earth was he thinking? The captain felt that sometimes he couldn't even figure it out himself, let alone answer the question Lu Jin asked. When he thought of this, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth again. So you really want to leave? Listening to the captain's question in his ear, Lu Jin didn't know if it was an illusion or something else, but he always felt that there was something else behind the captain's words. Advertisement. He was also completely reluctant to let himself leave. Lu Jin couldn't help but take a deep breath and strode towards the captain. I don't want to hear this from you. After Lu Jin finished speaking, he took the Zanpakuto in his hand again. Now you only have two choices. One is to let me go directly. He suddenly paused when he got to the latter part. The captain continued to ask, since you said there were two choices, and you only mentioned one, what is the other choice? The other option is for me to defeat you and leave, so, you can choose one of these two options. The captain listened to Lu Jin saying this in his ear, and even said that he was given two choices. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. But you have to know that you can't beat me at all. But if I don't try my best, how will I know I can't beat you? After hearing these words, the captain was speechless for a moment. The group of people nearby could no longer sit still. They strode towards this side and immediately said, why not let him leave? The captain did not expect that group of people to come out, nor did he expect that group of people to tell Lu Jin to leave. He swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Looking at this group of people with an expression of disbelief, the captain never expected that this group of people would show up, and even asked him to let Lu Jin leave. Lu Jin was also a little surprised. After all, not long ago, this group of people were unwilling to let me go, but I don't know what happened, this group of people suddenly wanted to let me go. When thinking about this, Lu Jin couldn't help but ask, why are you? But when he talked about the latter part, Lu Jin reacted instantly and realized that this group of people were scared by him because he had just shown off a few skills. Otherwise, he would definitely not let himself go. After figuring this out in his mind, Lu Jin couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth in sarcasm. Advertisement. I don't know what to say anymore. When Lu Jin finally came to his senses, he found his voice again. I don't want to tell you this anymore. As he heard these words, the group of people all looked at the captain. Captain, just let him go. This guy is a nuisance if he stays here. If we don't hurry up and get Lu Jin to leave, we might all be in danger. This group of people knew very well that they had to hurry up and find a way to get Lu Jin out. Lu Jin is a complete lunatic. He fought all the way here, and everyone could say they saw with their own eyes the director of the Technology Development Bureau, Kuretsuchi Mayuri, fall to his Zanpakuto. They were no match for Lu Jin at all. They posed no threat to Lu Jin, but if Lu Jin were allowed to stay here, he might pose a threat to them. When a group of people thought about these things, they could not remain calm at all. Now he can't wait for the captain to release him as soon as possible. If the captain doesn't let him go, Lu Jin might take his anger out on them. Now of course we are urging the captain to release the person as soon as possible. Noticing a group of people surrounding the captain and urging him, Lu Jin curled up the corners of his mouth into a faint smile. He didn't say anything, and Lu Jin just waited quietly beside him. I don't know how long it took, but the captain who hadn't said a word beside him came to his rescue. At this time, I finally took a deep breath. It may also be because he was constantly urged by those people, and the captain could no longer bear it at this time. He finally sighed and said, "Don't rush me, I'll just let him go." Lu Jin heard the captain say this in his ear, and he immediately picked up the Zanpakuto from the ground. After cleaning it up casually, Lu Jin was about to turn around and leave. Unexpectedly, someone suddenly grabbed him, and Lu Jin turned around and looked at the captain. Maybe he didn't expect that the captain had said before that he would let him go, but now he didn't know what was going on. Chapter 208. Let him fend for himself. Suddenly, he grabbed onto her and wouldn't let go, his brows furrowed. For a moment, Lu Jin didn't know what to say. When he finally came to his senses, he found his voice and said, "What do you mean?" Lu Jin's words fell in my ears. The captain's face was expressionless. He looked indifferently at Lu Jin, who was standing in front of him. He noticed that he had just said a few words, but Lu Jin was already impatiently packing up his things. When thinking about this, the captain suddenly felt a little ironic. He shook his head and said, "I don't want to talk about this. I just want to ask you again, are you really going to leave?" The captain said this, but Lu Jin didn't quite understand what he meant. When he finally realized what he meant, he regained his voice. "Since you said you would let me go, then of course I have to hurry up and leave." After saying this, Lu Jin originally thought the captain would say something, but he didn't expect the captain to still look at him with a complicated expression. "Are you really planning to leave?" Lu Jin didn't quite understand why the captain said that, nor did he quite understand why the captain asked him again. As he thought about this, Lu Jin's gaze fell on the group of people behind him. A mocking smile appeared on his lips. "What did the captain say just now? Did you hear it clearly? The captain said he was willing to let me go, but now he's going back on his word. Look at our good captain." The group of people also raised their heads and looked at the captain, with some anxiety in their eyes. The captain ignored those people. He just reached out and grabbed Lu Jin and dragged him to a remote corner. The two of them came to such a small corner, and the captain immediately said, "Are you pretending to be confused?" When the captain's words fell into his ears, Lu Jin didn't quite understand what he meant, but when he finally realized what he meant, he shrugged his shoulders indifferently. "I'm not playing dumb." After he said this, Lu Jin also noticed that it was getting late. Advertisement. He knew that if he didn't seize the time to save Ni Yinming now, then by the time he wanted to save her, it would probably be too late. When Lu Jin thought of this, his expression suddenly became serious. "It's too late." With his words, the captain of course understood that Lu Jin was too late to save Ni Yinming. But thinking about what he would face later, the captain felt more and more complicated. Later, the captain found his voice and asked, "Are you really not afraid at all?" I originally thought that the captain pulled me to this small corner because he had something to say to me, but I didn't expect that after bringing me here, he even asked me if I was afraid at all. As Lu Jin thought about this, he suddenly felt it was too ironic. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Lu Jin also turned his head to look at the captain. "Why should I be afraid? What is there to be afraid of?" After hearing these words, the captain took a step back. Perhaps he had not expected Lu Jin to say that. When he thought about this, he became more and more anxious. Later, the captain regained his voice. "Are you really not afraid at all? You have to know. You will have to face those." Before he could finish his words, Lu Jin's gaze fell on the captain's face. He thought it was really ironic. Lu Jin knew that the captain was worried about him, otherwise he wouldn't have said this to him. When he thought about this, Lu Jin could only say, "I don't want to talk about this anymore." Lu Jin raised his hand and rubbed his eyebrows, then turned around and left. The captain just watched Lu Jin gradually go away, and noticed that his figure blurred into a small black dot. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, but there was no smile in his eyes. I originally thought that if I tried hard to persuade Lu Jin, he would not take such a risk in the end. However, I didn't expect that even after I talked myself to death, Lu Jin completely ignored me and even turned around and left. When he was thinking about this, the captain suddenly raised his hand to cover his heart, and bent over and coughed violently. Advertisement. The group of people nearby noticed that the captain suddenly bent down and coughed violently. No one knew what to say. In the end, they could only swallow the words that were on the tip of their tongue. Of course, everyone understood what the captain meant at the beginning, which was to ask them to join in persuading Lu Jin. But later on they realized that they could not resist Lu Jin, and Lu Jin also showed off his skills later on, so no one dared to move forward. When I thought of these things, the group of people looked at each other for a while. I don't know how much time passed before the group of people finally found their voices again. This matter. The captain listened to the group's questions, clutching his aching heart, and finally shook his head. If he wants to leave, there's nothing we can do to stop him. If he wants to leave, then let him go. After saying this, the captain immediately picked up his weapon from the ground. Then he walked to the corner. The group of people wanted to say something at this time, but looking at the captain who looked like he had lost his soul, they knew that if they asked such questions, it would be like rubbing salt into the wound. In the end, I could only take a step back. The captain noticed that the group of people surrounding him had all left at this time. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Let's go, let's all go, let's fend for ourselves. Lu Jin just walked forward without looking back. Even if he didn't look back, Lu Jin could probably guess what the captain was thinking. He naturally knew that the captain was unwilling to let him go, but because of what he said later, he completely angered the captain. But if he didn't do this, Lu Jin really wanted to save Ni Yinmeng. If he didn't save Ni Yinmeng, Lu Jin couldn't think of anyone else who would care about Ni Yinmeng, so he could only save her himself. While he was thinking about this, Lu Jin walked forward with big strides, his eyes full of determination. Chapter 209. Successfully rescued. After some effort, Lu Jin successfully rescued Ni Yinmeng. Looking at Lu Jin who appeared before her, Ni Yinmeng took a deep breath. You shouldn't have come to save me. Such a sentence fell into my ears. Lu Jin shook his head with a serious expression. But if I don't come to save you, who else can come to save you? After saying this, Ni Yinmeng couldn't help but add, but. When she got to the end of her story, Lu Jin shook his head and interrupted Ni Yinmeng. Let's not talk about this for now. As long as I can see you safe and sound, and as long as I can rescue you, I don't care about anything else. When Lu Jin said this, his face darkened. He knew that Ni Yinmeng was worried about him, and that he had become an enemy of all the captains because he rescued Ni Yinmeng. But he no longer cares about these. For Ni Yinmeng, Lu Jin is willing to go through fire and water. The captain naturally also learned the news that Lu Jin rescued Ni Yinmeng, and his eyes fell on the faces of the captains. The captains also looked unhappy. I never thought he would go this far for a robot. Lu Jin has truly disappointed us. The captain listened to the other captains talking to each other, and his face also darkened. I really don't know what I should say. By the time everyone reacted, the captain had regained his voice. Lu Jin rescued Ni Yinmeng without authorization and injured the captains. He is immediately considered a traitor. The captain's words fell over there. The other captains couldn't help but look up at the captain-in-chief. Perhaps they didn't expect the captain-in-chief to say that. They also didn't expect that the captain-in-chief, who had always had the best relationship with Lu Jin, would say that. Advertisement. Now Lu Jin is actually judged as a traitor. Everyone looked at each other for a while, and they talked for a long time without anyone reacting. I don't understand what happened to the captain. A captain walked over and asked, Captain, are you kidding me? The other captains all looked over here. No one believed that the captain-in-chief, who had the best relationship with Lu Jin, had said such a thing, which was equivalent to completely severing his relationship with Lu Jin. Of course, at this time, I didn't know whether it was true or not. When the captain heard them ask this question in his ear, his face became even uglier. After an unknown amount of time, the captain finally regained his voice and said, I'm not kidding. From now on, Lu Jin is our traitor. If anyone encounters him in the future, there's no need to be polite to him. Just attack him directly. Everyone listened to the captain say this, and there was no expression on his face. It was obvious that this was not a joke but true. Ever since Lu Jin took that step, he has become a traitor. The captain was also completely disappointed with Lu Jin. He had tried to dissuade Lu Jin long before, but no matter how much he tried to dissuade him, Lu Jin just ignored his words. In the end, he even turned against me and injured so many captains. All of this was just for a Ni Yin dream. How ironic. Lu Jin also received this message. When he received the news that he was judged as a traitor by the captain, there was no surprise on his face. I guessed it a long time ago. Ever since he took half a step, Lu Jin could imagine how disappointed the captain was in him, and he could also imagine what would happen next. But none of that matters now. Lu Jin didn't feel disappointed or regretful at all. After all, he was the one who disappointed the captain first. Ni Yinming must be saved after all. Advertisement. Even if he knew what the consequences would be, and even if he knew that the captain would judge him as a traitor, Lu Jin didn't care. Even if God gave him a chance to start over, Lu Jin would still choose this option. Ni Yin, who was standing next to him, dreamed that Lu Jin had a helpless expression on his face, and she didn't know what to say. Noticing his helpless expression, Ni Yinming could probably guess something. When thinking about this, Ni Yinming couldn't help but open her mouth. Actually, you shouldn't have come to save me. I don't deserve you to be so nice to me, and you shouldn't. Before Ni Yinming could finish her sentence, Lu Jin interrupted her without hesitation and said word by word, "You are worth it." When he said this, his eyes were always on Ni Yinming's face, and his eyes were full of affection. Ni Yinming didn't know what to say. There was nothing but touching in her heart. Ni Yinming never thought that one day there would be someone like Lu Jin who would be so good to her. Even for his own sake, Lu Jin can be said to be willing to make enemies with the whole world. When Ni Yinming thought about this, her tears suddenly fell. I really didn't expect you to be so good to me. I also didn't expect that one day I would. Lu Jin heard her suddenly burst into tears in front of him, and for a moment he was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Li Jin raised his hand to wipe Ni Yinmeng's tears and took a deep breath. It's okay, don't mind it. These are my own choices. As he spoke later, Lu Jin's expression gradually became serious. To be frank, these are all my own choices. You didn't put a knife to my neck and ask me to save you, so no matter what others say or do, I don't care. As long as I can protect you, that's all. Ni Yinmeng laughed. Perhaps because of Lu Jin's words of comfort in her ear, Ni Yinmeng suddenly felt that she had figured it out. It is impossible to go back now. Lu Jin also knows that if he is betrayed by the captain as a traitor, there will be consequences if he goes back. Advertisement Chapter 210. I can't figure it out, he can be said to know it best. Lu Jin also knew that if he went back, he would definitely not be welcomed. It doesn't matter whether he is liked by others or not, but if it will cause Ni Yinmeng next to him to be criticized by others, he thinks it is better not to go back. When thinking about this, Lu Jin suddenly turned his head and glanced at Ni Yinmeng next to him. What are your plans for the future? These words fell into Ni Yinmeng's ears, and she didn't know how to respond for a moment. As for what his plans for the future are, Ni Yinmeng couldn't explain it clearly. When she thought about this, Ni Yinmeng just shook her head. I don't have any plans, and I don't know where I should go, you know. When Ni Yinmeng spoke the latter part, a bitter smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Noticing that Ni Yinmeng next to him suddenly smiled bitterly, Lu Jin didn't know how to respond. Now, not only did Ni Yinmeng not know where to go, she also had nowhere to go back to. Even I didn't know where to go. When Lu Jin thought about this, he took a deep breath and said, not only do you not know where to go, I don't know where to go either. After saying this, Lu Jin's expression suddenly became serious. He lowered his head and looked at Ni Yinmeng, his voice a little hoarse. But don't worry, you can follow me wherever I go from now on. I will never abandon you. Ni Yinmeng just looked up at Lu Jin. Perhaps she had never expected that Lu Jin would make such a promise to her. Ni Yinmeng couldn't help but cover her face for a moment. She only felt that her heart was filled with nothing but emotion. Advertisement, I really didn't expect you to say this to me, and I never thought you would make such a promise to me. When Ni Yinmeng said this, Lu Jin also noticed that her eyes suddenly turned red again, and she looked as if she was about to cry in the next second. He couldn't help but stop in a hurry. Don't cry yet, hurry up and come with me. Because of this sentence, Ni Yinmeng forced herself to hold back her tears. Of course, this time she didn't want to cry because she had suffered any injustice, but because she was so moved. She never thought that one day she would meet Lu Jin, and that Lu Jin would be so good to her. Ni Yinmeng has always been alone, but now, because of his appearance, she felt that there was suddenly a ray of light in her life. Ni Yinmeng, who was originally feeling a little depressed, now felt much brighter because Lu Jin suddenly appeared in front of her. Lu Jin plans to take Ni Yinmeng to the real world. After all, they can no longer stay here. I told Ni Yinmeng about this idea directly, and Ni Yinmeng nodded repeatedly. No matter where you want to go, as long as you are willing to take me with you, no matter how difficult the conditions are, no matter what the place is like, I will have no regrets. Hearing Ni Yinmeng say this in his ear, Lu Jin suddenly thought of something very important. He suddenly turned his head to glance at Ni Yinmeng. Lu Jin also said seriously, before I take you to the human world, I want to meet someone. After saying this, Lu Jin immediately walked forward. He looked at the captain in front of him, and Lu Jin also said, the captain has already judged me as a traitor. I can never stay in this place. The captain raised his head and glanced at Lu Jin, his tone also containing a hint of complex meaning. If you leave now, will you never come back? Lu Jin heard the captain ask this question in his ear. When he heard this, Lu Jin could also sense that the captain's tone was full of disappointment. Of course he knew that the captain was very disappointed in him, but he simply couldn't stay in this place anymore. Advertisement, even if I can stay, I must at least think carefully about it with Ni Yinmeng. When Lu Jin thought about this, he finally nodded and said, never come back. The captain listened to Lu Jin saying this in his ear, and he also said that he would never come back. There was still no expression on his face, but disappointment flashed in his eyes. The captain couldn't understand why Lu Jin had to fight for a robot, and now not only did he betray them, but he also wanted to leave this place forever? Even after racking his brains, the captain said that he couldn't figure Lu Jin out, and he couldn't figure out what was going on in Lu Jin's mind. When thinking about this, the captain also noticed that Lu Jin wanted to turn around and leave at this time, and he couldn't help but reach out and grab Lu Jin. The captain also found his voice. Are you really planning to leave forever? Are you really willing to abandon me and the captain? When Lu Jin suddenly heard the words, Captain, he couldn't help but pause. But thinking back to the captain's earnest words in his ear, trying to dissuade him from saving Ni Yinmeng, Lu Jin couldn't help but shake his head for a moment. The captain and I have nothing to do with each other anymore. This matter is over. After Lu Jin finished saying this, he completely ignored the captain and turned around and left. The captain felt that he couldn't figure it out at all. He didn't understand what good that robot was. Lu Jin clearly had a bright future, but now, because of a broken robot, Lu Jin even ruined his bright future. Even the kind that was destroyed by one's own hands. Like the captain and the chief captain, they can be said to have watched Lu Jin grow step by step. I originally thought that he had grown to such a great extent, but I never expected that he would end up like this. Is that robot really that good? When the captain thought about this, he suddenly fell silent. Chapter 211. Ruining a bright future. Lu Jin noticed that the captain seemed to be hesitant to speak, and he didn't know how to respond. Of course he knows what the captain is thinking, and of course you know what the captain and the other captains are thinking. They must be wondering whether it is worth it or not. You must think he's crazy, but I don't care about these at all. Lu Jin felt that he didn't care at all. He also said that this group of people didn't understand at all. They had never experienced such a thing, so naturally they didn't understand. They only have interests in their minds, but it is different for him. Lu Jin is also willing to pay any price for Ni Yin Meng, and he can say that he has no regrets. Even if this time he had to save Ni Yin Meng and even ruin his own bright future, Lu Jin could be said to be completely indifferent. When he was thinking about this, Lu Jin finally turned around and left. The captain never thought that Lu Jin was serious this time. He even wanted to turn around and leave. Suddenly, he rushed over and the captain suddenly reached out and grabbed Lu Jin. Are you really going to leave? Such a sentence fell into my ears. When Lu Jin turned around, he also noticed that the captain was looking at him with an incredible expression. Finally, he nodded. I'm leaving. After saying this, Lu Jin originally thought that the captain would let go of his hand. What was unexpected was that the captain refused to let go and kept holding his arm tightly, and his thick black eyebrows suddenly frowned. When Lu Jin opened his mouth to say something, he didn't expect the captain to add, don't you care what the captain thinks? Suddenly the captain was mentioned. Lu Jin knew that the captain was reluctant to let him go, so he finally had to bring up the captain's name. He also hoped that bringing up the captain's name could suppress him and even allow him to stay here. But this time, no matter what the captain said, and no matter who the captain moved out, Lu Jin could be said to not care at all. Advertisement. The captain suddenly brought up the chief captain. He originally thought that Lu Jin would say something, and maybe he would stay just for the chief captain's sake. But what I didn't expect was that what I said would be in vain in the end. Are we just going to leave like this? Ni Yinming noticed that Lu Jin and the man were talking about something. The man also had a look of grief on his face as he walked to her side with Lu Jin. The man's face also looked ashen. Ni Yinming just felt a little complicated in her heart. She looked at the man with a deathly pale face, and she also felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. I don't know what Lu Jin and that boy said to each other. When she was confused and puzzled, Ni Yinming finally asked directly, otherwise, should we stay here? I think that person seems reluctant to leave you. Before he could finish his words, Lu Jin looked at Ni Yinming seriously. So what do you think? What if I continue to stay here, then what will you do? Lu Jin's words fell in my ears. Ni Yinming was stunned for a moment. When she came to her senses, she regained her voice and said, I am. When he talked about the latter part, Ni Yinming found that he could not continue at all. If Lu Jin stayed here alone this time, and he himself couldn't leave, not to mention that Lu Jinyan now has the reputation of a traitor, and with himself, then they might become the target of everyone's attack. They absolutely cannot stay in this place. Almost subconsciously, he wanted to say something, but then Ni Yinming also felt waves of pain in his heart. She tried hard to suppress the pain in her heart. Later, Ni Yinming raised her head and looked at Lu Jin with a serious expression. You stay here. As for where I'm going, the world is so big, I'm sure I'll find a place to go. After Ni Yinming said this, she turned around and left. Lu Jin couldn't help but clench his fists. He never thought that Ni Yinming was in such a state now. She had clearly promised him everything before. Advertisement, but now I don't know what she is worried about. She even asked me to stay. Lu Jin suddenly grabbed Ni Yinming's hand. Feeling her cold little hands, his thick black eyebrows suddenly frowned. Do you know what you're talking about? These words fell into Ni Yinming's ears, and Ni Yinming didn't quite understand what he meant. But when he came to his senses later, Ni Yinming suddenly thought of what he had just said. Regardless, it's really too hurtful, but thinking about my own physical condition. Of course, Ni Yinming would never tell Lu Jin about her true physical condition, and she didn't want him to worry about her. After all, Lu Jin had done enough for her. She didn't want to trouble Lu Jin any further, even if she was misunderstood. Ni Yinming was thinking this way, and she was also planning to say something. Lu Jin suddenly came closer. His eyes fell on him, and Lu Jin's eyes were extremely deep. I spent so much effort to rescue you, don't you know? Even now you still don't understand? Such a sentence fell into my ears. Ni Yinming noticed that Lu Jin's eyes were on him. When he said this, Ni Yinming suddenly fell silent. Of course she understood what he meant, but now when she thought about her own situation, coupled with the disapproving voices of those around her. Ni Yinming had indeed worked very hard before. She could be said to be fearless and did not care at all about what people were saying around her. But now it's different. Ni Yinming was naturally not afraid, and Lu Jin was naturally not afraid either. But Lu Jin has done so much for himself, and even this time, in order to save himself, Lu Jin did not hesitate to destroy his bright future with his own hands. Chapter 212, Sweet Burden. Ni Yinming felt that this was a sweet burden. She didn't know what she had done to deserve this, and she had no idea what it was about Lu Jin that made her like him. Why do you have to be so good to yourself? Ni Yinming felt that he was in an awkward situation, or perhaps in self-doubt. She didn't understand why Lu Jin was so nice to her. Ni Yinming also fell into deep self-doubt, and she always felt that she didn't have the ability to do this at all. Lu Jin noticed that Ni Yinming's eyes were in a panic, and she didn't dare to meet his eyes at all. When Lu Jin noticed this, he couldn't help but shook his head for a moment, not knowing what to say. When Lu Jin finally realized what was happening, he spoke in a hoarse voice, "I know what you're thinking, but please don't doubt yourself so much, because you are worthy, you are the most worthy." When Lu Jin said this, there was a smile on the corner of his mouth. Lu Jin also knew that this was the life he wanted most. As long as he can be with Ni Yinming, Lu Jin can say that he doesn't care no matter what happened or what will happen in the future. As he thought about this, Lu Jin continued to look at Ni Yinming with deep eyes. "You are worthy, so please don't fall into self-doubt. You are the most worthy person, and you are the one I want." After Lu Jin finished saying this, Ni Yinming had already buried her head in his arms. He could also feel the stiffness of the person in his arms, and Lu Jin patted her back from time to time. "You are the one I'm looking for, the one I want my whole life, so you are worth it." Two people came to the real world. Lu Jin looked at the real world in front of him, and whenever he thought that he could finally get rid of that world, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Look, we've arrived in the real world." After Lu Jin finished saying this, he immediately turned his head to look at Ni Yinming next to him. It would have been better if he hadn't looked, because when he did, he was shocked. Ni Yinming's face was as pale and colorless as a piece of white paper. Advertisement, it looks as scary as it can be. When Lu Jin noticed this scene, his brows couldn't help but twist into a kawa shape. What on earth is going on? After he asked this question, Lu Jin discovered that Ni Yinming was already dying. She also couldn't answer her own question. Lu Jin felt like his heart was about to jump out of his throat. He also felt that his mind was a mess, and Lu Jin had no idea what was going on. It was obvious that before, Ni Yinming was chatting with him happily, but unexpectedly, after finally coming to the real world, Lu Jin thought that he could settle down and live a good life with Ni Yinming. Unexpectedly, reality slapped him in the face. Lu Jin hurriedly helped the weak-looking Ni Yinming to sit on the chair next to him. He also felt that his vision was blurry. Lu Jin never expected that such a thing would happen. He couldn't help but reach out and hold Ni Yinming's hand. Now he couldn't say a word. Later, she thought about how Ni Yinming had always asked her to stay in that place before. As for her, she also said that she could go somewhere else by herself. At that time, Lu Jin didn't take this matter to heart, but now when he thinks about it again, he finally finds something wrong. "Have you been able to hold on all the way here?" Lu Jin just looked at Ni Yinming, and these words seemed to be squeezed out from his throat. Ni Yinming noticed that Lu Jin was looking at him with a nervous expression. When he said this, there was even a hint of tears in his voice. For a moment, I was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Advertisement. Ni Yinming forced a smile at the corner of his mouth. She didn't answer Lu Jin's question, but instead reached out and stroked his cheek. "It's okay. I've held on for so long, I think I've lived enough, you don't have to be sad for me." Lu Jin never thought that Ni Yinming didn't answer his words at all. She was even talking about self-abandonment in his ears. Lu Jin clenched his fists and put them at his sides. He really didn't know what to say. He just looked at Ni Yinming with a nervous expression. Lu Jin also wanted to pull him up. "It's okay, I will definitely find a way to cure you." After saying this, Lu Jin was about to pull the man up when Ni Yinming suddenly let go of his hand. She also shook her head gently. "There's no need, after all, I'm just a robot." I just felt a surge of anger in my heart. Lu Jin had never expected that Ni Yinming would actually speak to him like this in his ear. He didn't know what to say for a moment. When Lu Jin finally realized what was happening, he regained his voice. "What kind of robot are you? You are clearly Ni Yinming. The one and only Ni Yinming in my heart. The one I want to spend the rest of my life with." After saying this, Lu Jin didn't care whether Ni Yinming refused or not, he just pulled the person up. Ni Yinming noticed that Lu Jin wanted to reach out and hold her back, and she couldn't help but shake her head. "I'm just a robot. My time is up. No matter who you ask, there's nothing you can do." Hearing Ni Yinming say this in his ear, Lu Jin suddenly realized something. Ni Yinming is indeed a robot. Now that she was so seriously injured, Lu Jin realized that even if he asked an ordinary doctor to come, he would not be able to cure Ni Yinming at all. If Ni Yinming doesn't hurry up to undergo transformation, then he will have no way out. So you can only be transformed. When Lu Jin said this, his long eyelashes drooped, hiding the emotions in his eyes. Chapter 213. 7th Seat of the Technology Development Bureau. A smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and Ni Yinming also tried hard to suppress the waves of pain in her heart. She also wanted to be at least decent before she died, and her face would not be so distorted and ugly. When thinking about this, Ni Yinming just smiled and said, "It's okay, you have tried your best." After Ni Yinming said this, Lu Jin noticed that she suddenly closed her eyes. A pair of thick black eyebrows frowned. Lu Jin reached out and shook Ni Yinming. "You can't sleep, don't close your eyes." Ni Yinming opened her eyes and saw a handsome face with an anxious look. She listened to Lu Jin's words and smiled. "I didn't close my eyes, and I didn't want to sleep, I was just too tired." A layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. At this time, he had no energy to care about anything else. His eyes were only on Kuretsuchi Miyuri's face. Later, Lu Jin found his voice again. "Are you really tired?" Such a sentence fell into my ears. Ni Yinming didn't quite understand what Lu Jin meant by this sentence, but when she realized it later, she found her voice again. "I'm really tired." After Ni Yinming finished speaking, Lu Jin couldn't help but nod. "Okay." When he said this, Ni Yinming didn't quite understand what he meant. "Do you remember who I was before?" When Lu Jin's words fell in his ears, Ni Yinming felt that he could hardly open his eyes due to his sleepiness. But he asked this question in her ear again. She lifted her eyelids, which seemed to be filled with cement, and Ni Yinming also stared at Lu Jin in front of her. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. How could I forget? You were the 7th seat in the Technology Development Bureau before? But why are you suddenly asking about this topic? I used to be the 7th seat of the Technology Development Bureau. Since you know my identity, please trust me. Advertisement. This sentence was a bit nonsensical, and Ni Yinming had no idea what he meant by it. But when she finally realized what was happening, Ni Yinming covered her lips in surprise. You are. When she got to the end of her story, Ni Yinming found that she couldn't continue at all. She had never expected that Lu Jin would actually go that far. Lu Jin noticed that Ni Yinming's eyes suddenly turned into shock, and a hint of a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. That's what I meant, but don't worry. Ni Yinming said that she didn't quite understand what he meant by this sentence, but when she realized it later, Ni Yinming found her voice again. But if that's the case, you. When she said the last sentence, Ni Yinming found that she could not continue at all. When Lu Jin heard her say this in his ear, he suddenly smiled. He also tried to comfort her. It's okay. After all, I was once the 7th seat in the Technology Development Zone, so I will definitely try my best. After saying this, Ni Yinming was about to say something when she felt a sharp pain in her heart again, and she slowly closed her eyes. Lu Jin, who was standing next to her, noticed that Ni Yinming suddenly closed her eyes so slowly. He couldn't help but take a deep breath for a moment. Lu Jin knew that he would be under great pressure in the future, but no matter how great the pressure was, he had to try his best to save Ni Yinming. When thinking about this, Lu Jin directly picked up Ni Yinming, who was unconscious in front of him. After finding a place, Lu Jin immediately started drawing on paper. His brain was working rapidly and he was racking his brains. No matter how fast your brain works, no matter how hard you rack your brains, in the end you can still find no solution at all. I don't know how many days had passed, but Lu Jin suddenly turned his head to look at Ni Yinming, who was lying on the bed. He also knew that he absolutely could not continue to waste time like this. After all, there is only so much time. If I don't deal with this matter during the prime time, things will probably become more complicated. Advertisement. I'm afraid Ni Yinming can't hold on that long. When thinking about this, Lu Jin knew that he absolutely could not continue to procrastinate like this, and he had to hurry up and resolve this matter. When he thought of this, Lu Jin immediately started to plan the drawings again. After replanning such a blueprint, Lu Jin can be said to have tried every possible way to transform Ni Yinming. The process is also extremely difficult. As he followed the steps on the drawing step by step, Lu Jin thought he would succeed this time. As a result, with the completion of the last step, Lu Jin only felt a tense anticipation in his heart. He originally thought that Ni Yinming would open his eyes again. Unexpectedly, after waiting for so long, Ni Yinming had never opened his eyes. My heart suddenly jumped out of my chest. Lu Jin hurried over here and glanced at the unconscious Ni Yinming. I even felt my brain go blank. Lu Jin couldn't figure it out either. He had no idea what was going on. When thinking about this, Lu Jin couldn't help but call out Ni Yinming a few times. But no matter how he called her in her ear, Ni Yinming showed no sign of wanting to wake up. Eventually, Ni Yinming entered the stage of being scrapped. Lu Jin was speechless. He had never expected that even though he had tried so hard, in the end there was nothing he could do. When thinking about this, Lu Jin couldn't help but lower his head and stare at his toes. Now I can't say a word. For a moment, he had no idea what to do. Lu Jin was originally full of confidence this time. He also thought that as the 7th seat of the Technology Development Bureau, he would be able to successfully help Ni Yinming transform his body. But I didn't expect that after working so hard for so many days, I would end up in failure. Chapter 214. Going back secretly. Ni Yinming was even because of himself. When thinking about this, Lu Jin felt like he was about to collapse. He also had no idea what to say. Just with his head down, staring at his toes, Lu Jin could be said to have been unable to find his own voice. Not knowing how much time had passed, Lu Jin turned his head to glance at the scrapped Ni Yinming. Lu Jin's tone was filled with apology. I was overconfident this time. I thought I could transform her body, but it turned out to be nothing more than my imagination. After he finished saying this in one breath, Lu Jin also noticed Ni Yinming lying on the bed with her eyes closed, and she did not respond to him at all. Hands at your sides, clenched into fists. Lu Jin suddenly stretched out his hand and hit his head hard. He never thought that he was so weak, and he never thought that he could save her, but in the end he was powerless. He couldn't help but recall that Ni Yinming had slowly closed his eyes in front of him and never woke up again. A feeling of powerlessness also arose in my heart. Lu Jin didn't know what to say. He just felt a sense of confusion in his heart, and his mind was blank. I have no idea what I should do at this moment, and I have no idea how to remedy the situation. No matter how much I regret it, there is no medicine for regret now. When thinking about this, Lu Jin couldn't help but take a deep breath. He also swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue. He turned his head again to look at the unconscious Ni Yinming, and Lu Jin couldn't help but clench his fists. Don't worry, I will definitely try my best to find a way to save you. After saying this, Lu Jin turned around and left. He sneaked back to the soul-devouring realm. I returned to this familiar place again. For some reason, the faces of the captain and the chief captain appeared in front of me again. Advertisement. These are the two people's earnest words. If I had followed the captain's instructions at the beginning and not rescued Ni Yinming, would she have ended up like this today? When Lu Jin thought about this, he suddenly felt a little crazy. But Lu Jin quickly rejected this idea. Absolutely not. When he thought of this, Lu Jin couldn't help but take a deep breath. Finally, I shook off the idea that popped up in my mind at this moment. My choice was not wrong. If I hadn't rescued Ni Yinming in time, she might have died there long ago. It is impossible for me to survive until now. When thinking about this in his heart, Lu Jin finally walked forward stealthily. As he walked forward, Lu Jin also noticed people coming and going on the street. He was wearing a black robe, and Lu Jin took out a black mask from somewhere and then covered his face tightly. Lu Jin has now been identified as a traitor by the captain. He also knows that the soul-devouring realm is probably looking for him, so this time he must not reveal his actions. He also knew that he must not be discovered by others, otherwise how would he be able to save Ni and Meng? When thinking about this, Lu Jin tried to lighten his steps and walked forward. Lu Jin was dressed in some strange clothes, but the people on the street didn't pay any attention to him. After all, there are so many people wearing strange clothes. It can be said that there were more than just him, so when he was wearing a black robe and covering his face tightly, those people didn't even look at Lu Jin. Everyone has their own story. As Lu Jin walked forward, he finally arrived at the door of the Technology Development Bureau. When he arrived at the door of the Technology Development Bureau, Lu Jin also noticed that there were people coming and going in the Technology Development Bureau. Advertisement. For a moment he didn't know whether he should go in or not. He was so conflicted and hesitant in his heart, but then he thought that Ni and Meng was in danger. If I continue to hesitate like this, I might miss the golden time. Finally, he took a deep breath and walked into the Technology Development Bureau with big strides. There are people coming and going in the Technology Development Bureau. They were also looking at a man in a black robe who suddenly appeared in the Development Bureau, with a hint of curiosity in everyone's eyes. I don't quite understand who this man is. Why is he wearing such a strange black robe? As if he's afraid of people? And why is he covering his face? When a group of people thought about this, their expressions became more and more complicated. Lu Jin noticed that the group of people were looking at his face. He looked over there through the mask, not caring how others were looking at him or what their eyes were looking at. Lu Jin can be said to be indifferent. When he entered the Technology Development Bureau, someone immediately stopped him and asked, "Who are you?" Such a sentence fell into my ears. When Lu Jin raised his eyelids, he noticed that there was someone blocking his way. There was a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. "Who am I? What does it have to do with you?" After saying this, the person who stopped Lu Jin couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Maybe he didn't expect Lu Jin to say this to him all of a sudden, and he didn't know how to respond. After all, he was used to being arrogant in the Technology Development Bureau, and he never thought that there was someone more arrogant than him. The man couldn't swallow this breath, and his expression changed for a moment. "Why are you so arrogant?" Lu Jin raised his eyelids lightly. Originally, he came here for Ni Yinming, otherwise he would not have come back here. Lu Jin can be said to be extremely cautious and careful, and he is also extremely low-key. Chapter 215. Keep your mouth clean. But what I didn't expect was that no matter how low-key I was, there would still be some short-sighted people who would bump into me in the end. When Lu Jin thought about this, his face also looked a little bad. Even the tone was cold. "If there is nothing else, please leave as soon as possible." After saying this, I originally thought that the person standing in front of me would leave, but I didn't expect that after such a long time, that person would not leave at all. His thick black eyebrows couldn't help but frown at this moment. When he reacted later, Lu Jin was too lazy to continue talking to this person. Just walked forward. Before he could move forward, the man suddenly grabbed Lu Jin. The uniformed officer grabbed Lu Jin, his tone tinged with sarcasm. "Are you scared? Are you trying to escape because you're scared?" Lu Jin didn't quite understand why this person was so persistent. He also didn't understand how he had provoked him. Why did he have to stop him? When thinking about this, Lu Jin's eyes became even colder. "Please let go of your hand, otherwise don't blame me for being rude to you." The man smiled and said, "You're being rude to me. I want to see how powerful you are." After the man finished saying this, Lu Jin suddenly kicked the man. The others couldn't help but be stunned at this time. Everyone probably didn't expect this to happen, and didn't expect the two people to suddenly start fighting. Especially noticing that one of them was a staff member, the other staff members hurried forward. They also wanted to pull Lu Jin away. As a result, before they could pull away, the man suddenly reached out and pulled off Lu Jin's mask, and then a familiar face jumped into the eyes. No one expected that after taking off this person's mask, he was wearing another mask on his face. Advertisement. Lu Jin had long seen that these people had bad intentions, so he deliberately wore an extra mask. But what was unexpected was that this group of people actually took off their masks. They looked at Lu Jin as if they were looking at a ghost, and it could be said that they did not react for a long time. Someone came over here. When Lu Jin turned his head, Kuretsuchi Miyuri suddenly appeared in front of him. He couldn't help but raise one eyebrow. "I have something I want to tell you. Is it convenient for you at this time?" A familiar voice fell in my ears. Kuretsuchi Miyuri couldn't react for a long time, mainly because she didn't expect to see Lu Jin here, nor did she expect him to come back at this time. Apart from being unable to react for a moment, it was only later when she came to her senses that Kuretsuchi Miyuri found her voice again. Why are you back? When Kuretsuchi Miyuri said this, his eyes fell on Lu Jin, with some doubts in his eyes. Lu Jin noticed that he was looking over here, and there was even some confusion in his eyes. He simply said, I wonder if it's convenient for you? The others looked at Kuretsuchi Miyuri, and even the staff member couldn't help but shudder for a moment. He probably didn't expect that the man in front of him actually knew Kuretsuchi Miyuri. He trembled for a moment, mainly because he was afraid that Lu Jin would say bad things about him in front of Kuretsuchi Miyuri. By then, you will be in trouble. When thinking about this, the staff member couldn't help but take a step back. Lu Jin noticed that the staff member who was so arrogant just now, but now for some reason, he suddenly took a step back. There was no expression on Lu Jin's face, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Advertisement, I didn't expect you to be so scared. Kuretsuchi Miyuri originally thought that he was saying this to herself, but when she realized it later, Kuretsuchi Miyuri could be said to have reacted instantly. His eyes fell on the staff member next to him. The staff member was already feeling a bit uneasy, and now because Kuretsuchi Miyuri suddenly looked over here, the staff member's face turned a little unhappy. I didn't mean to provoke you, please let me go. I heard that the staff member who was so provocative to me just now suddenly begged me and even asked me to let him go. Lu Jin turned his head and glanced at the staff member coldly. I won't argue with you this time, but I hope you can learn from your mistakes and keep your mouth shut. After saying this, Lu Jin turned his attention back to Kuretsuchi Miyuri. The staff couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, the other staff members and other people couldn't help but look at Lu Jin, and everyone felt confused and puzzled in their hearts. I have absolutely no idea what's going on. They were also somewhat puzzled about the identity of Lu Jin in front of them, and they didn't understand who this man was and why he frightened the staff so much. When a group of people thought about this, their eyes all fell on Lu Jin. Kuretsuchi Miyuri suddenly thought about this and walked a few steps over. A faint smile played at the corner of his mouth. How dare you come back this time? Have you forgotten that the squadron leader has labeled you a traitor? Kuretsuchi Miyuri's words fell into my ears. Lu Jin just raised his eyelids, and he was looking at Kuretsuchi Miyuri in front of him. When Kuretsuchi Miyuri said this, there was a playful smile on the corner of his mouth. His face was emotionless, and Lu Jin spoke calmly. I came back not to find the captain, nor to clear myself of my identity as a traitor. I came only to find you. Maybe she didn't expect Lu Jin to come to the Technology Development Bureau this time, and even said that he came here just to find her. Kuretsuchi Miyuri didn't know what to say for a moment. He raised his eyes and looked at Lu Jin. He didn't know how much time had passed before Kuretsuchi Miyuri finally found his voice again. Chapter 216. Request for help. Why did you say you were looking for me? He just felt surprised in his heart. Kuretsuchi Miyuri never expected that Lu Jin would take the initiative to come to him this time. At the moment, I didn't know what to say. When Lu Jin heard Kuretsuchi Miyuri ask this in his ear, he also had a shocked expression. Taking a deep breath, Lu Jin could also notice that those people's eyes were focused here. When Kuretsuchi Miyuri revealed his identity just now, because the two were very close to each other, and Kuretsuchi Miyuri also wanted to avoid causing chaos in the Technology Development Bureau. So he lowered his voice deliberately, at a volume that only the two of them could hear, and said this in Lu Jin's ear. Lu Jin didn't know what to say. He did feel a little conflicted and hesitant in his heart. When he thought about this, Lu Jin could only swallow the words he had just said. I couldn't utter a single word. I don't know how long it took, but Lu Jin finally found his voice again. The reason I came to you this time is because I have a request. I wonder if you will agree or not? Kuretsuchi Miyuri noticed that when Lu Jin said this, he was looking at her with an expectant expression on his face, and Kuretsuchi Miyuri didn't react for a long time. This time Lu Jin suddenly came back here and said that he had a request, and it was obvious that such a request was for him, otherwise he would not have asked him whether he agreed or not. Kuretsuchi Miyuri was not quite sure what Lu Jin meant by this sentence, nor was she quite sure why he suddenly came to her this time. But later she noticed that Lu Jin came alone this time. When she thought about this, Kuretsuchi Miyuri probably understood something. He raised his head and glanced at Lu Jin. Kuretsuchi Miyuri also found his voice again. Why are you the only one here this time? Didn't you successfully rescue Ni Yin-meng? When he said this, Lu Jin's expression suddenly changed slightly. Advertisement Kuretsuchi Miyuri could probably guess something, so this time he asked this question tentatively. As a result, when this question was asked, Kuretsuchi Miyuri noticed that Lu Jin's expression changed slightly. When she noticed this, Kuretsuchi Miyuri couldn't help but sigh that her guess was correct. I'm asking you a question. Why didn't Ni Yin-meng come over? What's going on? When Kuretsuchi Miyuri said this, he specially brought Lu Jin and the other person into the office. When Lu Jin followed Kuretsuchi Miyuri into the office, his expression became increasingly cold. The reason I came here this time is actually to tell you about Ni Yin-meng. Lu Jin finished speaking in one breath, and Kuretsuchi Miyuri beside him couldn't help but nodded. I understand. After he said this, Kuretsuchi Miyuri suddenly realized something. But you have to understand that I am a businessman. Such a sentence fell into my ears. Lu Jin suddenly turned his head to look at Kuretsuchi Miyuri, and noticed that when he said this, Kuretsuchi Miyuri had a half smile on the corner of her mouth. Lu Jin felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. As for where this uncomfortable feeling came from, it naturally came from Kuretsuchi Miyuri in front of him. Kuretsuchi Miyuri saw that Lu Jin's face was particularly ugly, and he looked at her with a look that was similar to disgust. When she noticed this, Kuretsuchi Miyuri said silently, "If you don't agree with this fact, then you can leave now." He pushed the door open directly, and Kuretsuchi Miyuri also made a gesture of invitation to Lu Jin. Kuretsuchi Miyuri was very resolute. The reason why his attitude was so firm was naturally because he knew that no matter how much he beat or scolded Lu Jin, no matter how bad his attitude was, Lu Jin will never leave in the end. After all, she is the only one who can save Nianming. Precisely because of this belief, Kuretsuchi Miyuri can be said to have become more and more unscrupulous. He just felt his stomach churning. Advertisement. In fact, before coming here, Lu Jin also felt conflicted and hesitant inside. I really can't save Nianming now, and the only person who can save her is Kuretsuchi Miyuri, but you have to know that not long ago, she could be said to have defeated Kuretsuchi Miyuri, and Kuretsuchi Miyuri even holds a grudge against her. He knew that this time he came to find Kuretsuchi Miyuri and also to ask him for help. Kuretsuchi Miyuri might not even pay attention to him, let alone help. Even though he knew he would be offended by him, Lu Jin came straight over this time. When he was thinking about this, Lu Jin said calmly, "Then tell me, just make any conditions you want, I don't care." Kuretsuchi Miyuri didn't expect that Lu Jin was calmer than she thought, and even asked her to take the initiative to propose conditions. Because she was so surprised, Kuretsuchi Miyuri had never expected Lu Jin to be much stronger than she had imagined. As for Nianming, he was not in a hurry to put forward conditions. Kuretsuchi Miyuri simply asked the man to sit on the chair opposite him and he poured him a glass of warm water. Lu Jin didn't expect that Kuretsuchi Miyuri didn't seize the time to propose conditions to him at this time, but instead handed him a cup of warm water. A pair of thick black eyebrows frowned, and later on, Lu Jin also found his voice again. "The reason I came here this time wasn't to chat with you or drink water, but to..." Before Lu Jin could finish his sentence, Kuretsuchi Miyuri interrupted him and said, "Of course I know." Lu Jin didn't quite understand what Kuretsuchi Miyuri meant. What did he mean by, "of course he knew"? Before he could think of these things, Lu Jin simply drank the warm water in front of him. That's how I finally met Kuretsuchi Miyuri's eyes. Seeing that Lu Jin had no guard against her at all, Kuretsuchi Miyuri handed him a cup of warm water, which Lu Jin drank directly. When Kuretsuchi Miyuri noticed this, she couldn't help but shrug her shoulders. Chapter 217. What is the virtue and ability? Do you really trust me that much? Lu Jin didn't expect Kuretsuchi Miyuri to ask such a question in his ear, and he didn't know how to answer. In fact, Lu Jin felt a little undecided about whether to believe in Kuretsuchi Miyuri or not. He naturally did not believe in Kuretsuchi Miyuri. Seeing Lu Jin's hesitation, Kuretsuchi Miyuri finally sighed. After sighing, Kuretsuchi Miyuri suddenly realized something. He couldn't help but add, "If you don't believe me, you can leave now." "It is impossible to leave. If I leave at this time, what will Nianming do?" Lu Jin thought so in his heart, and suddenly he lifted his long legs and took a few steps towards this side. Kuretsuchi Miyuri couldn't figure out what Lu Jin was thinking, so he couldn't help but ask, "What are you thinking about?" Such a sentence fell in my ears. Lu Jin didn't know how to answer. He pondered for a while, not knowing how long it took before he said, "I can only choose to trust you. So, can you help me save Nianming?" A satisfied smile finally appeared on his face. Kuretsuchi Miyuri nodded. "Of course I can help you." After he said this, Kuretsuchi Miyuri kept his eyes on Lu Jin. Seeing him looking at him like that, Lu Jin understood. He looked up at Kuretsuchi Miyuri and said, "I know you're going to make some request. No matter what it is, as long as you're willing to help me save Nianming, everything will be fine." These words fell into Kuretsuchi Miyuri's ears. Kuretsuchi Miyuri glanced at Lu Jin calmly. "You should also know that I am a businessman, so I never do business at a loss." When he said this, Kuretsuchi Miyuri stared at Lu Jin with his eyes fixed. There were also complex emotions swirling in his eyes. Advertisement. Lu Jin knew that he had defeated him last time, and Kuretsuchi Miyuri was probably still holding a grudge against him. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but lift his eyelids to look at Kuretsuchi Miyuri in front of him. Lu Jin also found his voice again. "I was wrong last time." Although he said that he was wrong, there was no apology in his tone. This made Kuretsuchi Miyuri very unhappy. He couldn't help but snort coldly. "Do you think I will help you if you ask me to help you?" Lu Jin, who originally had no expression on his face, was suddenly stunned at this moment. Maybe he didn't expect Kuretsuchi Miyuri to suddenly go back on her word, and he didn't know what to say. When he finally realized what was going on, Lu Jin found his voice again. "What do you mean?" Lu Jin's eyes were extremely cold. He had never thought that the Kuretsuchi Miyuri he had promised himself before was just a joke from the beginning to the end. I couldn't help but snort coldly for a moment. Kuretsuchi Miyuri, who was standing nearby, was calm at this moment. His face was expressionless. He glanced at Lu Jin silently and said, "I'm just asking you one question," with a smile. "Do you still want to save Nianming?" Originally, Lu Jin felt a surge of anger in his heart and wanted to just leave. But now, when he heard Kuretsuchi Miyuri ask this question in his ear, he suddenly fell silent. When he finally realized what was happening, Lu Jin found his voice and said, "Of course I did." When he said this, Lu Jin's face showed no emotion and he didn't know what to say. Looking at Lu Jin's taciturn appearance, Kuretsuchi Miyuri knew that her words had blocked him, and then she sneered a few times. Since you still want to save Ni Yinmeng, then why are you being so rude to me? So you still want to save her? Lu Jin suddenly remembered Ni Yinming lying alone on the cold bed, her face pale and her eyes closed. It was very likely that she would never wake up again. When I thought of this, my hands on both sides couldn't help but clench into fists at this moment. Lu Jin also knew that no matter how angry he was in his heart, or no matter how much Kuretsuchi Miyuri teased him, he should not say this. Advertisement. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. I understand. After saying this, Kuretsuchi Miyuri couldn't help but turn her head and look at Lu Jin. He also raised his eyelids calmly. What do you know? You know? Since you said you must save Ni Yinming, I wonder what price you were willing to pay. When it came to the word, price, Lu Jin suddenly fell silent for a moment. Are you willing to save Ni Yinmeng? What's the price? Sometimes I think that if Ni Yinming could wake up, then even if it means sacrificing my own life, it would be like exchanging one life for another. Lu Jin can be said to be completely indifferent. Kuretsuchi Miyuri, who was standing next to him, saw that Lu Jin's face was getting heavier, and he also knew that Lu Jin was willing to give everything for Ni Yinmeng. As she thought about this, Kuretsuchi Miyuri casually picked up the warm water beside her and took a sip. Actually, I have another question that I can't figure out. After Kuretsuchi Miyuri finished speaking, he did not give Lu Jin any chance to speak. Instead, he continued. To put it bluntly, Ni Yinmeng is just a robot. What's the big deal? Before he could finish his words, Lu Jin suddenly looked at Kuretsuchi Miyuri with a cold expression. Seeing Lu Jin looking at her with this expression, Kuretsuchi Miyuri felt more and more unhappy inside. But after thinking about it carefully, it would be useless even if the captain and the team leader came forward, as they had already tried to dissuade Lu Jin. But later on, Lu Jin could be said to be willing to do anything and did not care at all about the outcome, and directly rescued Ni Yinmeng. The captain general and the captain didn't say anything, not to mention what I said next to them. Kuretsuchi Miyuri felt really curious. To put it bluntly, Ni Yinming is just a robot created by himself, not a normal person. This also means that he can only execute orders like a machine, so. What exactly is Ni Yinmeng's virtue and ability? What is it about her that is worth liking? Why would Lu Jin fall in love with Ni Yinmeng? To put it bluntly, she's just a robot, so how could there be any liking or disliking? Chapter 218. Offering. Whenever she thought about Lu Jin falling in love with the robot he created, Kuretsuchi Miyuri felt that it was too far-fetched. He didn't react for a long time. When Lu Jin came to his senses, he noticed that Kuretsuchi Miyuri was looking at him in disbelief. As for why he looked so incredible, Lu Jin knew it best in his heart. He frowned and said, "Do you think now is the time to ask this question?" After hearing these words, Kuretsuchi Miyuri immediately turned her head to look at Lu Jin, and noticed that he looked very worried. I understood something at that moment. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and Kuretsuchi Miyuri found her voice again. I never thought you were such a sentimental person. Lu Jin fell completely silent. Kuretsuchi Miyuri also felt bored. After all, no matter what she said or how she spoke, Lu Jin completely ignored her. He also felt that there was no need for him to continue talking like this. Seeing the anxiety of Lu Jin and others, he immediately changed the subject calmly. What are you willing to give? When asked about this important topic suddenly, Lu Jin suddenly fell silent. He raised his head and glanced at Kuretsuchi Miyuri. I don't know if it's an illusion or something else, but Lu Jin always feels that Kuretsuchi Miyuri is eyeing him covetously. When he thought about this, he finally asked directly, what are your conditions? The two looked at each other, and Lu Jin also noticed a complex flash in Kuretsuchi Miyuri's eyes. Successfully capturing the complexity in his eyes, Lu Jin couldn't help but sneer. It wasn't known how long it took before Kuretsuchi Miyuri finally spoke in a roundabout way. You shouldn't be asking me this question. After all, I'm the one asking what you have to contribute, not what my conditions are. If I had proposed this condition, I'm afraid you would never agree to it. Advertisement. This sentence is a bit nonsensical. Lu Jin also had no idea what Kuretsuchi Miyuri meant. What do you mean he will never agree to it? When thinking about this, Lu Jin couldn't help but gasp. You haven't even stated your request yet, so how do you know I won't agree? Kuretsuchi Miyuri fell completely silent. Lu Jin felt a splitting headache. He originally thought that after he said so much, Kuretsuchi Miyuri would speak directly to him. But I didn't expect that after the two of them chatted for so long, Kuretsuchi Miyuri was still wary of me. When he thought about this, he couldn't help but sneer at the corner of his mouth. The main reason was that he didn't expect that Kuretsuchi Miyuri was more timid than he imagined. For a moment, I couldn't help shaking my head. Kuretsuchi Miyuri noticed Lu Jin shaking his head beside him, with a hint of mockery in his eyes. He didn't feel angry at all. After all, if he were to make a request, Lu Jin would probably just turn around and leave. A vaccination must be taken in advance. The atmosphere was getting weirder and weirder, and Lu Jin knew that he couldn't delay any longer. Ni Yinming couldn't wait any longer. After thinking for a moment, Lu Jin blurted out, I know your request might be excessive, but if you don't even ask, then I think your silence is even more excessive. He clearly knew that the matter was extremely urgent, but now he just stood there without saying a word. Lu Jin felt quite irritable and uneasy, so she finally asked this question. When this question fell into her ears, Kuretsuchi Miyuri also noticed that Lu Jin did not give her a good look. He shrugged nonchalantly. She didn't know how to start the conversation, but when she finally came to her senses, Kuretsuchi Miyuri found her voice and said, "I think I can understand a little bit now." Advertisement. When these words fell into his ears, Lu Jin couldn't help but look up and glance at Kuretsuchi Miyuri. There was still a flicker of doubt in his eyes. The main reason is that I have no idea what the phrase Kuretsuchi Miyuri means. When Lu Jin finally realized what was happening, he found his voice again. "I wonder if you can understand something now." Kuretsuchi Miyuri just smiled and said, "I'm afraid you will never agree to the conditions I propose." Noticing that he was being mysterious in front of him, Lu Jin felt increasingly annoyed. "I don't know what to say anymore." When Lu Jin finally realized what was going on, he took a deep breath and said, "But if you don't even state your conditions, how can I know whether you agree or not?" Maybe because he was in a hurry, when Lu Jin said this, there was a hint of impatience in his tone, which was sharp and pointed. Kuretsuchi Miyuri, who was standing next to him, noticed that when Lu Jin said this, his tone was full of annoyance, and he didn't know what to say at the moment. But when she finally realized what was happening, Kuretsuchi Miyuri said directly, "Actually, my request isn't excessive. As long as you're willing to give me your most precious thing, then I'll be willing to help you." The most precious thing. Hearing him telling him to give up his most precious thing, Lu Jin couldn't guess what the most precious thing was. I don't know how long it took, but Lu Jin finally found his voice again. "What is the most precious thing?" When he said this, Lu Jin's brain was working rapidly, but after thinking about it for a while, Lu Jin couldn't think of what his most precious thing was. "So I finally asked this question." Kuretsuchi Miyuri continued to look at Lu Jin indifferently. Later, he regained his voice and said, "It's simple. Isn't your most precious thing your Zanpakuto?" After saying this, he also noticed that Lu Jin, who was originally expressionless in front of him, suddenly changed his expression. Kuretsuchi Miyuri was also very pleased with Lu Jin's sudden change of expression. She immediately raised the corners of her lips and said, "As long as you are willing to offer your Zanpakuto, then no matter what you ask for, I am willing to help you." Definitely holding a grudge. Chapter 219. What happened? Lu Jin thought deeply for a moment after listening to Kuretsuchi Miyuri's words. Although this knife is his deadly weapon, he generally does not give it to others easily. It can be said that he always carries a knife with him wherever he goes, so he has a deep affection for this knife. So he hesitated for a moment, but if he didn't give this sword to Kuretsuchi Miyuri, what would happen to Nameng, who was about to be scrapped? Although Ni Yin Meng is a robot and not the real Ni Yin Meng, Lu Jin can still feel Ni Yin Meng's feelings for him, so he is completely hesitant. "Well, have you thought about it?" At this moment, Kuretsuchi Miyuri was staring at Lu Jin with sharp eyes, her mind still working. Generally speaking, people like Lu Jin would never be willing to give up the knife he carries with him in exchange for Yi Yi Meng. If Lu Jin really agrees on the spot, it can be imagined that Ni Yin Meng has reached a certain level of importance in his heart. At this moment, Lu Jin frowned and looked up at the night sky. Under this night sky, he and Ni Yinming had experienced a lot. It was also in this space that Ni Yinming said that she wanted to have a lifelong future with him. Those words are right in front of me, yet seem so far away. Looking at the almost scrapped thing next to him, he was also staring at himself blankly. Although his eyes were dull, Lu Jin could see a trace of friendship for him in Ni Yinmeng's eyes. "Since you're so hesitant, why don't you just forget it? Although I'm a businessman, I don't do business as a man." Kuretsuchi Miyuri paused at this point, then continued, "You know, business is a matter of mutual consent. I'll give you what you need, and I can't just give it away for free. You have to marry what I need." "I understand that," Lu Jin said. "So you have made your decision now?" Kuretsuchi Miyuri asked. At this moment, Lu Jin sneered. "I agree. Really? Are you really willing to give me the sword you carry with you just to exchange for the life of this robot? Do you think it's worth it? This Zanpakuto is equivalent to half your life. Are you really willing to do that? You have to consider that he is not a real person." Kuretsuchi Miyuri Lu's 6 pounds fresh grass agreed to his request and was instantly surprised. Advertisement, because he could never have imagined that Lu Jin would be willing to give up his precious Zanpakuto for a robot. Could it be that Lu Jin really has feelings for the robot? Kuretsuchi Miyuri looked at him in surprise, and her smile widened. To be honest, if she really asked her what she was thinking, she wouldn't be able to explain it for a while. She just felt that Ni Yinmeng's feelings for her had nothing to do with whether he was a robot or not. It really feels like there is no one leading the robots, and no one can be sure. I remembered that Ni Yinmeng had asked me if I was willing to be with her for the rest of my life. I didn't agree at first, but didn't I agree in the end? In fact, some things are very simple and not that complicated. If I could live a simple life like an ordinary person in the future, and live a 9-to-5 life with Ni Yinmeng for the rest of my life, and no longer be a Shinigami, it might be an excellent choice. After all, I'm really tired of this kind of fighting life. Lu Jin thought so, then looked at Kuretsuchi Miyuri and nodded affirmatively. I'm sure. If you want this Zanpakuto, then take it. I'm planning on quitting my job as a Shinigami anyway, so Zanpakuto won't be of any use to me anymore. I'll just be immortal from now on. Lu Jin finished speaking, and then directly threw the Zanpakuto in his hand towards Kuretsuchi Miyuri. Kuretsuchi Miyuri saw this and made direct contact, her face full of surprise. Regardless of Lu Jin's actions, what was more surprising was that the man in front of him was willing to give up being a Shinigami for this robot. It really surprised him, Since you are so sure, then leave this robot to me. After Kuretsuchi Miyuri finished speaking, she picked up the Soul Zanking sword in her hand and looked at it again and again. She felt that the Soul Zanking sword was extremely exquisite, especially the black gems inlaid on it, which looked even more dazzling. Lu Jin took one last look at Zanpakuto. It was impossible for him not to feel distressed. After all, this broken sword had been with him for so long and had helped him win so many battles. So now you just say you don't want it, he sighed lightly, then walked in front of Ni Yinmeng. A hand gently stroked Shang Nian Yingwen's cheek. At this time, Ni Yinmeng's cheek felt very stiff, which was very different from before. It was probably because the parts inside were completely broken. Advertisement said the whole thing looks like a piece of scrap metal. At this time, Kuretsuchi Miyuri also came over. With an embarrassed smile, he said, I really didn't expect that you would be willing to give up this Zanpakuto just because of this robot. It's not too late if you regret it now. These words made Lu Jin shudder all over. He was too late. These 4 words were not tempting at all. Haha, stop joking. I gave it to you after careful consideration. Now that I've made the decision, there's no way I'll regret it. All you have to do is fix Ni Yinmeng for me. You must fix it. After saying that, Kuretsuchi Miyuri saw Lu Jin's determined eyes. Don't worry, since I promised you, I will definitely fix it for you. Kuretsuchi Miyuri took out Zanpakuto's phone, then helped Nameng up. The two of them found a place that was more suitable for him to repair it, and then moved Nameng there. It looks a bit complicated and difficult to fix. I need to check it first and then decide how to fix it. After Kuretsuchi Miyuri finished speaking, she turned on the switch behind Nimeng Baijing. In an instant, all the hidden mechanisms on Nimeng's back lit up red lights. Lu Jin was stunned for a moment. After inspecting it for about 10 minutes, Miyuri, sweating profusely, said, It doesn't look easy to fix. If I want to fix it, I might need your help. After saying that, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Okay, if you need any help from me, just tell me, I will do my best to cooperate. Lu Jin said and sat down. At this moment, Ni Yinmeng's face suddenly changed drastically and turned purple, which scared Lu Jin instantly. What's going on? Is there something wrong? Why did it suddenly become like this? The next second, Ni Yinmeng's eyes widened as he stared at Lu Jin. He immediately lowered his skates, took 2 steps back, and sat down on the ground. What on earth is going on here? Chapter 220. Controlling the toxins in the body. Kuretsuchi Miyuri saw Lu Jin's expression and quickly shouted, quickly cover his eyes and don't look at him. After hearing this, Lu Jin quickly stretched out his hand towards Ni Yinmeng's face. In a flash, as soon as his hand stretched out, he suddenly felt Ni Yinmeng's 2 eyes looking at him, and everything around him seemed to become unreal. I felt like there was a gap between myself and reality. I told you to cover her eyes, hurry up, or it will be too late, hurry up. Kuretsuchi Miyuri next to him continued to shout, but Lu Jin could no longer hear him. At this moment, Lu Jin's eyes were dull, and he seemed to be almost the same as Ni Yinmeng before. He looked like a broken man. This frightened Kuretsuchi Miyuri. And at this moment, Lu Jin's pupils began to change color. The pupils that were supposed to be white and black began to turn blue and then purple. In other words, the color on Ni Yinmeng's face began to become more and more similar. Oh no, I just told this guy not to look him in the eye, but I was still a step too slow. Now, not only do I have to fix one, but I also have a buy one get one free deal. I can fix both of them at the same time. As Kuretsuchi Miyuri spoke, she found a piece of black cloth and covered Ni Yinmeng's eyes from behind. This Rao went to check on Lu Jin's current situation. Not only did the 2 pupils begin to slowly change color, but even the 2 nails began to slowly change, becoming very different from before. It is understandable that Ni Yinmeng was scrapped, after all, he is a robot. But Lu Jin is different. He is originally a human being, so there is no such thing as scrapping. This situation is only caused by being infected by Ni Yinmeng at close range. If it is practiced, it will be more complicated and not much easier than practicing Nirvana Dream. In order to prevent Lu Jin's condition from getting worse, Kuretsuchi Miyuri directly found a large bathtub, put some prepared herbs into the bathtub, and then found a helper. Advertisement the 2 of them did this, and after a lot of effort, he asked Lu Jin to put it into the bathtub. It took 2 days and 2 nights of soaking to control the toxins in Lu Jin's body and prevent them from spreading further. Hey, brother, why are you wasting your time? Even if you don't save him now, he can't do anything to you, and you can get a Zanpakuto for free. The assistant said speechlessly while looking at Kuretsuchi Miyuri. Kuretsuchi Miyuri glanced at the assistant and said, I asked you to come here to help me, not to talk nonsense. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to the assistant. This assistant was a younger brother that Kuretsuchi Miyuri had adopted a few years ago. He usually helped Kuretsuchi Miyuri a lot. Therefore, even if Kuretsuchi Miyuri didn't want to hear such words, she would just let it go and pretend she didn't hear them. If someone said this to someone else, I would definitely hit them back and tell them to get lost. Brother, you can't blame me for being nosy and causing trouble. What I said was not wrong. After helping Lu Jin put him into the tub, the assistant dusted himself off and went to ask Kuretsuchi Miyuri about the matter. I really don't know what you're thinking. You're not happy with a Zanpakuto for free. Why bother with all this effort? Of course you don't understand this. Since I accepted his Zanpakuto and agreed to help him, I will never go back on my word. Is something like what you said a human thing to do? Kuretsuchi Miyuri knew that although she was not a good person, she still had concerns about such treacherous and inhumane things. I'm not that heartless. Who would be like you? If you have other things to do, go ahead and do them. I don't need your help here. Kuretsuchi Miyuri said, then turned and left. The assistant who stayed behind was stunned and wondered why his brother suddenly became so serious. He had never been like this before. In this way, Kuretsuchi Miyuri first soaked 6 pounds of fresh grass in a bathtub for several days and nights. After controlling the toxins in Lu Jin's body, he found 2 immortals, and then got the antidote to expel the toxins from them. After preparing the prescription, he put it directly into the bathtub. Lu Jin was allowed to soak in it for a full 7 days and 7 nights, and only then did the toxins in his body begin to dissipate significantly. On the other hand, Kuretsuchi Miyuri used a different method. Advertisement first, we went to Ertai Mountain and found a very rare snow deer. After taking out the extremely precious snow velvet from the Zhongnan snow deer, we made an antidote with it in the snow pill and put it into every mechanical level of Ni Yinming. Only then did the toxins in Ni Yinmeng's whole body gradually improve. As for the repair work, it was mainly made of high-quality sea blue crystal, and the essence inside was extracted and refined. It took nearly 10 days to completely repair all the major parts of Ni Yinmeng's body. Although all the toxins in Lu Jin's body have been eliminated, it will take another 3 or 4 days for the body's functions to recover. Therefore, Lu Jin has been in a coma for these 3 or 4 days. In this way, it was not until 16 or 17 days later that Lu Jin slowly woke up from his coma. Looking around, he found himself lying on a mossy stone. He was completely naked except for a sheet. He was stunned for a moment, completely forgetting what had happened before. After thinking carefully, he remembered that the purpose of his trip was to find Kuretsuchi Miyuri in Nirvana. He wrapped the sheet around himself and tied it into a knot, then hurried to find Kuretsuchi Miyuri. At this time, he had completely forgotten that it was Nirvana's dream that caused him to fall into a coma. So he thought your resume had sneaked up on him. In this way, after searching for nearly 20 minutes, he finally found Kuretsuchi Miyuri next to a medicine pot. At this time, Kuretsuchi Miyuri was wholeheartedly repairing the parts of his body. In a blink of an eye, he saw Lu Jin woke up, and his face was suddenly filled with joy. You're finally awake. After saying that, he walked towards Lu Jin. Seeing that Kuretsuchi Miyuri had no hostility towards him and seemed to be still wholeheartedly repairing Ni Yinming, Lu Jin was a little at a loss for a moment. What the hell is going on? Seeing that Lu Jin had some selective memory loss, Kuretsuchi Miyuri suddenly laughed, and then told him everything that had happened some time ago without missing a word. After hearing this, Lu Jin suddenly understood, and after thinking about it carefully, it seemed to be true. He walked towards Ni Yinmeng, with a worried look on his face. What about her? How is the repair going? Kuretsuchi Miyuri also put down the tools in his hands and said, Don't worry, the repairs are almost done. He will probably wake up in the next 2 days. Chapter 221. Memory. After hearing what Kuretsuchi Miyuri said, he finally felt relieved. As long as he was sure that Ni Yinmeng would wake up, it would be fine. Seeing that Lu Jin was only wearing a sheet, Kuretsuchi Miyuri went to find him some clothes. In this way, although Lu Jin woke up, he had to wait for several more days before Ni Yinming woke up from his coma. I thought everything would end perfectly, but the moment Lu Jin saw Ni Yinmeng's dull eyes, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Lu Jin slowly walked in front of Ni Yinmeng. When Ni Yinmeng saw Lu Jin, he saw that he was not as surprised and excited as he had imagined. Instead, his eyes were dull and he looked at the man in front of him without any light. Yinming, how do you feel? Lu Jin asked. Ni Yin dreamed that Lu Jin was talking to her, and her brows immediately furrowed. He looked at the person in front of him with a puzzled look, then stood up. Are you calling me? How do you know my name? I've been hearing this a lot recently, and it feels like a blow to my head. Could it be that Namung doesn't recognize himself anymore, or is it that Kuretsuchi Miyuri failed to repair him? At this moment, Kuretsuchi Miyuri came over with a cup of tea. Seeing that Ni Yin had woken up, she immediately showed joy and said to Lu Dongshen with a smile. Look, you were worried about him not waking up the past 2 days. Now he finally wakes up, you don't have to worry anymore. Lu Jin listened to Kuretsuchi Miyuri's words and smiled awkwardly. Now there is no need to worry about whether he can wake up. The problem is that he doesn't recognize me at all now. Lu Jin finished speaking, then stood up with a helpless look on his face and walked towards Kuretsuchi Miyuri. Go and have a look. Is it because you didn't repair it well? Otherwise why wouldn't he even recognize me? Kuretsuchi Miyuri was surprised after hearing what Lu Jingxuanzhao said. You mean he doesn't know you? How is that possible? And then he walked in front of Yan Yingmeng. He looked Ni Yinmeng up and down, and Ni Yinmeng looked at him with a confused look on his face. Just like that, after a few minutes, Kuretsuchi Miyuri sighed helplessly. I just checked, and the repair was definitely successful, and there's nothing wrong with it. It's just that she seems to have lost all her previous memories. Before Kuretsuchi Miyuri finished speaking, Lu Jin became anxious. What did you say? Not only does he not recognize me anymore, but he has also forgotten everything we experienced together. Advertisement. At this moment, Lu Jin couldn't believe that all this was true, because those memories that Ni Yinming had completely forgotten were still deeply rooted in his heart and could not be erased. How can we forget these precious memories just like that? Thinking of this, Lu Jin couldn't help but tears welled up in his eyes, but they didn't fall for a long time. All of this was seen clearly by Kuretsuchi Miyuri, who was standing next to him. and she guessed what Lu Jin was thinking at the moment. I said if you really feel bad, just say it, don't hold it in. Kuretsuchi Miyuri finished speaking, then took out a pack of cigarettes from the pocket beside her, flicked out a cigarette, and handed it to Lu Jin. Take it easy. After saying that, he took out a lighter from his pocket. Lu Jin held the cigarette in one hand, lit it and took a few deep puffs. It seemed as if he had vented all the depression in his heart. Lu Jin glanced at Ni Yinming who was sitting there, and asked, can his memory be restored? Kuretsuchi Miyuri paused after hearing this, probably because she was surprised that Lu Jin would ask this. In his eyes, Ni Yinming was not only a scrapped and rebuilt robot, but most importantly, it had lost all its memories. However, Lu Jin still held on to a glimmer of hope and did not want to give up. Kuretsuchi Miyuri thought for a moment, then said, recovery is not impossible, but it is beyond my ability. What do you mean by that? The court listened to Kuretsuchi Miyuri's words, but seemed to feel that they were not very reliable, and then continued to ask. You mean to say that you recovered your skills tonight? That's right, this is emotional recovery. When I created it, I didn't even think about giving it the ability to restore memories, so I didn't have that thing. If you really wanted to restore its past memories, maybe there's another way. Kuretsuchi Miyuri was obviously hesitant when she said this. He seemed to be considering whether to tell Lu Jin about this alternative method. Before he could figure it out, Lu Jin next to him couldn't help but ask. What other methods are there, tell me. Advertisement. Lu Jin looked at Kuretsuchi Miyuri with shining eyes, as if he had found a life-saving remedy. Kuretsuchi Miyuri glanced at Nain Meng next to her and suddenly felt a little sorry. Okay, since you want to give it a try, I'll tell you. However, this method may not be 100% effective. After all, I saw it in a book before, and it hasn't been that long. Lu Jin heard this and put out the cigarette in his hand. Okay, just tell me. No matter whether it's useful or not, I won't blame you. I'm already very happy that you can repair Ni Yinmeng for me so well. And so, the resume suggested another approach. Actually, another method is very simple. It is to do some of the things you used to do together and help Ni Yinmeng recover its past memories. But this method may not work. After all, when I did it before, I didn't place a spare chip in his brain. So once it's scrapped and repaired, he'll lose all his previous memories. After hearing this, Lu Jin agreed without hesitation. Since you've said that, I'll give it a try regardless of whether this method works or not. After saying that, he walked up to Ni Yinming and said with a smile, I'm Lu Jin. You may not recognize me yet and have no memory of me, but I believe you can definitely recall that we were together. I don't understand anything you're saying. After saying that, he stood up and prepared to leave, but was stopped by Lu Jin. Do you remember how we got to this place? Lu Jin asked. Ni Yinming looked at the strange man in front of her with a bewildered look on her face. She didn't know what to do. I told you I don't know you. Why are you still pestering me? How would I know why I'm here? After hearing what Ni Yinming said, he smiled helplessly. Do you still remember what you said to me before? What? Chapter 222. The rest of their lives Lu Jin felt distressed when he saw Ni Yinmeng's silly look. The words he spoke were choked with sobs. You once asked me if I was willing to be with you forever, just the two of us, to spend the rest of our lives together. I didn't answer you at first, but then, before Lu Jin finished speaking, Ni Yinming stood up and prepared to leave. She seemed to think that Lu Jin was talking too much, so she wanted to leave. Lu Jinjan's explanation to Ni Yinming didn't work, so he simply pulled Ni Yinming up and ran up the slope. He wanted to find a place similar to the one they had been in before. Just like that, he held Ni Yinmeng's arm tightly, and no matter how Ni Yinmeng yelled at him to let go, he just wouldn't let go. There is a small wooden house not far on the slope, and a distance away from the small wooden house is a yellow grass slope. Today, Tianchao dragged Ni into the yellow grass slope in his dream. This place looked very much like the place they had stayed before. At this time, Ni Yinming was already out of breath and directly shook off Lu Jin's hand, looking very angry. I said, what are you doing? I said I don't know you, so I don't know you. Can you stop being so childish? After saying that, he was about to turn around and leave, but was stopped by Lu Jin. I know that nothing I say will be of any use to you now. Since you know, then let me go. Ni Yinming stood up and left after saying this, but before she could take 2 steps, she was forcibly pulled away by Lu Jin. Finally, Ni Yinming got angry and said, what on earth are you doing? I want to get off. Can you please stop doing this? Seeing Ni Yinming rejecting him so much, Lu Jin felt sad, and then said helplessly, okay, if you want to go down, I will send you down unless you agree to one condition of mine. Really? Ni Yinming asked in surprise. Lu Jin's expression was expressionless. Really? As long as you agree to cooperate with me, I will definitely send you down. I mean what I say. Ni Yinming lightened up and immediately relaxed his guard. Well, then, tell me what conditions you want me to agree to, and how can I cooperate with you? Lu Jin smiled when he heard that Ni Yinming had agreed to his request. Advertisement. Well, let's stay here and tell me whatever I ask you to say. You have to say it from the heart and feel it, okay? After Lu Jin finished speaking, he stared straight at Ni Yinming in front of him, as if wanting to get Ni Yinming's affirmation. Ni Yinming did not refuse, but just nodded. Then Lu Jin said, you just grabbed my clothes and asked me how my life felt now and how you felt in my heart. Then let's go to the wooden house over at Wangkeopao together, and then you can ask me if I'm willing to be with you forever and spend the rest of my life with you. After hearing these words, Ni Yinming couldn't help laughing. I say you are too narcissistic. Are you asking me to act with you this time to satisfy your sense of superiority? After saying this, Ni Yinming thought Lu Jin would be angry. But he didn't expect Lu Jin to remain calm and just wait for the answer he wanted to hear. Ni Yinming thought about it, then nodded in agreement. Just like that, the two of them were doing everything they had experienced before over and over again on the yellow grass slope. How do you feel about your life now? Ni Yinming asked. Lu Jin didn't say anything, and you didn't press the issue. What do you think of me? He still didn't speak. Because of the conversation between the two of them at that time, he really didn't respond to her. Lu Jin ignored the people behind him and walked quietly towards the wooden house. In this way, the two of them entered the wooden house, one in front and one behind. Sitting down, the scene at this moment was just like the scene of the two of them sitting on the sofa the night before, so similar. Will you be with me forever, just the two of us? At this moment, Ni Yinming tried her best to get herself involved in the emotion, but it was too difficult. Saying this sentence was as easy for her as reading from a textbook. Advertisement. No matter how hard she tried to commit herself, it was impossible. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't show any affection for the strange man in front of her. But when Lu Jin heard these words, he couldn't help but have tears in his eyes. I used to be so disdainful and hesitant about this sentence, but only now did I realize that I had such high expectations for this sentence, but it was already too late. Now she wished that everything could start over again as before, but everything was different, everything was completely different from before. I agree. Let's stay together like this for the rest of our lives, just the two of us. Lu Jin agreed. At this time, he had his back to Ni Yinming. Ni Yinming didn't notice that the man in front of him had not only red eyes, but also tears. The difference from before was that Lu Jin did not agree to Ni Yinming's request. Until the end, when Lu Jin responded to Hengai's dream question again, it was already too late. Why did everything come so suddenly, come so quickly and go so quickly? It's as if I had never been here. Okay, now I've told you everything you taught me, I can go now. Ni Yinming finished speaking, then turned around and left. After only a few seconds, Lu Jin heard the sound of the door slamming behind him. He just left without a moment's hesitation. Hearing the sound of the shutter, Lu Jin suddenly turned around and wanted to grab the person behind him, but it was too late. After Ni Yinming came out of the wooden house, he hurriedly ran down the yellow grass slope. At this moment, she just thought Lu Jin was a weirdo. The past of a lifetime, in her eyes, are all empty and have never happened. Lu Jin chased out of the wooden house and looked at Ni Yinming's back as she had already run down the mountain. At this time, Ni Yinming's long hair was floating in the air, and her white skirt was rippling on the hillside. She looked very beautiful, but all this was getting farther and farther away. Ni Yinming ran to find Kuretsuchi Mayuri and complained about Lu Jin's strange behavior. That night, Lu Jin asked Kuretsuchi Mayuri to tell him the truth. He felt that Ni Yinming was not just a simple amnesia. Kuretsuchi Mayuri sighed helplessly after hearing this. Alright, since you've discovered it, I'll tell you the truth. Ni Yinming is now like a robot I just made. You could say his brain has been completely reshuffled. Chapter 223. Awakening her memory after hearing what Kuretsuchi Mayuri said, Lu Jin was completely stunned. He didn't know how he left Kuretsuchi Mayuri's place. He found Ni Yinming unknowingly and stopped in front of her. Looking at Ni Yinming who was in a daze in front of him, Lu Jin couldn't help but clench his fists. This was not what he wanted at all. Lu Jin understood this clearly. Even when he didn't think about it, he decided that he must make the woman in front of him remember everything about them through his own efforts. If Ni Yinming had no memories, and no memories of the two of them before, Lu Jin felt that he could not accept this fact no matter what. When he didn't think of this in his heart, Lu Jin was completely unable to remain calm. I don't know how long it was, but Lu Jin suddenly took a step forward. Ni Yinming, who had been standing there in a daze, turned her head and glanced at Lu Jin. The result was that she noticed him looking at her with such a serious expression, and her reaction was a little slow. Ni Yinming didn't quite understand what was going on. She also had no idea why Lu Jin suddenly looked at her like that. When she was confused and puzzled, Ni Yinming finally asked directly, "You?" When she said the last sentence, Lu Jin suddenly twisted her shoulders and said, "Don't you remember anything at all? Have you really forgotten all the ups and downs we went through?" Whether she had forgotten or not, Ni Yinming couldn't really explain it clearly. She suddenly lowered her head, and Ni Yinming also looked bewildered. "I don't know what you mean by this, and I don't know what I have to do with you." After saying this in one breath, Ni Yinming suddenly raised his hands to cover his head. She also looked like she had a splitting headache. Lu Jin didn't know what to say. He just stared blankly at Ni Yinming in front of him. I noticed that when Ni Yinming in front of me said this, she also looked extremely painful. Lu Jin also felt a little conflicted. I don't know how much time has passed, but Lu Jin knows that he can't ask any more questions. Advertisement. When thinking about this in his heart, Lu Jin finally swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. The two of them walked and stopped along the way. The hands on both sides were also clenched tightly, and Lu Jin never let go. As the two of them walked forward, Ni Yinming seemed to have realized something belatedly. She couldn't help but turn her head to look at Lu Jin. It's about finding your own voice, so what are you going to do next? Such a sentence fell into my ears. Perhaps Lu Jin didn't expect that Ni Yinming, who had always been extremely cold to him, would suddenly ask such a question, and he didn't know how to answer. What are your plans for next? When Lu Jin thought about the past, a bitter smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. I don't know what to do next. After saying this in one breath, Lu Jin also noticed that Ni Yinming looked puzzled. He felt extremely helpless. Later, Lu Jin found his voice again. Although you don't remember our memories, I still remember them. So no matter what, I will definitely find a way to make you remember everything between the two of us. Don't you think this road is difficult? Ni Yinming was not sure what the relationship between him and Lu Jin was, but she noticed that when he said this, and the look he gave her, there were so many emotions mixed in it. She also felt that she couldn't quite understand what the emotions in Lu Jin's eyes meant. So later on, Ni Yinming became more and more confused, and she finally asked this question. Lu Jin turned his head and glanced at Ni Yinming, a smile still on his lips. Of course I know this road is difficult, but no matter what, no matter how difficult it is, I have to keep going. After he finished speaking, Lu Jin suddenly stretched out his hand and handed it over there. Ni Yinming noticed that the man was reaching out to her. The man's joints were distinct and his arms were strong and powerful, as if he was inviting her. Advertisement. She pursed her pink lips tightly, feeling conflicted and hesitant inside. She didn't know how long it had been before Ni Yinming reached out and placed her hand on his arm. The two of them just walked forward. Lu Jin brought Ni Yinming to the edge of a steep hillside. Ni Yinming looked at Lu Jin with some confusion. Why did you bring me to this place? When saying this, Ni Yinming's face showed no emotion, but he was confused in his heart. She had no idea why Lu Jin brought her to this place. When thinking about these things in his heart, Ni Yinming couldn't help but raise his hand and scratch his hair. For a moment, he became more and more confused. Turning his head to glance at Ni Yinming, who looked puzzled, Lu Jin noticed that her brows were also furrowed, so he immediately reached out to smooth her frown. But before she could touch Ni Yinming, she suddenly took a step back. There was also some vigilance in his eyes. He suddenly smiled. Lu Jin took a step back, his face expressionless. I was so abrupt. I forgot you hadn't recovered your memory yet. These words fell into Ni Yinming's ears. Ni Yinming couldn't help but start to wonder if her reaction was too extreme. When she thought of this, she finally swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue. Lu Jin just looked at the hillside in front of him. He also turned his head to look at Ni Yinming, as if he was recalling something, with a nostalgic look in his eyes. Do you still remember this hillside? We used to come here often to chat in private. As if he was talking to himself, after Lu Jin finished speaking, he was not in a hurry to see Ni Yinming's reaction. Knowing it was just a small hill, how could it evoke her memories so easily? Lu Jin directly reached out and grabbed Ni Yinming, and the two of them walked towards the stream again. He turned his head to glance at Ni Yinming and continued talking. I remember you told me at that time that the water in this stream was particularly clear. Look, you said at that time that the water in that stream was particularly clear. As a result, when we returned to the old place, it was still as clear as before. Chapter 224. I advise you to give up early. Ni Yinming lowered his head and looked at the stream, and found that the stream was indeed crystal clear, and there were several fish swimming in the stream. The whole atmosphere is very quiet, and such a place is full of poetic and picturesque beauty. But when she said this to the man in his ear, no matter whether it was a hillside or a stream, Ni Yinming found that she didn't understand it at all. She had no idea what was going on. When Ni Yinming thought about this, he suddenly covered his head and said, no matter what you tell me, I don't understand it at all. She said this almost in one breath, and Lu Jin beside her didn't react at all. He lowered his head, and his long eyelashes drooped, instantly concealing the emotions in his eyes. It was unknown how much time had passed before Lu Jin's sanctions slowly said, I know everything. After saying this, Ni Yinming also noticed that the man standing next to her had a look of loss on his face at this moment. She knew what she had said. Ni Yinming also knew that she shouldn't say these things, but if she didn't say these things, she would have no impression of what the man said in her ear. In the end, she couldn't help it. Lu Jin raised his hand and pinched his eyebrows, trying hard to suppress the complicated emotions in his heart. Finally, he turned his head to look at Ni Yinming, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Don't worry, it's okay, and you don't have to worry about me. Ni Yinming said that she didn't quite understand what Lu Jin meant by this sentence. I don't know whether I should say something or not. Ni Yinming didn't know what the relationship between herself and Lu Jin was before. Even if she knew, Ni Yinming tried hard to pretend that she didn't know. But now, hearing the man say this in her ear, Ni Yinming actually wanted to express that of course she was not worried about him. After all, she had no previous memories at all. Now Ni Yinming was a new Ni Yinming. His lips opened slightly, and it was unknown how long it took before Ni Yinming finally swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Advertisement. She also didn't say a word. It doesn't matter if you can't remember. We can take it slowly. There are still many places I haven't taken you to. After adjusting his mood, Lu Jin resumed his gentle and graceful appearance. When he said this, Lu Jin couldn't help but carefully observe the mood of Ni Yinming, who was standing next to him, and noticed that after he said this, Ni Yinming didn't show any expression. There was no impatience on her face. While breathing a sigh of relief, Lu Jin immediately pulled Ni Yinming and walked forward. Ni Yinming turned her head to glance at Lu Jin and noticed that his thin lips were pressed into a straight line. Although he said it was okay, the emotion in his eyes betrayed him. For a moment, my mood also became depressed. Lu Jin continued to pull Ni Yinming and walk forward. Lu Jin took Ni Yinming to many places. Whether it was a pitch-black cave where you couldn't see your hand in front of you, a clear stream with a crystal-clear bottom, or the peach forest that the two of them had visited together. Wait, I've been to all those places. Lu Jin took people to all places together. He also turned his head to look at Ni Yinming beside him, and found that no matter how many places he took her to, Ni Yinming also had no emotions at all. He didn't know what to say at this moment. He just felt extremely complicated inside. I don't know how much time passed, but Lu Jin suddenly found his voice again. Don't force yourself. Don't worry. I know this road is difficult to walk. As long as you are impatient, I am willing to take you on this journey, even if it takes a lifetime. Ni Yinming just turned her head and glanced at Lu Jin, her light gray eyes showing no emotion. The main reason was that she didn't understand why Lu Jin treated her like this. Because Ni Yinming had no previous memories, she naturally thought that when Lu Jin said this, to put it bluntly, he was just trying to impress himself. When thinking about this, Ni Yinming immediately turned his head to the other side. Advertisement. She also stopped looking at Lu Jin altogether. The two continued walking forward, and Lu Jin turned his head to glance at Ni Yinming. He suddenly thought of something, and then he said, I'll take you to a place. Lu Jin has taken me to many places, so this time he took me to another place. Ni Yinming was also completely uninterested. She said in a somewhat dull tone, You've already taken me to so many places. If you want to take me somewhere else, just take me there directly. There's no need to tell me. When Ni Yinming said this, her crescent-shaped eyebrows wrinkled at this moment, and her eyes fell on her fair and tender skin. She suddenly stretched out her hand and pinched it hard, and then found that there was no pain. There was no pain, no memory, and I felt like I was not a normal person but a robot. Ni Yinming felt that she was not worthy at all. She also felt that there was no need for Lu Jin to take her to this place and that place. To put it bluntly, it was just a thankless task. No matter where he took her, Ni Yinming felt that she just couldn't remember what was inside. Even if a knife is placed on your neck, you still won't be able to remember what you are supposed to forget. When thinking about this, Ni Yinming said disapprovingly, I advise you to give up as soon as possible. There is no need for you to. Before she could finish her words, Lu Jin suddenly twisted her shoulders with great force, but Ni Yinming did not feel any pain. She just raised her eyelids and looked at Lu Jin, and there was no emotion in Ni Yinming's eyes. The two of them just faced each other like this. Ni Yinming knew that what she said was particularly annoying, but she didn't care what Lu Jin would do to her after she said it. It doesn't matter at all. Lu Jin naturally noticed that after Ni Yinming said this, she looked at him with a disapproving expression, with some mockery in her eyes. The hand holding her shoulder suddenly increased in strength, but Lu Jin quickly withdrew his hand. Chapter 225. Not mentioned. There was no emotion on his face, and Lu Jin suddenly turned his head to look at Ni Yinming. Then he found his voice again, but you have to know that everything I did was for the two of us, not just for myself. I want you to remember what we had before. Before Lu Jin could finish his words, Ni Yinming suddenly interrupted him, saying, I understand. You don't need to say more. She finished saying this in one breath, and Ni Yinming looked at Lu Jin lazily again. In the end, he just turned around and left. Lu Jin didn't know what he should say, and in the end he followed Ni Yinming's pace. The two of them just walked forward, not mentioning anything about what had just happened or what they had just said. It's as if nothing happened. Lu Jin brought Ni Yinming and the other two to the jingling courtyard. Ni Yinming looked around and finally asked lazily, The place you mentioned? Is this the place? I heard her ask this question in my ear. Lu Jin didn't know how to answer, nor did he know where to start. When Lu Jin finally came to his senses, he had regained his voice. The place I was talking about is indeed this place. Do you have any memories of it? When these words fell into her ears, Ni Yinming suddenly raised her hand and touched her chin. She thought for a while in her heart, and then shook her head. I have no memory or impression of it. Lu Jin listened to her say this in his ear, especially saying that he had no memory or impression of anything. He didn't say anything, and Lu Jin immediately took Ni Yinming to another place. When the two came here, Lu Jin suddenly thought of a very important point. He turned his head and glanced at Ni Yinming next to him. He also found his voice again. So you have no memory at all now? Advertisement. Ni Yinming couldn't help but frown, and felt distressed and irritated in his heart. After all, Ni Yinming told Lu Jin everything she knew, so it can be said that she had nothing to hide, not to mention that she had no need to hide anything. But what I didn't expect was that Lu Jin still asked this question in my ear. As Ni Yinming thought about this, she glanced at Lu Jin impatiently. I thought I had made myself clear before, but I didn't expect you to ask me this question again. Hearing Ni Yinming say this in his ear, Lu Jin also noticed that when Ni Yinming said this, she glared at him impatiently. Unlike her previous cold appearance, Ni Yinming now finally showed some emotions. The whole person seemed a little angry. When Lu Jin noticed this, a smile appeared on his face. Ni Yinming next to him noticed that a smile suddenly appeared on the corner of Lu Jin's mouth, and she didn't know how to respond for a moment. After an unknown amount of time, Ni Yinming finally found her voice again. Although I haven't been able to recall my memories, I am very grateful to you. You took me to many places during this period of time. I also saw many scenes and came into contact with many different things. When saying this, Ni Yinming suddenly stopped for a moment. But later on, Ni Yinming continued, so no matter what, I'm very grateful to you. Lu Jin listened to Ni Yinming saying this in his ear, and a bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Ni Yinming was indeed very grateful, but I couldn't be happy at all. From the very beginning, Lu Jin may have thought that he could definitely do it. He also has a mysterious confidence in himself. But now, Lu Jin found that he could not be happy at all. The mysterious self-confidence he had originally had disappeared without a trace at this moment. It was not until he actually started doing it that Lu Jin realized that this matter was more difficult than he had imagined. He had always said that he didn't care, but when he really faced this matter, advertisement, only then did Lu Jin realize that he still cared. When he thought about this, Lu Jin's brows were filled with worry. Before, I admit that I was overconfident. In fact, I have been taking you here and there these days. But I noticed that no matter how many places I took you, you never recovered your memory. It is impossible not to feel disappointed. He said all these words in one breath. Ni Yinming, who was standing next to him, was not surprised by what he said. Even without Lu Jin saying this in her ear, she could probably guess it. Ni Yinming just felt helpless. In fact, she also wants to restore her memory, but she can't do it now. Do you remember what Zanpakuto is? Lu Jin originally felt a little unhappy, mainly because he had no idea where to start. But now he realized something, and he couldn't help but turn his head to look at Ni Yinming next to him, and finally asked this question. Ni Yinming heard the word Zanpakuto suddenly mentioned in his ear. Ni Yinming felt that he was a little unfamiliar with the word Zanpakuto. After all, as soon as Ni Yinming opened his eyes, he could be said to know nothing. It's like a newborn. When she thought about this, Ni Yinming's expression was a little hesitant. I'm not sure. Lu Jin heard Ni Yinming say this in her ear, and she also said that she was not quite clear. The present moment is to summon your own Zanpakuto. Ni Yinming looked at Lu Jin with some surprise. Ni Yinming was also particularly surprised that he had summoned such a Zanpakuto. It took me almost a long time to come back to my senses. After an unknown amount of time, Ni Yinming suddenly asked, is this Zanpakuto? Lu Jin listened to her question and nodded slightly. This is Zanpakuto. Can you remember any relevant information about Zanpakuto? Chapter 226. Flashing scenes. Such a sentence fell into my ears. Ni Yinming didn't know how to answer, nor did he know how much time had passed. Ni Yinming found his voice again and said, I'm sorry, I can't remember. Lu Jin listened to her answer in his ear, and there was no expression of surprise on his face. After all, no matter how Ni Yinming answered, Lu Jin could probably guess the result. When he thought about this, Lu Jin could only reply, I know, but don't worry, I will definitely help you regain your memory. Lu Jin took back the Zanpakuto in his hand, and finally he stretched out his hand and handed it over here. Although Ni Yinming was still a little hesitant about Lu Jin at the beginning, the two of them had been in contact for a while. Ni Yinming also knew that the man in front of her was definitely not a bad person. Even if I have lost my memory, Ni Yinming still felt that Lu Jin in front of her was a trustworthy person. Even though she had lost her memory, she still trusted him unconditionally in her heart. When thinking about these things in his heart, Ni Yinming couldn't help but take a step forward. Aren't you going to take me somewhere else? Lu Jin originally thought that the reason why Ni Yinming said that to him before was simply because she had had enough. But what he didn't expect was that Ni Yinming would actually take the initiative to ask this question. He only felt depressed in his heart, and at this moment, it could be said that all the unhappiness disappeared. There was a smile on the corner of his mouth. As the two continued to walk forward, Ni Yinming unexpectedly discovered that Lu Jin had brought her into the school. She looked at the school in front of her with some surprise, and Ni Yinming did not react for a long time. Will you take me to school? When Ni Yinming asked this question, she only felt confused and puzzled in her heart. Advertisement. I never expected that Lu Jin would bring me to school this time. Lu Jin turned his head to look at Ni Yinming, and he also found his voice. Indeed. Ni Yinming covered her mouth in surprise. It could be said that she didn't react for a long time. At the moment, I didn't know what to say. It was unknown how much time had passed, but Ni Yinming's surprise still lingered for a long time. But why did you suddenly bring me to the school? I heard her ask this question in my ear. Lu Jin didn't know how to answer, nor did he know how much time had passed. He just said word by word, because I wanted to bring you here. After saying this, Lu Jin suddenly felt that his words were somewhat incoherent, and he couldn't help but add a sentence. We were both in school together before, so I brought you here to see if you could remember it. Ni Yinming looked at Lu Jin with a thoughtful look. She didn't say anything else. The two of them just strolled around the school. As he walked forward, Ni Yinming was a little surprised to find a small pavilion in front of him, with a grape trellis on top. Grapes come into view one by one. Ni Yinming felt more and more surprised in his heart. It would be better to say that this was a grape pavilion rather than a small pavilion. But why is this school abandoned? Ni Yinming raised her hand and pinched a grape. She was also surprised to find that the surrounding facilities were very old and there was a lot of garbage around. It seemed that no one had been here for a long time. The word, abandoned, should be added before the name of school. Lu Jin suddenly turned his head to glance at Ni Yinming, and he also said slowly, the school was indeed abandoned a long time ago. After he finished speaking, Lu Jin suddenly raised his head and looked at the small pavilion in front of him that was full of grapes, and especially noticed that Ni Yinming looked very interesting next to him. She also kept picking grapes and helped plant them. Advertisement. As the two of them were picking grapes together, Ni Yinming suddenly thought of an important question. But, since you said the school has been abandoned, then why are there so many grapes here? When Ni Yinming said this, she also felt a sense of confusion in her heart. I remember that grapes shouldn't grow wild, right? Who planted these grapes here? After Ni Yinming said this, she didn't know what she was thinking at this moment, and suddenly raised her hands to cover her head. Ni Yinming also felt a splitting headache. Turning his head to look at Ni Yinming, Lu Jin also noticed that she had just said that sentence, and Ni Yinming didn't know what she was thinking about. She also raised her hands to cover her head, looking as if she was in great pain. He didn't even care about the grapes in his hand. Lu Jin strode over, his eyes fell on Ni Yinming's face. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Jin finally found his voice. What happened? When these words fell into his ears, Ni Yinming didn't know how to respond. She just raised her hands to cover her head, and Ni Yinming also felt a splitting headache, and some images flashed through her mind. When thinking about this, Ni Yinming spoke the truth. I can feel that in my mind. It seems that many images flashed through my mind. When she got to the end, Ni Yinming found that she could not continue at all. Lu Jin turned his head to look at Ni Yinming, and he also noticed that when Ni Yinming said this, there was some pain in his eyes. I just feel so heartbroken. Now he couldn't utter a word. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Jin finally found his voice and said, "Does your head hurt?" Ni Yinming nodded. It is indeed very painful. After saying this, Ni Yinming kept covering her head. She felt those images flash through her mind, but soon, those images disappeared immediately. Apart from being a little worried at the beginning, it was only later when Lu Jin realized what was going on that he immediately understood. Chapter 227. Don't give up. His eyes were filled with surprise, but later, Lu Jin asked, "So, can you remember those fleeting images?" Ni Yinming still covered her head like this. She felt like her brain was about to explode. Lu Jin was expecting something, but then she noticed that after she said this, Ni Yinming's face became increasingly ugly. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. Lu Jin never thought that he still had something to look forward to here. Ni Yinming was suffering so much beside him, but look at himself. So what are you expecting? When he thought of this, Lu Jin's face turned cold for a moment. I don't know how long it took, but Lu Jin's thick black eyebrows were twisted into the shape of a Chuan character. He looked at Ni Yinming with a nervous look on his face. Ni Yinming noticed that he was looking at her in that way, and he didn't know what to say at the moment. Does it still hurt? Lu Jin felt a little nervous inside, and he felt like his heart was about to jump out of his chest. So I couldn't help but ask this question. Ni Yinming didn't know what to say. She just shook her head. It doesn't hurt anymore. After saying this, Ni Yinming suddenly thought of another question. Finally, he added, but why do I always feel like I've forgotten something. Of course, Ni Yinming understood that the images that flashed through her mind were her own memories, and also the memories of both herself and Lu Jin. When thinking about these things in his heart, Ni Yinming became more and more distressed. She knew that she should remember those scenes carefully at that time. Maybe if she did so, she would be able to recall some memories later. Advertisement. Lu Jin noticed that Ni Yinming was thinking about something. Her face became uglier and uglier, and she even raised her hand and hit herself hard. For a moment, I was a little confused. Why do you treat yourself like this? Lu Jin noticed that Ni Yinming raised her hand and hit herself hard with quite a bit of force. Ni Yinming didn't react at all, and she couldn't help but clench her teeth tightly. I only hate myself. If I capture those images. Not knowing what to say, Lu Jin suddenly fell silent. Lu Jin turned his head and glanced at Ni Yinming. He certainly knew that Ni Yinming was conflicted and hesitant at this moment. When she finally realized what was happening, Lu Jin comforted her, saying, "It's okay, it's okay." Although he spoke so comfortingly in her ear, Ni Yinming's mood was still so low. Having tried almost every method he could think of, Lu Jin brought Ni Yinming to the place where they had been before. But no matter how hard he tried, Lu Jin finally found that it was of no use. When he thought of this, his thick black eyebrows suddenly frowned at this moment. I really don't know what I should say. However, Lu Jin did not give up at all. He knew that as long as he worked hard, he would be able to succeed one day. You see, Ni Yinming came to school with me this time. Although she still failed in the end, she was able to remember some things after all. When thinking about this, Lu Jin couldn't help but smile slightly. Yes, as long as you work hard, that's all. Ni Yinming, who was standing nearby, glanced at Lu Jin nervously. She also realized something belatedly. But who planted these grapes? Hearing her ask this question in his ear, Lu Jin didn't expect that at this time, Ni Yinming was even struggling with this issue. He just looked at Ni Yinming in front of him. For some reason, when he noticed Lu Jin looking at him in this way, Ni Yinming couldn't help but take a step back. Advertisement. She also felt a wave of uneasiness in her heart. Why are you looking at me like that? Hearing this question in his ear, Lu Jin suddenly said word by word, "Don't worry, no matter what, I will never give up in the end." Lu Jin finished saying this in one breath. At this time, Ni Yinming's eyes also flashed with a hint of complexity. Maybe she didn't expect him to say that at all. There is only emotion in my heart. When Ni Yinming thought about this, a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. I really didn't expect it. I didn't expect you to say that at all. Lu Jin was a little slow to react when he heard her say this in his ear. The main reason is that I don't understand what Ni Yinming meant by this sentence. But when Lu Jin finally realized what was going on, he could be said to have understood it instantly. He wanted to say something, but suddenly he heard footsteps, and it didn't sound like a single person. Ni Yinming naturally noticed the footsteps as well. Her brows suddenly furrowed as the footsteps got closer and closer. What the hell is going on? Hearing her ask this in his ear, Lu Jin had no idea how he should answer. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Jin finally found his voice again. I don't know anymore. After saying this, Lu Jin belatedly realized something. He looked at Ni Yin-meng in front of him with a serious expression. You must hide well. Such a sentence fell into my ears. Ni Yin-meng didn't quite understand what Lu Jin meant by this sentence. But when Ni Yin-meng realized what was happening, he just shook his head. Absolutely not. I can't just watch someone take risks. Lu Jin also shook his head. But you have to know that if you go with me, you will only become my hindrance and my burden. After saying this in one breath, Lu Jin also felt a pang of regret in his heart. He didn't know what the footsteps meant, but he could probably guess what they were. Chapter 228. We should advance and retreat together. When thinking about this, Lu Jin didn't know what to say. It was unknown how much time had passed, but Lu Jin still looked at Ni Yin-meng with a serious expression. Don't say these things, hurry up and hide. He immediately walked towards this side, and Lu Jin noticed that his judgment was correct. Just by listening to the footsteps, he could probably guess that there were a lot of people. But what I didn't expect was that there are so many more people than I imagined. A pair of thick black eyebrows frowned. Lu Jin didn't know what to say. His eyes fell on the faces of these people. Lu Jin noticed that there was no expression on the faces of these people. When he noticed this, he felt more and more conflicted and hesitant in his heart. Looking at the people in front of him, Lu Jin found that they seemed like good friends he had known before. Some of them are particularly familiar to me, but I don't know what's going on. At this moment, they have cold faces and no expression. They stand in front of me and surround me. I became more and more confused and puzzled in my heart. Lu Jin didn't know what to say. He just looked at the person in front of him. The words he had originally wanted to say were swallowed back into his stomach at this moment. I don't know how long it took, but Lu Jin finally found his voice again. Who are you? After he asked this question, Lu Jin originally thought that these people would answer his question, but he didn't expect that after he asked this question, this group of people completely ignored him. They were like deaf people. No matter how I shouted or asked, they couldn't hear me. Ni Yin-meng, who was hiding behind, also looked at Lu Jin with a nervous expression. When she wanted to come out, Lu Jin also realized her intention. Immediately looked back. Advertisement Ni Yin-meng noticed that Lu Jin suddenly turned around and looked at her, and he kept making gestures to her to retreat. Ni Yin-meng didn't know what to say. She suddenly rushed over here. Lu Jin never thought that he asked Ni Yin-meng to hide behind him, but for some reason, she didn't hide behind him at all. Instead, he came out suddenly. What are you doing out here? Lu Jin turned around and glanced at Ni Yin-meng, his tone filled with too much doubt and confusion. He never expected that Ni Yin-meng would come out at this time when he didn't want her to come out. Ni Yin-meng didn't care at all about Lu Jin's harsh tone. She just took a deep breath and said, no matter what, I can't just watch you take risks alone. I must stand by you and support you. Lu Jin couldn't help but be stunned. Maybe he didn't expect Ni Yin-meng to say such words to him, so he was a little unresponsive for a while, but when he reacted later, Lu Jin found his voice again. Do you really think so? When Lu Jin asked this question, he felt his voice tremble a little. Ni Yin-meng turned her head and looked at Lu Jin. Of course, she could notice that when Lu Jin asked this question, they were also surprised in their hearts. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and Ni Yin-meng said comfortingly, that's natural. After she said this, Lu Jin didn't react for a long time. He just felt that he was too surprised. No matter how the two of them had been doing in the past few days, and no matter how good he had been to Ni Yin-meng had always been skeptical of him. After all, there is no memory of the previous period. Lu Jin always felt as if there was a glass barrier between him and Ni Yin-meng. No matter what he said or did, Ni Yin-meng always seemed to be half a beat slow to react. Especially when there are only two people together, the atmosphere can be extremely awkward. Advertisement Lu Jin had never expected that Ni Yin-meng would come out so voluntarily this time, and even whispered in his ear that she wanted to help him. When he thought about this, Lu Jin was at a loss whether to laugh or cry for a moment. But when Lu Jin finally came to his senses, he found his voice again. I'm really touched. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to stand up this time, but I hope you don't take the initiative to stand up this time, but instead stand behind me. After hearing these words, Ni Yin-meng was unable to react for a long time. She also said that she had no idea what Lu Jin meant by this sentence. When Ni Yin-meng finally realized what was happening, she regained her voice and asked, what do you mean by that? Why did you say that to me? When saying this, Ni Yin-meng felt that there were too many doubts in his heart. She never thought that when she volunteered to stand up this time, Lu Jin would say this in her ear. Ni Yin-meng just kept shaking her head. How can this be? I will never allow this to happen. Lu Jin turned his head to look at Ni Yin-meng and noticed that tears were falling when she said this. For a moment I didn't know what to say. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Jin finally found his voice again, but this. He found that when he said this, Lu Jin had no idea what he should say. The words that were on the tip of my tongue were suddenly swallowed back into my stomach at this moment. Ni Yin-meng simply couldn't accept this news. When she thought about it, she couldn't help but take a deep breath. But I can't just watch you. When she got to the end of her story, Ni Yin-meng found that she could no longer continue. Lu Jin turned his head to look at Ni Yin-meng, and noticed that Ni Yin-meng kept shaking his head at him. He really didn't know how to answer. Lu Jin lowered his head and stared at his toes, then found his voice again. But if we don't do this, I believe you have seen that these people are coming here with great force. There is no way the two of us can defeat them. Chapter 229. No delay. After Lu Jin finished speaking, he turned his head and glanced at his friends. When his friends noticed that Lu Jin was looking at them, they couldn't help but curl up a cold smile at the corners of their mouths. I know I can't delay any longer. By then, I'm afraid that not only I will be hurt, but Ni Yinming will also be hurt. When thinking about this, Lu Jin's expression suddenly became serious. We absolutely cannot delay this any longer. Ni Yinming said that she didn't quite understand what Lu Jin meant by this sentence. When she finally realized what was happening, she found her voice again. What do you mean? When she got to the end of her story, Ni Yinming unexpectedly found that she couldn't say a word. Lu Jin directly carried Ni Yinming, who had been immobilized by him, to a safe place and put her down. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's okay, don't worry. After saying this, Lu Jin turned his head and glanced behind him. As a result, he discovered that someone had attacked first. When he looked over here, Lu Jin was surprised to find that the person who attacked was actually Hitsugaya Dashiro. Lu Jin never expected that Hitsugaya, who had the best relationship with him, would attack him for some unknown reason. Hitsugaya was usually very nice to him, but he didn't expect that Hitsugaya would become. When thinking about this, Lu Jin's thick black eyebrows also twisted at this moment. He just felt a little surprised in his heart, and Lu Jin had no idea what was going on. His eyes fell on Hitsugaya, and Lu Jin found his voice again. Who are you? When he asked this question, he found that Hitsugaya Dashiro in front of him seemed not to understand what he said, with Zanpakuto in his hand. It even chopped towards him. Advertisement. Lu Jin never thought that Hitsugaya would actually attack him. He just felt like he was completely dumbfounded. A hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. It was unknown how much time had passed before Lu Jin seemed to realize something. He didn't speak again. Lu Jin did not attack Hitsugaya either. He was also trying to avoid Hitsugaya's attacks. Hitsugaya probably didn't expect that Lu Jin would not fight with him, but instead dodged his attack from the side. He was extremely angry and embarrassed for a moment. Lu Jin could notice that Hitsugaya was angry and embarrassed, but he had no idea what was going on. When thinking about these things, Lu Jin took advantage of Hitsugaya's anger. He did not attack himself, but walked towards him with big strides. When Lu Jin was about to ask something, he noticed Hitsugaya, who was very close to him, looking at him with an angry expression. He immediately raised the Zanpakuto in his hand and attacked. Since he hadn't figured out what was going on yet, Lu Jin certainly wouldn't let him hit him, and he was extremely alert. Taking a step back, Lu Jin also found that Hitsugaya also had no expression. Lu Jin felt so surprised inside. He had no idea what was going on and just stared coldly at Hitsugaya. What do you mean? He really wanted to find out what was going on. After Lu Jin asked this question, he also noticed that the person in front of him had no reaction at all. Is it possible that you really don't understand what I'm saying? Why did you attack me? Why on earth? When Lu Jin asked this question, he felt really confused in his heart. I have absolutely no idea what is going on. After asking this question in his last breath, Lu Jin originally thought that Hitsugaya would answer him, but he didn't expect that he had no reaction at all. Advertisement. Lu Jin couldn't help but take a step back, looking at Hitsugaya in front of him with a strange look on his face. If he wanted to figure out what was going on at the beginning, now that he noticed Hitsugaya's indifferent expression, even if his reaction was slow, Lu Jin could be said to have understood it. He really didn't know what he should say. Ni Yinming saw the whole scene from behind, and she looked at Lu Jin with some worry. Ni Yinming didn't know what to say, and she also didn't know how to stop Lu Jin. After all, if Lu Jin continued to retreat at this time instead of actively attacking, he might become very dangerous because of not actively attacking. But whether it is dangerous or not, Lu Jin no longer cares. He took a step back, and Lu Jin looked at Hitsugaya in front of him with a cold expression. Hitsugaya also had a cold expression on his face, and the two of them seemed to be competing to see whose face was colder. Ni Yinming suddenly shouted, "No more hesitation, hurry up and act." These words fell in his ears, and Lu Jin probably didn't expect that Ni Yinming would suddenly say such a thing to him. He was a little slow to react, but when he finally came to his senses, Lu Jin regained his voice. But the person in front of me is my friend. I can't possibly do that to my friend. When Lu Jin said this, he stretched out his hand and covered his heart, feeling waves of pain in his heart. At the moment, I didn't know what to say. Ni Yinming noticed that Lu Jin looked dazed. No matter how much she urged him, he had no expression on his face. For a moment, I couldn't help but shook my head. You can't hesitate any longer, you must hurry and act. Ni Yinming's words fell into my ears. Lu Jin really didn't know what to say. Although he kept dodging and refusing to attack, he was also completely unwilling to fight with his good friend. But I know that if I keep avoiding it like this, it won't be a solution. Chapter 230. Unspeakable secret. So I can't keep hiding like this, but I have to find a way to take the initiative. When Lu Jin thought of this, his narrow and long phoenix eyes couldn't help but narrowed at this moment, and he just stared at Hitsugaya Dashiro in front of him. Hitsugaya Dashiro saw that Lu Jin was staring at him closely, but he didn't take any action. He couldn't help but sneer at the corner of his mouth. How do you think I want to attack you? Expressing that he didn't quite understand what he meant, Lu Jin looked at Hitsugaya Dashiro, who was like a machine in front of him. After he said that, he didn't give himself any chance to answer. Instead, it attacked directly. She just felt confused and puzzled in her heart. Ni Yinming couldn't stand it anymore and suddenly rushed forward. When Lu Jin turned around, he also found that Ni Yinming had an extremely serious expression on his face. I don't know how I should reply. You must hurry up and do it. If you don't, I don't mind helping you. Ni Yinming turned her head and glanced at Lu Jin. She finally spoke this sentence, feeling very conflicted inside. Lu Jin had no idea how to respond. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Jin finally found his voice again. This matter. When he got to the latter part, Lu Jin also shook his head. I absolutely cannot attack him. Hitsugaya Dashiro is my friend. He must have some unspeakable secrets. If I fight him. Before he could finish his sentence, Ni Yinming interrupted him coldly. You said you were good friends with him? But look at Hitsugaya Dashiro now? Does he pay any attention to you? If you don't attack him, will he not attack you? Suddenly there was silence. I was just deceiving myself before. Ni Yinming's words seemed to wake Lu Jin up, but he didn't say anything else. I don't know how much time passed before Lu Jin took a step back and said, you don't need to worry about me. Just sit there and don't get hurt. Advertisement. She suddenly felt that she couldn't understand Lu Jin anymore. However, Ni Yinming said that she could understand his inner conflict to some extent. When she thought about this, she could only swallow the words that were on the tip of her tongue. Ni Yinming took a step back. Since Lu Jin told her not to interfere in these matters, she naturally would not interfere. She turned around and stood behind. Lu Jin noticed that no matter what he said or how he asked, Hitsugaya Dashiro simply didn't answer him. He couldn't help but start to feel conflicted and hesitant, and he even recalled what Ni Yinming had said in his ear. His expression became increasingly gloomy. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Jin looked at Hitsugaya Dashiro in front of him again. Although because of the previous incident, Lu Jin has completely fallen out with all the captains. But Lu Jin knew that in Hitsugaya Dashiro's heart, the two of them were still good friends. He certainly doesn't want to be his enemy, but now I don't know what's going on. No matter what I say or how I persuade him, this time he seems to have no emotions at all, like a robot. When thinking about these things, Lu Jin could no longer remain calm for a moment. I really don't know what I should say. In addition, Ni Yinming was urging him from behind. He knew that if he didn't seize the time to take action now, it would be too late by the time he wanted to take action. Ni Yinming's gaze fell on Lu Jin. She couldn't help but shook her head for a moment. Hurry up, we must act quickly. Such a sentence fell into my ears. Lu Jin couldn't help but look up at Hitsugaya Dashiro in front of him, and finally his eyes fell on his hands. He didn't know whether you would do it or not. No matter what you say, no matter how you try to persuade him, Hitsugaya Dashiro is completely ignoring you. Is there any point in hesitating and struggling with this anymore? What's the point in struggling with it? Listening to Ni Yinming's words, Lu Jin could only sigh softly. I understand. Advertisement. As for what he understood, Ni Yinming had no idea at all. She just looked at Lu Jin in front of her with such an indifferent look, and Ni Yinming finally found her voice again. Is that all you understand? Lu Jin finally summoned his Zanpakuto. There was still no expression on Hitsugaya Dashiro's face. He just stared at Lu Jin, who was standing in front of him without saying a word from beginning to end. He was also unable to say a word. Why don't you hurry up and do it? Ni Yinming just looked at Lu Jin. She never thought that Lu Jin, who usually did things decisively and efficiently, would be so entangled and hesitant now. I was indeed quite conflicted and hesitant. The person standing in front of him was not an enemy, but his good friend. Even when he had a falling out with those captains before, Hitsugaya Dashiro had always stood on his side. But now I don't know what's going on and he completely ignores me. What exactly happened? Lu Jin just felt extremely hurt. In the final helpless situation, he knew that no matter how he asked, Hitsugaya Dashiro would not answer him. Just as Ni Yinming said beside him, he really couldn't delay any longer. Lu Jin took a step forward with big strides. He held Zanpakuto tightly and stretched out Zanpakuto, thus stopping Hitsugaya Dashiro's series of actions. But it's just a prevention. Lu Jin knew that he was completely unable to perform the next step. There was no way he would attack his own friend. Hitsugaya Dashiro was like a robot without any emotions, and was hooked by Lu Jin with Zanpakuto. The two of them can only be entangled like this. No one hit anyone. Even if Hitsugaya Dashiro wanted to attack Lu Jin at this time, he could not get away from Zanpakuto at all, and his eyes were still on Lu Jin. Chapter 231. Someone comes to guess. Ni Yinming saw the whole scene from behind. She couldn't help but shake her head for a moment, knowing very well that Lu Jin just couldn't bring himself to do it. After all, the two are good friends. Even if one day your good friend betrays you, you probably won't be able to accept it. Not to mention that we don't know what is going on now. Hitsugaya Dashiro didn't know if he was being controlled or what, but no matter what was said in his ear, Hitsugaya Dashiro always had an indifferent expression on his face. Ni Yinming couldn't help but shook her head. She sighed softly for a moment and didn't know what to say. As the two looked at each other, Lu Jin also noticed that Hitsugaya Dashiro, who was standing in front of him, had no emotion in his eyes or even on his face. Maybe because the distance was far, Lu Jin didn't notice anything wrong at that time. But now, as he approached this side, Lu Jin finally realized that something was wrong. he noticed that the Hitsugaya Dashiro standing in front of him seemed like a cold robot, not the real Hitsugaya Dashiro. Could it be? When he thought of that, Lu Jin couldn't help but shudder for a moment, and his doubts grew more and more intense. From the very beginning, no matter how much he asked, Hitsugaya Dashiro simply didn't answer his questions. So what is going on? Holding Zanpakuto tightly in his hand, Lu Jin turned his head to look at Ni Yinming behind him. Ni Yinming noticed that Lu Jin's eyes were looking towards her, and she couldn't help but shook her head for a moment. I don't know what's going on anymore. When Ni Yinming's words fell into his ears, Lu Jin suddenly reached out and touched Hitsugaya Dashiro in front of him. The strength of his hands gradually increased, but no matter how much strength he used, Hitsugaya Dashiro did not feel any pain, and he felt more and more strange inside. Lu Jin didn't know what he should say, and he had no idea what he should do. Advertisement. He just felt that the direction of this matter was a little strange, so he pinched Hitsugaya Dashiro hard, but Hitsugaya Dashiro didn't feel any pain just as he had imagined. If the Hitsugaya Dashiro in front of him was really his friend Hitsugaya Dashiro, he would probably have jumped up by now. But now I don't know what's going on. Hitsugaya Dashiro also completely ignored him. Suddenly lowering his head, Lu Jin felt that there were too many doubts in his heart. Ni Yinming, who was standing not far away, also realized something at this time. Her face was serious. When she guessed that possibility, Ni Yinming didn't know whether she should believe it or not. He turned his head to look at Ni Yinming behind him. The two of them looked at each other at this time, and Lu Jin suddenly caught a peculiar emotion in Ni Yinming's eyes. He was about to ask something when Hitsugaya Dashiro suddenly broke free from Lu Jin's restraints. The two men started fighting again. When the two men started fighting again, Ni Yinming was also watching Hitsugaya Dashiro's every move. Because he had lost his previous memories, Ni Yinming did not know who Hitsugaya Dashiro was. But noticing the reluctant look in Lu Jin's eyes, Ni Yinming could probably guess something. Lu Jin and Hitsugaya Dashiro should be good friends, and before, Lu Jin had always been reluctant to attack Hitsugaya Dashiro, and could only dodge. If the two of them were really good friends, why did Hitsugaya Dashiro keep attacking Lu Jin, even asking others to attack Lu Jin as well? She only felt an idea pop up in her mind, and Ni Yinming also kept holding on to this idea. After grasping this idea, Ni Yinming's brain worked rapidly. After racking his brains for a while, suddenly an idea popped up in his mind. Ni Yinming took a step forward and suddenly said, I have an idea, but I don't know if it's correct. Advertisement. When Lu Jin was fighting with Hitsugaya Dashiro, Ni Yinming, who was standing next to them, suddenly took a step forward. Hearing her say this in his ear, Lu Jin became more and more curious. He turned his head to glance at Ni Yinming. Lu Jin said that he had no idea what Ni Yinming meant by this sentence. What does this mean? When Lu Jin was confused in his heart, he couldn't help but ask directly at this moment. Because she really didn't know how to answer, when she heard Lu Jin ask this in her ear, Ni Yinming lowered her head and stared at her toes. Because I didn't know whether it was accurate or not, I didn't know whether to say it or not at this moment. Ni Yinming was conflicted inside. Lu Jin turned his head to look at Ni Yinming, and noticed that she looked conflicted and hesitant. Is there really something? Otherwise, Ni Yinming would never look so conflicted and hesitant. Lu Jin took a deep breath and pushed Hitsugaya Dashiro aside, who was attacking again. Then he turned his head to look at Ni Yinming and asked, since you already have a guess, then just say it directly. Hearing him say this in her ear, Ni Yinming was a little conflicted and hesitant, not knowing whether to say it or not. But Lu Jin said that he had already said that. Ni Yinming also knew that she could not continue to hesitate like this. She finally blurted out, I suspect this Hitsugaya Dashiro in front of me is the same as me. Lu Jin turned her head to look at Ni Yinming, and noticed that when she said this, Ni Yinming also had a thoughtful expression on her face. Suddenly, she felt more and more confused. He also felt that he had no idea what Ni Yinming meant by this sentence. When he was puzzled, Lu Jin's thick black eyebrows frowned at this moment. Chapter 232. Fake. In the end, he didn't know how to ask the question, and Lu Jin had no idea how to answer it. It wasn't known how long it took before Lu Jin finally found his voice again. What do you mean you and Hitsugaya Dashiro are the same? When Lu Jin asked this question, he only felt his voice trembling, and he didn't understand what Ni Yinming meant by this sentence at all. I don't know why, when I heard Ni Yinming say this in my ear, Lu Jin suddenly felt regretful in his heart, nothing but regret. Just staring down at his Zanpakuto, Lu Jin felt that he shouldn't have asked this question at all. Since Ni Yinming has been hesitant from the beginning, it must mean that she must know something. Ni Yinming knew something but didn't say it, which means it must be bad news. So I shouldn't have asked from the beginning. Lu Jin's expression gradually became serious, and he knew that he really shouldn't ask this question. Ni Yinming turned her head to glance at Lu Jin, and noticed that there was no emotion on Lu Jin's face. She didn't know how to start. After an unknown amount of time, Ni Yinming finally found her voice again. But if that's the case, then do you still want to get to know me better? Do you want to learn more? Lu Jin actually didn't know what he was thinking, so when he heard Ni Yinming continue to ask this question in his ear, his face became even gloomier. Ni Yinming noticed that Lu Jin looked particularly bad, and knew that she shouldn't ask any further. She took a step back, and Ni Yinming turned her head to glance at Lu Jin. I know you can't accept this news, so I think I'd better not continue. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, Lu Jin suddenly reached out and grabbed Ni Yinming. Ni Yinming turned her head and glanced at Lu Jin. She was also quite frightened. Advertisement. She had never expected Lu Jin to suddenly reach out and grab her. She cried out in surprise, and Ni Yinming also noticed that Lu Jin's eyes were red. Go on. I just looked at Lu Jin with a gloomy face and listened to him asking me to continue. Ni Yinming didn't know whether to say it or not. She could naturally feel that Lu Jin's mood at this moment was very complicated. Not only was his mood a little complicated, Ni Yinming also felt that her mood was a little complicated as well. Just looking at Hitsugaya Dashiro, who was standing not far from him, Ni Yinming really didn't know where to start. I can probably guess that if I tell Lu Jin about this, since Lu Jin and Hitsugaya Dashiro are good friends, Lu Jin will never be able to accept such news. Her long eyelashes drooped, instantly hiding the emotions in Ni Yinming's eyes. I think it's better for you not to know. I also think you can't accept this news at all. Ni Yinming looked so hesitant in front of him. If Ni Yinming had told him her guess openly from the very beginning, Lu Jin felt that he would not have been so entangled and hesitant. As he thought about this, Lu Jin couldn't help but smile faintly. Go ahead. Ni Yinming raised her head and glanced at Lu Jin. She could also notice that when Lu Jin said this, his face was also complicated, nothing but complicated. Ni Yinming really didn't know whether she should tell him or not. She had no idea where to start, and her delicate eyebrows were furrowed. There was also a sense of conflict and hesitation in my heart. Knowing that he couldn't procrastinate any longer, Ni Yinming finally said directly, I won't say anything more. She turned around and left. Lu Jin noticed that Ni Yinming suddenly turned and left, and she also told herself that she didn't want to continue. After all, he felt sorry for Ni Yinming, and Lu Jin absolutely didn't like to force others to do anything. Advertisement, but because I wanted to find out so much. So no matter what Ni Yinming said in his ear, Lu Jin finally grabbed Ni Yinming. Please tell me, I really want to know what is going on. Turning her head to glance at Lu Jin, Ni Yinming regained her voice. Do you really want to know that much? After you know, are you sure you won't regret it? Such a sentence fell into my ears. Lu Jin suddenly found it difficult to understand him, and he also said that he had no idea why Ni Yinming said that. When thinking about this, Lu Jin felt more and more that this matter was not going to be easy. He just took a deep breath, and Lu Jin also tried hard to calm himself down. But if you don't tell me, how will I know if I will regret it? Ni Yinming just looked at Lu Jin, who was standing in front of him, and found that when he said this, Lu Jin's face was full of seriousness. I know that if I don't answer him at this time, Lu Jin probably won't let it go. So I could only answer him honestly. Ni Yinming took a deep breath and said, since you also feel that Hitsugaya Dashiro is particularly strange, then I will tell you the truth. He is the same as me. Lu Jin had heard Ni Yinming say this before, but how were the two people similar in their ways? He also said that he didn't understand it at all. Lu Jin felt himself becoming more and more confused. Finally, he could only ask, what kind of similar method is it? What exactly do you mean by this? After saying this, Lu Jin suddenly realized something and added, since I asked, just answer it. I can accept it. If you don't tell me, I'm afraid I can't accept it even more. In the end, Ni Yinming could only speak honestly. Then I can only tell you that this Hitsugaya Dashiro in front of you is not your so-called friend at all, but a fake one. Chapter 233. They are all robots, it's fake. Hitsugaya Dashiro is just as fake as Nirvana. This sentence kept running back and forth in Lu Jin's mind, and suddenly there was a buzzing sound. At this moment, Lu Jin could feel that his heart suddenly skipped a beat. With a click, he felt as if a huge rock was suddenly pressing down on his chest, making it hard to breathe. About half a minute later, he took a deep breath and then exhaled. You mean, he is a robot like you and not a real living person? You mean he has also been switched? Lu Jin's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Ni Yinming in front of him with a look of surprise. Ni Yinming didn't dare to look into Lu Jin's eyes, because this man's eyes were full of loneliness. Everything important around him was secretly replaced by others. Ni Yinming pondered for a moment, then nodded. Yes, he is also a robot, just like me. After Ni Yinming finished speaking, her eyes turned slightly red, and she looked a little sad. Actually, I don't want to hide it from you, but I don't know how to tell you. I wanted to tell you all this some time ago, but when the words came to my lips, I couldn't say them. After saying this, he lowered his head heavily, feeling like a sinner. At this moment, Lu Jin's eyes suddenly went dark. He felt dizzy and looked up at the ceiling. The ceiling was shaking and seemed to be about to fall and kill him. He looked at Ni Yinming beside him and sighed deeply. So you already knew everything about me. You are a robot, and so is he. Lu Jin paused, and when he seemed to want to say something else, Ni Yinming spoke. I didn't mean to hide it from you. Don't be angry with me. I just really have no other choice. Lu Jin couldn't help but sneered when he heard this. You said you have no way out, but I should be the one who has no way out. At least you know the truth and can choose to tell me or not, but what about me? At this point, he couldn't help but take a deep breath and yelled out. I can only watch you fool me without knowing anything. If I didn't feel that something was wrong with Hitsugaya Dashiro, you still wouldn't tell me if I didn't ask you, right? Advertisement. After hearing Lu Jin's words, Ni Yinming felt a pang of pain in her heart and couldn't help but let out a few sniffles. She still cared about Lu Jin very much, so she would feel uncomfortable when she heard Lu Jin's evaluation of her, but she was powerless to retort. Because all of this is indeed true. You're right. If you hadn't asked me, I definitely wouldn't have told you. But have you ever thought about why I didn't tell you? I'm just worried that you might be imagining things and getting angry with me. I hope you can calm down and listen to what I have to say. What else do you want to say? Lu Jin asked. Ni Yinming paused and sorted out his thoughts. Some things are actually beyond the control of Hitsugaya and I. What do you mean by that? After hearing what Ni Yinming said, Lu Jin turned his head and looked over. Ni Yinming calmed his thoughts and continued, when Hitsugaya and I were first created, we were just robots. We didn't even have thoughts, so our every move and behavior could not be controlled at all. These were all controlled by the people who created us. If we could control our words and actions from the beginning, we wouldn't be robots, we'd be normal humans like you. We have no control over everything at the beginning. We can only use the brain chips and brainwaves placed in our brains to complete the tasks assigned by those who created us. Ni Yinming said this, and then secretly glanced at the expression of Lu Jin next to him. He saw that Lu Jin's expression at this time seemed very complicated, but obviously not as stiff as before. It seemed that she could understand some of what Ni Yinming said. These were indeed facts. If Hitsugaya Tushiro and Ni Yinming were human beings like him and could control some things by themselves, they would not be called robots. Thinking of this, Lu Jinxiang suddenly felt more open-minded. Seeing Lu Jin's slightly relaxed expression, Ni Yinming finally breathed a sigh of relief. Advertisement. Then he continued, as for the fact that Hitsugaya and I gradually developed self-awareness and my feelings for you, that was all because we spent too much time with humans and were influenced by you. Just like me, I started living with you through mechanical learning. At first, it might have been just to complete a certain task, but slowly, when I got used to this way, as I spent more time with you, I slowly understood the human way of thinking. That's why I'm who I am now. After Ni Yinming finished speaking, she walked up to Lu Jin and looked at the man standing in front of her with loving eyes. I hope you understand and don't be mad at me. Lu Jin listened and nodded directly. You fool, I already knew it a long time ago, yet you still tell me so much. After saying that, he just laughed, then hugged Ni Yinming tightly in his arms. In this way, the two of them hugged each other for several minutes, and for the first time, Ni Yinming deeply felt the kind of care that Lu Jin had never given her before. Lu Jin had said many warm words to her before, but it was different this time. At this moment, Ni Yinming suddenly thought of something, then raised her head and looked at Lu Jin and asked, by the way, how did you find out that Hitsugaya Dongshilong was different? Are you curious? Lu Jin asked. Of course. I'm surprised that Hitsugaya Tushiro looks just as human as I do. But how can you be so sure that he's abnormal? If you had been even slightly hesitant and unsure, I might not have told you that he was a robot. Lu Jin laughed when he heard Ni Yinming's words. Then, after a moment of reflection, he said, that's because he didn't know how to be polite during the fight just now. What does it mean to not know how to be polite? Asked Ni Yinming. Maybe you haven't had much contact with Hitsugaya Tushiro, but I'm different. I know Hitsugaya Tushiro too well, so I'm so sure of him. Chapter 234. Tacit Understanding. Hitsugaya Tushiro is not a bad person by nature. Even if he were to fight with the enemy, he would not kill them. He is not a bad person. At this point, Lu Jin sighed deeply, then let go of Ni Yinming and continued, but just now, when I was facing the battle with this Hitsugaya Dongshilong, although I knew he was helping me, he was too ruthless and showed no mercy. So that's why you absolutely don't believe he's Hitsugaya Tushiro? Yes. Lu Jin answered with certainty, without a trace of hesitation. This affirmation stunned Ni Yinming, who was standing there, because she had never thought that the friendship between men could be so deep. She originally thought that this kind of telepathy only existed between men and women. Perhaps this was not that kind of telepathy, but a kind of fighting friendship and habit of going through life and death. Lu Jin and Hitsugaya were close friends, not to mention they had been through countless battles together, both big and small. It is precisely because of this that Lu Jin is so familiar with Hitsugaya's appearance and behavior during battle. Do you know how strange I felt when I was fighting alongside him just now? When Lu Jin said this, his mind suddenly recalled the scene of him and Hitsugaya fighting together. Then he couldn't help but talk to Ni Yinming. I remember once being in a battle with Hitsugaya Tushiro. The enemy had already pushed us to the edge of a cliff. It was almost impossible to turn back. Ni Yinming listened very carefully, then her eyes widened and she looked at Lu Jin with twinkling eyes, and then I winked at Hitsugaya Tushiro. I saw there was an iron hook next to him, not far from the enemy. If I leaned over, turned around and grabbed the enemy's calves, and pulled back, the enemy would definitely be hit directly by the iron hook. Advertisement. Speaking of this, Lu Jin couldn't help but think of the scene at that time. It scared him so much that he broke out in a sweat, because at that time he was hanging on the edge of a cliff just like Hitsugaya Tushiro. It can be said that if you take half a step back, you will fall directly off the cliff and leave no trace. In other words, their only chance of survival at that time was to move forward and they could not retreat. What happened next? Did you do that? Ni Yinming asked. Lu Jin sighed, of course not, because that requires the cooperation of two people. When I bend down and pull the enemy's legs, Hitsugaya Dongshilong must be beside me to cooperate with me. In other words, I pull the enemy's legs, and then the enemy will trip and fall directly in the direction of Hitsugaya Dongshilong. He must kick hard, and the enemy will turn around and fall directly off the cliff with his head blinded. This was indeed the situation at the time, and this was the only way for them to be saved. However, what Lu Jin never expected was that he gave Hitsugaya Dongshilong a wink at that time. I took a look at the iron hook. I had fought with Hitsugaya and Lu Jin countless times, so I immediately understood what Lu Jin meant. However, Hitsugaya Toshiro did not express his opinion, which means that he did not agree with this approach. Is it possible that he didn't see what you meant? After all, you didn't tell him verbally. Ni Yinming asked in confusion. Hearing this, Lu Jin couldn't help but laugh. It's impossible for him not to understand, because our tacit understanding is real. We have used this tacit understanding many times. It's impossible for him not to understand just this once. And I had already taken action. I quickly grabbed the man's calf and pulled him back. I threw his head right in front of him, but Hitsugaya Toshiro hesitated. What happened next? At this moment, Ni Yinming was so excited that he couldn't help asking about the follow-up. His eyes were shining with gold as he stared at Lu Jin and asked for the next step. Seeing Ni Yinming's delight, Lu Jin continued, as for Hitsugaya Dongshilong, I had already called out to him to kick me, but he just said, that's not good, he'll really die if I kick him. Before Lu Jin finished speaking, Ni Yinming suddenly interrupted, no, but if he hadn't kicked you, you would have died. Advertisement, yeah, I had no choice at the time. I could only roll over 3 times before I got in front of Hitsugaya Toshiro. I helped him with the kick. As soon as these words were spoken, Yu Meng couldn't help but laugh out loud. Suddenly, you felt Lu Jin's speed, and you could imagine what kind of scene it would be just by thinking about it. If it weren't for that kick from me, he and I would have fallen into the abyss long ago, and you wouldn't be able to see me today. After Lu Jin finished speaking, he found a place to sit down, took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, took a few deep puffs, and then blew out a few smoke rings. After this period of time, Lu Jinchao suddenly felt a lot of psychological pressure, so he smoked more and more in the past 2 days. If that's what you said, then Hitsugaya Toshiro is indeed a kind-hearted person. After Ni Yinming finished speaking, he thought about the robot-made Hitsugaya Dongshilong, who was brave and fearless in the battle just now. Although the method was not cruel, it was very different from the Hitsugaya described by Lu Jin. It's no wonder that Ding Shangchao would be suspicious. After all, the contrast is too stark. Thinking of this, Ni Yinming couldn't help but look at the fake Hitsugaya Toshiro behind him, and then looked at Lu Jin. So what are you going to do next? Could it be that you also want to repair it, like me? Lu Jin sneered after hearing what Sakura Meng said, then glanced at the fake Hitsugaya Dongshilong and said, how can he be the same as you? Although you are a robot like him, you have feelings for me, and I feel the same way for you. Lu Jin swallowed hard before he finished speaking, feeling that the words were stuck in his throat. Although you are a robot, you already have a human heart, but he is different. Not only is his body a robot, but his heart is also a robot. Do you understand? Chapter 235. Feeling after hearing what Lu Jin said, Ni Yinming suddenly realized that she had always thought she was a robot, so she was always afraid to face Lu Jin. But now, Ni Yinming truly understood that the real difference between robots and humans is the issue of the heart. Only real people have hearts and humanity. No matter what robots think on the surface, they cannot replicate the heart and humanity in their hearts. Although he and Hitsugaya are both robots, the only difference is that Hitsugaya did not transform from a mechanized robot into a person with a human heart like him. So this is what Lu Jin hates the most. At this moment, Lu Jin suddenly stood up and walked towards the fake Hitsugaya Dongshilong. What are you going to do? Ni Yinming asked, because at this time Ni Yinming was piled there and saw Lu Jin's face covered in blood, as if he was going to start a killing spree. She actually hated to see murder the most. It wasn't that she was soft-hearted, she just couldn't stand seeing these bloody scenes. At this moment, Lu Jin walked up to the fake Hitsugaya Dongshilong and suddenly kicked Hitsugaya Dongshilong. The next second, he pulled out the sword from his back without any hesitation and stabbed directly at Hitsugaya Dongshilong. At this time, Ni Yinming had not yet reacted, and the sword had already hit Hitsugaya Dongshilong's heart. Just like that, in an instant, the fake Hitsugaya Dongshilong turned into ruins. There was only a pile of black powder there. The wind blew gently, and the powder was blown away without leaving even a trace, as if the robot-made Hitsugaya Toshiro had never existed. It's really a robot, Chao said to himself. At this moment, Ni Yinming stood there blankly, looking at the empty ground, and suddenly felt a little sad. It turned out that the robots were so fragile under Lu Jin's sword. He only needed to swing it lightly and they would be reduced to ashes. If I didn't have a human heart and hadn't felt emotions for her, perhaps my final outcome would have been the same as that of Hitsugaya Toshiro. When Ni Yinming thought of this, he felt bitter in his heart. At this time, Lu Jin saw Ni Yinming's gloomy face, and immediately guessed something, and then walked over. The next second, Ni Yinming felt his shoulders sink. It turned out that Lu Jin put a big hand on his shoulder. Advertisement. Perhaps he noticed her loss, so he wanted to come over to comfort her, but he didn't know what to say. This is the simplest way to replace it. Ni Yinming knew what Lu Jin meant. Instead of pushing him away, she quietly leaned her head on Lu Jin's arm. She had to admit that she enjoyed this moment very much. She had imagined many times that Lu Jinxiangkao would let her lean on his shoulder like this, lie in his arms and admire the moonlight. In Ni Yinming's eyes, all those things were so far away. Although everything is so close now, she always feels that everything is happening too fast. This unreality makes her feel that she may lose it all at any time. Don't let your imagination run wild. You're different and your positions in my heart are also different. Just when the two were looking at each other affectionately, there was suddenly movement in the bushes not far away. Lu Jin looked over alertly and found someone there, then he couldn't help but tighten his grip. Suddenly, Ni Yinming felt a sharp pain. It hurts, you are too hard. After hearing Ni Yinming say this, Lu Jin realized that he was a little too nervous just now. I'm sorry I pinched you. After saying that, he turned his gaze back to the bushes. Suddenly realizing something, he pulled Ni Yinming and ran in the other direction. Run, don't look back. As Lu Jin spoke, he pulled Ni Yinming's hand and ran towards the front. What happened? Tell me. At this time, Ni Yinming was running out of breath. She wanted to look back, but before she could do so, Lu Jin had already pulled her far away. I feel like we're surrounded, so we can't stay here any longer. Just follow my lead and leave as soon as possible. Advertisement Tulip ran to the side while observing her surroundings, afraid that a figure might suddenly appear. After all, at this time, the enemy was in the dark while they were in the light, and they didn't know who was ambushing around them, so Lu Jin was very cautious at this time. After hearing what Lu Jin said, Ni Yinming immediately became alert. The two of them ran for a long distance and could only feel the grass around them moving faintly, but they could not see who those people were. The two ran for a long distance, and only stopped when they reached Tianzhou and felt that the noise around them had decreased and they were sure it was safe. Is it safe? Ni Yinming asked. Lu Jin did not answer and continued to look around. There was not as much grass around as before, but there were still many places to hide, so he must not take it lightly. Not sure yet, but just be careful. Just as Lu Jin finished saying this and wanted to sit down and rest for a while, suddenly, a dark shadow appeared from one direction and pounced towards her. The place where the black shadow emerged was a tree leaning against them. The tree was not far away. Lu Jin did not pay attention to what was behind him and just looked around, so he did not notice this loophole. As a result, he was knocked to the ground by the black shadow in the next second. Upon closer inspection, he found that the person who knocked him down was actually a team leader. Captain Lu Jin had seen this before. He was a tough guy. He didn't expect that he had run so far and this guy had followed him all the way without being discovered by him. He was quite impressive. Lu Jin turned around and attacked the captain's head. The captain was not a pushover either. He blocked the attack with his backhand and then pressed Lu Jin under him. The two men started to wrestle with each other. At this time, Ni Yinming was watching blankly at the side. His mind suddenly went blank and he was completely stunned. At this moment, she had no idea what to do. Should she attack the captain or pull Lu Jin out of the captain's hands? She really had no idea. But she knew that she really should take some action, otherwise how could she bear to watch Lu Jin being beaten there? Let me help you. After Ni Yinming finished speaking, he ran towards the captain.